Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 58 to Chapter 108. Yi Fan's heart raced out of excitement. He immediately thought of the Tao scripture. The main reason why the sect master of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven fought with a few great demons was for the Tao scripture and a treasure from the eastern wilderness. The golden page was very mysterious. It looked like it was condensed from the essence of rainbow light. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Moreover, it was heavy in his hand, several times heavier than metal. It's just a page, but I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of words on it. Yi Fan squinted his eyes and carefully examined the golden page in his hand. However, he could only see a vague outline no matter how hard he tried. The words engraved on it were too small. Both sides of the page were densely packed with words. Every word was like a star, emitting a dazzling divine brilliance. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. If he wasn't wrong, this was definitely the Tao scripture, the thing he desired the most. He didn't expect to get it just like that. He felt like it was unreal. He squeezed the dazzling golden page in his hand and only calmed down after a long time. At this moment, he thought of the green-faced Pang Bo. When he sent the corpses flying, he looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Did he attack me on purpose? Yi Fan instantly thought of this possibility. However, the unknown existence that occupied Pang Bo's body shouldn't be so kind. Why would it help him for no reason? It's Pang Bo. Yi Fan quickly thought of a possibility. Pang Bo had been fighting for control of the body. Perhaps he had temporarily taken control of the body at that moment. However, after thinking of this, Yi Fan shook his head. The possibility of this was very small. Pang Bo could at most interfere with the unknown existence, but he probably wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. At that critical moment of life and death, if I was disturbed, my life would be in danger at any time. Yi Fan thought for a moment and believed that the unknown existence and Pang Bo might have reached a compromise and temporarily reached some kind of agreement to send the golden Tao scripture out without anyone knowing. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely that Pang Bo had helped him by giving him the Tao scripture. He muttered to himself, nothing must happen to Pang Bo. Thinking of the monster runes that appeared on Pang Bo's face, Yi Fan's heart sank. This unknown existence was likely a monster, but it was clearly different from those great monsters. It had no interest in the Tao scripture of the human race, and likely wanted to fight for the relics left behind by the monster race great emperor. Yi Fan calmed himself down and carefully searched the other corpses, but found nothing else. There was only a single page on the golden paper, but it was glistening and heavy. It felt like he was holding a treasure trove, giving him a heavy pressure. In reality, this single page of the golden book was more precious than any treasure trove. Yi Fan wanted to get to the bottom of it. He concentrated and communicated with the golden sea of misery. He tried his best to use his eyesight, wanting to know what was recorded in this golden page. In the sea of bitterness, traces of golden light flowed up his body and condensed into Yi Fan's eyes, causing his pupils to flicker with golden light. Sea of Reincarnation Scroll. At the beginning of this golden page, there were 3 relatively large ancient characters that could be seen clearly. They were like 3 bright moons, shining and radiating brilliance. Looking down, the characters were much smaller, and he could barely make out the characters. However, it made one's eyes hurt. Those ancient characters radiated divine light, shooting out like golden needles. The more one wanted to look, the more they couldn't see clearly. His eyes swelled up and were in incomparable pain. In just a moment, Yi Fan's eyes turned red and extremely sour. He couldn't help but tear up. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, and the golden light in his eyes dissipated. It took him a moment to recover. This surprised him. Although he couldn't see those ancient characters clearly when he looked at it normally, it wouldn't hurt his eyes. But when he gathered strands of divine power in his eyes and stared at this page of the Tao scripture, it almost hurt his eyes. It was astonishing. This page of the Tao scripture is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan didn't give up. He rested for a moment, and then concentrated again. He communicated with the sea of misery, doing his best to use his eyesight. However, this time, he didn't look at the beginning. Instead, he looked at the last few characters on the reverse side. Sea of Reincarnation Scroll. The last 4 ancient characters were just like the first 3. They were obviously much bigger and easier to see. They were like the bright moon rising from the sea, sprinkling down with multicolored light. Similarly, besides these four ancient characters, the other characters on the reverse side were impossible to distinguish. It was because every single tiny ancient character was like a miniature sun. They were dazzling and resplendent, and strands of divine radiance shot out like golden needles, piercing one's eyes and causing them to burn with discomfort. Yi Fan hurriedly shifted his gaze. His heart was beating violently. Now, he was almost certain that this golden page was the most important first volume of the Tao scripture. The so-called Sea of Reincarnation referred to the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Misery. It was the source of divine power and the foundation of cultivation. No wonder the master of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland said that this was the most important volume of the Tao scripture. It was the first volume of the immortal scripture, the foundation of the towering skyscrapers. Old man Wu Qingfeng of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland once said that as long as a cultivator cultivated the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Misery to the extreme, they would be able to benefit for the rest of their lives and become a peak expert. From this, one could imagine the importance of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. The Spirit Ruin Wonderland only had a fragment of this scroll. It was a fragment of the fragment that made up less than 10% of the total scripture. It could only allow the immortal seedlings who had just started to communicate with the Sea of Misery. There was no further cultivation method, which made Yi Fan feel quite regretful. At this moment, he was overjoyed to have obtained the complete Sea of Reincarnation scroll. It was enough to benefit him for the rest of his life. This scroll was a complete cultivation system that could be cultivated endlessly. Yi Fan carefully put away the golden page. He knew that he must not leak any information or he would die without a burial. Even if the master of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland obtained it, he would have to immediately seek the protection of the Holy Land behind him. Otherwise, there would be a calamity of annihilation. Such a scroll of the Tao scripture could be called a priceless treasure. At the same time, it was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Great benefits coexisted with the danger of destruction. Obtaining the golden page was already a great surprise. Yi Fan did not want to stay here any longer. At the moment, he did not have the strength to fight for anything, so the best plan was to leave. He quickly rushed down the mountain and circulated the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture. Golden threads immediately flowed out of the Sea of Misery and flowed towards his limbs and bones. His flesh and bones were all nourished, and his speed instantly increased by a lot. However, at this moment, Yi Fan felt a strange change. The golden page in his bosom seemed to be trembling. At first, he did not pay much attention to it until he suddenly felt a chill on his body. The golden page seemed to have touched his skin. What's going on? He did not put it on his body and hurriedly stopped to take a look. However, something that shocked Yi Fan happened. His bosom was empty and the page of the Tao scripture had disappeared. How is this possible? Yi Fan could not believe what was happening in front of him. Even if the sect leader of the Spirit Ruin Cave made a move, it was impossible for it to be so silent. How could it suddenly disappear? At the same time, he felt the life essence in his body boiling. The mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture automatically circulated without his control, making his Sea of Misery shine with golden light. What? Yi Fan was very surprised. At this moment, he felt that there was something strange in the Sea of Misery, as if there was something extra. He hurriedly looked inside himself. What he saw stunned him. In the golden sea of bitterness the size of a soybean, there was a page of a golden book. The golden page became smaller and inexplicably appeared in the golden Sea of Misery. This result made Yi Fan stunned for a long time. He felt that it was incredible. The mystical technique recorded in the Tao scripture stopped circulating and everything calmed down. However, a shrunken page of the golden book appeared in Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. He could not come out anymore. Yi Fan was in a daze and did not understand why this happened. He pondered for a long time but still could not understand why this happened. However, he did not feel any discomfort in his body or the golden Sea of Misery, which made him feel slightly relieved. After calming down, Yi Fan decided to leave and took a step forward again. Boom! At this moment, a violent sound came from behind. In the distance, the ancient palace in the sky was shaking and blossoming with countless rays of light, sweeping away the surrounding super fierce birds and beasts, as well as the elders of the spirit ruin cave. No, I can't leave. Yifan was really worried about Peng Bo, even though he knew that it was useless for him to stay here and he could not help at all. However, he couldn't get over the barrier in his heart. If he couldn't personally see Peng Bo escape unscathed, his heart wouldn't be at ease, and he couldn't leave. Of course, he would not act impulsively. This time, he chose a mountain that was farther away and watched from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distant sky. Dozens of divine rainbows flew over. Rumble! Then, it was as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping. Behind the dozens of divine rainbows, the roars of wild beasts could be heard. Fog rolled and clouds covered the sky. Dozens of wild beasts came riding on clouds, each carrying a cultivator on their back. Although they were stepping on the sky, there was a thunderous sound as if there were tens of thousands of troops coming together. Those wild beasts were exotic species left behind from the Antiquity Age. All of them were covered in thick scales and looked extremely ferocious. The cultivator riding on the wild beast in the middle was holding a large flag in his arms. The flag was fluttering in the wind with great power. There were 4 big words written on it, Yaoguang Holy Land. It was a very grand display of grandeur and grandeur. 36 divine rainbows were in front while 27 savage beasts carrying 27 formidable cultivators were in the rear. Although there were only several tens of cultivators, it was as though a magnificent army had arrived. Even the sky itself was trembling. It was as though an endless number of celestial soldiers and generals were charging towards them. People were shouting and beasts were roaring in the sky. The clouds were rolling and a murderous aura was surging like a vast ocean. Yifan was shocked. There were so many powerful cultivators, more than double the number of people in the Spirit Ruin Wonderland. Yaoguang Holy Land, is it the Holy Land that the Spirit Ruin Wonderland is attached to? Yifan murmured to himself. Whether it was in ancient China or on the other side of the starry sky, the 2 words Yaoguang were very particular. Yaoguang Holy Land is so mighty. At this moment, a cold voice came from another direction. The sky rumbled as 18 ancient chariots rolled over with a murderous aura. The pressure made the sky rumble and tremble. The ancient family passed down from the Antiquity Age, Ji clan. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land narrowed their eyes when they saw the 18 ancient chariots. Everyone was on guard as the murderous aura rose. Both sides stopped and occupied a part of the sky, facing each other from afar. Fight for it with your own strength. These were the loud voices of the 2 groups. They confronted each other for a moment but did not fight. Both sides rushed to the Grand Ancient Palace above the crater at the same time. Yifan's heart trembled. The legendary Holy Land and the clan of the Ancients had arrived one after the other. It seemed that the appearance of the Demon Emperor's tomb was indeed shocking enough. After the 2 colossal figures received the news, they immediately came to the Yen lands and participated. Ji clan passed down from the Antiquity Age. Yifan pondered. The surname Ji was one of the most ancient surnames in China. It had a great origin and left countless legends in ancient China. He did not expect it to be the same on the other side of the starry sky. It was an existence that could be compared with the Holy Land. Rumble, the sky seemed to be hit by a flood. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan, the 2 great forces, rushed over and arrived in front of the Grand Ancient Palace in an instant. The ferocious beasts in the surroundings scattered. Although they could not transform into human forms, they had already gained intelligence. Sensing the danger, they all retreated decisively. On the other side, the elders of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland were all shocked. Although they were attached to the Yaoguang Holy Land, they did not report the sudden appearance of the Demon God Tomb. Now that the Demon God Tomb had appeared, they naturally felt a little uneasy. Moreover, the clan of the ancients closest to the land of Yen, the Ji clan, had also rushed here after receiving the news. The appearance of 2 super powerful clans made the people of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland feel bitter. They knew that it would be difficult for them to gain anything. At this moment, the majestic ancient hall was shaking non-stop. A few great demons, the leader of the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven, and the Supreme Elder were fighting fiercely. The dull sound inside was getting louder and louder, making people's hearts ache from far away. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land quickly surrounded the ancient palace. Dozens of wild beasts shook their heads and wagged their tails. They breathed out clouds and mist as they stomped in the sky. The 18 ancient chariots formed a battle formation and blocked the sky, confronting the Yaoguang Holy Land. At the same time, it was to prevent the demon god tomb from suddenly soaring into the sky. At this moment, 8 or 9 elders walked out from the crowd of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan. They stepped in the void and disappeared into the ancient palace with a flash of light. Boom! The demon god tomb shook even more violently. The battle inside had reached its climax. Weapons kept spitting out divine light in the palace. The clan of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan and the Holy Land broke the stalemate very quickly. It seemed that many restrictions inside were broken. Soon, rays of light rushed out. The people guarding outside all took action. They rode the divine rainbows and fought for the rays of light that rushed out. After a closer look, it was actually a weapon with light flowing around it. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor. The faces of the people surrounding the ancient palace turned pale and they quickly retreated backward. A vast and immeasurable force rushed out from the ancient palace like a tsunami. The 18 ancient chariots of the Ji clan were blown away, and the wild beasts and cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were also thrown off their horses. They quickly retreated. The blazing light rushed out from the demon monarch's mausoleum, and it was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. A vast and unpredictable power surged out like an avalanche, and a small crystal coffin that was less than a foot long rushed out. The strong power and the dazzling light came from it. Thump, thump, thump. It was trembling slightly like a heartbeat. It was rhythmic and filled with a majestic breath of life. The vast power swept out in all directions. Stop it! An anxious shout came from the demon god tomb. Then, more than a dozen figures rushed out together. The one in the lead was Pang Bo. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a green aura. The dragon and phoenix symbols on his face were even denser. Even his arms were gradually covered with black tortoise and qilin characters. His eyes shot out a green light that was several meters long. At this moment, his demonic aura was soaring to the sky, even more so than the great beasts behind him. At this moment, there was nothing else in his eyes. He just stared at the foot-long crystal coffin without blinking, and he chased after it without giving up. The experts of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan didn't look good after rushing out of the ancient palace. They loudly ordered the people around to stop the crystal coffin. At this time, the headmaster and supreme elder of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland also rushed out with ugly expressions. They didn't want to give up. Even though there were so many people here, they still wanted to fight for it. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. As for the great beasts, they were the angriest. Their faces were full of unwillingness, but facing so many human experts, they were powerless. They rushed out of the encirclement and prepared to act according to the situation. The 18 ancient chariots of the Ji clan lined up in a battle formation and blocked the sky, blocking the crystal coffin. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land also took action. Some rode wild beasts, some rode divine rainbows, and all rushed forward. The crystal coffin, which was less than a foot long, was immediately trapped. At this moment, all the experts who rushed out of the Demon King's tomb arrived. Almost at the same time, they reached out their hands and tried to grab it. Bang! More than a dozen pairs of hands reached out and grabbed the crystal coffin. Of course, those hands were formed from light and not the real hands of the crowd. While they were fighting for the crystal coffin, they were also fighting each other. The 18 ancient chariots of the Ji clan surrounded them while the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land rushed forward. At this moment, the faces of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland sect leader and the 2 surviving supreme elders of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland turned ugly. They were very strong, but they were alone in front of so many people. Of course, Pang Bo was alone, but he didn't give up. His demonic aura soared to the sky. The green light that shot out from his eyes was more than a dozen meters long, even more powerful than before. Crack! Crack! At this moment, the crystal coffin couldn't withstand the impact of so many experts. It slowly cracked and then shattered with a bang. Boom. At this moment, a monstrous demonic aura burst out in an instant and sent everyone flying. No one could withstand such a violent force. As for the chariots of the Ji clan, the 4 chariots at the very front were directly crushed. The 12 cultivators on them were like piles of yellow sand, turning into dust in an instant. The Yaoguang Holy Land also suffered a great loss. More than a dozen people were crushed by the monstrous demonic aura. Together with their wild beasts, they turned into blood mist and died a violent death. The headmaster of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland and the 2 supreme elders turned pale. They flew backward for hundreds of meters before stabilizing themselves. Even powerful people like them were almost injured. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart tightened. He was afraid that something might happen to Peng Bo. Even though his body was controlled by an unknown existence, it was still Peng Bo's body. The demonic aura soared to the sky, but Peng Bo was safe and sound. He retreated further than anyone else as if he had already expected this result. At this moment, the breath of life that burst out from the shattered crystal coffin was like an ocean. Everyone's life force combined was not as powerful as it. The source of the endless demonic aura was actually a bright red heart. It was only the size of a fist and was crystal clear like a red agate. Vigorous blood-colored divine splendor lingered around it. The endless demonic aura and powerful breath of life were emitted from it. Thump, 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 the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. It was actually trembling and didn't lose its vitality. This was a heart with strong vitality. At this moment, no one could get close to it. Every time this crystal clear and bright red heart beat, the surrounding people felt their blood surging and their blood vessels about to burst. Everyone's heart was in excruciating pain. Blood seeped out from the corner of their mouths. They couldn't support themselves and flew backward quickly. Just the normal beating of such a terrifying heart was already unbearable. The heart of the great emperor. It's the sacred heart of the great emperor of our demon race. In the sky, a few demons were extremely shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. The crystal clear heart of the demon god was beating vigorously. Then, it suddenly soared into the sky and turned into a ray of blood-colored divine light, rushing into the distant sky. Stop it, we must not let it leave, an old man from the Yaoguang sacred land shouted anxiously. Stop it at all costs. The powerful figures from the Ji clan also shouted, that's the heart of the great emperor of the demon race. It's the source of his power. If other demons get it, it's very likely that another great emperor of the demon race will be created. When they gave the order, the few demons had already rushed out. However, there was a figure that was faster than everyone else. It was Peng Bo. He merged with the heaven and earth and turned into a ray of green light. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and followed the heart of the great emperor of the demon race. The Ji clan sent 8 ancient chariots to chase after it, and the Yaoguang sacred land also sent half of their people to chase after it. They each left half of their people to surround the demon god tomb. If we knew that it was the demon god tomb, we would have reported it no matter what. We don't have enough people to rush here, an old man from the Yaoguang sacred land sighed continuously. I thought it was just an ordinary cave abode. I didn't expect it to be the tomb of the great emperor of the demon race. This is really unexpected. This is a big event that can shake the eastern wilderness. The powerful figures from the Ji clan also regretted it. They did not report it to their superiors and directly rushed over with their people. In the distance, Yi Fan was very shocked. Among these people, there were at least 10 of them who were not weaker than the leader of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. However, from their words, it was not difficult to tell that they were not the real powerful figures from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji clan. This was really shocking. The great sage and the remote antiquity families were really unimaginable giants. Leader Li, have you obtained the legendary Tao scripture? An old man from the Yaoguang sacred land asked the leader of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Since he knew that it was the tomb of the great emperor of the demon race, he immediately knew what kind of important sacred item was buried here. Apart from the demon treasures used by the great emperor of the demon race, there must be 3 other divine treasures, the Tao scripture, the supreme treasure of the eastern wilderness humans, and the body of the great emperor of the demon race. Among them, the heart, the source of the great emperor of the demon race's demonic power, had already broken through the sky. It was hard to say whether they could catch it or not. Apart from the supreme treasure of the great emperor of the demon race, the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji clan were determined to get the other two sacred items of the eastern wilderness humans. The leader of the spirit ruins Grotto Heaven felt bitter in his heart. He did not report it to the Yaoguang sacred land in advance, but he still got nothing. If he had known this, he would have done them a great favor. He hurriedly explained, the first divine treasure, the Tao scripture, disappeared, leaving only an empty box. No one saw the true scripture. Unexpectedly, the third divine treasure was opened first, and the heart of the great emperor of the demon race also broke through the sky. Now, only the second divine treasure is left, and we have just broken through half of the restrictions. I guess the supreme treasure of the eastern wilderness humans is still inside. In addition, there must be some of the supreme treasures of the demon race that the great emperor of the demon race used when he was alive. The Tao scripture actually disappeared. How could this be? The experts of the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji clan of the remote antiquity all stared at the leader of the spirit ruins Grotto Heaven, as if they did not believe it at all. The leader of the spirit ruins Grotto Heaven felt bitter in his heart. There were several ancient scriptures in the eastern wilderness that were comparable to the Tao scripture. It was said that they were in the hands of the Holy Lands and the remote antiquity families. They already had immortal scriptures that were not inferior to the Tao scripture, but they still wanted to snatch this ancient scripture. The leader of the spirit ruins Grotto Heaven could only sigh in his heart. He shook his head helplessly and said, "We really did not see it." At this moment, melodious celestial music came from the distant sky. A dozen women flew over and happened to fly over the top of Yi Fan's head, which shocked him. These dozen or so women all wore clothes whiter than snow. Even though they couldn't be considered to be exceptionally beautiful, every single one of them was elegant and otherworldly, not tainted by the aura of the mortal world. They were incomparably graceful as they flew over, as if they were fairies walking on waves, or like dancing spirits, otherworldly and refined. Some of them played the bamboo flute, which was very melodious and pleasant to listen to. There were also some who smiled, which made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. These picturesque women all looked like celestials, with an otherworldly aura. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that these were the cultivators he had imagined. They looked ethereal and elegant, as if they were riding on rainbows, transcending the mortal world and free in the world. I didn't expect that even the Jade Lake sacred land, which has not appeared in the world for a long time, would be alarmed. I guess it won't be long before the other sects and clans in the eastern wilderness flock here. The Jade Lake sacred land has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Do you want to fight for the treasure of the great emperor of the demon race this time? The people from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji clan of the ancients spoke at the same time. They were both greeting the beautiful women and also a kind of test. We were just passing by and found that the demonic energy here is as vast as the ocean, so we came to check it out. I didn't expect to meet you all here. A woman in white smiled faintly, then her expression turned serious. She said, "I didn't think that the tomb of the great emperor of the demon race has appeared. In the next few days, the entire eastern wilderness will be shaken. Countless sects and clans will send their people here." In the distance, Yi Fan was very surprised. The names Yaoguang, Ji, and Jade Lake were all extraordinary. Especially the Jade Lake, which had left a strong mark in the ancient legends of China. He didn't expect that it would have such a great origin on the other side of the starry sky. The land of Yen was only a small part of the eastern barren territory. If the news were to spread, this ruin would be flooded by countless cultivators. At this moment, the most disappointed person was the Spirit Ruin Wonderland's leader. Sacred Grounds and Clan of the Ancients had all appeared. He knew that it would be difficult to gain anything this time. There was no way he could compete with these giants. An ancient chariot from Clan of the Ancients, the Ji clan, rumbled across the sky, causing the sky to tremble. It sped away. Seeing this, the people of the Yaoguang sacred land's expressions changed. An old man hurriedly ordered two cultivators beside him, "Hurry back to the sacred ground and report this. Send reinforcements." It was impossible to cover up the news of the appearance of the tomb of the demon god. It would definitely shake the entire eastern barren land. Soon, more and more sects would rush over, including the families and sacred grounds of the clan of the ancients that were on par with them. Ji clan and Yaoguang's sacred ground had no choice but to ask for help. Let's work together to break the tomb and take out the treasures. What do you think? An old man from the Yaoguang sacred land looked at the cultivators of the Ji clan and the women from the Jade Lake sacred land. Finally, he glanced at the Spirit Ruin Wonderland's leader. Alright, that's how it should be. The cultivators on the chariot of the Ji clan nodded. The dozen or so women of the Jade Lake Holy Lands were ethereal and elegant, each of them beautiful and otherworldly. They didn't want to participate in this battle and all of them drew back. The woman in the lead opened her red lips and said, "We are just passing by. We don't want to fight for the monster race Great Emperor's treasures. If that's the case, we won't force you. Let's join forces and break open the monster race Great Emperor's tomb." The Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji clan were eager for the Jade Lake's people to leave. Although there were many treasures in the tomb, no one would complain about having too many. The fewer people participating, the better. Leader Li, bring some people here too. An old man from the Yaoguang sacred land glanced into the distance. The Spirit Ruin Wonderland's leader felt bitter and said, "We will do our best." The old man from the Yaoguang sacred land nodded, "Your Spirit Ruin Wonderland has already put in a lot of effort. We will definitely satisfy you when we open the tomb." Then, more than 20 powerhouses entered the tomb again, wanting to completely open this ancient tomb. Boom! The ancient palace made of 5-colored divine jade constantly shook and shone with dazzling light, causing the entire world to tremble. Something's wrong. The women from the Jade Lake sacred land all had strange expressions. The ancient palace's characters are getting brighter and brighter. Those ancient characters seem to have a life of their own. They are all trembling as if they want to break through the walls. The demonic characters on the walls of the ancient palace were all blossoming with splendor. The dragon-shaped characters were twisting like little dragons, the phoenix-shaped characters were spreading their wings and flying out, and the tortoise-shaped characters were rolling non-stop. The demonic Thearcha's tomb emitted a mysterious aura. Powerful demonic energy was slowly condensing, and the tomb was covered in a layer of misty fog. Emperor of Yao Tomoff said of Yao of spirits. The dozen or so women from the Jade Lake sacred ground all revealed astonished expressions. They felt the increasingly powerful demonic energy. Gradually, it surged up like an ocean. Not everyone from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji clan had entered the tomb of the Demon King. The people guarding outside had also sensed the change. Their expressions changed abruptly and they shouted towards the inside, "Oh no, there's a change in the tomb. Retreat quickly." The people inside already knew something was wrong. The people at the front suddenly turned into blood mist. Everything happened so fast that they didn't know what was going on. Swish! Swish! Everyone quickly retreated. Their bodies turned into divine rainbows as they rushed towards the exit. Boom! The tomb suddenly lit up with endless light. The people at the back were burned on the spot. They struggled fiercely but it was useless. They turned into ashes in an instant. Go! The headmaster and 2 supreme elders of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland rushed out. 4 or 5 people from the Yaoguang sacred land and Ji family also rushed out. The others were all sealed inside. At this moment, the great doors of the ancient palace slowly closed. Through the gap that was not completely closed in time, they could see the scene inside. The light was resplendent, and the people trapped inside couldn't move at all. Their bodies were transparent, and their blood was burning. Their internal organs were quickly charred, and then their flesh and bones turned into ashes in an instant. Their horrifying expressions before they died made everyone feel terrified. Especially those who had just come out. They were terrified. If they were one step late, they would have the same ending. How could this be? What happened? Why is this tomb suddenly so scary? The old man from the Yaoguang sacred land looked pale. They hadn't obtained the treasure yet, but they had already lost so many people. It was not a good sign. This is the backup plan of the Emperor of Yao clan. I'm afraid that without the help of the great demon, this ancient palace would be a fatal devil's nest for human cultivators. The expert of Ji family made such a judgment. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. Nothing strange happened when the great demon was here. It was only until they left that the ancient palace became so mysterious and scary. It's very likely. The emperor of Yao clan definitely doesn't want human cultivators to obtain his inheritance. Then what should we do? Do we need to catch some great demon? I'm afraid it's too late. Many sects are already on their way here. The people from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family of the ancients discussed for a while and decided to attack together from outside. They had to open the ancient palace first. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would get the treasure. We have to open it first. The alliance of the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family was enough to suppress ordinary sections. But if it was a powerful sect or another holy land or a family of the ancients, then it would be troublesome. Those people wouldn't have any scruples when they fought for the treasure. The eastern wasteland was too big. Not to mention powerful cultivators, even countries were hard to count. There wasn't a single holy land that could frighten the entire eastern wasteland. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All kinds of weapons shone brightly and attacked the tomb of the emperor of Yao clan. Violent energy waves exploded. However, what was surprising was that the tomb of the emperor of Yao clan was not damaged at all. The symbols on it were even brighter. Those symbols are wriggling. At this moment, all the cultivators were startled. Small dragons crawled up from the base of the tomb, phoenixes spread their wings, and black turtles slowly crawled. The emperor's symbols of the Yao clan were all moving. They extended from the base of the ancient palace until they covered the entire ancient palace. It was as if they were carved with incantations, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Waves of demonic energy circulated. The Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family attacked several times, but they all failed. They even lost 2 ancient chariots and 7 or 8 beasts. The symbols of the emperor of Yao clan had a strange power. From time to time, divine lights would shoot out and pierce through people. It's over. Those are the emperor's symbols of the Yao clan. They must have been left behind by the last emperor of Yao clan. The old man from the Yaoguang sacred land was pale. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He said, "We can't open it by ourselves. We can only wait for the powerful cultivators of the Holy Lands to come. I just don't know how many sects will come." The powerful cultivators of the Ji family stood on the ancient chariots with ugly expressions. The tomb was so evil that they could only wait for the powerful cultivators to come. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 More than 10 divine rainbows appeared in the sky. After the news was leaked, the first batch of cultivators arrived. However, when they saw that they were from the other 5 blessed paradises of the Yin kingdom, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were secretly glad that they were not from the super sections. Rumble! Rumble! Far in the sky, the clouds rolled, and the light shone everywhere. A giant divine boat made of divine jade broke through the sky and approached them quickly. The people from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family immediately changed their expressions. What they were afraid of had come. Finally, the super sects arrived. However, what shocked them was yet to come. At this moment, a tsunami-like horrifying fluctuation came from afar. In another direction, a few tens of rays of divine light were opening up a path ahead. 9 primordial savage beasts that seemed like Qilins were pulling a jade carriage that was coiled with divine radiance, and they soared through the clouds and emanated waves of thunderclaps as they charged over swiftly. The powerful cultivators of the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family all changed their expressions. This was definitely a super powerful figure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such a grand entrance. Such a figure actually came in person. Qilin was a legendary existence that was on par with dragons. It had always been passed down by people and almost no one had seen it since the ancient times. Just like the dragons in the legends, only those with impure blood lived in the world. However, they were often mistaken for dragons, such as dragons, Jiao. It was the same for Qilin. They didn't have a real body in the world. They only had the bloodline passed down from the primordial era. They looked similar and weren't real Qilin, so they were called Qilin beasts. These ancient beasts with impure blood were still extremely powerful even though their divine blood had already thinned out. Their strength was comparable to a big demon. The person was pulling the carriage with 9 Qilin beasts. It was so extravagant that people couldn't help but be shocked. Swish! Swish! Dozens of divine rainbows opened the way and rushed over the 9 ancient beasts. That looked like Qilin rushed over and stopped in front of the demon god's tomb. The jade carriage was glittering with thousands of auspicious lights and divine clouds. It was very extraordinary. An elder from the Yaoguang Holy Land said in a low voice, "The Ji family, a family of the remote antiquity, used 9 dragons to pull his chariot." In comparison, the person who used 9 Qilin beasts to pull his chariot must have an extraordinary identity. The powerful cultivator on the Ji family's ancient chariot smiled bitterly and said, "The person pulling the carriage with 9 dragons is an uncle of our family leader. The person in front of us is so extravagant. Even if he isn't the family leader of some clan of the ancients, he is almost there." The cultivators from the Yaoguang sacred ground and the Ji family were all shocked. They didn't dare to go forward and greet him. They were all stunned by this mysterious person and didn't know who he was. The dozen girls from the Jade Lake sacred ground were also discussing softly, but they couldn't guess which important person had come. After the 9 Qilin beasts stopped, there was no movement in the jade carriage. The important person didn't come out and seemed to be waiting for something quietly. On the other side, the giant divine boat made of divine jade was floating in the air. It didn't come closer as if it was afraid of the jade carriage. Obviously, this was just the prelude. More sects were coming. It was obvious that thousands of people would gather before dawn. When the news spread out, this place would definitely be in an uproar. The tomb of the demon god would attract the attention of all the cultivators in the eastern wilderness. The reappearance of the tomb of a great demon emperor is too significant. If those holy lands far away in the horizon receive the news, they will definitely set up Tao patterns in their sects, condense the power of heaven, and open the ancient path to quickly pass through space and arrive in the land of Yen. The demonic beast emperor's tomb shone brightly as more and more people gathered around. Occasionally, there would be people discussing in low voices. Even though they knew that they wouldn't be able to obtain the treasures, they still rushed here. They wanted to personally witness a major event that would shake the entire eastern wilderness. Yi Fan left without looking back. There was nothing for him to miss here. A long time had passed, and Pangbo had not returned. He could not wait any longer. "Please don't let anything happen to Pangbo." Yi Fan crossed over the mountain ridges, his speed extremely fast. Not long after, he left this ancient land. He ran the entire way, but even when the sky brightened, he still didn't discover anything. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky above this primitive ancient land from time to time. Those cultivators were all flying in the same direction. Obviously, they were all heading towards the demon god tomb. Where exactly did I go? Did I go in the wrong direction? Yi Fan chased along the way but didn't discover anything. However, he didn't give up and continued forward. Until noon, he sensed a strange wave. The heart of the demon god is beating. I found the right direction. Yi Fan chased after it quickly, but an hour later, he realized that he was back at the same place as if he had never left. In front, 5 mountains were juxtaposed, straight up and down. They were very precipitous and looked like 5 human fingers standing there. What's going on? Yi Fan didn't understand but didn't think much about it. He thought that he lost his direction just now. He stopped here, carefully identified the direction, and chased after it again. He believed that he wouldn't circle back this time. However, an hour later, he was dumbfounded as he realized that he was back at the same place again. Why is it like this? Returning to the starting point again, Yi Fan knew that things were unusual. This place was only a few hundred miles away from the demon god tomb, and it was still in the ancient land. There seemed to be something strange. Initially, he didn't pay attention to the surrounding scenery. Now that he looked carefully, Yi Fan was very surprised. The 5 juxtaposed mountains really looked like the giant palm of a god standing in front of him. The 5 mountains looked like 5 fingers. Could it be that the mountains and earth veins here were engraved with Tao patterns and formed some kind of mysterious force that messed up people's senses? Yi Fan muttered to himself and made such a guess. He closed his eyes and advanced according to his intuition. He used his heart to feel the strong and powerful beating of the heart of the demon god. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt a gush of spirit energy rushing towards him. Yifan opened his eyes and realized that he had entered a world of flowers and birds. It was like the legendary sacred Pure Land. The scenery was picturesque and extremely beautiful. At this moment, he could clearly feel the beating of the heart of the demon god, which made his heart ache. It was in the depths of this Pure Land. To be exact, it was behind those beautiful mountain peaks. The mist was misty, and some pavilions and palaces were faintly discernible in the depths of the immortal mountains. Yifan walked forward quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a beautiful figure standing on the cliff in front of him. The surrounding mist surged. That lady was dressed in white and was as pure as snow. Her clothes danced with the wind as though she was a fairy that was about to ride the wind and fly away. This was an extremely beautiful lady. Like an orchid in an empty valley, she was very otherworldly and had a kind of tranquil beauty. She was in perfect harmony with the beautiful natural scenery around her, as though she was a part of this world. Yifan never believed that there was perfection in the world, but the lady on the cliff in front of him gave him a flawless feeling. Not only was she devastatingly beautiful, but her temperament was also so otherworldly and otherworldly. She made people feel ashamed of their inferiority, as though all the beautiful things in this world would be overshadowed by her. This charming lady looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Her black hair danced lightly, her long eyelashes quivered, and her eyes seemed to be misty. Her red lips and jade-like teeth shone with a crystal luster. Her neck was slender, her skin was smooth, her facial features were exquisite, and her curvy body made people feel that she was flawless and so perfect. Yifan was a determined and confident person, so he was not greatly affected. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he quickly calmed down and strode forward. At this moment, the lady on the cliff looked at him and gently smiled. Immediately, it was like a blossoming immortal flower, extremely brilliant, even making the sun in the sky lose its color. While Yifan was shocked by this beauty, a strange feeling arose in his heart. This lady was too unreal, like a dream or an illusion, flawless and almost devilishly perfect. "Stop here, or else you will lose your life." A voice that was like the sounds of nature traveled over. It was very pleasant, but it made Yifan feel a chill. He felt that this perfect lady was not joking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out. The great demons that had disappeared not long ago rushed out from the depths of the immortal mountain and appeared next to the lady. The golden-haired girl with wings, the old flood dragon, the sturdy man whose arms were covered in scales, and the giant man with horns on his head all had pale faces, as if their vitality had been injured. They humbly approached the perfect girl and stood there respectfully. Then, they looked at Yifan with killing intent in their eyes. "Let him leave." At this moment, Pang Bo's voice came from the immortal mountain behind the cliff. He seemed to be in great pain as he spat out these 4 words through clenched teeth. "Kill him and end all troubles." At this moment, the old flood dragon pressed forward. Boom, all of a sudden, a towering wave of demonic chi gushed forth like a vast ocean. In an instant, a silhouette appeared in the skies. Pang Bo's black hair fluttered wildly in the wind, his entire being was like the abyss, as deep as the ocean, exuding an endless sense of pressure. His aura was as heavy as 100,000 mountains, causing people to feel suffocated. At this moment, not only were Pang Bo's cheeks and forehead covered with demonic symbols, but even his bare chest and arms were densely covered with dragon and phoenix symbols. His entire body was covered with ancient characters, and a green aura curled around him. His eyes shot out a green light that was dozens of meters long. I said, "Let him leave." His expression was extremely cold as he stared at the old flood dragon. The old flood dragon and the other great demons all looked at the almost perfect girl on the cliff at the same time, as if waiting for her order. The perfect girl smiled faintly and said, "Don't hurt him. Send him away from here." "Pang Bo!" Yifan shouted. Looking at the figure in the sky with a monstrous demonic aura and a mountainous aura, he shouted the name over and over again. However, at this moment, Pang Bo was both familiar and strange. His expression was cold as he looked at him. Without saying anything, he disappeared into the sky with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The ocean-like demonic aura receded like the tide. Immediately after, Yifan felt his body lighten. The extremely beautiful golden-haired girl with a pair of golden wings flew over nimbly and imprisoned him with a beam of light. She took him up into the sky in an instant. Yi Fan kept shouting, "Pang Bo!" Very quickly, the air rushed into his mouth and blocked his shout. The golden-haired girl took him flying at an extremely fast speed. Only unwilling whimpers could be heard in the sky. They were far away in an instant. Swoosh! Not long after, the golden-haired girl landed on the ground with Yi Fan and put him down. She looked at him deeply and said, "You're on your own. Leave as soon as possible." After saying that, she turned into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. Yi Fan looked up and shouted, "Let Pang Bo come back." However, no one responded to him. The beam of golden light disappeared in the blink of an eye. This place was only several miles away from the demonic emperor tomb. One could clearly see the resplendent brilliance in that direction. An ancient palace floated up and down in the sky. Many cultivators were gathered there. Yi Fan was sent back to the primordial ruins. Chi! 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 The sound of divine rainbows piercing through the air could be heard incessantly as cultivators rushed over from the horizon towards the tomb of the demon god. Yi Fan did not look very excited as he looked at all this. He strode towards the distance and gradually left the ruins. He followed the original route and arrived at the area where the Five-Finger Mountains were. What's going on? Yi Fan was very surprised. It was still the same area, but the lush and lively scene was gone. Right in front of them were 5 barren rocky mountains. Not even a blade of grass grew on them. There was nothing at all. Moreover, they were not as tall as before and became very short, like 5 huge stones standing side by side. After passing through the 5 stone mountains and walking forward, he did not lose his direction and did not see the pure land beyond the worldly world. There was a ground of rocks and yellow sand in front of him. It was desolate and quiet, and it became very unfamiliar and desolate. I didn't go in the wrong direction. Yi Fan was sure that it was this area, but the scene in front of him had completely changed. The pure land had completely disappeared. Yi Fan thought that he had stepped into an illusion. He closed his eyes and used his heart to feel the heartbeat of the heart of the demon god, but he did not sense anything. This place was exceptionally quiet, and it was truly a barren land. He carefully searched this area, and helplessly discovered a fact. All of this was real. There was no pure land here, only a land of sand and stone with a circumference of several dozen miles. There was no life here, and it was completely lifeless. How could this be? Yi Fan frowned and came to the front of the 5 stone mountains again. Suddenly, he found a corner of a sleeve at the foot of the stone mountain in the middle. It's Pang Bo's. Yi Fan searched this area continuously but was ultimately disappointed. There was nothing in this barren land. Pang Bo and the few great demons had completely disappeared. After searching around this area for God knows how many times, Yi Fan laid on the sand in exhaustion. He pondered and speculated carefully and finally sighed. With his current strength, he could not find Pang Bo at all. Even if he really found some clues, he could not save him. In the end, Yi Fan could only choose to leave. He didn't know if he would be able to see Pang Bo again after today. After arriving at the other side of the starry sky, the 2 of them had been through life and death together, supporting each other. But now that they were separated like this, Yi Fan felt very disappointed. He walked away step by step. After walking for a few hundred miles, Yi Fan passed by the ancient ruins and was only a few miles away from the tomb of the demon Arch. At this moment, there were already many cultivators gathered there. The tomb of the demon Arch was floating up and down in the sky, radiating brilliance. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out, and the sky trembled. An ancient war chariot filled with a murderous aura, forged from gold, and inscribed with dense Dao markings, was pulled by 9 formidable green flood dragons. It emitted waves of sounds of wind and thunder as it crushed through the sky and surged over, and a powerful battle intent surged over like a tsunami. In the distance, many cultivators gasped. Another great character had arrived. Many people's expressions changed. Only the people from the Ji clan of the Desolate Era revealed a joyful expression. The 9 green flood dragons pulled the ancient golden war chariot, riding on the clouds, and quickly arrived. It stopped in front of the people from the Ji clan and then became silent. Before everyone could recover from their shock, waves of heavenly music came from afar. Flower petals fell from the sky, sparkling and fragrant. One after another, beautiful figures flew through the sky like fairies. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, and there was an indescribable sense of otherworldly beauty. They were dressed in brocade, holding onto a carriage woven from divine flowers. They came gracefully, and the sky was filled with a rain of flowers. The sparkling and translucent petals made the entire ruins look magnificent. In front of the tomb, all the cultivators were shocked. Another extraordinary character had arrived. As expected, this ancient palace had alarmed many powerful cultivators, and they all personally rushed over. Yifan had already calmed down. Although he didn't find Pang Bo, he firmly believed that Pang Bo wouldn't die. Sooner or later, they would meet again. Become stronger, I have to continuously become stronger. I can't let others dictate our fate. Yifan's disappointment was swept away. His eyes were clear, and he revealed a resolute and confident expression. Since he had already stepped onto the path of cultivation, his current priority was to make himself stronger. Only by doing so could he save Pang Bo in the future. He didn't leave. Instead, he chose to retreat several miles away. He stood on a tall mountain 8 to 9 miles away from the tomb and gazed into the distance. With his current cultivation, he didn't have the strength to fight for anything at all. Even the weakest person there could easily turn him into ashes. He chose to look from afar only to increase his knowledge. At this moment, it was unknown how many cultivators had arrived. Many of them had already made their move, but no one could open the tomb. Many cultivators had died or were injured. The majestic ancient palace refined from 5-colored divine jade was covered with densely packed demonic runes. 5-colored divine radiance bloomed, and the dragon-shaped runes, phoenix-shaped runes, and black tortoise-shaped runes seemed to be alive. Demonic aura was like billowing smoke that shot straight into the sky. The surging demonic power was undulating like a vast ocean. All the cultivators couldn't get close. Those who dared to cross the boundary were all turned into dust in the first instant. The Slayer immortal force laid down by the first-generation demonic emperor has long fallen to the bottom under the corrosion of time. Moreover, we have already grasped the rhythm of its pulse. It's about time. We can make our move. In front of the demonic emperor's tomb, a cold voice came from the jade carriage that was pulled over by the 9 Qilin beasts. It wasn't very loud and was even a little low. However, it clearly spread to every corner, causing many cultivators to feel a shiver. This super big shot was finally going to make his move. That's right. We can indeed open the demonic emperor's tomb now. A gentle voice came over. Everyone didn't find any traces of this woman, but no one doubted that she was in existence at the same level as them since she dared to speak with the big shot in the jade carriage. Our clans have an innate geographical advantage. Now that we open the tomb, we will obtain a lot. At this time, a dignified voice came from the other side of the sky. Every single word was like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Under the sky where the rain of flowers swirled about, a woman's voice came from the carriage that was weaved by divine flowers. The voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. If that's the case, then let's make our move. We will forcefully open the demonic emperor's tomb to avoid harming the innocent. Everyone, back off. An aged voice came from the Ji clan's ancient golden chariot that was filled with murderous intent. It was like a tsunami that shook the sky. It had an unparalleled pressure. The 5 big shots spoke one after another. Their voices were almost linked together. It was terrifying, like the rumbling of thunder. At this moment, everyone's mind trembled violently. Their bodies swayed and they couldn't help but back off into the distance. The 5 mysterious big shots didn't want to wait any longer because the experts from the other superforces were about to arrive. The 5 of them were going to work together to forcefully break the demonic emperor's tomb and seize the treasures in advance. Even though he was 8 to 9 miles away, Yifan still felt a terrifying fluctuation. He was in awe. Without any hesitation, he quickly distanced himself from this region and retreated a few more miles. Boom! Not long after, an earth-shattering explosion came from the direction of the demonic emperor's tomb. It made everyone's soul tremble. The resplendent divine light broke through the clouds and connected heaven and earth. Like a volcano erupting, endless demonic energy surged out violently. The dazzling light was like a tsunami that rushed out in all directions. Many cultivators were like duckweed as they were sent flying by the energy wave. They had already retreated far enough, but they were still affected by the shockwave. In the distance, Yifan was aghast. Even he was affected by the impact. Many plants were broken, and many rocks rolled away. He hid behind a stone mountain and felt a little frightened. This demonic emperor's tomb was too terrifying. Countless years had passed, and the immortal power laid down by the demonic emperor was already extremely weak. However, when it was attacked by external forces, it still burst out such a terrifying demonic aura. One could imagine how powerful the demonic emperor who unified the Eastern desolate demonic race was. The demonic emperor is indeed worthy of being the expert who looked down on the Eastern desolate before the primordial era. The seal he laid down when he was still alive has such terrifying power. His peerless demonic elegance in the past is evident. In front of the magnificent ancient palace, there were only 5 people left. Their figures couldn't be seen clearly, and there were only 5 balls of dazzling light floating there. The few of them were all in awe. The demonic emperor of a generation was shockingly talented. He was indeed a peerless expert. Right now, the remaining demonic power in this tomb is probably less than 10% of his peak, but it still has such terrifying power. Just thinking about it is shocking. Although the 5 important figures said so, they didn't stop. Instead, they gathered all the divine power in their bodies and launched an even fiercer and more domineering attack. Boom! It was as if the divine sea was overflowing the sky, and as if the Milky Way was pouring down. The vast world was filled with dazzling light everywhere. Endless divine brilliance was attacking, and the vast demonic power was surging. The demonic emperor's tomb seemed to be boiling. All the cultivators left that place, and no one dared to stay. The 5 important figures attacked one after another, brandishing their weapons and clashing with the demonic emperor's ancient tomb. They made the sun, moon, and stars lose their radiance, and the entire world trembled. Boundless divine light and terrifying demonic power rushed out in all directions. After an unknown period of time, the 5 important figures didn't even know how many times they attacked, and only then did they manage to make a crack in a corner of the demonic emperor's tomb. Boom! They joined forces again and struck with a powerful attack. The 5 powerful weapons swallowed and spat out divine light, condensed the essence and divine power of the 5 important figures, and finally tore a corner of the demonic emperor's tomb. Chi chi chi. At this time, beams of light flew out from the torn corner of the demonic emperor's tomb, rushing out in all directions. There were spiritual weapons that had escaped by themselves. The 5 great figures reached out their hands, grasping at the skies. But there were still many beams of light that slipped through the net. They either soared into the horizon or submerged into the forest. At this time, the cultivators watching from afar all began to move. They rapidly flew in all directions, chasing into the skies or into the forests, chasing after those beams of light. Chi! A blue beam of light sunk into the mountain where Yifan was, easily piercing through the rock walls. This left Yifan startled. He never imagined that he would be able to obtain some harvests from hiding so far away. Bang! At this time, the 5 great figures joined forces once more. They brought out 5 powerful weapons and struck towards the demonic emperor's tomb. A golden thread seeped out from Yifan's fingertip and cut open the cliff. Immediately, specks of green light flowed out and revealed half of the hilt. He grabbed it with his hand and forcefully pulled it out. Immediately, a green mist covered the ground, causing him to squint his eyes. Clang! This was a green dagger. When it was completely pulled out, it emitted a crisp metallic sound. Green mist lingered around it and it was incomparably sharp. It was no more than half a foot long and was like a pool of green water. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting waves of cold air. Yifan knew that this was not an ordinary item. A weapon kept by the demonic race emperor was certainly not ordinary. Haha. At this time, a fat Taoist with a ruddy complexion rushed over on a divine rainbow. Although he looked bloated, his movements were very agile. He landed silently like a falling leaf and said with a smile, "I'm so lucky. I didn't think I would really be able to chase after a spiritual weapon." Speaking up to hear, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the dagger in Yifan's hand. He revealed a kind smile and said, "Child, this is a lethal weapon. You can't suppress it. Come, let this Dao grandpa subdue it." Yifan really wanted to punch that fat face of his. This fat Taoist was too insincere. He was really treating him like a child. Yifan dodged backwards. The fat Taoist was very nimble. With a slight turn of his hand, he caught the dagger and laughed, "Child, I will remember this favor. The mountain doesn't turn, but the road does. The next time we meet, this Dao grandpa will properly thank you." After saying these words, the fat Taoist patted his butt and left. With a chi sound, he wrote a divine rainbow and soared into the sky. "Damned fatty, I will remember you." Yifan cursed in a low voice and waved his fist at the sky. The spiritual weapon that was in his hands was actually snatched away like this. He was truly unwilling. "This Dao grandpa isn't that fat. I'm just strong." This 30-year-old fat Taoist priest's ears were very sensitive. He had already flown more than 100 meters away, but he still heard Yifan's whisper. He turned around and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He smiled brilliantly and said, "The next time we meet, this Taoist grandpa will bring you good luck." Yifan saw that his spiritual sense was so sharp, so he didn't dare to make a sound. He rolled his eyes and watched the fat Taoist swagger away. There were indeed quite a few spiritual weapons that escaped from the Fiend Emperor's tomb. Multicolored light radiated in all directions as they rushed in all directions. Many cultivators rode on divine rainbows and continuously chased after them. The skies above these primitive ruins were filled with light and shadows. Chi. Just a few minutes later, another divine rainbow shot towards Yifan, giving him a huge fright. He hurriedly dodged. A scarlet cloud condensed together like a burning cloud and quickly rushed over, stabbing into the stone wall in front of it. Yifan was a little surprised. He felt that he was really lucky and was overjoyed. He had just extorted a dagger from that fat Taoist, and now, another weapon actually appeared in front of him. He vigilantly sized up the surroundings. Seeing that no one was passing by, his fingertips flickered with golden threads as he quickly cut open the stone wall and dug out a blood-colored pearl. Rays of scarlet light immediately shot out in all directions. "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter came over. In the distant sky, a fat Taoist was grinning so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. He rode on a divine rainbow and rushed over. F***ck. Yifan cursed in his heart. He grabbed the pearl that was surrounded by scarlet light and turned to run. This poor Taoist is indeed fated with little friend. "I didn't expect to meet you so soon." The fat Taoist grinned very happily. With a swoosh, he landed in front of Yifan and blocked his path. He stretched out his fat hand and said with a beaming smile, "This poor Taoist is fated with this poor Taoist. Little friend, please lend it to me." "Taoist priest, you are too much of a bully." Yifan was extremely angry. He grabbed the pearl that was radiating multicolored light and retreated. He said, "You have already taken away one of my spiritual weapons. I cannot give this one to you." This pearl was transformed from a demon. "Little friend, you cannot suppress it. This poor Taoist is doing this for your own good. I have come to subdue it." The fat Taoist's face was flushed red. He stretched out his fat hand with a smile and received the red pearl with a swoosh. Yifan was so angry that even the roots of his teeth were itching. He said, "Taoist priest, didn't you say that when we meet again, you will bring me good luck and will properly thank me? Why are you stealing my things again? You have already obtained a dagger, so you should return this pearl to me." "That is incorrect. Little friend, do you still not understand?" The fat Taoist's face was full of smiles as he boasted shamelessly like a swindler. He said, "It is precisely because we formed a good karma the first time we met that we met again. This led to me rushing over to subdue this demonic pearl and helped you escape a misfortune. This is the fruit of your good karma. Hashtag at yen%yen hashtag." Yifan really had the urge to beat him up. He really wanted to leave a shoe print on that fat face. However, after thinking about this fat Taoist's unfathomable cultivation, he resisted this urge. "Boundless celestial being, little friend, we will meet again if fate allows it. This poor Taoist is leaving. The fat Taoist twisted his buttocks and wrote a divine rainbow into the sky. With a swish, he disappeared without a trace. Damned fatty, don't ever see me again in this life. Yi Fan's face was full of bad luck. He felt extremely annoyed. This heartless Taoist priest was truly too lacking in morals. Boom. In the distance, the 5 big shots attacked fiercely again. They used the powerful weapons in their hands to destroy the other corner of the demonic emperor's tomb. Immediately, multicolored light radiated in all directions as even more spiritual weapons rushed out. Even though the 5 great experts' divine might was matchless, they couldn't stop all the divine multicolored light that rushed into the sky. Many weapons escaped. The surrounding cultivators all revealed a joyful expression. They rode on divine rainbows and rushed in all directions to intercept those multicolored light. Yi Fan sat on the stone mountain gloomily and looked at the multicolored light shooting in all directions. He was helpless and muttered to himself, this damned fatty, heartless evil Taoist. I curse him to be robbed, and not even his Taoist robe will be left behind. Chi. In the distant sky, a purple multicolored light rushed over like a flowing light and quickly entered the stone wall in front of him. Yi Fan widened his eyes in disbelief. There was actually a 3rd spiritual weapon shooting over here. It was truly strange. This place. He faintly felt that there was something wrong with this stone wall. There was most likely something strange about this place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a coincidence in this world. How could there be spiritual weapons entering the same cliff one after another? This time, Yi Fan didn't act rashly. Instead, he waited for a long time and only walked over slowly when he saw that there was no one passing by. He muttered to himself, this time, the damned fatty won't appear, right? He carefully dug open the stone wall. Immediately, there were streams of intoxicating purple light flowing out and illuminating his palm until it was sparkling and translucent. Purple chi pervaded the air and made people feel very comfortable. It was actually a purple thumb ring with streams of purple multicolored light and thousands of auspicious colors. It was pleasing to look at. That heartless damn fatty. He swindled 2 of my treasures. Otherwise, I would have already collected 3. Yi Fan was indignant and said, I finally didn't get discovered by him this time. This poor Taoist is coming. Just as Yi Fan finished muttering to himself, a fat figure appeared again. His face was filled with a joyful smile, and there were wrinkles on his forehead. His mouth was so wide that it reached his ears, and his molars were exposed. He laughed loudly and said, little friend and I are fated to meet. F***ck. Yi Fan's face turned green. He didn't expect that this fat Taoist would stick to him like dog skin plaster. He angrily said, only a ghost would be fated with you. You and I are really fated. The fat Taoist's face didn't turn red nor did his heartbeat increase. With a serious expression, he counted with his fingers and said, you see, in such a short period of time, we have already met 3 times. How can you say that we are fated? This is heaven's will. Heaven's will your grandpa. Yi Fan raised his leg and wanted to kick his fat butt twice. However, after considering the difference in strength between them, he finally suppressed his anger. He walked to the side and shouted towards the sky, spiritual weapon. He forcefully threw the ring away. Even if it was snatched away by others, he didn't want this heartless Taoist to succeed. Otherwise, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. The purple light streaked across the sky. The reaction speed of the fat Taoist priest didn't match his stature at all. With a whoosh, he rushed out. Before the purple jade ring could even fly 100 meters away, he had already caught it. Then, he landed on the ground with a wide smile and said, it's the will of the heavens, it's the will of the heavens. Yi Fan really wanted to vomit blood. This damn fatty was too despicable and shameless. He was purposely angering people. Taoist, don't you think it's too much? The veins on Yi Fan's forehead bulged. He said, a monk should have some strength of character. A person can't be so greedy. This poor Taoist has always been self-disciplined. It's hard for external things to affect my fundamental heart. I constantly clean it, and my heart is like the divine moon shining in the sky. Seeing him act like a swindler, Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. He said, since you're so self-disciplined, return my item to me. A monk should be merciful. It's only because of the good karma between us that this poor Taoist spared no effort to resolve your calamity 3 times. I reluctantly used my stinky body to suppress the 3 great demons. The fat Taoist's face was full of benevolence. He looked very simple and honest. He chanted immeasurable celestial being and acted like an otherworldly expert. You swindler. F***ck. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and said, Taoist, what's your name? My name is Duanda. I'm Duanda. No wonder you're so lacking in morals. Duanda, broken morals. You've obviously broken your morals. Yi Fan walked to the side and cursed in a barely audible voice, damn fatty Duan, I curse you to have a son without an asshole. I am a Buddhist and will not marry or have children. You can even hear that? Yi Fan was a little scared of him now. Down Master Duan, you should leave quickly. You stole 3 of my treasures, are you still not satisfied? There is still some fate between us. The fat Taoist answered with a smile. Surnamed Duan, you are going too far. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he walked down the mountain. He couldn't afford to provoke this heartless Taoist, so he had to leave. Fate brings us together and separates us. It seems like our fate has ended today, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. Perhaps we will meet again. The fat Taoist laughed and didn't leave. He said, now, I feel like I am fated to meet this stone wall, so I have decided to stay and take a look. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect this heartless fatty to be so meticulous and notice the extraordinariness of this stone wall. He immediately stopped and didn't want to leave. Since you are staying, I promise you that you will gain something. However, it is best if you don't touch too many dazzling treasures. I am doing this for your own good. With your cultivation, you won't be able to protect your spiritual weapon. If someone covets it, then you will be in big trouble. Not everyone is as merciful as me. Many people try to steal spiritual weapons while trying to kill them. At that time, they might not even be able to keep their lives. At this moment, the 5 great experts in the distant sky unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Vast and immeasurable divine power poured down like the 9 heavens Milky Way. Energy waves swept through the entire sky like an ocean. At this moment, all the cultivators were shaking. Many of them couldn't control their rainbows and fell down from the sky. An indescribable sense of fear made it hard for people to breathe. This majestic pressure was impossible to resist. Many cultivators' souls were shaking uncontrollably. This was the terrifying power of these 5 characters. Once they displayed their prowess, all living beings were terrified and their hearts were in a state of panic. Boom! The final attack of the 5 supreme powerhouses finally shattered the Fey Emperor's tomb. A monstrous demonic aura erupted, wreaking havoc in all directions. The majestic ancient palace let out a rumbling sound and completely collapsed. At the same time, endless rays of light shot out in all directions. All the spiritual weapons buried in the ancient tomb rushed out. Among them, there were a few beams of light that were exceptionally dazzling. They illuminated the sky like little suns, and it was obvious that they were the most powerful spiritual treasures. The 5 top-notch experts each displayed their great divine abilities and reached out with their large hands. Almost every one of them grabbed one item, and all of them revealed satisfied smiles. However, there were still a few spiritual weapons that were as dazzling as small suns that managed to escape their grasp. They soared into the sky and escaped. However, the pinnacle beings did not give chase. Instead, they remained in place and used their powerful divine senses to scan the surroundings, as if they were searching for something. The various spiritual weapons transformed into streaks of light and flew away. Vast and unfathomable waves of energy swept into the distant skies. All the cultivators went crazy. Disregarding the danger, they chased after the spiritual weapons in the endless brilliance, seizing those spiritual weapons. The Fey Emperor's tomb had completely collapsed. Even the rubble shot out in all directions. All that was left was a dazzling wave of energy. Where is the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans? The weapon of the Monster Emperor is said to be no weaker than the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. How come it hasn't appeared? The 5 top-notch experts revealed puzzled expressions. They constantly scanned the area with their powerful divine senses. Boom, at this time, from the dazzling brilliance that hadn't dissipated yet, a beam of light that caused the sun, moon, and stars to lose their splendor suddenly rushed out. It was too dazzling, as if a sun had exploded. Even the 5 supreme powerhouses found it hard to open their eyes. Their eyes were pierced with pain, but they reacted quickly and immediately reached out with their hands. Qi. The divine light tore through the skies. It contained an incomparably powerful energy, as if a part of the universe was shaking. The terrifying fluctuations were vast and unfathomable, forcing the 5 great experts back and causing the weapons in their hands to instantly lose their luster. The dazzling divine light cut through the skies, creating terrifying energy fluctuations that caused many surrounding cultivators to fall from the skies. It emitted an incomparable demonic energy, as if the world was burning and nothing could stop it. This is the weapon that the monster emperor used when he was alive. It is comparable to the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. The 5 powerhouses came to their senses. 3 of them immediately chased after it. The other 2 didn't leave. They wanted to search for the legendary supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. In the distance, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was because he discovered that the dazzling beam of light was rushing towards the stone mountain. The fat Taoist priest beside him rubbed his hands together, grinning incessantly. This Taoist is truly lucky. This monster emperor's weapon is no weaker than the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. If I can obtain it, will you be able to catch it? Yi Fan anxiously asked. The monster emperor's supreme treasure was about to reach them. If the fat Taoist priest couldn't catch it, then they would be crushed to pieces. If that happened, it would be far too tragic. That's right. This Taoist doesn't have such a great fortune. Even if I could catch it, I would still be slapped to death by the 3 great characters behind me. Huh. With that said, he pulled Yi Fan up, and with a whoosh, he rushed to another mountain with a speed faster than a rabbit. The monster emperor's weapon shot out countless beams of divine light. The brilliance was so dazzling that it was impossible to see what it looked like. The blazing light made it hard for people to open their eyes. It was like billions of stars were burning at the same time, causing the entire world to violently tremble. With a loud bang, it slammed into the stone mountain. It's over. The fat Taoist priest repeatedly rubbed his hands. This is bad. There must be a strange treasure at the bottom of the stone mountain, but it can't withstand the impact of the monster emperor's supreme treasure. It will most likely turn into ashes. What a pity. That place was completely submerged by the light, turning into a vast ocean of energy. All the surrounding cultivators were sent flying away. Some people who were too close were directly crushed into pieces, turning into clouds of blood mist. However, at this time, something astonishing happened. The stone mountain collapsed and an incomparably gentle green light bloomed from within. Beams of green light shot into the sky. It was a very gentle and holy light, causing one's mind to feel calm. The faint green color was full of vitality, like an oasis floating in the sky. At this time, a giant green treasure basin rushed up from the ground and sucked in the monster emperor's supreme treasure. Immeasurable, that celestial being. At this moment, the fat Taoist priest couldn't even speak properly. He forcefully let out a breath and became normal again. He shouted, "It's the monster race's treasure basin. Someone hid there and prepared a treasure basin. What a good scheme, scheming for the monster race's supreme treasure." The fat Taoist instantly understood why the stone wall could attract spiritual weapons. There was actually a legendary treasure basin inside. Although that person had been suppressing the treasure basin with his divine power, he still managed to attract some spiritual weapons over. The treasure basin seemed to be carved out of green chalcedony. It was so green that it seeped into one's bones. It shone brilliantly and holy green light filled the sky. It was incomparably gentle and made one feel comfortable all over. At this moment, there was an extremely dazzling brilliance flickering in the treasure basin. It was the monster race's supreme treasure. The brilliance was boundless and extremely dazzling. It was impossible to see what exactly it looked like. It was constantly rotating in the treasure basin as if the universe was rotating. Not only was there a vast and immeasurable demonic power surging out, but there was also a blazing divine brilliance shooting out continuously. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The person standing in front of the treasure basin was peerless in beauty. It was actually the perfect woman he saw not long ago. At this moment, she was ethereal and holy. She was still flawless and had a peerless appearance. She quickly put away the treasure basin and turned into a stream of light to fly away. Only a string of heavenly laughter was left behind. Thank you, seniors, for your help. Otherwise, even if the Monster Emperor's descendant came personally, it would be difficult to truly obtain the Monster Emperor's supreme treasure. The three great characters that chased up to the front had cold expressions. They had carved many Tao patterns outside the Monster Emperor's tomb and condensed an extremely powerful heavenly power. Although they didn't stop the Monster Emperor's supreme treasure, they played a great role in slowing down its unstoppable impact. In the end, they allowed the person in the dark to reap the benefits. Otherwise, even if they controlled the legendary treasure basin, they wouldn't be able to take away the Monster Emperor's supreme treasure. The three great characters attacked at the same time, blasting towards the stream of light that was about to disappear into the horizon. This kind of attack was hard to block. Even they themselves found it hard to withstand it. A terrifying tsunami-like energy wave instantly swept over. The entire sky seemed to be burning and it was blinding. The surrounding cultivators were all incomparably frightened and quickly dodged. However, this powerful attack seemed to hit the void and didn't touch anything. Multicolored light rose and filled the sky. That woman flashed and disappeared, rushing into the gentle radiance and instantly vanishing. That little demon girl was already prepared. She carved a Tao pattern there and condensed a heavenly power to cross the void. I fear she's already thousands of miles away by now. The voices of the three great characters were ice cold. Someone had actually done something right under their noses, snatching food from the tiger's mouth and stealing away the Monster Emperor's supreme treasure. This was something they found hard to accept. Opening the Monster Emperor's tomb is easy, but wanting to stop the supreme treasure is difficult beyond difficult. I never imagined that we would actually help her. With a flash of light, the three great characters vanished from sight. They rapidly rushed towards the central region of the collapsed Monster Emperor's tomb because the legendary supreme treasure of the eastern wastelands had yet to be discovered. This was what they wanted the most. Why hasn't the supreme treasure of the eastern wastelands appeared yet? The fat Taoist whispered. Yifan was also very curious. He had constantly heard others speak of the legendary supreme treasure of the eastern wastelands, but even now he didn't know what it was. It seemed that even those great characters that stood above the masses yearned to grasp it in their hands. Swoosh! Swoosh! The piercing sound lingered in the ears as rays of divine multicolored light rushed towards the shattered mountain like a meteor shower. Just now, the treasure basin had just appeared. Even though it had gone far away, it shook the endless radiance and attracted all the spiritual weapons in the vicinity. Good fortune, good fortune. The fat Taoist was grinning from ear to ear. He threw down Yifan and nimbly soared into the sky, rushing towards the rain of light. At the same time, rays of divine rainbows appeared as all the cultivators in this direction rushed over to face the rain of light condensed by the spiritual weapons. However, this wasn't a banquet. The flying spiritual weapons were incomparably ferocious and pierced through more than a dozen people on the spot. They rushed past, leaving behind a pool of blood and a dozen or so corpses. The fat Taoist screamed miserably again and again as he scurried back. There was a golden short sword stuck in his butt, and his hand was firmly holding onto a shield as red as blood. Although he was grimacing in pain, there were no wounds on his body. After pulling out the golden short sword from his butt, no blood flowed out as if nothing had happened. He said, "It's very hard to stop a spiritual weapon if it doesn't stop on its own." Relatively speaking, he was considered lucky. Most of the people who rushed over just now were directly pierced through, and many of them died a violent death. Swoosh! The fat Taoist chased down again. The other cultivators also rode on their divine rainbows and pursued relentlessly, wanting to seize the spirit treasure. Right at this time, a lot of light rain flew over, and some of them directly landed on the nearby mountain peaks. Many multicolored lights also fell from Yifan's location. However, after seeing what these things were, he immediately lost interest. Most of them were the flying debris from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Many cultivators rushed over and searched the mountain peak while sizing up Yifan from time to time. Clang! Right at this time, another object fell from the sky and directly smashed onto the ground. As soon as Yifan picked it up, he was surrounded by a few cultivators. This made him very depressed because there was no way he could get anything today. Even if he was lucky enough to obtain 100 spiritual weapons, it would be difficult for him to protect them. Whoever wants it, feel free to take it. He directly threw the object in his hand on the ground. Who would want a piece of green iron? I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's just a piece of scrap copper. Despite saying that, the cultivators picked it up and inspected it carefully. After determining that it was just a piece of scrap copper, they tossed it over to Yifan. You should keep it for yourself. Whose child is this? Running around at such a young age, he must be tired of living. The cultivators left in disappointment and rushed to the other peaks. Yifan grabbed the palm-sized copper plate from the ground and weighed it a few times. It felt very heavy, like a piece of broken utensil. Shwa shwa shwa. Another dozen or so cultivators descended and carefully searched the mountain peak. Then, they took the scrap copper from Yifan's hands and examined it with their spiritual sense. Finally, they threw it to him and flew away. Just like that, a total of more than 10 groups of cultivators appeared on this mountain peak. Almost all of them checked the scrap copper in Yifan's hands and finally threw it back to him. Yifan was really speechless. This group of people wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. They even checked the green copper in his hands so carefully. If he wanted to obtain a spiritual weapon today, it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. Finally, the fat Taoist flew back with a big grin. He couldn't stop laughing. It seemed like he had gained quite a lot. Hey, kid, what are you hiding? Don't run. Let this Tao Grandpa see if there are any demons bothering you. This Tao Grandpa will help you subdue them. No matter what, I can't give you the treasure this time. Yifan put on an act and put the scrap copper in his arms. When the fat Taoist heard this, he immediately smiled and said, this poor Taoist is indeed fated with little friend. I can help you subdue demons for the 4th time. Don't give me that. If you want this treasure, that's fine too. But you have to give me something to exchange for it. Yifan stretched out his hand. Although he felt that this fat Taoist was very wicked and evil, he wasn't evil enough to kill him on the spot. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of him. You and I meet again and again. It seems like we are fated. How about this? I will give you a legendary treasure. The fat Taoist said and took out the treasure from his arms. Who is fated with you? It's best if we don't meet again in this lifetime. When he saw the jade pendant that the fat Taoist handed over, Yifan became even more indignant. This jade pendant was dull and dull. Calling it a jade was too much of a compliment. It was no different from a broken stone. The most excessive thing was that it was missing a corner. Yifan wanted to throw it out but was stopped by the fat Taoist. The fat Taoist shoved it into his arms and said, keep it. This is a good item. Maybe it can save your life. Saying this, the fat Taoist quickly took the scrap copper. Goddamn celestial being, this is the treasure you were talking about? Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper? The fat Taoist priest glanced at Yifan, but he didn't let his guard down. He flipped it around and looked at it carefully for a full 15 minutes. In the end, he even used his divine sense to check it over and over again. Clang, finally, the fat Taoist threw it on the ground and said with disappointment, it seems like I was overthinking it. You should keep this treasure for yourself. Yifan looked down on this heartless Taoist. He has never seen such a greedy person who took so long to study a rusty copper. A bright pearl is covered in dust. If that's the case, then I will keep it for myself. Yifan grabbed the copper. So many cultivators have checked this scrap copper, so he didn't think it was a treasure. He just wanted to mock the heartless Taoist. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to stay in the ruins anymore. He wanted to leave. The heartless Taoist didn't stop him. He kept muttering, where is the treasure of the eastern wilderness humans? He walked around the mountain with his hands behind his back. Not long after, Yifan was far away from that area. There were no cultivators around him. He started to use the mystical method recorded in the Tao scripture and quickly rushed out of the ruins. Golden threads seeped out of his golden bitter sea and flowed to every part of his body. They nourished his blood, flesh, internal organs, and bones. He felt full of power and his running speed was extremely fast. Eh? At this moment, Yifan was shocked. When he looked down, he found that the scrap copper had undergone a strange change. A lot of rust fell off and it became simple and elegant. That's right. At a glance, it still looked very ordinary. It was like a broken piece from some utensil. However, if one looked closely, they would find that at this moment, there was an indescribable charm flowing around it. It gave people a feeling of endless simplicity and vicissitudes. Yifan used the mystical method of the Tao scripture. Wisps of golden thread shot out from his fingertips and rushed towards the copper. However, no matter how much he used the golden divine power of the bitter sea, the green copper didn't change at all. It was still simple and quiet. This thing doesn't seem to be ordinary. Yifan kept the green copper in his arms and no longer examined it. He continued to run. At this moment, his golden bitter sea was constantly overflowing with golden threads, providing him with an endless supply of essence qi. It made him run faster and faster. Hiss! At this moment, Yifan was shocked. He felt a sudden coldness under his navel. Then, there seemed to be something in the bitter sea. He hurriedly stopped and the green copper in his arms disappeared. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked inside. The green copper actually appeared in his bitter sea. It quietly sank there and didn't move. It was like an eternal rock, calm and elegant. The soybean-sized golden bitter sea was like a bright moon hanging in the darkness. In addition to an extremely small page of the golden book, there was also a piece of simple green copper. It was in the center and actually pushed the page of the golden book to one side. Although the golden paper was divine and flowed with star-like brilliance, it couldn't move the green copper at all. It could only be pushed to the edge of the golden bitter sea. What is this green copper? Yifan was very shocked. He carefully looked inside the golden bitter sea and found that there were many mysterious Tao patterns on the simple green copper. Yifan didn't know much about Taoist patterns. He had only heard from Elder Wu Qingfeng that the truly powerful weapons were engraved with Taoist patterns, which could be said to be the soul and life of the weapon. Of course, Taoist patterns weren't limited to that. They were only one aspect of weapons, and they could be used in many other fields. For example, they could be engraved on mountains and rivers to form all kinds of forces. They could condense a strange power and turn the area into a mysterious domain. Profound Taoist patterns were even more extraordinary. They had unfathomable power. After being engraved, they could change the nature and structure of all things and adjust life and death. Some miraculous Taoist patterns could even affect the flow of time within a certain range. They could truly capture time with a single thought. There were also some profound Tao patterns that could only be engraved on rare materials and arranged precisely. If it could be provided with powerful divine power, it could pierce through heaven and earth, traverse the void, and appear in another place in an instant. There were even more complicated Taoist patterns that could condense forces of nature, which possessed unimaginable changes and power. Of course, many powerful Taoist patterns weren't spread to the world. They were in the hands of the Holy Lands and the families of the clan of the ancients. They were kept secret, and outsiders didn't know how powerful they were. There were only a few rumors about them. In fact, Taoist patterns were broad and profound, and they covered a lot of aspects. It was said that Taoist patterns were engraved by the great figures of the ancient times after they comprehended the nature of nature. They were passed down to the world and formed the current Taoist patterns. Ordinary cultivators couldn't come into contact with this field at all. Only when their strength reached a certain level could they study Taoist patterns. In a sense, Taoist patterns were engraved by the great figures of the ancient times. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they liked to study the Taoist patterns that were passed down to the world. There were no Taoist patterns on the surface of the mysterious green copper. There were only densely packed Taoist patterns on the fracture. They were complicated, profound, and unfathomable. It was impossible to understand them. Even though it was extremely mysterious, it had a kind of natural charm to it, causing one to be deeply moved by it. They look like natural things, Yifan said to himself. Elder Wu Qingfeng had once said that there were some precious treasures that had innate Tao patterns within them, and they weren't artificially refined. They were different and couldn't be replicated, and this was the source of their strength. Could it really be an innate Tao pattern? Yifan wasn't sure as he didn't know much about Tao patterns. He just had some doubts in his heart. Suddenly, Yifan felt a strange fluctuation. He discovered that the road ahead had been cut off. It was hazy, and he couldn't see the end. There was a strange fog shrouding the front. At the same time, he heard the deafening roar of the green serpent. The important figures of the Ji family of the clan of the ancients rode an ancient golden chariot and rushed past, their killing intent sweeping through the mountains. Seal the ruins temporarily. No one is allowed to leave. 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot and cut off the path ahead. The important figures of the Ji clan carved countless Tao patterns on the mountains and earth veins to cut off the path ahead. In another direction, 9 Qilin beasts pulled a jade carriage. They soared through the clouds and mists, their divine might overflowing into the heavens as they cut off the eastern path. At the same time, similar shouts came from other directions. The important figures sealed off the ruins and didn't allow anyone to leave. Yifan was startled and felt that something was wrong. He quickly stopped circulating the Tao scripture's mystical art. The golden sea of bitterness calmed down and then disappeared. The ruins immediately became noisy. Many cultivators didn't know what happened and thought that the important figures were going to start a massacre. What happened? Why didn't they let us leave? Many rogue cultivators felt very uneasy. Only those cultivators from the big sects were still calm and didn't show any signs of panic. The supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race hasn't appeared yet. The important figures are panicking. That's right. They blocked the path because they are afraid that someone will leave with the treasure. Even these 5 important figures can't find the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race. Can others get it? Many cultivators discussed. When they knew that this place was sealed off for the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race, most of them were relieved. They didn't have any hope for the treasure in the first place. The 5 important figures carved Tao runes on the mountains and rivers, sealing off the surroundings. Then, they returned to the place where the Fiend Emperor's tomb had collapsed and started searching again. Why is the supreme treasure of our Eastern Wasteland human race silent? After the Fiend Emperor's tomb collapsed, it should have exploded with a world-shaking aura. The 5 important figures whispered. They didn't use a secret language and didn't need to hide it. Where is the ancient desolate tower? Why hasn't it appeared? It has been missing for more than 10,000 years. It should be time for the ancient desolate tower to reappear. Why is it missing? Many cultivators in the distance were shocked. It was clear that the important figures were determined to obtain it. If they couldn't find this supreme treasure, they didn't know how long they would have to seal it. Yifan was astonished. Only now did he know that the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race was called the Ancient Desolate Tower. Just the name alone made him feel that it was extraordinary. Many cultivators from the big sects were discussing the past of this supreme treasure of their sect. It is said that the Ancient Desolate Tower has existed for countless years. No one knows when it was passed down. It is said that it has existed since the Eastern Wasteland. When life first appeared in this vast land, the Ancient Desolate Tower already existed. What exactly does the Ancient Desolate Tower look like? Many cultivators did not understand. As the name suggests, it is naturally the body of the tower. The 9-layered Ancient Desolate Tower has a vast and unfathomable might. It is immortal and can suppress all the experts in the world. Is it that horrifying? Even if you are unparalleled and look down on the Eastern Wasteland, you cannot block the suppression of the Ancient Desolate Tower. Otherwise, why would it be called the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race? Since ancient times, who knows how many peerless experts have died under the Ancient Desolate Tower. No one can block the suppression of the Ancient Desolate Tower. With the path ahead blocked, Yifan was unable to leave. He returned to the depths of the ruins and heard the discussions of the cultivators. He felt a sense of longing. The Ancient Desolate Tower was so heaven-defying that it was very tempting. Just at this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda appeared. He quickly rushed towards Yifan. His entire body seemed to be burning, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived before Yi Fan. His face was filled with excitement as he asked, "Where is that piece of scrap copper?" "I threw it into the pool of water." "What?" The unscrupulous Taoist's face was filled with shock. Then, he became extremely anxious. He grabbed Yi Fan's shoulders and shook him vigorously. He said, "Which pool of water? Quickly bring me there." Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this green copper had a great background? At first, he thought that it had something to do with the supreme treasure of the eastern wasteland. However, when he found out that the ancient desolate tower had 9 layers, he immediately understood that it was impossible for the green copper to be the supreme treasure of the eastern wasteland humans. It had nothing to do with the ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower is so big, and there are dense forests and mountains everywhere. I already changed directions long ago and forgot where I went. No, you have to remember. The unscrupulous Taoist's expression was somewhat terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Yi Fan, refusing to let go. "Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper? You looked at it repeatedly for 15 minutes, but in the end, you threw it on the ground. Why are you looking for it now? Could it be that that piece of scrap copper has some background? You won't understand even if I tell you. Hurry up and find it for me." The unscrupulous Taoist did not smile. At this moment, he was incomparably stern as he pulled Yi Fan away. Yi Fan understood. It seemed that the mysterious green copper indeed had a great background. It seemed to be extremely important. Immeasurable celestial being, how could this poor Taoist's hands be so cheap? "I threw away something that I already got my hands on." The fat Taoist's face was ashen. He was incomparably regretful and vexed. It was completely different from his previous smiling appearance. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this unscrupulous Taoist had the urge to kill him. He did not want to collide with the tip of a knife, so he obediently walked forward. "Little friend, you must remember carefully. If you can find that piece of green copper, I will give you whatever you want." The fat Taoist's expression was solemn as he warned, "You must remember carefully." "What exactly is that thing? Don't ask any more. If you ask again, I will go crazy." The fat Taoist fiercely slapped his right hand and said, "How could I be so muddle-headed? I spent my entire life searching for treasures, but in the end, I have eyes but can't see." It could be seen that he was very self-blaming. He was not acting at all and wanted nothing more than to chop off that hand of his. "We separated here. After that, I saw you running into the distance." The fat Taoist brought Yi Fan to the mountain peak where the two of them separated. "Yes, it's here. Let me think about where I passed by." Yi Fan walked down the mountain at a moderate pace. The unscrupulous Taoist followed closely and did not rush him. He allowed him to think slowly. Yi Fan walked very slowly. He was thinking about how to get rid of this fat Taoist. Unknowingly, the two of them crossed over 3 mountain ridges. When they were climbing the 4th mountain ridge, Yi Fan revealed a joyful expression and said, "It's here." Looking at the direction his finger was pointing at, the fat Taoist's expression immediately became ugly. There was a deep and dark pond on this mountain ridge. It was as still as a stone without a trace of ripples. It emitted waves of heart-palpitating coldness. "Don't tell me that you threw the scrap copper into this pond." The fat Taoist's eyes shot out a demonic glow. Immediately, Yi Fan's mind became absent-minded. He faintly felt that something was wrong. It was as if the other party was seeing through his mind. At this moment, Yi Fan became nervous. He hurriedly focused his mind and tried hard to imagine a scene of him standing beside the black pond and throwing a piece of scrap copper into it. The fat Taoist's eyes returned to normal. He clenched his teeth and said, "You wastrel, I really want to throw you in there. Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper?" Yi Fan's expression was one of indifference. Plop! The fat Taoist directly plunged into the pond. At first, there was a divine radiance flickering under the water, but not long after, it became dim. The deep and dark pond gradually regained its tranquility. Yi Fan waited for half an hour, but he still didn't see the heartless Taoist coming up. He mumbled to himself, "Don't tell me this immoral fatty met his retribution down there. After another 15 minutes, the water surface made a soft splash. The fat Taoist's body was covered in a thick layer of black ice. He rushed out like an ice sculpture. Bang! Light flashed continuously from within the black ice. After dozens of breaths, the heartless Taoist finally used his divine radiance to break the solid ice. Chunks of ice fell to the ground. At this moment, his face was green and purple, and even his lips were trembling. Heartless celestial being, this Taoist grandpa is freezing to death. His entire body was trembling, and his body was constantly overflowing with divine light, expelling the cold air. Black mist could be seen emerging from the surface of his body. The surrounding plants were instantly frozen by the black mist, and then turned into powder in an instant. In the distance, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He chose this black pond only because he felt it was deep enough. He didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The solid ice that fell to the ground froze everything within a 10-meter radius. Many rocks were already cracked. Yi Fan was very far away, but he could still feel a bone-piercing chill. Taoist priest didn't get anything? I dove for several thousand meters and saw a broken monument along the way. On it, the words Nether Pond were carved. It was so deep that I couldn't see the bottom. I have no idea how deep this black pond is. Taoist priest, why did you throw it away in the beginning? Now you regret it, right? Say no more. Seeing the fat Taoist priest's flustered and exasperated expression, Yi Fan almost laughed out loud. He felt great in his heart, but his face revealed an incomparably nervous expression as he said, could it really be a treasure? The fat Taoist priest's face was ashen. He angrily paced back and forth and said, I don't have anything in common with you. Yi Fan tactfully walked to the side and plucked 2 wild fruits. He ate them with relish. Seeing that he didn't care at all and was still in the mood to eat wild fruits, the fat Taoist priest couldn't help but get angry. He said with a sullen expression, you are the biggest prodigal son in the world. You actually threw it into the deep pond. I really want to kill you. Taoist grandpa, you threw it away first. Why are you blaming me now? Didn't you also treat it as trash in the beginning? I hate it. The heartless Taoist priest wanted to slap himself. Then, he jumped into the deep pond again with a plop. This time, it took more than 2 hours for the fat Taoist priest to rush out of the water. He had completely turned into a huge block of ice. It was flickering with black light and bone-piercing cold air. Yi Fan hid far away. This time, the heartless Taoist priest took a quarter of an hour to break out of the ice. His entire body was blackish purple, and all the pores on his body were spewing out black mist. A large area of the mountain ridge had been frozen into black ice. Countless vegetation had withered, and many mountain rocks had cracked due to the cold. After a long time, the heartless Taoist priest finally recovered and walked out of the ice region in a dejected manner. He sat on the ground and muttered to himself, I hate it. At the side, Yi Fan was secretly pleased. Seeing this heartless Taoist priest so dejected, he felt incomparably carefree. Suddenly, the heartless Taoist priest seemed to have thought of something and jumped up in shock. He looked at the active volcano in the distance and the black cold pond in front of him. He exclaimed, I understand now. The demon emperor has 2 tombs. One is the Yang tomb, and the other is the Yin tomb. Yi Fan was startled by him and asked, Taoist priest, what are you talking about? The fat Taoist priest ignored him and started to carve on the ground seriously. He marked the active volcano and the black pond on the ground. Then, he drew out the surrounding terrain according to a certain scale. Limitless Mother * King Celestial Being, it is indeed like this. 1 Yang and 1 Yin, embracing the Tai Chi. The source of power, the heart, is buried in the Yang tomb. The true ice-cold corpse is buried in the Yin tomb. The heartless Taoist priest's expression was unsettled. The heartless Taoist placed his hands behind his back and frowned as he paced back and forth. He mumbled to himself, the demon emperor truly lives up to his reputation. He actually set up the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Is this place a flaw he purposely left behind? The fat Taoist was bewildered. He stared at the active volcano in the distance, then at the unfathomable black pond in front of him. His brows were knitted together as he said, if I am not wrong, this Yin tomb is not simple. No matter how many people enter, many will die. Taoist priest, aren't you still alive and well? Yi Fan interrupted from the side. Are you purposely trying to anger me? The heartless Taoist found Yi Fan to be an eyesore and said, You wastrel, why don't you just go down and accompany the demon emperor? Don't, Taoist priest, don't vent your anger on me. This really has nothing to do with me. Sigh. The heartless Taoist sat on the ground with a dejected expression. Although I discovered a shocking secret, I have no way to open the Yin tomb. I think there must be a fatal trap down there. Just now, if I dived down to the bottom of the pond and entered the Yin temple, I'm afraid I would no longer exist in this world. So, the Eastern Wasteland's supreme treasure, the ancient Wasteland Tower, is in the Yin tomb under the Black Pond? Yi Fan sat on a boulder far away and didn't get too close in order to avoid getting into trouble. He said, no wonder those 5 big shots couldn't find the ancient Wasteland Tower no matter what. So it is suppressed here. The heartless Taoist ignored him and revealed a pensive expression. He then drew on the ground as if he was deducing the connection between the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Finally, he let out a long sigh and revealed a helpless expression. I missed the supreme treasure, but I found the world-shocking Yin tomb by chance, but I can't enter. How regretful and distressing. Aren't there a few big shots over there? Yi Fan pointed at the 5 top experts above the active volcano. Even if they went in, they would not be able to escape unscathed. This is a fatal trap. The Yang tomb is a flaw that the demon emperor purposely left behind to leave the demon race's supreme treasure and the source of his power for his descendants. This is his resting place, and no one can disturb him. Revealing the Yang tomb was to cover up the Yin tomb. Perhaps there are other wondrous uses as well. One Yin and one Yang, embracing and protecting the Tai Chi, it is extremely mysterious. Speaking of this, the heartless Taoist priest revealed a disappointed expression and said, unless there is a supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland, even if there is a peerless cultivator who can break this deadly trap, he will not be able to stop the Yin tomb. It will rush into the Eastern Wasteland like a dragon returning to the sea, and no one will be able to find it. To think that the ancient desolate tower is so miraculous. It can freeze the fiend emperor's Yin grave. It is even stronger than a matchless expert? Yi Fan revealed a shocked expression. Of course. The heartless Taoist priest revealed an expression of yearning and said, it is said that the ancient desolate tower has existed for countless years. However, no one knows when it was passed down. There is nothing in this world that it cannot suppress. Is it that scary? The fat Taoist revealed a fascinated expression and said, since the ancient times, the existence of immortals has never been confirmed and no one can say for sure. However, every legend about immortals in the Eastern Desolate region is related to the ancient Desolate Tower. What does it have to do with the ancient Desolate Tower? Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. It is said that in the endless years, immortals have appeared in the Eastern Desolate region. This was recorded in the ancient books several times. Without exception, these immortals were all suppressed to death by the ancient Desolate Tower. It can't be. The ancient Desolate Tower is so scary? Yi Fan was shocked. The existence of immortals was not confirmed in the current world. However, one could imagine that if immortals existed, they would be above all cultivators in the world. Even so powerful, it was difficult to resist the suppression of the ancient Desolate Tower. This was really shocking. Of course it is. Otherwise, why would so many important people come here? I believe that before long, the leader of a holy land will come personally. After all, the Eastern Desolate region is too big. Some people will receive the news later. Once they know, they will definitely lay down Dao runes and travel through the void. What is the origin of the ancient Desolate Tower? Why is it so extraordinary and powerful? Yi Fan could not calm down. It is said that it already existed in the world before the Eastern Desolate region was born. No one knows its origin. What a pity. Taoist priest, you threw away the treasure that was already in your hands. You treated it like scrap metal. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed, putting on a show. Hearing this, the unscrupulous Taoist priest's face immediately turned very unsightly. It was even greener than green copper. He said angrily, if not for you, I would have already obtained it. Taoist priest, you cannot say that. You were the one who threw it away first. What a pity for that ancient desolate tower. Who told you that it was the ancient desolate tower? When did I say that it was the supreme treasure of the eastern desolate humans? Yi Fan was very shocked. He said, since it is not the ancient desolate tower, why are you in such a rush? It is just a piece of scrap metal. I also feel that it has nothing to do with the ancient desolate tower. What do you know? You are just a wimpy brat. I can't be bothered with you. The unscrupulous Taoist priest was filled with anger. He was not willing to talk about the green copper anymore. Although Yi Fan looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, he was actually more than 20 years old. Naturally, he was unhappy that he was called a wimpy brat. He said softly, "Damn. Who are you telling?" The unscrupulous Taoist priest asked in bewilderment. "I'll be relying on you." Yi Fan was unhappy and replied in a very rude manner. "Relying on me? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't have time to bother with you." After saying that, the unscrupulous Taoist priest turned around and stared at the black pool in a daze. "Taoist priest, since you do not dare to enter the Yin grave, why don't you tell me what is going on with the green copper? Let me know its origin. After all, I was the one who threw it out. You still have the cheek to say that." Hearing this, the fat Taoist priest was enraged. His eyes turned red. "It seems like it is really not ordinary. I guess it is only slightly inferior to the ancient desolate tower." Yi Fan did not have any good intentions. He was purposely provoking the unscrupulous Taoist priest. Of course, he did not dare to go overboard. "Wimpy brat, you actually dare to play tricks on me. I will suffocate you to death." "I will not tell you." The fat Taoist priest turned around and ignored him. "Taoist priest, you are too unreasonable. You took 3 spiritual weapons from my hands. Now that I am asking you something, you are putting on such an attitude." The unscrupulous Taoist priest looked at Yi Fan and really wanted to strangle him to death. He said, even 10, 100, or even 1,000 spiritual weapons would not be able to exchange for the green copper that you threw away. "Taoist priest, can you not be so angry? Didn't I just casually throw it into the black pool? Who told you to not tell me that it was a treasure?" The unscrupulous Taoist priest felt more and more upset as he looked at this 11 or 12-year-old wimpy brat. In the end, he wanted to cry but no tears came out. He really wanted to chop off his hands. Why were his hands so despicable? Why did he not keep them back then? Unscrupulous celestial being. He let out a heavy breath and said, "Stop talking so much and be more obedient." "Ai." Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. However, he felt very good in his heart. In just a short period of time, he had already made the unscrupulous Taoist feel endless regret. He had successfully evoked his negative emotions and had finally vented his anger. When Yi Fan did not say anything else, the fat Taoist priest spoke instead. It seemed like he felt that it was a pity. He said, "Who said that this green copper is inferior to the ancient desolate tower? 10,000 years ago, the eastern desolate continent nearly flipped because of this green copper. There was such a thing?" Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. Yes, even when the ancient desolate tower was lost, there was no such turmoil. However, this green copper caused the entire eastern desolate continent to be restless. The ancient desolate tower can suppress immortals to death. Its might is unstoppable. It is already considered the treasure of the eastern desolate continent. Could it be that this green copper is more powerful than it? The fat Taoist priest said listlessly, "The green copper is something of the Central Plains." When it was lost, all the top experts of the Central Plains came out and almost flipped the eastern desolate continent, southern mountains, western desert, and northern plains upside down. It was a great turmoil. Yi Fan heard this and gasped. He knew that the Central Plains was even more vast than the eastern desolate continent. Even if cultivators rode on divine rainbows, it would still be difficult to cross. If they wanted to travel from one end to the other, they could only carve down markings on the mountains and rivers, condense heavenly power, and travel through the void. It was rumored that there were many historical sites in the central continent. It was a place of great heroes and powerful individuals. It was an extremely mysterious and prosperous ancient land. Who is so daring to provoke all the top experts of the Central Plains? Naturally, it is the last great sovereign who unified the Eastern Desolate Fiend race. He has caused great trouble for the Eastern Desolate Continent's humans. It seems that the Fiend sovereign is very powerful. He has stirred up a storm in all directions. He is indeed an extraordinary person. The unscrupulous Taoist looked at him unhappily and said, "Is there a need for you to say that? If he was not powerful enough, how could he unify the Eastern Desolate Fiend race and achieve the immortal sovereign cause?" Yifan thought for a while and asked, "How can you be sure that the green copper belongs to the Central Plains? And what exactly is it?" "Of course I can confirm that the green copper belongs to the Central Plains." The heartless Taoist priest muttered to himself for a while before continuing. The incident back then caused a huge commotion. The most widely spread rumor was that the demon the Arch had snatched away the Eastern Barren human race's supreme treasure, the ancient Barren Tower, and wanted to use it as a burial item for him when his lifespan ended. The ancient desolate tower had indeed gone missing at that time. Everyone believed that it was Xiao Chen's doing. Aside from this, there was another rather secretive rumor. It was said that the Fiend Emperor was not the one who stole the ancient desolate tower. He had indeed made a move to search for the burial items. However, what he stole was a mysterious item from the central province. Regarding this piece of green copper, it is very mysterious. Very few people in the eastern wilderness know about it. Even if they have heard of it, they don't know much about it. That's how you came to this conclusion? Yifan revealed a puzzled expression. The ancient desolate tower did not appear in the Fiend Emperor's grave, negating the first legend. Naturally, I connected it to the green copper. At this point, the heartless Taoist slapped himself and said, "I never thought that after searching for treasures my entire life, I would be blinded by green copper and miss it." "How did you wake up later? How did you realize that something was wrong?" "It's because it's so ordinary that it's beyond common sense. It doesn't have a single flaw, and all the methods I've used have been fooled. In retrospect, this is clearly the biggest flaw. Even ordinary scrap copper can't be so ordinary." Yifan purposely sighed and said, "Unexpectedly, I am so transcendent." With a gentle shake of my hand, I tossed away an item comparable to the ancient desolate tower like it is an old shoe. It's a pity that no one has seen it. I believe that at that time I must have been like a god descending to the mortal world. My beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Are you purposely trying to anger me? You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" The heartless Taoist priest was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Although Yifan felt that the fat Taoist priest was lacking in morals, he was not a vicious person. Thus, he was not afraid of him. He said, "Taoist priest, please do not be angry. The most important thing for you now is to quickly think of a way to fish up that piece of green copper. The ancient desolate tower might be in the Een tomb below. Perhaps you didn't miss out on a great treasure. On the contrary, you might have gotten two. It is impossible for the ancient desolate tower to be in the Een hall." Although he said that, the unscrupulous Taoist still let go of Yifan and carefully thought about what to do next. "I'll stake it all. I'll try again." The fat Taoist priest walked towards the black pond again. He couldn't forget about the mysterious green copper and couldn't give it up. Boom, just at this moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the black cold pond. A malevolent beast floated up and down, appearing in the black water. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was cast from black gold, emitting a demonic aura. It was strangely shaped and had 3 heads. The middle head looked like a human ape, while the left and right heads were bird heads and snake heads respectively. Its body was like a dark horse cast from black gold. It had no feathers and was covered in black scales that shone with a metallic luster. It looked powerful and powerful. This was a giant beast that was more than 10 meters long. It roared in the water, letting out a deep roar that made Yifan feel as if his soul was floating, as if it was about to leave his body. "Calm your mind and focus." The fat Taoist shouted in a low voice, "There is actually such a thing that resides in the land of extreme Een. Its roar can shatter one's soul. It is an extremely powerful strange beast known as the golden crow ape. Although this malevolent and huge strange beast had 3 heads, only the ape head in the middle had intelligence. The bird and snake heads on the left and right could use divine abilities, but they didn't have any thoughts. The ape head in the middle was the leader, and that was why it was called the golden crow ape. However, there were also legends that the bird and snake heads that were cast from black gold could also awaken intelligence. Once the golden crow ape evolved to that level, it would be extremely terrifying. Unless a top expert made a move, it would be impossible to exterminate it. At that time, its magic power would reach the heavens. Yifan listened and memorized everything in his heart. He calmed his heart and focused his mind. After being enveloped by the radiance of the fat Taoist, his soul stabilized and no longer felt as if it was floating. Boom! At this moment, the golden crow ape suddenly floated up from the black water and stirred up a boundless black wave that rushed towards the fat Taoist and Yifan. Chi! The unscrupulous Taoist reacted quickly and drew a circle with one hand. A green light overflowed and immediately blossomed like fireworks. A dazzling and misty scene enshrouded him and Yifan. The black fog that could freeze rocks and the cold water were all blocked outside. At the same time, he drew in the air and wrote a big seal character. Surrender! The fat Taoist lightly shouted. The seal character in the air instantly became resplendent as if it was carved out of jade. It was tangible and flew forward with a swoosh. Bang! It solidly imprinted itself on the golden crow ape's body and emitted a hissing sound. Waves of cold black fog rose and gradually merged into the golden crow's body. Roar! The golden crow ape shook its body violently, and its two drooping heads slowly rose up. The bird head opened its beak and instantly spat out a blazing bolt of lightning, while the snake head stuck out its tongue and spat out a black flame. The air seemed to be scorched on the spot. Extreme lightning and nether flame. The fat Taoist was shocked and hurriedly pulled Yifan back a few steps. He opened his mouth and spat out a small blood-colored shield. Specks of light flickered and spread out in the wind. It grew to a height of 4 to 5 feet and blocked in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning danced in the air and black flames burned. All of them collided with the blood-red shield and rays of sparkling red light flashed out. This golden crow ape is not simple. The bird head and snake head on the left and right seemed to have gained intelligence before. However, they were pierced by someone and lost their intelligence. The fat Taoist revealed a solemn expression. If the golden crow ape's 3 heads had gained intelligence at the same time, then even a powerful cultivator would have to run if they encountered it. Fortunately, the 2 heads are not in a perfect state. He softly muttered to himself. The golden crow ape's powerful attack shook the red jade shield, but it still managed to block it in the end. Slash! At this time, a brilliant light rushed out from the fat Taoist's sea of bitterness. It was like a bright moon, bright and clear, and it charged straight at the golden crow ape. Bang! 2 rays of golden light rushed out from the eyes of the golden crow ape's middle head and shot onto the round moon-like jade plate. Both of them shook violently. The heartless Taoist revealed an expression of shock and said, all 3 heads seem to have been heavily injured by someone. There are terrifying scars on them. It seems like it had successfully gained intelligence in all 3 heads in the past. If I encountered it at that time, I would have no choice but to run. Not only did the golden crow ape's left and right heads lose their intelligence, but the middle head had also suffered heavy injuries. It was difficult for it to reproduce its demonic might from the past and was gradually being suppressed by the heartless Taoist. Bang! But when the heartless Taoist wanted to restrain it, the golden crow ape struggled violently. Its entire body instantly burst out with a blinding golden light, and it broke free from the restraints and sank into the black pond. This thing is indeed terrifying. If all 3 of its heads were to recover, very few people would be able to subdue it. The fat Taoist revealed a solemn expression. At this moment, the bottomless frigid pond suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to rush out from below. It was much more violent than the golden crow ape's. Boundless waves surged from the black pond, and black mist surged in all directions. The mist lingered around, and it was bone-chilling. Many parts of the mountain were frozen and cracked, and many mountain rocks were turned into fine powder after the black mist blew past. Taoist, didn't you say that the Een tomb was hidden in the darkness and wouldn't appear? Why is it so terrifying now? Maybe I did something by accident just now and got into trouble. What did you do? I was a few thousand meters deep in the black pond and saw a broken stone tablet with the words Dark Pond carved on it. I pulled it out and threw it into the depths of the pond. I think after it sank to the bottom, it might have touched the demon Thearchazine tomb. Daoist, don't tell me you smashed that broken tablet on the demon Thearchazine tomb? At that time, who would have known that the demon Thearchazine tomb was at the bottom of the pond? Splash. Right at this moment, there was a splash in the black pond, and a group of Een soldiers wearing black iron armor rushed out. They were all holding black Een sabers in their hands and were emitting a deathly aura. This is... Yi Fan was astonished. The fat Daoist also revealed an astonished expression as he pulled Yi Fan backward and said, "What is going on? What is so strange about the demon Thearchazine tomb? Could there be a terrifying tomb guardian? What kind of living beings are these?" The water in the black pond surged, and a broken ancient war chariot emerged from the black pond one after another, carrying a carriage of Een soldiers. They were wearing tungsten iron armor, and every part of their body was covered. They were either holding a black Een saber or a black death spear. The black cold pond was surging with waves. The broken ancient war chariot seemed to have gone through the baptism of blood and fire as it was covered in sword marks and sword holes. It crushed the black water and braved the wind and waves as it approached. So strange. More than 10,000 years have passed, but there are still tomb guards in the demon Emperor's Een tomb. This is too absurd and unimaginable. The heartless Daoist frowned. Swoosh. Right when he was in a daze, a black arrow quickly shot over. The arrowhead was burning with netherworld flames, and the tail of the arrow was surging with a thick black mist. Clang! The heartless Daoist raised his ruby-like shield to block the arrow, but the arrow exploded at this moment. The netherworld flames shot in all directions as the black mist surged. The netherworld flames scorched the surrounding ground and melted the rocks. Then, the black mist surged over and froze everything into powder. This terrifying energy almost hit Yi Fan and the heartless Daoist. This kind of arrow had the combination of ice and fire, and it was extremely powerful. If a normal cultivator wasn't careful, their life would be in danger. Swoosh, 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 the piercing sound lingered in the ears as the black arrows pierced through the black mist and continuously shot over like a black rainstorm. Clang, clang, clang. The ruby-like shield was hit by hundreds of arrows, and it was surrounded by the netherworld flames along with the endless black mist. Chi! 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 The shield overflowed with a scarlet brilliance that surged outward like water waves. It shook off the netherworld flames and dispersed the black mist, finally blocking this wave of attack. However, right at this time, there was a rumbling sound as the broken war chariots carrying the Een soldiers rushed over. They had already landed on the shore and were about to crush their way forward. "I want to see what kind of things you are." The heartless Taoist priest gnashed his teeth and spat out a green light from his mouth. It was an inch-long knife, and it shone with a green light. It unfolded in the wind and quickly grew to a length of half a foot. It looked like a pool of green water, sparkling and translucent, and emitted waves of cold air. After seeing this, Yi Fan clenched his teeth. This was the dagger he obtained, but it was stolen by this heartless Daoist and was now being used to fight against the enemy. Chi! The green dagger transformed into a green ribbon that charged forward, and it emanated strands of dazzling divine light that instantly obstructed a damaged war chariot. Soon after, the unscrupulous Daoist sea of bitterness blossomed, and a blood-colored bead rushed out. Scarlet light radiated in all directions, and waves of powerful divine power surged forward. The three ancient chariots were frozen in place on the spot, and they were unable to move in the slightest. At the same time, a shining purple thumb ring appeared on the unscrupulous Taoist's thumb, illuminating his palm and making it glittering and translucent. Kill! The heartless Taoist priest lightly shouted and raised his finger. Suddenly, the purple ring emitted thousands of auspicious lights and shot out sharp purple blades. Pu. The blades of light cleaved through the two dilapidated chariots and stopped a group of Een soldiers in their tracks. Seeing all of this, Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He was the one who found these three spiritual weapons, but they were snatched away by the heartless Daoist priest. Now, he was using them to fight the enemy. Chi. Just at this time, the spiritual green dagger pierced through 5 Een soldiers and slashed one of the chariots into pieces. And at this time, the scarlet-red bead also successfully restrained the 3 chariots. Good stuff. The unscrupulous Taoist priest sighed. In the end, all the broken chariots were slashed into pieces, and all the Yin soldiers were also nearly pierced through. The unscrupulous Taoist priest quickly rushed over and tore apart the black iron armor on their bodies to see what was inside. What made him dumbstruck was that after the first few Yin soldiers tore apart the armor, fine sand actually flowed out from inside. It was not a living thing at all. Soon after, he finally found a few Yin soldiers that were not fine sand. After careful inspection, he found out that they were actually the corpses of wild beasts that were sealed in ice. What's going on? The unscrupulous Taoist was extremely astonished and said, could it be that the Tao patterns are supporting them? He quickly swept away the fine sand, and sure enough, he found a small wooden tablet at the original place. There were complicated Tao patterns engraved on it. It really is so. Scattering sand to form soldiers and gathering corpses to form generals, good method. With that said, the unscrupulous Taoist priest revealed an excited expression and said, these are all Tao patterns from tens of thousands of years ago. Maybe we can research something. He quickly blew away the fine sand on the ground and shattered the corpses. Then, he collected all the wooden tablets and piled them up on the ground. Boom! At this time, a sound came from the icy black pond again. A demon general with a wolf's head covered in black gold armor slowly walked out. He emitted a dense death aura, and it was unknown how many times stronger than those Yin soldiers. This is the demon general that died in battle in the past, and he was also used. It seems like it is not the Tao patterns that are supporting his corpse. The unscrupulous Taoist priest revealed a pensive expression. The demon general slowly approached, and the ground trembled as the surrounding black fog surged. Not simple. At this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist priest's sea of bitterness blossomed with a dazzling green light. A large green flame surged forward and surrounded the wolf-head demon general. Bang! However, this demon general was not to be underestimated. He emitted a dense death aura that continuously pushed back the green flames. He has undergone a corpse transformation and gained a hazy intelligence. His demonic body is immortal, and he has produced a powerful death aura. The unscrupulous Taoist priest was shocked and felt that this was no small matter. He told Yi Fan to retreat while he took out a few spiritual weapons and supplemented them with the green flames. There is something strange here. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded. A young man in his 20s arrived on the mountain ridge, and he said, very good. All of you can leave now. His gaze locked onto the wooden tablets on the ground that were inscribed with markings of the Tao, and then he stared at the demon general. The unscrupulous Taoist priest coldly glanced at him, but he immediately revealed a strange expression. The sleeves of this person actually had the symbol of the Wavering Light Holy Land. I am a disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land. My master has ordered you all to leave immediately. The young man was extremely arrogant, as if he was born with a sense of superiority. He glanced at Yi Fan and found that there were no fluctuations of divine power, so he said, if you don't want to die, then leave immediately. Bang! At this time, the demon general broke free from the unscrupulous Taoist priest's restraints and quickly jumped into the black pond, disappearing without a trace. The unscrupulous Taoist priest turned around and coldly said, reckless thing, using the tiger's skin as a banner. I hate scum like you the most. You dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land. Not to mention that you are not, even if you were, this Taoist grandpa would still dare to slap you to death. Swoosh! Seeing that he had been exposed, the young man immediately made his move. Hundreds and thousands of golden rays shot towards the unscrupulous Taoist priest like a golden rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The unscrupulous Taoist priest waved his sleeves, and a green mist flew out, collecting all the golden rays. They were actually golden needles. Bang! The unscrupulous Taoist priest quickly rushed forward and grabbed the young man's neck, bringing him close to the cold pond, and said, using the tiger's skin as a banner to deceive this Taoist grandpa. Tell me, which sect are you from, or else I will throw you down. I am really a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple. The young man revealed an expression of fear. Taoist priest, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just throw him in and feed him to the demon general. Yi Fan suggested from afar, purposely trying to scare the young man. You are right, no need to waste your breath. The unscrupulous Taoist priest gently shook his hand, and the young man instantly fell into the cold pond, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Yifan was dumbstruck. He didn't think that the unscrupulous Taoist priest would actually do this. This unscrupulous Taoist priest suddenly became a little dangerous in his heart. This was a person who had no scruples. Splash! The black pond surged, and more than 10 demon generals appeared. Their entire bodies were covered in black gold armor, only their heads were exposed. They had all kinds of strange shapes, some had dog heads, some had tiger heads, and one look and it was obvious that they were demons. All of them emitted a thick aura of death. In their hands was the young man from before. With a bang sound, they tore him apart, and immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Rumble! At this moment, the cold pond seemed to be boiling, and it turned from black as ink into a blood-red color. It was incomparably beautiful. Not good, this is bad. The demon sovereign's tomb is stained with blood, and it has started a sure-kill situation. The unscrupulous Taoist priest's expression became very ugly. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the sky was filled with blood light from the cold pond. It set off the entire ancient desolate ruins, and it startled all the cultivators. Don't tell me, we will die here? Yifan revealed a frightened expression. The unscrupulous Taoist sighed and said, I can no longer enter the Xing tomb, damn it. He could not forget about green copper. Now that he suddenly lost the opportunity, he was extremely regretful and upset. The killing trap in the cold pond had begun, but people outside the cold pond were not in danger. At this moment, 5 blinding lights rushed over. The 5 great characters were all alarmed and rushed to the mountain ridge immediately. They emitted a powerful pressure and floated in the air like gods. Yifan wanted to observe them, but he found that he could not see through the bright lights. He could only see 5 bright lights and nothing else. Demon Godin tomb. One of them gasped. His eyes were like torches and immediately understood what was under the cold pond. The active volcano is the Yang tomb, and the netherworld cold pond is the Yin tomb. One Yang and one Yin, protecting the Tai Chi and seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It can evolve into endless changes. Another great character sighed and said, the demon god is indeed extraordinary. If I did not discover it by chance, it would be hard to imagine that he set up 2 tombs, one Yin and one Yang. This is big trouble. The Yin tomb has begun a killing trap. It will be very difficult to enter. The Eastern barren human race's treasure is nowhere to be found. The ancient desolate tower is most likely in this Yin tomb. The great characters could not calm down, but they could not think of a way to enter the demon god Yin tomb. It's not like there's no way at all. Tens of thousands of years have passed. No matter how perfect the arrangements are, there will still be a slight flaw. We can carefully sneak in and take a look before making a decision. Okay. At this moment, the 5 lights all landed, and one of them instantly enveloped the unscrupulous Taoist. I heard someone say that he would dare to kill a disciple of a holy land with one slap. You must be extraordinary. Since you triggered this trap, why don't you go with us? The unscrupulous Taoist priest's face turned green on the spot, and he hurriedly said, Seniors, I'm just talking nonsense. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Right now, the Yin tomb has activated a deadly trap. With my cultivation, if I go down there, I will definitely die. You are indeed not simple. You even know about the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary. Come with us. Don't, seniors, please have mercy. The unscrupulous Taoist screamed. Whoosh! 5 beams of light flashed, and 5 super-powerful figures carried the green-faced unscrupulous Taoist priest into the blood-red cold pond. The unscrupulous Taoist priest's screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, came to an abrupt stop. As they entered, the cold pond boiled and a bloody light filled the sky. Those demon generals had long since disappeared inside. Indeed, evil people will be tortured by evil people. Damn fatty, good luck to you. Yifan stood up, patted his butt, and left. No matter what, he couldn't stay here any longer. Boom! The blood-colored radiance flickered, and the entire primitive ruins were enveloped by the blood-colored radiance. This place turned into a bleak, bewitching, and abnormally terrifying scene. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. There seemed to be an earth-shattering change happening under the blood-colored cold pond. Yifan left the mountain ridge and hid far away. At this moment, the mountains and rivers in all directions were engraved with Dao runes, sealing this ancient land. Yifan couldn't break through and could only wander around the mountains. He was waiting for a chance to leave. Now that he had obtained a one-page golden book and a mysterious green bronze, it could be said that this was a harvest that would drive all cultivators crazy. Escaping far away was the best choice. I hope the restriction can be broken as soon as possible. Yifan's cultivation was too low, and he couldn't compete with those cultivators for the spiritual weapons. He understood his own situation, so he purposely chose a desolate place to go. Yifan opened a jade box, and waves of fragrance immediately assailed his nostrils. The jade serpent orchid was extremely fragrant. At this moment, he wanted to take action and use this opportunity to find spirit herbs. Now that he had obtained a one-page golden book, the complete Sea of Reincarnation scroll would guide him forward. If he could find enough spirit herbs, then he would definitely be able to achieve something in a short period of time. Yifan quickly moved and headed deeper into the mountains. Due to the appearance of the demonic emperor's tomb, almost all the spirit beasts had fled. Only a few hid in their caves and refused to come out. At this moment, it was countless times easier to harvest spirit herbs. Previously, when he came to the depths of the ruins, Yifan remembered passing by a swamp where he found a powerful strange beast that seemed to be guarding something. At that time, he took a detour, but now, he decided to take a look again. After finding the mountain, Yifan quickly found the swamp. He could vaguely sense waves of baleful aura and found many huge scales in the swamp. They were all the size of a palm. Seems like there was a big guy hiding here. Fortunately, it has already left. Yifan searched for a long time but to no avail. Finally, he found a trace of abnormality at the place where most of the scales had fallen off. There was an unknown plant here that looked very ordinary, but the strange beast seemed to be carefully avoiding it and didn't step on it. He was a little suspicious. He squatted down and dug the soil towards the roots. After digging more than a meter deep, he still didn't find anything unusual. Just when Yifan was about to give up, a golden light suddenly reflected in his eyes. Under the soil, there was actually a golden stem at the end of the main root of the plant. It was only the size of a longan and was dazzling. Yifan was shocked. He suddenly recalled that when he was flipping through the spirit herbs books in the spirit ruin grotto heaven, he once saw a record. It was said that when some ancient trees failed to go through tribulations, they might not be completely annihilated. They would often leave behind a bit of life essence that would attach to the roots of other plants. In the future, it was very possible for them to regenerate. This can't be the essence left behind by the old tree spirit, right? Yifan looked at the golden stem and revealed a joyful expression. He then put it into the jade box. After that, he headed to the next location and soon arrived in front of a stone mountain. There was a huge black hole at the base of the mountain, from which a faint fragrance came out. A happy expression appeared on Yifan's face as he quickly walked inside. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the stone cave. At the same time, it was accompanied by waves of frightening killing intent. Yifan's body immediately stiffened. He hurriedly retreated as if he was flying away. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a wild beast poked half of its body out of the stone cave and continuously roared. It looked like a jackal, but there was not a single strand of hair on its body. There were many sharp black poisonous thorns growing out of its body, looking somewhat frightening. It was 7 to 8 meters long and had an extremely bloody killing intent. When it roared, its whole body constantly lit up with a black light, like a burning black flame. Yifan hid in the distance. With one glance, he knew that this wild beast was not something he could provoke. It was much stronger than the jade horn snake. This kind of aura was very frightening. The other beasts have all escaped, but it dares to stay. It must be extraordinary. In the end, Yifan did not find anything here and began to search other places. 4 hours later, he found another 3 kinds of spirit herbs. However, they were not very rare and were far less precious than the golden stem. Boom! Right at this time, a bloody light soared up from the cold pond. Several figures rushed up and engaged in an intense battle. There was actually a monster that was completely black and looked like a lion. However, upon closer inspection, it was not. It looked very much like the legendary Ho. It was fighting against a big shot and was not at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the Demon Emperor's mount was frozen here? Its immortal corpse turned into a spirit corpse and actually became a tomb guard. Several big shots in the sky surrounded the monster and wanted to kill it. The legendary Ho's descendant is indeed extraordinary. It didn't follow the Demon Emperor for a long time, but it actually transformed into such an unbelievable realm. The black young beast charged unhindered, showing no signs of defeat. Several times, it almost charged back into the cold pond. Rumble. The cold pond seemed to be boiling as corpses of demon generals continuously rushed out. They were controlled by the Ho and charged into the sky. Even if we kill this Ho, we still can't break the Tao patterns laid down by the Demon Emperor. We can't truly enter the Yin tomb. In the distance, Yi Fan was very surprised. There seemed to be many strange things under the Yin tomb. Now, so many monsters were rushing out. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, waves of sonorous sounds came from all directions of the ruins. At first, it was like the vibration of metal and stone. Soon after, it was like a tsunami, boundless and rumbling. Then, rays of divine radiance rushed out from all directions, and endless divine splendor submerged all directions. The Tao patterns laid down by the 5 big shots were forcefully broken by someone. This caused everyone to be shocked. Everyone knew that another supreme expert had arrived, and it wasn't just one person. They shattered the Tao patterns laid down by the 5 big shots and disintegrated the imperfect heaven's power. Then, divine rainbows rushed in one after another. Countless cultivators rushed over, and there were several times more people than before. Meanwhile, the big shots who attacked in secret didn't show themselves, but it was obvious that they had already entered the ruins. Within the primordial ruins, with the cold pond at the center, bloody mists drifted about, becoming more and more demonic. Countless monsters rushed out, and more cultivators gathered. No one left, and even more sects rushed over. The restrictions in all directions were broken, and Yi Fan was overjoyed. He could finally leave. At this moment, his golden bitter sea contained green copper. It was both a great fortune and a boundless calamity. If someone found out, he would instantly fall from heaven to hell. He decided to leave this ruin immediately. Let's fight. Fight until the sky falls and the earth cracks. Ghosts cry in God's hell. It's none of my business. Yi Fan quickly went away. When he was about to walk out of the ruins, he looked back and said, "Walk your own path. Let others find the treasure." If the heartless Taoist knew the truth and heard his words, he would definitely vomit blood and skin him alive. Of course, if other cultivators knew the situation, they would be even worse. Yi Fan believed that in the next few days, this place would not be peaceful. There would be many battles and more eastern wasteland sects would arrive. The entire ruins would be stirred up by the fiend monarch's tomb. Looking back, one could still see the bloody light soaring into the sky from the direction of the ruins. Whether the ancient wasteland tower is in the tomb or not, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan was already very satisfied. Right now, he needed to find a peaceful place to calm down and cultivate. The strange beasts and birds gathered at the edge of the ruins had already dispersed. When Yi Fan walked out, he did not see any ferocious beasts or birds. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars and the moon hung high in the sky. Night had already fallen. When Yi Fan passed by the spirit ruin paradise, he did not hesitate and left with large strides. It was time to leave. Although he had left behind some broken Buddhist artifacts from the Great Laying Temple, he did not plan on going back to retrieve them. If he ran into Elder Han, it would be troublesome. The most important Bodhi seed was with him. Even if he temporarily lost those broken Buddhist artifacts, he did not feel it was a pity. After all, his life was more important. Yi Fan was very fast. He rushed out of this mountain range overnight. The danger zone behind him was getting further and further away. However, he did not truly relax. 3 days later, Yi Fan appeared 2,000 kilometers away. Along the way, he had been eating and sleeping in the open, moving cautiously and stealthily. He had almost never entered a city, always walking in the wilderness. Only now did he let out a sigh of relief, his heart gradually calming down. It was already late at night. The clouds covered the moon and stars. It was exceptionally dark. There were many lights in front of him. A small town was in sight. Yifan felt that he had reached a safe area and there was no need to run anymore. He walked forward with large strides. When he got closer, he discovered that this could only be considered a small town. At this moment, most of the people were already asleep. Only a few lights were still flickering. Yifan walked into the town and circled around. Finally, he found a small shop in a remote corner that was not closed yet. This was a very small restaurant. There were only 7 or 8 tables inside. The tables and chairs were clearly quite old. They were all polished and had a glossy luster. They looked antique and very clean. "Uncle, what food do you have? Quickly bring some over." The shopkeeper was an old man with white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like he had been through a lot. His clothes were patched up, and he didn't seem to live a good life. The old man was somewhat surprised to see an 11 or 12-year-old youth walking out alone at night. However, he still replied with a kind smile, "There is only half a roast chicken, half a plate of beef, and some steamed buns." "All right, bring it over." "Wait a moment, I'll heat it up for you." The restaurant was too small, and the old man's living conditions were not very good. He was the shopkeeper, the waiter, and the chef. Not long after, a fragrant roasted chicken and half a plate of braised beef were served. Yifan's saliva almost flowed out. Over the past year, he and Peng Bo had been vegetarians. There was almost no meat in the spirit ruin grotto heaven, so the simple food in front of him made his stomach growl. He quickly grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, bit the snow-white steamed bun, tore off a chicken drumstick, and started wolfing it down. At this moment, he felt that the most delicious food in the world was nothing more than this. All the delicacies of the land and sea were pushed aside and were far less satisfying than the few dishes in front of him. Don't rush. Eat slowly. Drink some soup to moisten your stomach. Don't choke. The old man brought over a bowl of hot soup and kindly reminded. "Thank you, uncle. Your culinary skills make my appetite growl in admiration," Yifan said with a lisp while stuffing food into his mouth. Judging from Yifan's attire, he didn't look like a child from a poor family. However, at this moment, he was wolfing down the food. The old man was somewhat surprised. He rolled up his patched sleeves and picked up a rag to wipe the already clean table and chairs. He smiled and shook his head. "You're too hungry. Now, no matter what you eat, it'll be very fragrant and sweet." "Grandpa, why haven't you closed yet?" At this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl walked out from the house. Her clothes were patched up and she was dressed very simply. She had 2 braids and looked very cute. Her face was as red as an apple. "Go to sleep first. We'll close in a while." The little girl looked at the food on the table, her big eyes unable to move away. She quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously nodded her head, agreeing, "Oh." Not long after, Yifan had already finished all the food on the table. He stood up and said, "Okay, uncle, prepare to close." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. However, he felt a little awkward. He had forgotten that he didn't have any money, nor did he have any gold or silver items. He couldn't pay the bill. "Little brother, are you having a hard time with money?" The old man was experienced and immediately saw through his embarrassment. I really didn't bring any money." "Ah, here comes another bad guy." The girl next to him widened her eyes and looked like she was about to cry. She stared at Yifan and said, "You guys are too bad. You eat for free all day and only know how to bully me and Grandpa. We can't even eat for ourselves." As she said that, she looked at the chicken bones on the table. Her eyes immediately turned red. "Grandpa said that if there were no customers, he would leave a chicken leg for me. In the end, you're eating for free and are also here to bully us." The 5 or 6-year-old girl pouted, her long eyelashes trembled, and tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. Her rosy cheeks were covered in tears, and she used her patched sleeves to wipe her tears. It was obvious that their living conditions weren't very good. They were often bullied. Little sister, don't cry. Yifan was really embarrassed and ashamed. This old and young pair didn't seem to have it easy. Their lives had already fallen into a predicament. It's okay. Little brother, don't blame yourself. I can see that you're different from those hooligans. You're not someone who eats for free. You must have really forgotten to bring money. The wrinkled old man pulled the girl aside and said, don't cry. Grandpa left you a piece of chicken and half a steamed bun. I won't let you go hungry. Grandpa. The girl immediately cried and said, I'm not doing it for myself. It's because Grandpa hasn't had dinner either. We've been bullied by those bad guys all day. We don't have any savings left. What should we do every day like this? When Yifan saw that the old man and the young man's clothes were all patched up, and when he heard these words, he felt his heart ache. His heart was deeply touched, and his nose felt a bit sour. The ordinary life of an ordinary person was full of bitterness and sweetness. This old and young pair's affection and helplessness touched him for a long time. Little sister, don't cry. I'm not a bad person. Although I don't have money, I have some things here that should be enough to make up for this meal. Yifan took out a small jade bottle. It was a bottle of 100 herbs potion that he had exchanged for in the trial outside the ruins. This is a good piece of jade. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. The old man shook his head and said, everyone has difficulties. Little brother, if you pass by this place in the future, just make up for it. Yifan sighed. The old man's life was so poor, but he still had such a strong character. He felt a trace of respect for him and said, please accept it. This is nothing to me. It's too expensive. I really can't accept it. Everyone has difficulties when they are outside. Little brother, you don't have to blame yourself. The old man's hands were full of calluses. He firmly pushed the jade bottle back. Yifan saw that the old man refused, so he could only take it back. Since you don't want it, I'll stay and help you do some manual labor. At this moment, he had nowhere to go. He found that the old man was very simple and kind, so he decided to stay for the time being. He would concentrate on his cultivation and help the old man along the way. The 5 or 6-year-old girl lowered her head and looked at her toes. Her big eyes were red. She whispered, we don't even have food to eat. Yifan squatted down and touched the little girl's head with pity. He said, I won't be a burden to you. The old man declined several times and didn't need Yifan to stay. He said that if he passed by this place in the future, he would just have to pay for this meal. Old man, I have no home right now. I don't have anywhere to go. Please let me stay. I will be of help. Big brother, you don't have a home? The little girl was innocent and adorable. The tears on her face hadn't dried up yet. She looked up at him with a sympathetic expression. In the end, the old man allowed Yifan to stay. He cleaned up a room in the backyard and told him that he could leave at any time. At night, Yifan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He finally got up and quietly went to the roof. He laid there and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the clouds had already dispersed. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down moonlight like a thin mist. The sky was dotted with stars, shining like diamonds. The affection between the old man and the little girl inadvertently touched something hidden in the deepest part of his heart. The kind faces of his parents appeared in his heart from time to time. How are you guys? Yifan looked up at the starry sky as if he wanted to pass through the endless starry sky to reach the other end of the starry sky and return to his parents' side. Every time he thought of his parents, his heart couldn't calm down. Suddenly missing, his aged parents must be very sad. For his parents, losing their only son in their old age was a kind of unbearable pain. Thinking of his parents' sadness, Yifan felt distraught. He wished he could immediately return to their side to calm their hearts and show a smile. However, they were separated by endless starry sky. The distance was so far. How could he go back? His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He could only stare blankly at the starry sky. Every time he thought of his parents' mood, Yifan would be very worried. Ever since he came to this world, he had always hidden his longing for them. He didn't dare to easily touch or recall them. Every time he was touched, he couldn't calm down. No, I must think of a way to go back. I can't let my parents who raised me wash their faces with tears in their old age. Yi Fan suddenly sat up and said to himself, there must be a way. I must go back. In the primordial ruins, he saw those cultivators flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth. He saw the matchless divine might of the 5 great characters. It made him feel the power of cultivators. Maybe one day, when he was strong enough, he would be able to cross the endless universe and return to his hometown, return to the side of his parents. After witnessing the terror of cultivators with his own eyes, Yi Fan felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He felt that the way home was not completely cut off. Perhaps there was still hope. I want to become stronger. I want to rush out of this starry sky. I want to go home and never let my parents cry again. I want them to smile in their old age. Yi Fan's words became more and more resolute. He was building up his confidence. I can definitely do it. I must do it. I want to return to their side. Sadness and worry were of no use. Yi Fan slowly adjusted his state of mind and gradually calmed down. Today, he was touched by the affection between the old man and the little girl, which made the last bit of confusion disappear completely. He found his goal and direction. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, crossing the star domain and arriving in this space, they can do it, and so can I. I want to become strong enough. Sooner or later, I will also be able to cross the void and return to my hometown. Yi Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had to become stronger. Whether it was to save Pang Bo or to return to his hometown, he needed powerful backing. Unknowingly, he felt a trace of sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep on the room. It was not until the next morning when the old man's voice came over that he opened his eyes. Child, why did you go up to the room? Be careful, don't fall down. The little girl walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. Seeing Yi Fan on the room, she immediately opened her eyes wide in shock and said, Big brother, what are you doing? Facing the puzzlement of the old man and the little girl, Yi Fan felt a little awkward and said, It was too hot last night, so I came up to the room to cool down and accidentally fell asleep. After Yi Fan finished washing up, the old man called him to eat. There was a small bowl of white rice porridge and a plate of salted vegetables. It was very simple because their conditions were really limited. The little girl was very sensible and had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. Then, she ladled a bowl of white porridge for Yi Fan and a full bowl for her grandfather. However, when it was her turn, she only ladled a little. Originally, she used a small bowl, but it was so little that she finished in a few mouthfuls and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Why did you eat so little? The old man asked her. Although the little girl was wearing patched clothes, she was as beautiful as a delicate porcelain doll. She patted her little belly and said, I'm full. Nonsense, you only ate a few mouthfuls, how can you be full? I'm really full. Last night, I ate the chicken that Grandpa left for me and half a steamed bun, so I'm still not hungry. As the little girl spoke, she picked up her little bowl and prepared to wash it. The old man pulled her back, filled her little bowl with white porridge, and said, Good girl, you are still growing, so you need to eat more. Don't worry, we still have rice at home. I'm not worried, I'm really full, Grandpa, you have to eat more. The little girl poured a lot of white porridge from her little bowl into the big bowl of the old man. The old man couldn't stop her, so he didn't say anything and just sighed. Grandpa, will those bad people come today? The little girl's blushing face revealed a trace of fear, and her voice was very tender as she said, They have already taken our restaurant, and now they come here every day to cause trouble. We can't do business at all, and now we can't even eat. Why won't they let us go? It's okay, you don't have to worry, as long as Grandpa is here, you won't be hungry. The old man touched her head, and then added some white porridge to the little girl's bowl. Yi Fan didn't say anything, and silently finished this simple breakfast, but his heart couldn't calm down. The old man's surname was Jiang, which was a very old surname, and if traced back, it would be very big, but the old man was very ordinary, just one of the many living beings, and now his life was very difficult. The sensible and beautiful little girl was called Tingting. Her parents passed away 2 years ago, leaving her and the old man to depend on each other. Yi Fan didn't say much, and after eating breakfast, he said to the old man, Uncle, I'm going out for a walk. You are unfamiliar with this place, so be careful. The old man warned. This town couldn't be said to be big, but it couldn't be small either. There were more than 1,000 families, and close to 5,000 people. At the most prosperous crossroads, there were a few restaurants and inns, and most of the grocery stores were also concentrated there, and the other places were mostly residential areas. Yifan walked around the town, and then walked out of the town. Many fields were close to the town, and in the distance was a mountain forest, where hunters went hunting every day. Yifan walked into the mountain forest, and the deeper he went, the more surprised he was. Standing on a high mountain, he looked into the distance, and found that the mountains in the distance were undulating, the fog was hazy, and the primitive old forest seemed to have no end. Waves of roars came from the depths of the mountain forest, but Yifan didn't worry, and instead revealed a happy expression. This town could indeed let him cultivate in peace. Not only was it peaceful, but it was also close to the mountains, and there were definitely strange beasts and spirit herbs, which were all things he needed. Yifan walked around the mountain for less than half a day, but he didn't go too far. He had plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. When it was close to noon, he began to walk out, and along the way, he met some hunters and some herb gatherers. The life of ordinary people is really not easy. Yifan sighed. He found that a few hunters were carrying some game, and at the same time a bloody corpse, and walking towards the town. It must have been killed by a large beast while hunting. In the distance, a few roe deer were drinking in the mountain stream, and Yifan silently went around them, and then threw a mountain rock in his hand, and with a bang, a roe deer was smashed into the stream. After that, he hunted another roe deer in the mountain forest, and only then did he walk back. On the way, some hunters saw an 11 or 12-year-old youth dragging a roe deer, and all of them revealed a surprised expression. Yifan didn't mind. He was going to live in this town for a long time, and these things were unavoidable. When it was close to noon, Yifan returned to the town, and sold the roe deer to a butcher, then went to buy some rice and noodles, and brought the roe deer to Uncle Zhang's small restaurant. From afar, he could see that there were many people surrounding the restaurant, and Ting Ting's helpless cries came through the crowd. Yifan's heart immediately thumped, and he quickly rushed over. The old man's white hair was scattered, and there were many bloodstains on his face. He sat on the ground powerlessly, and his patched clothes were stained with a lot of dust. Little Ting Ting cried sadly, and used her small sleeves to wipe the bloodstains on the old man's face. She cried at the people in front of her who were speaking viciously. "You are bad people, you robbed Grandpa's restaurant, and now we don't even have food to eat, and you still won't let us go." A middle-aged man with a yellow face squatted down, and forcefully poked little Ting Ting's forehead, causing her to fall to the ground, and said, "What do you know, little brat? If you have something to say, then come at me, don't treat a child like this." Uncle Jiang protected Ting Ting behind him, and wiped the bloodstains on his face. "What do you want?" "We don't want anything, we just came here to eat, and you actually said that there's no food. What do you open a restaurant for? If that's the case, then just directly close it. Bad people, you come every day to eat for free, where do we have the money to feed you?" Little Ting Ting cried behind Uncle Jiang. There were many people in the crowd who couldn't stand it anymore, but they didn't dare to come forward, and could only persuade Uncle Jiang, "Elder Jiang, just close this small restaurant, and leave with your granddaughter. That's right, there are cultivators in their family, how can we mortals afford to offend them? You two should quickly leave. Even though we have to leave our homes, it's still better to leave." "What are you guys talking about?" The middle-aged man with a yellow face stood up, and his gaze swept across the surrounding people. Those voices immediately became silent. Yifan's anger surged, but he didn't immediately make a move. There were cultivators in their family, and he was afraid that if he acted rashly, he would harm the grandfather and granddaughter instead. Of course, he definitely wouldn't let these people go. Not making a move now didn't mean that he wouldn't make a move later. At this time, the middle-aged man and a few others swaggered away. The surrounding people all came forward to persuade Uncle Jiang, and among them, little Ting Ting's heartbroken sobs could be heard. Only after a long time did the crowd gradually disperse. Little Ting Ting's eyes were red as she helped the old man up, and they walked towards the small restaurant. Seeing such a kind old man in his twilight years being bullied like this, and seeing little Ting Ting, who was covered in patches, crying so sadly, Yi Fan felt extremely angry. He looked in the direction where the people left and clenched his fists tightly. It was already close to noon and the small restaurant was deserted. There were no customers at all and only little Ting Ting's sobbing could be heard. Yi Fan pushed open the door and walked in while dragging the deer and carrying the rice noodles. Little Ting Ting's eyes were red and she was using a hot towel to carefully wipe the old man's wound. Her heart ached and she cried while wiping. There were bruises on the old man's wrinkled face. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and even his white hair was stained with blood. How could these bastards have the heart to do this? Yi Fan felt a wave of pain in his heart. A kind-hearted old man with one foot in the grave suffered such a vicious attack. It was truly infuriating. Little Ting Ting was so cute and sensible. She was only 5 or 6 years old, but she was also poked on the forehead and fell to the ground. At this moment, her face was filled with sad tears. It was truly heart-wrenching and pitiful. Big brother. Seeing Yi Fan return, little Ting Ting's tears rolled down again and she began to cry loudly. Good Ting Ting, don't cry. Grandpa is fine. The old man hurriedly comforted Ting Ting and used his calloused hands to wipe away her tears. Then, he looked at Yi Fan in shock and said, This deer and the rice noodles, I caught the deer in the forest and the rice noodles were exchanged for with a deer. Yi Fan put down these things and took out a small jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper and poured out a bit of 100 grass liquid. Then, he smeared it on the old man's wound. You only ate a meal from us, you don't need to be like this. The old man was not good with words. He was very grateful but couldn't say anything. Uncle, you don't need to say anything. A meal is indeed nothing, but the thought and friendship is very important. Speaking to this point, Yi Fan squatted down and helped Ting Ting wipe away the tears on her face and said, Ting Ting, don't cry. I will stay here in the future and won't let you feel wronged. Big brother. Little Ting Ting's eyes turned red again. Her long eyelashes trembled and tears fell down. She looked down at her patched shoes and said in a small voice, But, those bad people will come again and bully us. Don't be afraid, Big brother won't let those bad guys bully Ting Ting anymore. Yi Fan patted her head in pity. Such a cute and sensible little girl was bullied and humiliated like this. It was really hard for him to calm down. Child, don't act recklessly. The old man, who was weather-beaten, could feel Yi Fan's anger. He was afraid that this young man would cause a disaster due to his impulsiveness and get himself involved, so he said, We can't afford to offend them. There are cultivators in the Li clan. They are not people that we mortals can afford to offend. The old man let out a long sigh and said, I'm already so old, and I really don't want to leave my hometown. After all, I've lived here for dozens of years, and the older one gets, the more nostalgic they become. I have an unforgettable feeling for this place. But now, I have no choice but to leave. For Ting Ting's sake, I've decided to give up everything here. Even if I have to beg for food and leave my hometown, I won't stay here any longer. Grandpa. 2 strings of tears appeared on Xiao Ting Ting's face. Good girl, Ting Ting, don't cry. Uncle, don't say things like leaving your hometown first. After comforting Xiao Ting Ting, Yi Fan said to the old man, Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. First, close this shop and I'll think of a plan. If I really can't think of anything, I'll leave with you. Yi Fan deeply knew that mortals have many unfortunate things. The most painful thing was losing one's son and leaving one's hometown. The old man had already lost his son, and now he was being forced to leave this small town. It was easy to imagine the pain in his heart. He really didn't want to see this pair of grandfather and granddaughter suffer misfortune. Tell me in detail, what kind of background does the Li clan have? Child, what are you going to do? We will pack our things and leave here tomorrow. We will never return. Right now, don't provoke them. I'm not an impulsive person, don't worry. In the end, under Yi Fan's constant questioning, the old man finally told him some things. The Li clan was one of the largest clans in this town. Apparently, 3 or 4 people in the clan were cultivating outside. Cultivators were very mysterious to ordinary people. They couldn't be seen normally, so the people in the town were very afraid of the Li clan. Yi Fan felt that the old man didn't say some things. For example, the Jiang clan used to be very well, they had a restaurant in the town, and why his son suddenly passed away. He didn't say any of these things. Tingting, warm the towel with hot water for Grandpa. After sending Tingting away, the old man said, "Little brother, I know you're not an ordinary child. You were able to catch a deer at such a young age, so you probably know some cultivation. But I still advise you not to provoke the Li clan." The old man continued. His son and daughter-in-law were actually also cultivators. A few years ago, they were highly regarded by a certain sect. Even the Li clan in the town was on good terms with them and didn't want to offend them. Mist Grotto. Yifan was very surprised. The sect the old man's son was in was actually one of the 6 grotto heavens in the Yen kingdom. It was only 200 miles away from the town. A few people from the Li clan also cultivated in the Mist Grotto. One of them entered the sect at almost the same time as the old man's son, but his achievements were far behind. The Li clan's child had bad intentions and behaved improperly. He did an evil thing and my child was too upright, so he couldn't help but act. In the end, he made a great enemy. Tingting's father's talent was extraordinary. He was especially valued in the Mist Grotto, so he wasn't afraid of the Li clan disciple who entered the sect at the same time as him. But the weather was unpredictable, and people had good fortune and misfortune. 2 years ago, when Tingting's parents left the mountain to gather spirit herbs, they unfortunately died tragically under the claws of lightning birds. After Tingting's parents died, the Li clan no longer had any scruples. They first took away the old man's restaurant, and then took away his inn. They forced the poor grandfather and grandson to this state, but they still weren't willing to let them go. At this time, Xiao Tingting came back after washing the towel. She looked like a porcelain doll, but she said something that didn't match her age. Why is it that the good are always bullied in this world, while the bad live to 100 years old? Hearing her young words and seeing her wronged expression, Yifan and the old man looked at each other silently, not knowing how to comfort her. There are still many good people in this world. Tingting only sees one side, everything will be better in the future. Yifan didn't want her little heart to develop negative emotions too early. Yes, your big brother is a good person. By helping us like this, he and Tingting will both live long. The old man revealed a kind smile and said, "Today, I will stew the deer meat for Tingting to eat." The old man followed Yifan's suggestion and closed the small restaurant. At noon, the 3 of them ate a sumptuous meal. Tingting's little face was flushed and she finally smiled again. In the afternoon, Yifan wandered around the small town and found out the Li clan's properties, as well as the location of the old man's restaurant and inn. Then, he indirectly learned a lot from other people. He didn't want to act rashly, afraid that he would implicate the old man and little Tingting. It would be the saddest thing to harm others instead of helping them. There are many people from the Li clan cultivating in the Mist Grotto. Yifan didn't feel confident. After all, he had just started cultivating. And this wasn't the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that there was someone from the Li clan cultivating in a super-immortal sect outside of Yen country. He seemed to have extraordinary achievements. The Li clan is really hard to deal with. It seems that I have to think of another way. This made Yifan even more determined to cultivate. He had to become stronger or else his hands and feet would be tied. Even if he wanted to help Uncle Jiang and the pitiful little Tingting, it would be difficult to do so. No matter what, I can't let those bastards who attacked today go. Yifan didn't rush into action. Impulsiveness would only ruin things. He calmly returned to the small restaurant and began to meditate after entering his room. After getting the golden page book and the mysterious green copper, he hadn't properly examined them. Now he decided to start with the golden page book first. He used the Tao scripture and began to look inside. The yellow bean-sized golden sea of bitterness was like a divine moon in the darkness. The simple and imposing green copper was in the center of the golden sea of bitterness. It was motionless, as steady as a rock, and silent. The golden page book was pushed to the edge of the sea of bitterness. Brilliant light flowed and flashed with bursts of divine brilliance. The densely packed small characters on it were like stars, radiating golden light, sacred and ethereal. The golden page book seemed to want to return to the center of the sea of bitterness. However, no matter how dazzling it was, it couldn't move the green copper at all. It could only drift at the edge of the sea of bitterness. Yi Fan's mind was completely immersed in the golden page book and the sea of bitterness. However, he encountered the same problem as last time. Every small character on the golden page book shot out golden needle-like rays of light. It made his mind hurt, and he couldn't see the characters clearly. How could this be? Is there no way to cultivate the mysterious method on this golden page book? Yi Fan frowned. This was like having a treasure mountain, but he couldn't take out any wealth. He couldn't even grab a copper coin in his hand. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to suddenly think of something and took out something from his pocket. A dark Bodhi seed appeared in his hand. It was as big as a walnut, and there were natural patterns on it. When they were connected together, they formed a pattern of a Buddha. The Buddha pattern was formed by nature. It was dark, simple, and natural. There was a faint Zen aura coming from it. The Bodhi tree can help people prove their Tao. Let me try with this Bodhi seed. It was because of this Bodhi seed that Yi Fan obtained a mysterious ancient scripture from the bronze coffin. At this moment, he couldn't read the mysterious method recorded in the golden page book, so he wanted to try with this magical Bodhi seed. The Bodhi tree had other names. It was the tree of wisdom, the tree of enlightenment, and the tree of thought. Legend had it that it could awaken one's divinity and enlighten oneself. The moment Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed, he began to use the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture. Suddenly, golden threads flowed out from the sea of bitterness and gathered towards the Bodhi seed. At this moment, he didn't know if it was an illusion or if the Bodhi seed was really working. He felt his mind was empty and very peaceful. He began to look into the sea of bitterness again and looked at the golden page book. It's really working. Yi Fan was amazed. The Bodhi seed made his mind empty and calm. He easily saw through the golden light and saw the ancient words on the golden paper. The golden needles that were piercing to the eyes seemed to soften and no longer hurt his eyes. I've opened a treasure trove. Even with the Bodhi seed in his hand, Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He was very excited. He opened the complete Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture. The ancient characters transformed into divine splendor, continuously imprinting themselves onto his mind's stigma like stars shining brightly in the sky. This golden page was mysterious and unfathomable. The densely packed characters on it were not read out, but turned into stars that rushed towards Yi Fan's mind. At this moment, Yi Fan felt auspicious lights descending from the sky, divine springs gushing out from the earth, lotus flowers blooming, and jade grass sprouting. Divine lights filled the sky, dragons and phoenixes danced, life tortoises breathed out auspicious chi, purple chi came from the east, golden light came from the west, 5-colored divine lights shone, and 7-colored divine rainbows crossed the sky. Many miraculous scenes, endless methods, appeared one after another. It was mysterious, like the heavenly music, like the hymn of the great Tao, rumbling in Yi Fan's mind. He was in a trance, as if he was intoxicated, like a desert that had been dry for a long time meeting dew. The endless yellow sand was gradually filled with vitality. Yi Fan felt as if many windows had suddenly opened, and all kinds of divine lights shot towards him. He tried his best to grasp something, but the light passed through the gaps between his fingers. It was very difficult to grasp. This was not cultivation, no one could understand such a profound truth in a short period of time. This was a kind of impact. The Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, silver light bursting out, majestic. What did this scroll say? It rushed into Yi Fan's mind in a very general way, allowing him to roughly understand what he had to cultivate, and what realm he had to reach. The Sea of Bitterness, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Puramitha, these 4 realms perfectly explained the meaning of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture. A cultivator first had to open up the Sea of Bitterness, gradually strengthening it. Only then could one explore the Wheel of Life, because the two overlapped together. Then, an endless amount of life essence was released, lingering above the Sea of Bitterness, overflowing to every part of the body, nourishing the flesh, organs, and bones, strengthening the flesh shell, and beginning to transcend mortals. This was the first realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll, the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness covered the Wheel of Life, one above the other, overlapping. Every year, a mark would be left on the Wheel of Life, until the Wheel of Life was full of scars and completely collapsed. At that time, a person's lifespan would be exhausted, and they would die. If he wanted to change this situation, then the only way was to open up a passageway in the sea of misery that led directly to the bottom of the sea and linked up with the wheel of life to allow an enormous amount of vitality essence to surge out and stop the corrosion of the sea of misery. Only then would he be able to extend his lifespan. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. The vigorous life essence surged and finally gathered together. It would turn into liquid form and form the divine spring of life, which would then rush into the sea of bitterness. Opening a life spring in the desolate sea of bitterness and connecting it to the wheel of life, allowing the divine spring to flow, this was the second realm of the sea of reincarnation scripture, life spring. Only in this way would a cultivator have a source of power, and only then would they be able to execute various mystical techniques and divine abilities, possessing unfathomable might. This was the crucial step for a cultivator to transform. As long as the source of divine power was not exhausted, their magic power would be endless. In fact, the divine rainbow that cultivators controlled was the divine light that flowed out of their life springs. After reaching the life spring realm, one would be able to control a rainbow to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There were countless mystical techniques. The mysteries of the human body were endless, and powerful cultivators did not want to be trapped in the sea of bitterness. They wanted to explore other unknown secret realms of the human body, so there was the process of forcefully crossing the sea of bitterness. The mystical techniques recorded in the Tao scripture had an indomitable momentum. Even if the sea of bitterness was boundless, there was no need to look back. One needed to use one's own strength to break through the shackles. In order to achieve their goal, the cultivator needed to transform their flesh shell and form a segment of divine meridian in the sea of bitterness to help them break through the obstacles and reach the other end of the sea of bitterness. This was a difficult and long process. The cultivator would become stronger the more he suffered, and in the end, the sea of reincarnation would sublimate, forming the divine meridian of heaven and earth, and releasing the endless potential of the body. This was the third realm of the sea of reincarnation scripture, divine bridge. At this stage of cultivation, the cultivator's will must be incomparably firm and could not be shaken. Only then could they see through the falsehood and fog and continue to search for their own shore. In this process, not only must the flesh shell transform, but the spirit must also sublimate. The spirit and the shell must become one, breaking through the shackles and transcending oneself. Only then could one return to their origin and find their roots. The divine bridge was like a rainbow, successfully crossing the sea of bitterness. This was the fourth realm of the sea of reincarnation scripture, opposite shore. Reaching the opposite shore, the cultivator's flesh and blood, organs, and bones would all wither, and then there would be a different kind of rebirth, continuously being reborn 9 times, completing the transformation of a cocoon into a butterfly. The sea of bitterness, life spring, divine bridge, opposite shore, these 4 great realms were separated from each other, like heaven and earth. To break through was extremely difficult. Every great realm had many details that needed to be accumulated and settled. Only then would there be the possibility of transformation. So after reaching the second great realm, life spring, one can control a rainbow to travel. For such a person to kill a bitter sea stage cultivator, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yi Fan shuddered. He thought of Elder Han, whose cultivation was at least at the life spring stage. Between the 4 great realms, the difference in strength was huge, like the gap between heaven and earth. To classify Yi Fan as a bitter sea stage cultivator was really a bit forced, because the golden sea of bitterness that he had opened up was too small, it was only the size of a soybean. Yi Fan was not dispirited. After all, he had just started cultivating. The time was too short, to have such an achievement was really not easy. Moreover, his sea of bitterness was different from the others. It was bright and dazzling, without the slightest deathly aura. Every time it was opened, it would shake the heavens and earth, like a golden ocean surging. It must not be ordinary. Then, Yi Fan thought of Elder Han's grandson, Han Feiyu. Although his divine spring of life could not gush out, and had not reached the second great realm, life spring, but he could already control the greenwood treasure seal. Such a bitter sea cultivator who had grasped a treasure was enough to be a threat to him. Yi Fan received the impact of the general trend. It was like a dream. The Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture was like a magnificent historical picture scroll, unfolding in his heart, and then like a surging sacred river that split the heavens and earth, surging past, allowing him to understand the profound true meaning. There was no specific cultivation, but this grand baptism had benefited him a lot. This was a kind of grasp of the overall cultivation, allowing him to understand the direction, and know how to walk the road in the future. There are some differences from the Tao scripture that I practiced before. After Yi Fan grasped the general meaning, he began to carefully study it from the beginning, and suddenly found an abnormality. He found that the mysterious technique recorded in this golden page was different from the Tao scripture that he practiced in the Spirit Ruins Paradise. Just the opening few lines of ancient characters were somewhat different. It seems that after the sea of reincarnation of the Tao scripture was lost, although some fragments were passed down, but they were not accurate enough. Yi Fan secretly rejoiced. If he had not accidentally obtained this golden page, he most likely would never know the shortcomings of the Tao scripture that he had practiced before. Now I can still correct it, and make the mysterious technique perfect. Yi Fan did what he said, and immediately began to practice according to the mysterious technique recorded in the real Tao scripture. A mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that his heart was empty. After the mystical technique was corrected, the golden threads that flowed out from the sea of sufferings increased. They flowed towards his limbs and bones, making his entire body comfortable. His flesh, blood, organs, and bones were all being nourished. At this moment, he seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. At the same time, some strange changes took place in the sky above Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Divine splendor appeared, like stars at first, and then like chaos. Chi was breathed out and spread out, coming out of nothingness. Misty mist lingered, and divine rays shone. There were thousands of changes without a fixed pattern. The sky above the golden sea was ever-changing. One moment, the sky was full of stars, and the next moment, the sky was silent. Growth and decline, prosperity and destruction were repeated, constantly alternating with reincarnation. Is this the change that the real Tao scripture has? Yi Fan was very surprised. At this moment, he felt the vigorous vitality of the heaven and earth combining Qi to give birth to all things, and he also understood the lifelessness of the universe and the withering starry sky. It was not until a long time later that everything calmed down, and the golden sea of bitterness became more condensed. In the past, it was as bright as the moon, but now it was as bright as the sun. The overflowing golden threads were even more blazing, and there was an extremely vigorous vitality. The real Tao scripture is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan sighed. He believed that he could go further and break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. However, he was not complacent, because he knew that there were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren territory that were comparable to the Tao scripture. They were all extremely profound, and they were all complete chapters that were not lost. Now, they were all in the hands of the Holy Lands and the families of the ancients. At present, the mysterious technique that I practice is not worse than anyone else, and my starting point is not lower than anyone else's. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he said, I will definitely be able to open up the sea of bitterness, let the divine spring gurgle, form the bridge between heaven and earth, reach the other side, and be reborn 9 times in a row, completing the metamorphosis of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. After dinner, Yi Fan continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. For the whole night, he was immersed in a mysterious state. The golden sea of bitterness was spread out and out of nothingness. The stars were shining, the chaos was hazy, and it was ever-changing. It was not until the second day that he woke up from this state. He was not tired at all. The essence of life in the sea of bitterness was overflowing, making him feel refreshed. Big brother, it's time for breakfast. Little Ting Ting bounced over and called him to eat. Her little face was filled with a happy smile. Although the clothes on her body were not fitting and were tattered with many patches, it could not hide the unique brilliance of her bright childlike face. Yi Fan sighed. A child was a child. She had experienced such a tragedy yesterday and suffered so much grievance. She cried so sadly, but when she woke up, she was no longer sad and quickly forgot all the unhappiness. Is Ting Ting happy? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Yes. Ting Ting nodded seriously and said, now that there is food, Grandpa doesn't have to be reluctant to eat. He saved it for me. Of course, Ting Ting is happy. Yi Fan was startled. It turned out that some people's happiness was so simple. Being able to eat made Ting Ting so satisfied. Compared to those who tried their best to fight for fame and fortune, this standard was too low. Perhaps it was because of this simple happiness that such a pure beauty was born. Looking at her blushing little face full of smiles, Yi Fan was deeply infected. He dotingly touched her head and then pulled her out of the house. When it was close to noon, the middle-aged man from the Li family came again. Seeing that the small restaurant was closed, he kicked it a few times and cursed, "Open the door, Grandpa is here to eat." Inside the small restaurant, Ting Ting was very nervous. Her big eyes were full of fear. She tightly leaned against the old man's arms, afraid that those people would break in. Uncle Jiang gently patted her back and comforted her in a low voice. Yi Fan stood in the house and listened to those unpleasant curses. He gradually frowned and his eyes became colder. "Fine, old man Jiang, if you don't do business, just wait to starve to death. You're already 70 or 80, let's see what you can do." The person outside cursed and smashed the 2 pots of flowers outside the door. Then, he used a dagger to carve on the door until it was beyond recognition. Only then did he swagger away. "Grandpa." After a long time, Ting Ting timidly said, "Will those bad people come tomorrow?" "It's okay, Ting Ting, don't be afraid. Grandpa won't let them hurt you." The old man kept comforting her. Ting Ting whispered, "Those bad people do evil every day. Why no good people come to punish them?" Yi Fan felt that in this world, the words of a child were indeed the truest. There were many injustices, but not all of them could be cared about. "Ting Ting, don't worry. They won't come tomorrow." Yi Fan squatted down and smiled, "Come, let's go eat. I'll make you a good dish for lunch." Yi Ting Yi Fan School. "Don," I said, "Ting Ting Ting in. Big brother, you know how to cook?" Ting Ting Ting's eyes were filled with disbelief. The little girl blinked her big eyes in disbelief. "I don't believe it. Grandpa can cook anything. In the past, when we still had a restaurant, Grandpa cooked delicious food for me every day. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Have you tried it? Sweet and sour pork ribs, have you ever eaten it?" Even the old man beside her was puzzled. As expected, Ting Ting showed a confused expression and said, "How can sugar be put with pork ribs?" Even the old man beside her was puzzled. In the end, Yi Fan could only be an armchair strategist. His culinary skills were terrible, but after the old man learned the method, he did it himself and finally brought the sweet and sour deer ribs to the table. Little Ting Ting had a great time eating this meal and was filled with a happy smile. Yi Fan liked this kind of harmonious and joyous atmosphere. It made him feel at home and vaguely gave him a sense of sustenance. After lunch, the old man let Ting Ting take a nap. He brewed a pot of coarse tea and brought it to the clean square table. He asked Yi Fan, "Child, are you going to do something?" "Don't be rash," Yi Fan smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. In fact, anyone can be a bad person, it's just a matter of whether they want to or not." "What are you going to do?" "If I really think about it, it's not hard to harm people. I have 100 ways to take revenge on them. However, there's no need to do that. I can just use the simplest method. I'll make sure they can't take care of themselves and come looking for trouble. When I have time in the future, I'll take care of them." Yi Fan directly left the small town in the afternoon. He didn't want to scheme against the Li family. As long as those people cultivating outside didn't return, there was no need to do this. He had already figured out that the Li family had to go to the county to buy food and goods every month. They practically monopolized half of the business in the small town. Tomorrow was the day to go to the county for a big purchase. The yellow-faced middle-aged man was a steward of the Li family. Under normal circumstances, he was in charge of this matter. The county was about 70 to 80 li away from the small town. It was much more prosperous than the small town and had a population of tens of thousands. There were many shops on both sides of the street and the sound of hawking could be heard incessantly. This distance was not a problem at all for Yi Fan, whose physique far surpassed ordinary people. He easily arrived in less than 2 hours. After exchanging the game he caught in the forest for coins, he bought many sweets and snacks for Ting Ting. He then bought a few small clothes and shoes for her and finally bought the things he needed for tomorrow. He only returned when the sky was about to turn dark. The main reason he came out today was to examine the road between the small town and the county. He wanted to see where it was desolate and secluded. Yifan didn't return until the lights were turned on. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the old man's worried heart finally relaxed. Little Ting Ting, on the other hand, was very happy and excited. She held the beautiful clothes with a happy smile on her face. She opened the paper bags of sweets and snacks and stuffed the delicious things into the old man's and Yifan's mouths before eating happily herself. Ting Ting, why don't you go change? Yifan asked her. I'll wear it later. Ting Ting's current clothes can still be worn. She carefully wrapped up the new clothes. Looking at the old clothes that were mended and sewn over and over again, Yifan felt a bit sad. A child from a poor family made one's heart ache. She was so sensible at such a young age. Although it was an unintentional remark, it made it difficult for him to calm down. Don't worry, Ting Ting will have new clothes to wear every day in the future. Hurry and change. Yifan felt that if a cute girl like Ting Ting and a kind old man like Uncle Jiang were bullied again, it would be unforgivable. That night, Yifan continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. He found that when he held the Bodhi seed in his hand, his heart would become especially clear and his understanding of the Tao scripture would become much deeper. As expected of the path understanding tree, the next afternoon, Yifan left the small town and walked through the forest. He quickly came to the road that led to the county. There was a section of the mountain road where he had to pass through a small canyon. Yifan quickly climbed up the cliff and changed into a set of black clothes. He covered his face and put on a pair of stilts to disguise himself as an adult. Then, he opened all the oil barrels that he had prepared yesterday and waited quietly for the Li family's people to come back. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that the sound of rolling came from the mountain road. There were more than a dozen large carts, all loaded with goods. From silk and cloth to daily necessities and food, there was everything that one could think of. Yifan stood up and threw the oil barrels down with all his might. Pung-pung sounds continuously rang out. The dozen carts were all drenched in oil, and the people below immediately panicked. Oil, it's oil, someone wants to set the carts on fire. The Li family people shouted. Many people fled in panic, but some people were looking for the person who wanted to set the fire. At this time, someone finally noticed Yifan above the canyon. He was tall and wore black clothes. The torches in his hands were thrown down one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The raging fire immediately ignited, and the dozen carts were instantly turned into a sea of fire. It was impossible to extinguish it, and the flames soared to the sky. Who are you? You dare to set fire to the Li family's goods? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by cultivators? The yellow-faced middle-aged man shouted in panic. With so many goods destroyed, he could already imagine the terrifying consequences when he returned. Pung! Another barrel of oil was thrown down, and it almost hit his head. His clothes were splashed with a lot of oil, and then a flame fell down. The yellow-faced middle-aged man immediately screamed miserably, and as if his life depended on it, he rushed towards the distant mountain stream. Yifan swept his eyes over and hid his figure above the valley. Then, he quickly took off his stilts and took off his black clothes. Carrying these things, he flew away. That night, the entire Cool Breeze town was shaken. The Li family's losses were disastrous. More than a dozen carts of goods were completely burned, and nothing was left. There were also 7 or 8 people who were burned. It was difficult for the small town to calm down the entire night. The Li family seemed to have gone crazy, and they were practically going from house to house looking for clues. For them, this was simply stirring up trouble. The huge losses made the Li family furious. Only until late at night did the small town calm down. The Li family felt that the people of the town did not dare to do this. They did not have that kind of skill and courage. They guessed that it was a distant enemy. The Li family immediately became nervous, and they ordered people to send a message to the Misty Paradise that very night. That night, Yifan quietly left the small restaurant and went to the depths of the mountain. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. He did not know how deep into the mountain forest he went, but he finally found a stone cave. Yi Fan used a huge rock to seal himself inside, and then took out all the spirit medicines. The jade serpent orchid was as soft as mutton fat jade, and overflowed with a refreshing fragrance. The golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit was dazzling, and a brilliant light circulated. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand, and calmed his mind to comprehend the Tao scripture. Only when he felt the sea of bitterness tremble, and felt that he could break through, did he eat the jade serpent orchid. An hour later, although the cave was blocked by a huge rock, it still emitted waves of sound. Beams of golden light rushed out like a tsunami, and the sound of the waves rumbled unceasingly. It was not until the latter half of the night that everything calmed down. Yi Fan looked inside and found that the golden sea of bitterness had more than doubled in size. He moved the huge rock away and rushed out of the cave. His body was light and healthy, and his strength and speed had increased a lot. He ran quickly in the mountain forest like a wisp of smoke. In the end, he returned to the cave and sealed the cave entrance with a huge rock again. Without hesitation, he swallowed the golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit, and then held the Bodhi seed in his hand to comprehend the Tao scripture. In the latter half of the night, there was a deafening sound in the cave. The huge rock blocking the cave entrance suddenly collapsed, and the stones shot out in all directions. It was like a volcanic eruption, and also like the nine heavens Milky Way pouring down. The cave was filled with dazzling light, tsunamis shook the sky, and thunder was unceasing. Yi Fan's sea of bitterness turned into a golden ocean, and kept rolling high into the sky. This situation lasted for a full 2 hours, and then the terrifying sound slowly subsided. The divine light gradually faded, and Yi Fan rushed out quickly. The cave behind him let out a rumbling sound and quickly collapsed. The reason it hadn't collapsed before was because the golden light was supporting it. At this moment, it was close to dawn, and the mountain forest was not particularly dark. Yi Fan felt that his body was full of vitality, and there was an exuberant essence flowing in his body. The golden sea of bitterness had expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a pigeon's egg overnight. It had expanded several times. He was very surprised. All of this was caused by the golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit, which contained 10 times more life essence than the jade snake orchid. It was really a rare treasure. Yi Fan could not calm down. He found that his body was like a bottomless pit, and he did not have to worry about the medicinal effect being too strong. As long as he could provide enough life essence, he could continue to open up the sea of bitterness. Did the curse of the sacred body of the ancients not appear on me? Or is this the curse? Every step forward requires a huge amount of life essence. In this way, the path will become narrower and narrower, and it will be difficult to open up the sea of bitterness in the later stage. If ordinary people absorbed so much life essence, they would have already broken through the sea of bitterness, and their body would have already collapsed. If ordinary people absorbed all of this life essence in a long time, the sea of bitterness opened up should be bigger than mine. Yi Fan pondered. His cultivation was simply a kind of extravagant squandering. He said to himself, is it a waste? I don't think so. At this time, he found that his sea of bitterness was exceptionally condensed. Although it was only the size of a pigeon's egg, it contained a total of 19 divine patterns, and it was extremely exuberant. When the sea of bitterness of ordinary people was the size of a pigeon's egg, I'm afraid it would be difficult to condense divine patterns, but my golden sea of bitterness has done it long ago. Yi Fan did not feel that it was extravagant. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. His golden sea of bitterness was different. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fan gently flicked his 10 fingers, and suddenly more than a dozen divine patterns shot out. Like dazzling sword auras, they all pierced through the mountain rocks in front of him. If I open up a sea of bitterness of the same size, the divine power I have will be many times stronger than others. This made Yi Fan's thoughts fluctuate. But if I want to succeed in my cultivation with this kind of physique, I need a huge amount of life essence as a backing. After thinking about this problem, he could not help but frown. But it's not just limited to spiritual medicine. If I can find the source that Elder Wu Qingfeng mentioned, I should be able to break through in a treasured land with extremely dense spiritual qi. According to ancient records, in the era when the qi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, it was chaotic and hazy. The spiritual qi was very dense, and many spiritual objects could absorb the original qi of heaven and earth, forming amber-like crystals that contained a huge amount of life essence. The ones that were preserved until now were called source. To cultivators, they were extremely precious. Some of the best source could be said to be priceless. From the era when all things were born to the ancient times, the original chi of heaven and earth gradually thinned, and it was very difficult for spiritual objects to form source. However, in the last glorious era, all things flourished, living creatures were powerful, and there were many spiritual medicines. As a result, many rare god source was formed. People later discovered that there were living creatures sealed in amber-like crystals. After such god source was mined, it could provide endless chi of life. That really is an era that people yearn for. At the beginning of the world, the universe gave birth to all living things. The era that countless cultivators yearned for was gone forever. Yi Fan could only sigh. His harvest this night was huge. The bitter sea expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a pigeon egg. Most importantly, there were 19 divine markings in the golden bitter sea. He already had extraordinary battle strength and became a cultivator of the bitter sea stage, removing the word barely. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Yi Fan hunted 2 pheasants and a hare in the mountain forest, and picked some wild fruits before heading back to the small town. After returning to the small restaurant, the old man had just placed breakfast on the table. Little Ting Ting was perseveringly knocking on his door, urging him to get up. Yi Fan couldn't help smiling. Seeing him come back from outside, little Ting Ting was very surprised, and Uncle Jiang was hesitant to speak. He had lived for so many years, and naturally guessed that the arson incident was related to Yi Fan. Today we have additional dishes for lunch: braised hare, green leaf chicken. Come, try these wild fruits first. Yi Fan handed a few bright red fruits to the little girl. Oh, there's delicious food again. Little Ting Ting was very happy. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan returned to his room and continued to study the Tao scripture. He felt that every time he reread the Tao scripture, he would have a different feeling. Hey! Yi Fan was surprised. He found that the opening lines of ancient characters on the Golden Book were slowly blurring, as though they would soon disappear. Fortunately, I have already remembered it, otherwise there would really be trouble. He did not understand why this situation would happen. Until noon, Yi Fan was awakened by a loud noise. Old bastard, don't talk nonsense, quickly prepare some food and wine, otherwise I will tear down your small restaurant. What bad luck, this fire is too terrible, that bastard deserves to be cut into pieces, he made us so miserable. Manager Liu, what should we do in the future? To be beaten out of the house by the Li family, it really doesn't sound good. You ask me, who do I ask? Let's take one step at a time. Old Jiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare a table of food and wine to calm us down. Otherwise, prepare to be a corpse. It was the yellow-faced middle-aged man and his subordinates. Right now, they were all wrapped in bandages. Some of them were burned by the fire yesterday, while others were beaten up and chased out by the Li family. Little Ting Ting stood in front of the table and said timidly, "Don't yell at my grandpa. Our family is not running a restaurant anymore. Go eat somewhere else." Bang! Steward Liu slapped the table heavily. He glared at him and threatened, "Old man Jiang, stop dawdling. If you don't prepare the meal, I will throw your granddaughter into the well. Little girl, go to the side. This has nothing to do with you." A fierce-looking guy with a bandage on his left hand pushed Ting Ting with his right hand, almost causing the little girl to tumble. Uncle Jiang hurriedly supported Ting Ting and blocked her behind him. He said to the others, "We really don't want to do business anymore. This shop really can't continue. You guys should go somewhere else. Did you forget yesterday's lesson? We are in a bad mood today, and you still dare to talk back?" Steward Liu sneered. His yellow face became even more sallow, looking somewhat gloomy. He abruptly stood up, grabbed Uncle Jiang's collar, and said coldly, "You old fart, you've really become more and more unyielding these 2 days. We're all in big trouble, but you still dare to talk back to us like this. If you anger us, we'll burn down your doghouse today and make you beg for food with this little bastard. Don't hit my grandpa." Little Ting Ting sobbed. She was only 5 years old, and she was too short to reach Steward Liu's arm. She could only hug one of his legs and begged, I beg you, let go of my grandpa, he is already over 70 years old. Steward Lu's hand grabbed Uncle Jiang's collar tightly. Although he was burned, he wasn't someone an old man like Uncle Jiang could compare to. The old man's neck was a little bruised, and his wrinkled face was red from the suffocation. He started coughing violently. Little Ting Ting's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Steward Lu's leg and cried anxiously and pitifully, I beg you, let go of my grandpa, he can't breathe, sob sob, my grandpa is already over 70 years old, don't pinch him, let go of him. Little Ting Ting shook Steward Lu's leg with all her might, but no matter how much strength she had, it was of no use. Little girl, stay at the side. Steward Lu raised his leg forcefully, causing Little Ting Ting to tumble. He then raised his leg to kick her. When Yifan rushed into the small restaurant from the backyard, he happened to see this scene. He grabbed the teapot on the table and threw it, smashing it heavily onto the leg that Steward Lu had just raised. Then, he quickly rushed over and pulled Little Ting Ting up. Big brother. Little Ting Ting pouted and called out timidly. Her big eyes were red, and there were tear stains on her face. Her new clothes were covered in dust. Yifan's hair stood up in anger. It was as if there was a fire burning in his body. He immediately pushed Steward Lu's hand away and rescued Uncle Jiang. Then, he said angrily, you have the heart to lay your hands on such a lonely old man, are you still human? Where did this little bastard come from? How can you speak like that? The people at the side couldn't take it anymore. They all stood up and stared at Yifan with hostility. Steward Lu's yellow face was incomparably gloomy. He looked down at Yifan from above and said, little bastard, you're still so young, yet you want to fight for justice like an adult. In a bit, I'll throw you into the gutter. Let's see if you still dare to shout like that. Uncle Jiang's neck was bruised, and his face was flushed red. He squatted on the ground and coughed for a long time before he recovered. Little Ting Ting was incomparably nervous. She sobbed while lightly patting the old man's back. She cried, Grandpa, are you all right? Don't scare Ting Ting Ting. Ting 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 is very worried, Ting 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 is very scared. Seeing all of this, Yifan's anger burned even more. However, his eyes gradually became ice cold. He stared at Steward Lu and said, you're already so old. Did you live all your years like a dog? Motherf asterisk cur, where did this bastard come from? He actually dares to speak to Steward Lu like that? Beat him to death. The yellow-faced middle-aged man hadn't even expressed his opinion when a fierce-looking fellow rushed over from the side and raised his hand to slap Yifan's face. However, this person himself let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. Because Yifan was the first to make a move and pinched his bandaged arm, everyone present didn't know how much strength Yifan had. They all thought that this fellow's heart-wrenching scream was because his wound was touched. Steward Lu being kicked out of the Li family was all within Yifan's expectations. However, he didn't expect him to be so domineering. Even after falling into such a state, he still came here to act like a tyrant. Little bastard, your guts are really not small. Steward Lu sneered and stretched out his hand to slap Yifan's face. His movement wasn't fast. He wanted to humiliate Yifan. Paw. Yifan swung his palm and with a paw sound, Steward Lu was sent flying. He suddenly hit the square table behind him and a string of blood sprayed out from his mouth for 3 to 4 meters. He struggled to climb up and spat out 7 or 8 teeth. Motherf asterisk cur, kill this bastard for me. Steward Lu was furious. His yellow face was almost distorted and his eyes were about to spit out fire. These people didn't realize that Yifan was different from ordinary people. With a hula sound, they all surrounded him. Yifan's eyes were cold. He pinched their bandaged wounds one by one. Suddenly, miserable screams were heard. Paw, 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 then, more than a dozen slaps sounded in succession. Yifan raised his left and right hands respectively and fiercely slapped their mouths. You bastards, you even have the heart to bully such a lonely old man and such a cute child. You really deserve to die. Yifan's strength was so great that if he didn't control his strength, he could directly split these people's heads. Even so, their molars flew everywhere. These people covered in bandages were slapped until their mouths and noses bled. Their teeth fell out and they rolled on the ground. Ah, little rabbit is here, bastard, you dare to hit us? It hurts so much, my wounds. These people were slapped by Yi Fan until they rolled on the ground and screamed. I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang. I forgot that this is a small store. I'll have to trouble you to clean up later. I'll throw them out now. Yi Fan said as he grabbed them one by one and threw them all out. Uncle Jiang's emotions fluctuated violently. It was as if the anger that he had been holding in for 2 years was suddenly released. His body was trembling. He used his hands to cover Tingting's eyes so that she wouldn't see any of this. He was afraid that it would scare the little girl. Tingting was extremely anxious and asked with a sobbing tone, Grandpa, what's wrong with Big Brother? Are those bad guys bullying him? Tingting, don't worry. Your big brother is fine. Those bad guys were all beaten to the ground by him. Yi Fan threw these people onto the street, but he did not let them go. He kicked them until they rolled around like rubber balls. They cried and screamed as if they had been skinned. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Steward Liu was naturally the target that Yi Fan paid special attention to. His cheeks were swollen, and it was unknown how many times he had been slapped. Almost all of his teeth were knocked out. Help, murder, these people screamed and cried for help, attracting many onlookers. However, no one tried to stop them. Many people even wanted to go over and kick them a few times. When Yi Fan saw this, he loudly said, Fellow villagers, what are you waiting for? These people were the dogs of the Li family, and now that they have been kicked out of the Li family, there's nothing to worry about. Come and beat them up. Teach them a good lesson. These words exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. With a whoosh, everyone surrounded them. Men, women, old, and young were tearing and pulling at the people on the ground. I heard this morning that they were beaten up by the Li family because their goods were burned. Looks like it's true. No wonder this young man can beat them up. So they are covered in injuries. Otherwise, this young man would have suffered a great loss today. Beat them. Beat these bastards to death. The crowd was enraged. They rushed forward and beat the people on the ground. It wasn't hard to guess how unpopular these people were. Now that the crowd was enraged, all of their anger erupted. The people on the ground kept rolling. Their screams were no longer human. They cried and cried for their parents. They were beaten until they lost control of their bowels and urine. The stench was overwhelming. Yi Fan originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to break some of their bones and make them behave for a year and a half, but now he realized that he didn't need to do it. The men and women, old and young, who surrounded them, beat the drowning dogs. Several people's arms and legs were all broken. They would probably be crippled for the rest of their lives. One could imagine how much anger they had aroused. Spare us, we won't dare to do it again. Ah, help, someone's dead. Steward Liu and the others were beaten so badly that they could barely breathe. They lay on the street like dead dogs. In the past, they had gone too far and had already aroused public anger. If it weren't for the advice of a few prudent old men, they would have been beaten to death. In the end, everyone threw them to their own doorsteps like dead dogs. This matter could be said to be very satisfying. At noon, the small restaurant was filled with laughter. Little Tingting's smile was exceptionally bright. She was no longer worried or afraid. Uncle Jiang also let out the anger in his heart, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have melted a lot. He made several dishes, such as rabbit meat and red, rabbit meatballs and clear soup, sweet and sour rabbit ribs, green leaf roll chicken, spicy diced chicken, and some vegetables and wild fruits. This meal lasted for a long time. From time to time, it was mixed with laughter. This harmonious atmosphere gave Yi Fan the illusion that he had returned home. After lunch, Yi Fan directly went deep into the mountains. He began to try to control the divine glyphs because it was very crucial and important for his later cultivation. Every divine glyphs was like a divine iron chain, lingering above the golden sea of bitterness. This was the primitive form formed by the condensation of life essence. Cultivators could sacrifice the divine glyphs into various shapes, such as flying knives, daggers, and so on. They could be released from the body to kill the enemy, which was more effective than the divine glyphs. Some people would spend a lot of time and effort to sacrifice the primitive divine glyphs into flying swords, small shields, divine halberds, and so on. This way, it would be easier to control, and its power would be much greater when facing the enemy. There were also some people who were not afraid of complexity and mystery. They repeatedly tempered the divine glyphs into cauldrons, bells, or towers, and so on, which could exert all kinds of mysterious power. Legend has it that the tools refined by a few cultivators using the divine glyphs might undergo unexpected changes in the later stages. The path of Tao interweaved inside the tool, which had unfathomable power. Of course, the probability of this was very low. Only those extremely talented and powerful cultivators might have such a chance. Based on past experience, the more complicated and profound the artifact refined from the primitive divine pattern, the more powerful it was. Relatively speaking, the cauldron, bell, or tower had a higher chance of interweaving the path of the Tao within it. Of course, the more complicated a tool was, the more difficult it was to take shape. Even after spending an endless amount of time and energy, they might not even be able to forge a silhouette, wasting their time. Moreover, even if he was lucky and succeeded, it would be difficult for him to reap the rewards after cultivating bitterly to the later stages. After all, the chances of the trajectory of the Tao appearing was too tiny, and it was only a legend to most cultivators, and it only belonged to a few extraordinary figures. It was very important for a cultivator to refine a primitive divine rune into a tool. Everyone treated it seriously because it was the foundation of their object manipulation in the future. For example, Han Feiyu controlled the greenwood treasure seal, Elder Han controlled the 12 green wooden swords, and the Heartless Taoist controlled many kinds of spiritual weapons. The premise was that they had already refined the primitive divine rune into a tool, and used the tool to control all kinds of weapons. The vast majority of people, after refining the divine rune into a tool, would choose a spirit treasure of the same shape. Only when the two were the same, could they display the greatest power. Of course, because the shape was different, it was not that they could not control other weapons, but it was more or less at a lower level. There were also some cultivators that constantly condensed divine rune, repeatedly refining their tool, and did not need to control other physical weapons. The tool that was forged was their spirit treasure. According to the records of the Sea of Reincarnation of the Tao Scripture, the Bitter Sea, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Prometheus stages, each stage could refine a tool. Yi Fan was already a cultivator of the Bitter Sea stage, and now he was going to refine his first tool. He was seriously considering what to choose, because this was a matter of great importance. Once the tool was formed, it would be very difficult to change it. Moreover, the first tool was the foundation of his future, and was much more useful than the tools that were forged in other stages. Since he had chosen the path of cultivation, everything had to be considered in the long term. Yi Fan first eliminated flying swords, shields, spears, and other ordinary weapons. Even though he knew that the hope was slim, but he still hoped that his tool would be able to interweave the path of the Tao in the future. Therefore, he decided to choose from those complicated and mysterious tools. Just what should I choose? Yi Fan seriously and carefully considered for a long time, and finally his eyes lit up. Finally, he made a clear choice. He decided to refine his divine rune into a cauldron. This was not an impulsive decision, but a decision that Yi Fan had made after careful consideration. It was not only because he liked the cauldron, but more importantly, the cauldron was the most mysterious object in ancient China. The cauldron ran through the entire ancient history of China. The collapse of mountains and rivers, the change of dynasties, the rise of feudal vassals, the unification of the 9 regions, were all inseparable from the cauldron. It was the divine tool of the 9 regions, the sacred object of the country. Seeking the throne of the Central Plains, the golden age of the spring and autumn period, there were countless idioms that were related to the cauldron. The cauldron had a long history in ancient China, and was the most mysterious tool of the state. It could even be said that the cauldron could represent ancient China. It was difficult to say just how long the history of China was. There were some things that were not recorded and passed down. Yi Fan thought of many things, so he chose the cauldron. In the pre-Qin period, there were many saint emperors and ancient emperors who had worshipped on Mount Tai, including Fuxi, Shennong, the Yellow Emperor and other 72 ancient emperors. Now, in Yi Fan's view, there were too many mysteries. Deducing from his own experience, it was not difficult to find that ancient China was shrouded in endless fog. There seemed to be an extremely mysterious period in ancient China. That period of time was buried in the vast river of history. From various clues, some things could be detected. The ancient people seemed to have mastered extraordinary power. The cauldron, as the most mysterious object passed down from that period, was naturally valued by Yi Fan. It was the most important sacred object that ran through the history of ancient China, so he naturally chose it as the important tool. As for this choice, Yi Fan was full of confidence. This was the crystallization of ancient China, and as his first tool and foundation, it was the most suitable. There were many forms of the cauldron. The most famous ones were the three-legged cauldron and the four-legged square cauldron. Which one should he choose? Yi Fan thought carefully again. The three-legged cauldron appeared even earlier. He gradually made a decision in his heart. In addition to the earlier reason, there were other reasons. From his current identity as a cultivator, he felt that the three-legged cauldron contained some inexplicable principles. The three-legged cauldron was more stable than the four-legged cauldron. It was the most stable form, and the Tao and meaning of the round cauldron were broader and deeper. The three-legged cauldron was stable, and solid. The circle represented the heaven and earth, the universe, and the stars. According to legend, when Panga split the heaven and earth, he broke a circle and shattered a spherical space. This was the initial evolution process of chaos, and the circle represented the origin. That's right, I'll choose the three-legged cauldron. After serious consideration, Yi Fan made this important decision. It was not easy to forge the primitive divine glyph into a tool. This was a long and arduous process that could not be accomplished in one go. First, he had to determine the form of the tool and firmly imprint it in his mind. In the future, he would use it as a reference to forge the tool. There could not be a single flaw. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan immersed himself in an ethereal state. He engraved a diagram in his mind and simulated the 19 divine glyph with his divine sense. Then, he began to forge them in his mind. After relentless effort, the 19 divine glyph finally melted and condensed into a small golden cauldron the size of a bean. It shone brilliantly and was very perfect. However, Yi Fan was not satisfied. He felt that something was missing. The form was perfect, but it lacked the Tao. Yes, it's still missing the handles. Yi Fan began to forge again. The small golden cauldron slowly formed a pair of handles. The moment the small golden cauldron was formed in his mind, Yi Fan immediately felt a natural Tao. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but mutter to himself, a cauldron, 2 handles, 3 legs. Yes, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All things bear the yin and embrace the yang, and the qi is harmonious. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more satisfied he was. The small golden cauldron became more and more mysterious in his eyes. In the end, it occupied his mind, becoming simple and natural. Yes, that's it. After Yi Fan finished forging, the three-legged cauldron was forever engraved in his mind. From now on, he would begin to forge such a real cauldron in the sea of bitterness. The most mysterious tool that ran through the entire history of China. Yi Fan's heart was filled with anticipation. Yi Fan had already engraved the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his heart, but it was extremely difficult to refine the divine patterns in the sea of bitterness. Just condensing the 19 divine patterns together took a long time. In the end, he slowly melted the 19 divine patterns into a ball the size of a bean, but it was difficult to cast and could not take shape. No matter how he looked at it, it had nothing to do with the cauldron. Yi Fan tried many times, but he could not even carve some patterns on it, let alone forge it into the shape of a cauldron. Sacrificing a cauldron was indeed difficult. However, he was not anxious. After all, this was just the beginning, and there would be time to polish it in the future. This would be a long and difficult process, not only for him, but for others. The sky darkened. Yi Fan hunted a badger and walked back. Returning to the small restaurant, he had just sat down when the old man laid out a table full of food and wine. The fragrance was alluring. Little Ting Ting had changed into a new set of clothes. Her rosy little face was filled with a sweet smile, revealing 2 cute little dimples. The little girl's definition of happiness was very low. As long as she could eat and not be bullied, she would be very satisfied. Moreover, she had new clothes to wear now. Today, the Li family is on high alert. They have gathered many strong men, as if they are guarding against something, Uncle Jiang said at the dining table. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. The Li family has an enemy who lives dozens of miles away. There are also people in the family who are cultivating outside. They are both strong local families, and the two families have never been on good terms. The Li family suspects that the other party set fire to more than 10 carts of goods. Today, they sent people to investigate, but in the end, a steward was detained. The rest were beaten half to death and rushed back. Yi Fan immediately chuckled and said, I originally wanted to torment them, but now it's even easier. This time, I guarantee that they will not be able to take care of themselves and will no longer have the mind to suspect others. Let the two families in the same village suspect each other. After asking about the situation in detail, Yi Fan quietly snuck out of the small town at night and went straight to a villa dozens of miles away. He snuck in without a sound. Although there were people in the family who were cultivating outside, there was no such person in the family at the moment. To Yi Fan, it was as if he didn't exist. After more than an hour, he found a person tied up tightly in a woodshed. Is that Steward Zhang? The voice of the person in the woodshed was shrill, similar to what Uncle Jiang had described. He immediately replied, It's me. Who are you? Steward Zhang, I'm here to save you. Yi Fan walked over and broke the rope on his body, saying, Your family's young master went down the mountain from the misty paradise. This time, he is going to completely destroy the Wang family. What? Steward Zhang seemed to be very surprised and said, Who are you? Yi Fan's voice immediately turned cold as he said, Calm down. Your family's young master has invited a few martial brothers, and I am one of them. Greetings, great immortal old master. Even though Steward Zhang could tell that the other party was young, after learning that the other party was a cultivator, he immediately kowtowed like a bug. No need to kowtow. Right now, I have something to tell you. Listen carefully. Great immortal old master, please speak. There are a few barrels of oil here. Go outside and set them on fire. When the fire is lit, shout loudly that your family's young master is going to destroy the entire Wang family. If that's the case, will I be caught and killed by them? At this moment, how could Steward Zhang think of anything else? All he was thinking about was whether or not he could preserve his own life. Don't worry, we are responsible for your safety. The few of us want to slowly torture them and let the Wang family die in fear. Okay, I'll go set the fire now. When the time comes, I'll charge together with great immortal old master. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, You've done a great service. Being praised like this by an immortal in his eyes, Steward Zhang's blood immediately boiled. His hatred for bullying his neighbors was completely unleashed. He picked up a few barrels of oil and rushed out with large strides. Yi Fan picked up the broken rope on the ground, then turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Not long later, the mountain villa was ablaze. 4 to 5 places were set on fire at the same time. Just at this moment, Steward Zhang's shrill voice rang out. It was especially ear-piercing in the middle of the night. He said, Wang family son of AB*TCH, I've set your nest on fire. Just you wait, my family's young master will destroy your entire family. The Wang family was instantly in chaos. There were the cries of women and the curses of men. Very quickly, there were people holding shining blades and rushing towards Steward Zhang. At this moment, Steward Zhang was extremely excited. With a celestial supporting him, he had no fear and lit 4 to 5 more fires. When the Wang family people saw this, their eyes turned red. They roared in anger and rushed over. They waved their blades and slashed. Under the illumination of the fire, the snow-white blades were especially eye-catching. Only at this moment did Steward Zhang feel fear. This was because the Celestial did not appear by his side. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. He let out a scream of fear and had just turned around to take a step when his neck was directly cut. Blood gushed out and he died with his eyes wide open. Seeing that Steward Zhang had been killed, Yi Fan quietly retreated from the darkness. However, he did not leave. He took advantage of the chaos to light more than 10 fires. The raging flames burned fiercely, dyeing half the sky red. Only at this time did Yifan fly away, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the news reached Fresh Breeze Town, the Li family was immediately shaken. Half of the Wang family's mountain villa was burned down? What, Xianxia did it? Bastard, Xianxia, I will kill your entire family. Everyone in the Li family panicked. Like ants on a hot pan, they gathered all the able-bodied men and prepared to deal with the Wang family's revenge. Half of the Wang family's mountain villa was turned to ashes. They were extremely furious and burned down all the Li family's shops in the county. As for the gold and silver, they took all of it and gathered the servants to attack Fresh Breeze Town. On this day, outside of Fresh Breeze Town, the two families had an intense bloody conflict. Both sides suffered many casualties. There was nothing to explain now, so they could only resolve it with blades and blood. Only until dusk did both sides retreat. It was obvious that the matter would not end like this. In the next few days, there would definitely be more bloody conflicts. That very night, the Wang family's people came again. They rushed into Fresh Breeze Town and went straight to the Li family to set fire. If they had not been prepared, the Li family might have been completely turned to ashes. Even so, many rooms were burned down, and there was no peace for the whole night. The residents of Fresh Breeze Town all clapped their hands in joy. The Li family usually acted like a tyrant in the village and had long since provoked the resentment of the people. It was just that no one dared to stand out. Now that something like this had happened, it was exactly what they dared to think but did not dare to do. Uncle Jiang saw all of this with his own eyes and couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Seeing this, Yifan smiled and said, "Don't worry, these two families are not good people. It's just a dog biting a dog." The old man nodded and said, "Child, try not to do this in the future." He was a little worried about Yifan. He felt that a 12-year-old boy could cause such a big storm with just a few casual tricks. He was afraid that in the future, Yifan's thoughts would deepen and he would go down the wrong path. Yifan immediately chuckled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I have never had the intention to harm anyone. I only do this to people like them. The Li family's people who are cultivating outside are probably coming back." The old man revealed a sad expression as he thought of his own son. "I think so too. With such a thing happening to the Li family, they must have gone to the Mist Paradise to send a message. Even if such a thing didn't happen, the Li family's people should have come back. Why?" Yifan was a little confused. The Li family usually spends a lot of money, mainly to collect spirit medicines and send them to the few people of their family who are cultivating outside. A while ago, they seem to have collected some kind of origin. It is said that it was discovered by a herb gatherer in an ancient cave deep in the mountains. It seems to have great benefits for cultivators. Yifan's heart shook at that time. According to ancient records, during the era when the qi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, plants were flourishing, living beings were powerful, and there were endless spirit medicines. Many origins were produced, sparkling like amber, and there was a large amount of life essence sealed inside. There were even some rare, divine origins that had tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed inside. After such origins were extracted, they could provide a large amount of life essence. Discovering an origin in an ancient cave deep in the mountains, the Li family really gave me a big gift. Yifan revealed a bright smile. Where did the herb gatherer who first discovered the origin in the ancient cave go? Yifan asked. There were records in the ancient books that under normal circumstances, a origin could be excavated from several pieces of origin, or even more. If they found that ancient cave, perhaps there would be other discoveries. Uncle Jiang sighed. After he returned to the town, he sold that piece of origin to the Li family. In less than a day, he disappeared. Many people speculated that the Li family was not willing to pay the bill, and had secretly done something evil. Yifan instantly understood that the Li family must have killed him. Origin was extremely important to cultivators, they would not allow this person to speak nonsense. It seems a little troublesome. Big brother, what trouble do you have? Tingting will help you. Little Tingting tilted her head, blinking her big bright eyes, and said innocently. Yi Fan smiled, scratching her delicate little nose. Ting is so good. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan walked out of the small restaurant, circling around the Li family from afar. The inside was in ruins, and there were at least 30 houses that had been burnt down. At this time, there were waves of beast roars coming from outside the small town. Not long after, a cloud of dust rose, and a tall mount rushed into the small town. It was shaped like a horse, but was covered with green scales. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the gate of the Li family. Dragon scale horse. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew of this strange beast. Its body was covered with green scales, and its shape was like a horse. It had extraordinary strength, and when it ran, it was many times faster than ordinary horses. It could travel 4,000 or 5,000 miles in a day without a problem. It did not know fatigue, and did not need to stop in the middle. It was very difficult for ordinary people to possess such a strange beast. Even bitter sea stage cultivators would find it difficult to subdue it. The strength of the dragon scale horse was extraordinary, and normally only Lifespring stage cultivators could subdue it and bestow it to their juniors who could not yet ride on the rainbow. The dragon scale horse's green scales flickered, and it shook its head and tail, neighing towards the sky. It was a divine steed. On the saddle sat a young man of about 25 or 26 years of age. His face was pale, his lips very thin, and his eyes somewhat cold. The Li family was immediately alarmed. The door was opened, and someone shouted and ran inside to deliver a message. "Young master is back." Yi Fan relaxed. He felt that the cultivator of the Li family was most likely a bitter sea stage cultivator, otherwise he would have directly flown back on a divine rainbow. This source is mine. Now was not the time to act. Not long after, Yi Fan entered the deep mountains. This time, he looked into the golden book in the sea of bitterness and found that the words at the beginning were even more blurred, as if they were really going to disappear completely. Why is it like this? Yi Fan kept thinking about this question and said to himself, "Fortunately, I have completely comprehended the parts that disappeared." After that, he continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. Every time, he would have a different feeling. After a long time, he stopped and began to refine the cauldron above the sea of misery. The 19 divine markings were smelted together, like a lump of divine iron, shining brightly. No matter how many times Yi Fan refined it, it was difficult to turn it into a cauldron. During this period, Yi Fan once tried to forge a flying sword. Although he did not succeed, he roughly had the shape of a sword embryo. If he continued to slowly refine it, sooner or later he would succeed. Why is it so difficult to refine a cauldron? Yi Fan smelted the golden sword embryo and began to cast the cauldron again. But he tried again, and failed again and again. He could only hammer it into a lump, unable to shape it, and even the rough embryo was difficult to form. If this goes on, when will I be able to cast a cauldron full of Tao charm? If I waste time in vain, it would really be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The process of refining the cauldron not only needed to mobilize life essence, but also a high degree of concentration of divine sense. In the end, Yi Fan was exhausted and had to stop. Above the sea of misery, the bean-sized lump of divine iron was shining brightly. It was difficult to take shape after hundreds of refinements. Such a piece of divine iron can already be regarded as a half-useless tool. I don't know if it can control a weapon like the Greenwood treasure seal. Yi Fan was very regretful. He did not have any treasures, and he did not know if he could control things now. Otherwise, he really wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, he saw the golden book that was squeezed by the green copper at the edge of the sea of misery. His heart suddenly moved, and he said, "Let's try controlling it." The bean-sized divine iron lump quickly sank into the sea of misery, and instantly melted into the golden book. With a thought from Yi Fan, a blazing golden light rushed out of his body, like a flash of lightning across the sky. The dazzling light rushed past, and several ancient trees and 2 boulders could not stop it. Yi Fan walked forward, and with a light push, a towering ancient tree immediately fell down. The cut was extremely smooth, and when the golden light streaked past, the giant tree didn't move at all, but it had already been cut in half. Yi Fan was really shocked, and several ancient trees were like this. As for the 2 boulders, with a push of his hand, they were instantly split in half, and had already been cut cleanly. The golden book flew more than a dozen meters away, like a golden sun in the sky. With a thought from Yi Fan, the golden light flashed, and instantly flew back, returning to his sea of misery. How sharp! Yi Fan was very surprised. He had only wanted to give it a try, and did not expect that he would really use the golden book, and its sharpness was unparalleled. This golden paper not only records the Tao scripture, but can it also be used as a weapon? With this idea, he began to try again. The golden light was like a rainbow, and it constantly cut through the void like lightning. Yi Fan found that he could only use the golden book more than a dozen meters away. Beyond this range, it was difficult for him to control it. The Tao scripture is one of the most mysterious ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. This golden page must be extraordinary. I also have a weapon, and its power must be incomparably sharp when facing the enemy. Yi Fan gradually became more confident. If even a page is like this, then the green copper must be even more terrifying. It should be a real weapon, and I wonder how powerful it is. Thinking of this, Yi Fan could not calm down. He looked inside the sea of misery, and wanted to control the green copper. However, in the center of the golden sea of misery, the green copper was silent, and it was fixed there like a boulder. I feel like I'm pushing a giant mountain. Yi Fan was sweating profusely, and he was exhausted. He could not move the green copper at all. The center of the sea of misery was shrouded in a simple and ancient aura, and there was a majestic pressure. No wonder the Tao scripture was forced to the edge. This piece of green copper is too mysterious and extraordinary. It's like facing a boundless ocean and an ancient sky full of stars. It's vast and boundless, and its pressure is like the sky. The green copper was definitely not complete. It was very much like a broken piece of some kind of artifact. If the fragment was like this, one could imagine how terrifying a complete artifact would be. It's difficult to estimate. It's impossible to estimate. Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock. The more he thought about it, the more frightened and surprised he felt. He muttered to himself, "What does a complete body look like?" At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the Tao pattern on the green copper, and those patterns had an indescribable Tao rhythm. I can't move the green copper, so I'll copy its Tao pattern first. There were no Tao patterns on the surface of the mysterious green copper, but there were dense Tao patterns on the fracture. They were complicated, profound, and unfathomable. It was impossible for people to understand, but there was a kind of natural Tao, and the feeling of the chaos of heaven and earth, which made people deeply moved at a glance. Yi Fan had not yet reached the level where he could study Tao patterns in detail. What he wanted to do was to repeatedly smelt the lump of godly iron that could not be cast into a cauldron on the fracture of the green copper, and copy all the mysterious Tao patterns. These dense and mysterious Tao patterns must have a great origin. It's very likely that they are the legendary natural patterns that are unique. After resting for a moment, Yi Fan began to smelt the lump of godly iron. He melted it, attached it to the green copper, and constantly hammered it. It was like a mortal forging iron. He hammered it over and over again, and there were many densely packed patterns on it. He constantly refined and copied it until he developed a feeling that this lump of godly iron seemed to gradually have an indescribable charm. However, when he carefully sensed it, he found that it was still as ordinary as before. There were no changes, and the so-called Tao rhythm did not exist. Is it a misconception? Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the following period of time, he constantly melted the lump of godly iron and repeatedly refined it. He copied the Tao patterns on the green copper inside and out. It could be said that he had tempered it hundreds and thousands of times. It seems to be much more condensed than before. Whether it's a misconception or not, copying the Tao patterns on the green copper is definitely only good and not bad. Finally, Yi Fan began to cast the cauldron again. He wanted to see if the lump of godly iron had really changed after copying the Tao patterns. Above his sea of bitterness, the lump of godly iron constantly changed shape. The edges and corners gradually became rounder, and the luster was much more restrained. It had a more solid feeling. In the end, although he did not even manage to refine the rough embryo, Yi Fan still felt very excited. He sensed an abnormality. In the process of refining the lump of godly iron, he found a mysterious feeling. The Dao patterns on the green copper are indeed mysterious. In the future, I will have to repeatedly smelt and copy it every day. Successfully casting the cauldron is only a matter of time. At noon, Yifan returned to the restaurant. He really liked the atmosphere when he ate with Uncle Jiang and Little Ting Ting. After the meal, Little Ting Ting obediently went to wash the dishes. Yifan felt rather ashamed when he saw this. He didn't seem to have helped her do anything. Let me do it. You're still young and don't need to do these things. Go take a nap. You're so tall. No need for Big Brother to do it. I know how to wash the dishes. They're very clean. The little girl pushed Yifan to the side. Uncle Zhang's face was full of smiles. He tidied up the dishes and looked at his granddaughter dotingly. A sudden voice interrupted the warm atmosphere. I haven't seen you for 2 years. This little girl has grown up and knows how to do some things. A young man in his mid-20s walked in with a faint smile. He glanced at Uncle Jiang and Yifan in disdain before staring at Little Ting Ting. Uncle, who are you? Do you know me? Little Ting Ting had a sweet mouth. Even though she sensed some hostility, she still obediently called him uncle. Of course I know you. I've known you since your parents were still alive. The young man had a fair complexion and thin lips, giving off a sinister feeling. He didn't hide anything and directly mentioned that Little Ting Ting's parents were already dead. The little girl's eyes immediately turned red. She could still vaguely remember what her parents looked like. In the past, they would often wake up crying in their dreams. Later on, she and Uncle Jiang depended on each other. As time passed, she finally stopped crying in her dreams. At this moment, she couldn't help but cry when someone mentioned her parents again. She turned around and slowly washed the blue and white porcelain bowls. Her shoulders constantly twitched. Seeing Little Ting Ting's sadness, Uncle Zhang's expression changed. Seventh young master of the Li clan, do you need something? The young man pulled a chair and sat down. Nothing much. I'm just a nostalgic person, so I came to see how you two are doing. Uncle Zhang's expression was indiscernible as he replied, thanks to seventh young masters. Blessings, we are barely able to survive. Yifan didn't say anything. He had already recognized this person. It was the young man on the dragon-scaled horse this morning. Why do I feel a wave of resentment? Old Jiang, are you jealous of me? The young man looked down with a cold smile. This person had entered the hazy mist grotto heaven at the same time as Little Ting Ting's father. Due to his limited aptitude, he was left far behind by Ting Ting's father. Moreover, he had done evil deeds and was taught a harsh lesson by Ting Ting's father. As a result, he was filled with jealousy and hatred. After Ting Ting's parents passed away, he was the one who ordered the Li family to seize Uncle Zhang's restaurant and inn, forcing the grandmother and granddaughter to the brink of death. How could I dare to hate the seventh young master? There's no such thing. The young man's lips were very thin, giving off a very unkind feeling. He said, there are some things that don't need to be bottled up in your heart. If you're jealous, why don't you spit it out? Otherwise, anger will harm your body. You're already over 70 years old, and you don't have many years left to live. Uncle Zhang's body trembled a few times, but he calmed down in the end and said, Seventh young master, I only want to ask you one thing. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Ask away. The young man opened a folding fan with a paw sound and gently waved it, appearing calm and unruffled. I only want to know, did Ting Ting's parents really die in an accident? The old man seemed to have lost control of his emotions. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles had already turned blue, and his body was trembling slightly. Yifan hurried over and supported him. On the other side, Little Ting Ting was silently sobbing. Her small body had her back to them, and her shoulders were constantly trembling. Her little hands were slowly rubbing a small porcelain bowl. Old man Jiang, it seems like you're holding back a towering resentment in your heart. But so what? You're already so old, don't tell me you still want to risk your life? If you die, your beautiful little granddaughter's life will really be difficult. Just how did Ting Ting's parents die? Uncle Zhang's breathing was rapid, and his chest constantly heaved up and down. His face was filled with sorrow. Go ahead and guess. The young man closed his folding fan with a paw sound, looked at Yi Fan, and said, I heard that you led people to cripple Steward Liu? Yi Fan did not respond. He supported Uncle Jiang and stood to the side. The young man glanced at him and did not continue to say anything. He stood up and walked towards little Tingting. What are you going to do? Uncle Jiang's eyes revealed a look of fear. He stretched out his hands like an old hen, blocking his way and protecting little Tingting behind him. Old man Jiang, what are you so nervous about? Do you think I would attack a little girl? The young man carefully looked at little Tingting and kept nodding. He said to himself, similar, too similar. It's a pity for Xianxia fairy. Her death was not worth it. 2 years have passed. I can't believe your daughter has become so similar to you. Little Tingting bit her lips. Although she was sobbing, she did not cry out loud. It seemed that she did not want to cry in front of the 7th young master of the Li family. The young man held a folding fan in his right hand and lightly tapped his left hand. He said, all right, old man Jiang, you don't have to suffer anymore. I will take this little girl away in the future. You can enjoy your old age in this small town. What do you mean? Uncle Jiang immediately panted. He protected little Tingting behind him and stared at the 7th young master of the Li family. This little girl is clever and dexterous. I am going to take her to the Mist Grotto and let her do some things by my side. It's better than following you and not knowing what to eat next. No, not unless I die. 7th young master of the Li family, you can't bully people like this. Uncle Jiang was so angry that he had difficulty breathing. His eyes were red and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly supported him. Grandpa, are you okay? Don't scare Tingting. Little Tingting hugged the old man's thigh. Her little face was filled with worry and fear as tears continuously fell. The young man mocked, Old man Jiang, do you have to be so angry? You have to. Understand that after leaving you, she will live a different life. In the future, she might even shine in the Mist Grotto. Uncle Jiang panted heavily. After a long time, he finally calmed down and begged, 7th young master, please let us go. What are you saying? The young man's expression darkened and became very cold. He said, you don't even want to enjoy your old age in peace. You really don't know what's good for you. I will always be with Grandpa. Little Tingting's eyes were red and swollen. She tightly hugged Uncle Jiang's thigh. This time, I still have something important to do. I must return to the Mist Grotto tomorrow. In a few days, I will personally take her away. After saying this, the Li clan's 7th young master turned around and looked at Yi Fan. He said, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Although it is a dog that was chased out, it cannot be bullied by outsiders. At this point, he lightly patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, impulsive people will not live long. Bang! Yi Fan immediately sat on the ground. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The chair behind him had been smashed into pieces. The young man glanced at him, sneered, and swaggered away. Child, what's wrong? Uncle Jiang was shocked and angry. He hurriedly went to support Yi Fan. Big brother. Little Tingting's face also revealed a frightened expression. She used her little hand to help Yi Fan wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the Li clan's 7th young master leave, Yi Fan quickly stood up and said, I'm fine. Really? The old man was skeptical. Little Tingting also had a nervous expression. She asked, Big brother, are you really fine? Your mouth is bleeding. Something almost happened. Are you okay? Uncle Jiang revealed a worried expression again. You misunderstood me. I said I almost couldn't help but attack. I'm fine. However, this person is really ruthless. If it was a normal person, they would die in less than half a month. It was us two who implicated you. If it was you, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Uncle Jiang blamed himself. Uncle, don't say that. The blood just now was forced out by me. Yi Fan chuckled and said, speaking of which, I still have to thank this Li clan's 7th young master. Because he gave me a great opportunity, he came here personally to tell me when to leave. You. Uncle Jiang revealed a doubtful expression. There's no need for such a ruthless person to stay in this world. He actually wanted to take Tingting away. Not even in his next life. That night, Yifan kept an eye on the Li clan's movements. He left the small town late at night and stood guard on the mountain road 20 miles away. This was the only way to get to the outside world from the windy town. The moonlight was hazy, and a dark cloud floated by. The forest instantly became dark. The roars of unknown beasts didn't stop, and the forest seemed a bit eerie and scary at night. In the latter half of the night, the mountain road shook and the heavy sound of horse hooves could be heard. Under the dim starlight, a dragon scale horse with shining green scales rushed over like a ray of green light. Yifan waited quietly until the dragon scale horse came close. Suddenly, a blazing golden light shot out from his body. It was especially bright in the darkness, like a scorching sun in the sky. Pfft! Blood splattered, and a miserable cry came from the dragon scale horse. However, that person didn't fall off the horse. Yifan was startled. He quickly turned the golden book around and slashed. Pooh! The dragon scale horse was split into 2 halves. The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and the person on it flew more than 20 meters away before falling to the ground. Pfft! A silver light flashed, and a half-foot-long silver spear dashed towards Yifan like a bolt of silver lightning. Clang! With a flash of golden light, Yifan's golden book slashed on the silver spear. The half-foot-long spear was immediately cut in half and fell to the ground. Not far away, the person who fell off the dragon scale horse quickly jumped up and was about to rush into the forest. At this time, Yifan attacked again. The golden book turned into a bolt of lightning and cut through the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him with an unstoppable force. Pfft! The man's left leg was cut in half. That person finally let out a miserable scream and rolled on the ground. Only now did Yifan let out a sigh of relief. He cautiously approached. This was his first time ambushing an enemy, and he couldn't help but be a bit nervous at first, which made him lose some of his accuracy. Li Clan's 7th young master, we meet again. The young man who was rolling on the ground with blood flowing everywhere was pale. When he saw that it was Yifan, he almost couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How come it's you? What's wrong?" Yifan's expression was calm as he looked at him from a distance. "I didn't expect it to be you, little brat. I was really wrong." The Li Clan's 7th young master's face was full of pain and anger. It was a frightening sight. "Thank you, 7th young master, for giving me such a great fortune." Yifan stood in the distance with a faint sneer on his face. You. The Li Clan's 7th young master's body was shaking. At this moment, he was filled with despair and anger. How did Tingting's parents die? At this point, Yifan's tone turned cold. With a flash of golden light, the golden book dashed out at lightning speed. Puff, puff. With 2 soft sounds, the Li Clan's 7th young master's arms fell off. Yifan was still a bit worried, so he once again summoned the golden rainbow and gently drew on the sea of suffering. Little brat, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you. Why do people always say such useless things? Yifan walked in front of him and said, "You bastard, you've done so many evil deeds and have no conscience. Today is your retribution, I will slowly serve you." Pa! Yifan's palm slapped over and sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away. You! The Li Clan's 7th young master's eyes were spewing fire. Yifan walked over and stepped on the relatively smooth face. The heavens are watching what people do. You think you can live a free and unfettered life after committing so many evil deeds? When Yifan sees the old, the young, the sick, the disabled, and the helpless, his heart will always feel sour. However, when he sees those who bully the weak and commit crimes, he will become emotionless and his heart will turn cold. It may seem contradictory, but it is the result of his true personality. Excessive compassion and coldness exist at the same time. He doesn't know which one he is more inclined to. For example, right now, he is absolutely emotionless and without the slightest bit of pity. Stepping on the 7th young master's face, he said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to suffer, then answer my questions. Or else, you will understand the consequences." Little bastard, bang, Yifan kicked him away. The 7th young master's teeth all fell out, his white and tender cheeks were completely swollen, and his nose and mouth were bleeding. Looking at your soft and tender skin, you are just like a eunuch. If you don't want to talk, then I will fulfill your wish and make you live up to your name. Yi Fan once again took out the golden book. Like a ray of rainbow light, it shined brightly in the darkness. You, what do you dare to do? The seventh young master of the Li clan was terrified. I want you to be a eunuch. No, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. The seventh young master's face was deformed from fear. To a man, this is worse than death. Useless thing. Yi Fan sat on a rock not far from him and quietly listened to him talk about the past. Ting Ting's parents really were killed by the Li clan's cultivators. They paid a high price to exchange for a rare medicine that could cause powerful beasts to go berserk. Without anyone noticing, they used it on Ting Ting's parents. In the end, when they went out to collect spiritual medicine, they were torn to pieces by the terrifying lightning birds. Of course, there were also some dirty deals and shady tricks, which made people feel indignant. Yi Fan sighed, whether it is the mortal world or the world of cultivators, there is no difference. Wherever there are people, there will be complicated hatred. Even cultivators are not immune. Yi Fan took out a wooden box from his bosom and kicked him away. With the help of the light of the moon and stars, he slowly opened this somewhat heavy sandalwood box. There was a light yellow stone inside. It was as thick as a thumb and as long as a knuckle. Although it was very small, it was very heavy. Yi Fan could feel a vigorous life force coming from it. According to the ancient records, during the era when the chi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, plants flourished, living beings were powerful, and spirit medicines were endless. Many sources were produced, sparkling like amber, but within them, a large amount of life essence was sealed. Is this the source? Yi Fan observed it repeatedly under the moonlight and found that this source was full of impurities. The crystal clear part only occupied 1/3 of it, which made him feel a little regretful. This was not a pure source. But even so, he was very satisfied. There was an extremely exuberant life essence within this amber-like stone, and there was something that looked like mist and light circulating within it. Good stuff, I wonder how much it can help me expand the sea of sufferings. That's mine. Not far away, the seventh young master of the Li clan groaned in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth and was filled with hatred and anger. Wasn't this source found in an ancient cave deep in the mountains? Could it be that there's only this one and nothing else? Under the torture of Yi Fan, the seventh young master of the Li clan spilled everything without concealing anything. In that ancient cave, there was a cultivator who had passed away in meditation. It had been too long, and even his skeleton had been weathered away, leaving only this piece of source. What a pity, I thought I could get a few pieces. Yi Fan felt that he was a bit greedy. I've told you everything, can you let me live? The seventh young master of the Li clan revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course, he knew that this was only an extravagant hope. The other party would not let him go. When you murdered Ting Ting's parents, did you have any pity? When you forced Uncle Jiang and little Ting Ting to live, did you ever think of leaving them a way out? Yi Fan kicked him away and said, I'll give you a chance to end your own life so that you don't have to suffer. I haven't killed anyone yet, I don't want to stain my hands with blood. You haven't killed anyone. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so angry that his body trembled. He said, You will be struck by lightning. Yi Fan kicked him to a rock and said, Kill yourself. If you force me to make a move, I'll first turn you into a eunuch, then I'll take your life. At this moment, the seventh young master of the Li clan was so aggrieved that he was about to go crazy. This way of dying was too stupid. The other party didn't even bother to make a move and wanted him to kill himself. Little bastard, you're really a bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so angry that he kept coughing up blood. Yi Fan sat on a blue stone not far away and said, What's with all the nonsense? Hurry up and get on your way. I don't have much patience. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so aggrieved that he couldn't even speak. In the end, he roared, You will die a horrible death. Bang! He slammed his head into a rock and died a violent death. You killed yourself, I didn't kill anyone. Yi Fan stood up and began to clean up the traces. It took him a full 2 hours to erase everything before he walked towards the small town. Although he looked calm, his palms were already sweating. This was the first time he had killed an enemy in his life. Even though the seventh young master was guilty of countless crimes and deserved to be executed, it still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After snatching the source, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to cultivate. He knew very well that the source contained a large amount of life essence. After breaking it, it would rush out of the waves of source energy. If he wasn't careful, he would be discovered by others, so he had to be careful. In the next 2 days, Windy Town was very peaceful. It wasn't until the third day that the other 2 cultivators of the Li clan came back from the mist cave that the town was in chaos. The 7th young master of the Li clan is missing. How can a cultivator disappear just like that? This is the Li clan's retribution. What retribution? It must be the Wang clan's doing. Other than the enemies of the Li clan, who would dare to do such a thing? Who would have the strength to do so? Yeah, I heard from the servants of the Li clan that it was most likely caused by the source a while ago. Even the ordinary people of Windy Town were discussing this. One could imagine how big this storm was. Everyone in the Li clan was completely enraged, but at the same time, afraid. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. The 2 people that came back from the Li clan hadn't reached the Life Spring realm and couldn't control the rainbow, so they weren't very scary. But, after a few days, the development of the matter was somewhat out of his expectations, and the storm gradually became bigger. People from the mist cave actually came. Several Life Spring realm cultivators personally came. They let the people of the Li clan lead the way and went straight to the ancient cave where the source was found. Then, the cultivators of the Wang clan also invited people from their own sect to go deep into the mountains to find the ancient cave. Both sides almost had a violent conflict. Could it be that this place found the source vein? On this day, more than 10 people on horses came to Windy Town. They were all extremely mystical beasts, each with thick scales and protruding horns. The mount in the middle was the most extraordinary. Its entire body was covered in golden scales, and a brilliant divine light surrounded it, as if there was a golden flame burning on it. It had the shape of a golden lion, but there were 2 horns on its head that were forked and surrounded by golden light. It was extremely majestic and mighty. Its 4 hooves didn't step on the ground, but were actually 3 inches above the ground. It was completely treading on air. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying this strange beast was. On top of the golden lion sat a young man of 24 or 25 years of age. He wore a white robe and looked very scholarly. There was a gentle smile on his face, and he was very handsome. His eyes were like water, faintly circulating with divine light. He could be said to be as handsome as jade. On both sides of him, there were 2 other mounts walking side by side. On the left was a green strange beast that was shaped like a lion or tiger. The green beast fur was extremely long, extremely clean, sparkling and translucent like jade. Clear splendor swirled about, shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, on its head was a jade horn that was unexpectedly releasing 5-colored divine light. This 5-colored strange beast was also treading on air and didn't really step on the ground. On top of it sat a young man of 16 or 17 years of age. He wore green clothes and had a pressing heroic spirit. However, there was a faint sense of arrogance as he looked at everything in the town with disdain. On the other side was a strange beast that flickered with silver radiance. It looked like a divine deer, and its entire body was covered in silver scales. Moreover, there was a vertical eye in the center of its forehead. Its entire body flickered with a pure and holy radiance. It treaded on air and didn't seem to be tainted by even a speck of dust. On top of it sat a young girl of 16 or 17 years of age. Her skin was like cream, and her eyes were misty like autumn water. Her red lips were dotted, and she was extremely beautiful. However, she gave off a feeling that she was unreachable and carried a hint of arrogance. The dozen or so strange beasts behind the 3 were all extraordinary as well. They were all extremely rare strange beasts. Some were covered in dense scales, while others were completely jade-like. All of them flickered with radiance. The people on the mounts ranged from 20 to 40 years of age. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all carried an austere aura, and a powerful battle intent condensed around them. In the distance, Yifan saw all of this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of background did these people have? They were definitely not ordinary people, not to mention the 3 people in the lead. Just the dozen or so horsemen behind them were not inferior to the troops of the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds that he saw in front of the demon emperor's tomb. A powerful battle intent and murderous aura rushed toward him. May I ask if there's a family with the surname Jiang in this town? At this moment, a horseman was ordered to ask the people in the town. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Why were they looking for people with the surname Jiang? Why would such a group of experts come to this small town to find someone with the surname Jiang? Yifan found it difficult to calm down. He was afraid that Uncle Jiang and little Ting Ting would be involved. Fresh Breeze Town had never seen so many strange beasts before. The dozen or so mounts flickered with divine radiance, causing the people on the street to retreat in fear. A middle-aged knight in his 30s sat on a strange beast covered in green scales. He tried his best to put on a friendly expression and said, "Don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions. We just want to know if there is anyone with the surname Jiang in this town." Although he tried his best to appear calm, these people were obviously experienced knights who had experienced countless battles. They had been tempered by blades and blood, so they naturally emitted a murderous aura that would cause ordinary people to tremble in fear. An old farmer pointed at the western street. His lips trembled as he mumbled, "That street, the biggest house, is there." "Thank you." These people rode their beasts and slowly moved toward the western street of the small town. Not far away, Yifan felt relieved. So there were other families with the surname Jiang in this town. He quickly rushed toward the eastern street and soon returned to the small restaurant. "Uncle Jiang, child, what happened?" The old man walked out from the kitchen. Little Ting Ting washed a plate of bright red wild fruits and obediently brought it over. Her big black eyes blinked and flickered with curiosity as she asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "It's like this," Yifan told Uncle Jiang what he had seen and heard just now, and then asked, "Old man, have you met these people before?" Uncle Jiang shook his head and said, "I've lived for more than 70 years and have never left this small town. It's impossible for me to know such people. So many strange beasts, I want to see what they look like." Little Ting Ting's big eyes sparkled as she ran out of the restaurant and looked toward the end of the street curiously. Seeing that little Ting Ting was not nearby, Yifan whispered, "Could it be related to Ting Ting's parents?" "Probably not." A trace of sadness flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, "They have always been cultivating in the misty paradise and have never traveled far. All their friends are from the same sect. So many strange beasts, their feet are actually not touching the ground." Little Ting Ting stood at the entrance of the small restaurant, her rosy little face filled with excitement and surprise. She shouted, "Grandpa, come out and look, they are rushing towards us." Yifan and the old man hurriedly walked out, only to see a dozen mounts rushing over at high speed. There was no dust flying up, all the beasts were 3 inches above the ground, treading on air. "They're so fierce." Little Ting Ting was a bit afraid because apart from the 3 people in the middle, all of the knights naturally gave off a powerful killing intent, and an innate battle intent filled the air. Yifan hurriedly pulled little Ting Ting's hand and then supported Uncle Jiang. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to withstand this kind of pressure, and they would tremble in fear if they had to face it for a long time. The dozen or so beasts stopped in front of the small restaurant, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Their scales flickered, emitting all kinds of light. They were very spirited, but even the divine light could not conceal the murderous aura on their bodies. It was obvious that they had all experienced bloody battles and were not pets raised in a greenhouse. "Excuse me, is this the Jiang family?" the handsome and scholarly young man in the center asked. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his eyes were as clear as water, occasionally flowing with a bit of divine light. He sat upright on the golden divine hoe, exuding an otherworldly temperament, very different from those knights filled with killing intent. Uncle Jiang's wrinkled face was filled with doubt. He said, "Yes, what business do you all have?" The old man was already over 70 years old. His face was engraved with the passage of time, and there were many wrinkles on it. Even his old eyes were a bit turbid. Seeing how old he was and how he looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, the 16 or 17-year-old young man sitting on the 5-colored beast immediately frowned and said, This is just an ordinary old man from the countryside who is about to die. He can't be the person we're looking for." The young man on the golden divine hoe glanced at him. The young man on the five-colored beast seemed to have some misgivings and stopped talking. "Uncle, have you always lived in the windy town?" "Yes, I've almost never traveled far," the old man answered truthfully. "Did your ancestors live here, or did they move to this town later?" the young man on the golden divine hoe continued asking. "My father's generation moved here, and I was born here." "What do you all want?" Uncle Jiang was full of confusion. Hearing these words, the young man on the golden divine hoe immediately jumped down. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and even his boots were spotless. He looked extraordinarily handsome and could be considered a rare handsome man. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as handsome as jade. "Uncle, I would like to ask you some questions. I hope you can answer them." "I don't dare. If I know, I will definitely answer." Uncle Jiang was just an ordinary old man. He was in awe of these cultivators who came on strange beasts. Little Ting Ting was a bit nervous. She grabbed onto Yifan's hand tightly and leaned on him and the old man. She looked at the beasts and the riders with fear and curiosity. "Please forgive me. I want to ask, is your father still alive?" the white-robed man asked nervously. Uncle Jiang was confused at first, but he answered, "He passed away more than 50 years ago." "What?" The white-robed man was stunned. His jade-like face revealed a trace of shock, and he sighed. "I already said that this is just an ordinary old man." The young man on the five-colored beast revealed an impatient expression, as if he wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Shut up." The white-robed man turned around and glared at him. He then turned around and continued to ask, "Old man, please forgive me. Is your father called Xianxia?" "You. How did you know?" Uncle Jiang revealed a surprised expression. The young girl sitting on the divine deer revealed a surprised expression and said, "Looks like we really found him." She had a slender figure, and her skin was as white as jade. She was very beautiful, and there was a hint of arrogance between her brows, giving off a feeling that she was unreachable. The young man on the five-colored beast frowned and said, "How can such an ordinary old man from the countryside have the blood of our Jiang family? If he really is the descendant of great-grandfather Xianxia, how can he not know the cultivation method? He must have the same name. Old man, can you tell me in detail?" The white-robed young man's attitude was still very gentle. He went up to support Uncle Jiang and said, "Can we go in and talk in detail?" The riders all stood guard outside. The white-robed man supported Uncle Jiang and walked back to the small restaurant. The arrogant young man and the extremely beautiful young girl also followed in. Yifan saw that the other party had no ill intentions. He pulled little Ting Ting to the side and didn't say anything. "Are there any red moles on great-grandfather Xianxia's left arm?" "There are 5. "How do you even know this?" Uncle Jiang revealed a surprised expression. Great-grandfather Xianxia actually lived in seclusion in Yan country. I didn't expect him to pass away more than 50 years ago. The white-robed man sighed softly and said, "Old man, perhaps I should call you great-uncle." "No, no." Uncle Jiang saw that the other party actually bowed to him and hurriedly pulled the white-robed man up. The white-robed man turned around and said to the two behind him, "Why aren't you two greeting him?" "Greetings, great-uncle." The beautiful young girl bowed and glanced at Yifan and little Ting Ting at the same time. The young man was a little unwilling and mumbled, "Greetings, great-uncle." He hurriedly bowed and was very perfunctory. "This is..." Uncle Jiang was full of confusion. He didn't understand why they were like this. "Big brother, big sister, do you know my grandpa?" Little Ting Ting was also very confused. Her long eyelashes kept blinking, and her intelligent eyes were full of confusion. Seeing that she was so innocent and cute, the white-robed man dotingly rubbed her head and said, "We come from the same family." "What family?" Little Ting Ting blinked her big eyes curiously. "An ancient family that has existed since the antiquity era, the Jiang family. In the future, you will slowly understand how extraordinary our family is in the Eastern Barren Territory." Yifan was shocked. The antiquity families were definitely on the same level as the sacred grounds. Their status in the Eastern Barren Territory was unreachable. According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the surname Jiang and Ji were the most ancient surnames in China. According to historical records, the surname Jiang was the descendant of the Yan Emperor. They got their surname from the Yan Emperor's birthplace. Shino residences Jiangshui. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the surname Jiang to be so extraordinary even on the other side of the galaxy. Old Master Xianxia was extremely talented back then. His name had already spread far and wide at such a young age. Later on, his name shook the entire Eastern Barren territory. With a stomp of his foot, he could move the clouds in all directions. I didn't expect. The white-robed man seemed to be very emotional. He could already tell that the old man's life wasn't very good. He didn't expect that the bloodline of a powerful expert would fall to such a state. The girl beside him was also confused. Didn't old Master Xianxia teach you the cultivation method back then? What cultivation? Uncle Jiang was confused by their words and said to himself, I don't know what you're talking about. Many things happened back then. It's hard to explain in a short time. Old man, are you willing to come with us? The white-robed man said to the old man and then looked at Yi Fan and little Ting. My surname is not Jiang. Ting Ting is Uncle Jiang's only granddaughter, Yi Fan explained hurriedly. The family leaders branch owes old Master Xianxia a lot, but the past will eventually come to light. I want to take you and Ting Ting back to the Jiang family. The old man was in a daze. Although he didn't understand everything, he understood the gist of it. He couldn't accept it. The girl beside him saw that little Ting was very cute and smiled. Ting Ting, do you have any wishes? Big sister can help you realize them immediately. I don't have any special wishes. I just want to be with Grandpa and Big Brother. Do you have any other wishes? Little Ting Ting tilted her head and thought seriously. Her voice was very tender. I want to be able to eat my fill every day and no one to bully me and Grandpa. Hearing this, the girl was startled. The white-robed man's expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, Are you usually bullied? Yes. Before Big Brother came, bad people came to bully us every day. Little Ting Ting's innocent words made everyone's expressions change. Old man, I forgot to ask. What about Ting Ting's parents? Uncle Jiang revealed a sad expression. I had a son in my later years, but in the end, I had to send him off. How could this happen? The girl's eyes widened. I don't know if they were killed by someone or if they really died by accident. At the side, little Ting Ting's eyes turned red when she heard this. Please elaborate. At this moment, the white-robed man's eyes flashed with divine splendor. The old man only said a few words, and the white-clothed man immediately stood up and said, Hazy Grotto, never heard of it. We will make a trip there in a while. If anyone dares to stop us, I don't mind making this sect disappear. The beautiful girl beside him also sneered. They even dare to bully the people of our Jiang family. Before going to the hazy paradise, let's go to the Li family first. When the knights guarding outside heard this, a shocking murderous aura and battle intent erupted. At this moment, the entire Fresh Breeze town was enveloped in a terrifying aura. The man in white came from the clan of the remote antiquity, the Jiang family. His name was Jiang Yifei. As his name suggested, he was as handsome as jade. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He didn't say much about Jiangxia's past, but he still learned a lot of useful information. Uncle Jiang's father, Xianxia, left the Jiang family years ago and never returned. There was an unknown past that seemed to be related to the family head's bloodline. Old Master Xianxia had great achievements. How could he have passed away 50 years ago? This was something that Jiang Yifei did not understand. He coughed up a lot of blood when he passed away. Uncle Jiang didn't feel too sad when he mentioned the past. Some things would fade away with the passage of time. I see. Jiang Yifei didn't say much and just nodded. He seemed to understand the hidden story. The beautiful girl next to him was called Jiang Kaixin. She had a graceful figure, a slender neck, and a beautiful face. As a young lady of the Jiang family, her temperament gave people a feeling that she was unattainable. However, she liked little Ting Ting very much and didn't put on any arrogant airs. She held little Ting Ting's hand and asked this and that from time to time. Her tone was very gentle. The arrogant young man was called Jiang Yichen. Although he knew the identity of Uncle Jiang and little Tingting, he wasn't very enthusiastic and still looked cool. Jiang Kaishan stepped forward and said with a clear and pleasant voice, "Old man, please come back to the Jiang family with us. My grandpa said that the Jiang family is sorry for your bloodline. We must find you and invite you back no matter what." "Forget it. I don't understand what you said. Your lives are too far away from mine. We are people from two different worlds. I'm used to everything here." Uncle Jiang was an ordinary old man. He had lived for so long and experienced so many things. He felt that he couldn't integrate into such a family, so he declined politely. "Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Tingting. She is a little princess in the clouds and shouldn't be bullied. She needs another kind of life." Jiang Kaishan talked about little Tingting's future and persuaded the old man, "Please come back with us. The elders in the family hope that Jiang's bloodline will return to the Jiang family. Take Tingting away. I'm used to the life here and don't want to go anywhere else." Little Tingting immediately hugged the old man's arm and said, "I will be with Grandpa. Wherever Grandpa is, Tingting will be there." At this moment, Jiang Yifei revealed a gentle smile. He seemed to like little Tingting very much. He rubbed little Tingting's head and said, "The sky here is too small." Jiang Yifei was a smart man. He knew that persuading Uncle Jiang this way wouldn't be of much use. Only by letting him see the transcendence of the Jiang family might he be able to change the old man's mind. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the Li clan first." His words were very calm, but they seemed to contain a strange magic. The mutant beasts outside all roared, and a bloody aura spread out. All of the knights exploded out with powerful battle intent. Jiang Yifei's expression was calm and composed. The golden divine Ho followed closely behind him. He slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Uncle Jiang. Everyone else followed behind when they saw this. No one rode on their beasts, but walked toward the Li family. Little Tingting anxiously pulled the old man and Yifan's hands. Being protected by everyone like stars around the moon made her feel uneasy. At this moment, Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaishan were walking side by side with them. However, they were only standing on the left and not in the middle. Everyone on the street was very surprised to see Uncle Jiang and little Tingting being protected like this. Many people were trembling with fear and retreated to the sides of the street in fear of those beasts. What's going on? Does old man Jiang know these people? Look at those mutant beasts. Their feet don't touch the ground. I'm afraid they can even fly. How can old man Jiang know these people? The bitter old man Jiang finally changed for the better. Good people will always be rewarded. This time, the Li family is in big trouble. They seem to be walking toward the Li family. Great. After so many years of anticipation, someone is finally going to deal with the Li family. More and more people gathered on both sides of the street. Although everyone was very afraid and didn't dare to move forward, they still revealed excited expressions. They followed from afar and moved toward the Li family. When Uncle Jiang arrived at the gate of the Li family, he was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Jiang Yifei helped him up the stairs and said, "Not to mention a small Li family, even the palace of the most powerful country in the Eastern Barren Territory can't stop us." Bang! In front of them, a pair of vermilion doors suddenly collapsed as if a huge hammer had smashed on them. Inside, there was a commotion, and curses could be heard from the gatehouse. Who did this? How dare you come to the Li family and behave atrociously? You're really looking for death. Soon, more than 10 people rushed out, all of them fierce. However, when they saw more than 10 beasts, they were instantly stunned. They swallowed all the curses and were tongue-tied. The ferocious look on their faces disappeared, and they became fearful and uneasy as they quickly ran back. Look at your cowardly faces. What are you afraid of? There are cultivators in our Li family. After a steward received the report, he walked out cursing and said, "Damn it, who ate the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble in the Li family? Don't they know that many celestial masters are temporarily staying here? Bad guy." As soon as that steward walked out, little Tingting immediately took a few steps back. It was obvious that she was a little afraid of this person. You. After that steward walked out, he was also afraid. Golden Divine Ho, 5 colored mutant beasts, divine deer with vertical eyes, he had never seen or heard of such things. He was immediately stunned. This is a bad guy? Yes, he brought people to rob our restaurant and beat Grandpa until he vomited blood. This kind of thing was said by little Ting Ting with such childish words, it made people feel even more angry. Jiang Yifei waved his hand, and immediately, a knight came forward and forced his way towards that steward. You, what do you want to do? This is the Li family, and there are several celestial masters inside. You are not allowed to behave atrociously. He shouted loudly and kept on retreating. Don't make a move here, so as not to scare the child. Jiang Yifei was meticulous and was afraid that a bloody scene would scare little Ting Ting. Yes. The armored knight grabbed the steward by the collar and tossed him out. There was a flash of green light, and the other knight rode a wild beast into the air, carrying the steward out of the town in the blink of an eye. Heavens, it can fly. It can really fly in the sky. That beast can actually run in the sky, it's too unbelievable. In the distance, the surrounding commoners all revealed expressions of shock. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of astonishment. Little Ting Ting's mouth also formed an O shape. She tiptoed and looked into the distant sky. Jiang Kaishan revealed a smile, squatted down, and said, "Do you want to have such a precious beast that can fly in the sky every day?" Little Ting Ting was about to nod subconsciously, but she quickly thought of something and hugged the old man's arm tightly. She shook her head and said, "I want to be with Grandpa." Jiang Kaishan didn't expect little Ting Ting to see through her intentions, so she didn't continue to tempt and persuade her. Not long after, a green shadow appeared in the sky. The knight that left rushed back on his strange beast and landed. A lock of hair was wrapped around his hand, and there were specks of blood on it. At the side, Yifan was very surprised. The Jiang family's knights seemed to be very powerful, and their strength was hard to estimate. He could feel a surging battle strength from them. The crowd continued to walk inside, and the surrounding commoners followed behind. They wanted to see the Li family's villains being taken care of with their own eyes. Who broke into my Li family and caused trouble? At this moment, a few middle-aged men and a few old men dressed in silks and satins walked out. Their faces were filled with anger. "Old man Jiang, it's you?" It was obvious that they didn't understand the situation. When they saw Uncle Jiang in the courtyard, they immediately shouted, "Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Second master, lower your voice. What are those behind you?" A servant reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the servant notice the strange beasts outside the gate. He immediately panicked and retreated in fear. He said, "Hurry up and ask those immortal masters to come out." Jiang Saishuan's pretty face revealed a cold expression. She said, "A small family with only a few people who know a little bit about cultivation dares to bully the weak and prey on the villagers. They really don't know the meaning of death." She gently waved her hand, and everyone flew out like fallen leaves. They hit the wall and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. These were all important figures of the Li family, and they screamed in pain. With a flash of light, 2 figures rushed out and came to the front yard. They were the 2 people from the Li family who knew how to cultivate. When they saw the situation in front of them, their expressions changed. "Friend, who are you? What have we done to offend you? Why did you break into our Li family and hurt our people?" The 2 people were around 27 or 28 years old. They were shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to act out. "You don't deserve to know." Jiang Kaishan sneered. Jiang Yifei calmly asked, "Did you kill Ting Ting's parents?" "You. What are you talking about? Don't slander us." The 2 people's expressions changed drastically. They felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Uncle Jiang in the center of the crowd. "Who are you saying is slandering us?" A knight walked out with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He appeared in front of them like a ray of light and slapped the 2 people away. 2 bloody palm prints appeared on the faces of the 2 people from the Li family, and they instantly swelled up. They were shocked and angry at the same time. They covered their faces and retreated, saying, "Friend, you can't go too far. We are disciples of the Mist Cave. Several immortal masters are overseeing our mansion." "Immortal masters? How arrogant. We are going to the Mist Cave." Let the immortal masters you speak of lead the way. How arrogant of you. The two cultivators from the Li family had ugly expressions on their faces. You want to start a war between sects? A war between sects? Are you qualified? I'm afraid you're not qualified at all. The armored knight's voice was cold. Good. 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 You have guts, but I don't know if you can walk out of the Yan lands. The two cultivators from the Li family had gloomy expressions, a cold glint in their eyes. They thought quickly, ready to provoke the anger of the elders of the Misty Paradise. Do you think you can keep us in the Yan lands with just you? That knight sneered and said, with trash like you, even if there were 80,000 of you, it wouldn't be enough. You. The cultivators from the Li family felt humiliated, but at the same time, they were shocked. They felt that the other party seemed to have a great background, or else how could he dare to speak so arrogantly? But they had no way out. They had to tie the Li family and the Misty Paradise together in order to have a chance of destroying the other party. They gritted their teeth. Since you don't care about the Misty Paradise, I will report the truth. The elders of the sect will naturally let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't deserve it. The knight only took a step forward. He didn't even make a move, but the two from the Li family flew out like scarecrows, slamming heavily into the wall. Their bones cracked, and blood flowed from their mouths, noses, and ears. Most of the bones in their bodies were broken, and they stuck to the wall like mud, their eyes full of fear. Under Xianxia's signal, the knight didn't kill them. He still had questions for the two. Did you kill Tingting's parents? Xianxia's tone was still very calm, but when it reached the ears of the two from the Li family, it was like thunder. The calm man in white before them made them feel like they had to look up to a mountain. We said, who is so arrogant that he doesn't even care about the Misty Paradise? At this moment, a middle-aged man strode into the front yard. When he saw the dozens of strange beasts, his expression changed. What do you want? Why did you destroy the disciples of the Misty Paradise? Just to get rid of evil. A knight stepped forward and blocked his way. What do you mean? Could it be that my Misty Paradise is the so-called evil? The middle-aged man shouted. The knight replied indifferently, I don't know if the Misty Paradise is evil or not, but these two are villains who have taken lives. This is only your side of the story. How can you act so arbitrarily before the matter is investigated clearly? Furthermore, this is a disciple of my mist cave. If he's in the wrong, it's naturally up to us to deal with him. It's not up to you outsiders. Xianxia's expression was calm, but his tone was somewhat cold. They have been doing evil for many years, and I have never seen your mist cave punish them. Now, they want to absolve themselves of their crimes and try to protect them. It seems that I really need to pay a visit to the mist cave and demand an explanation. What an arrogant tone. What do you take my misty sky grotto for? You have to pay the price for your words. The middle-aged man stared coldly at the person in front of him. Xianxia sneered and said, Is the mist grotto very powerful? It's a pity that I've never heard of it before. I must go and have a good look at it later. How dare you be so arrogant? The middle-aged man said coldly, The mist cave is one of the 6 sects of the Yan land. If you insist on causing trouble, a war between sects is inevitable. Xianxia shook his head and said, The eastern wilderness is vast and boundless. It's hard to count how many countries there are. The Yan kingdom is just a small place. I've never heard of any sects here. So arrogant. I want to see how strong you are. The middle-aged man rode a rainbow and rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple-gold shield and a blood-red spear. The roar of a savage beast rang out, and a knight riding on a strange beast soared into the sky like a streak of green light. Ah! The middle-aged cultivator from the Misty Paradise let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. The purple-gold shield was instantly cut in half, and the blood-red spear was also broken in half. His chest and abdomen were almost completely cut open, and he fell on the spot, blood gurgling out. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been dead by now. The physique of a cultivator was exceptionally strong. He quickly stopped the bleeding and stabilized his injury. His face was extremely pale as he retreated to the side. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He felt that these knights were all extraordinary. They were much stronger than the people from the Ji clan and the Yaoguang sacred land he met in the demon god tomb. At this moment, the immortal masters who heard the commotion could not help but walk out from the backyard. "Who are you?" One of the elders frowned. He had heard the words of the people in the front yard just now. These people did not take the mist cave seriously at all, which made him very angry and uncomfortable. "Please lead the way and lead us to the mist cave." Jiang Saishuan's beautiful face had a trace of a sneer. She said, "Please." The people from the mist cave changed their expressions. One of them said, "So young, yet so arrogant. Didn't your masters teach you to respect your masters?" Jiang Kaixian said coldly, "The disciples you taught harmed people's lives, bullied widows and orphans, and forced people in their 70s into a corner. What right do you have to talk about the masters? You don't have that qualification. What proof do you have?" They have already admitted it. The elder in the middle frowned and said, "Let's not talk about whether they were tortured by you. Even if they really did something evil, it is not your turn to deal with them. My mist cave has its own rules to deal with them." "Deal with them yourself?" For more than 2 years, the dead have not died in peace. The murderers are still at large and continue to persecute widows and orphans. Is this your sex rule? Jiang Kaixian sympathized with little Ting Ting. At this point, her pretty face was covered with frost. She said, "Until now, you are still thinking of ways to absolve and protect them. You are really worthy of being their masters." Birds of a feather flocked together. "You." The elder in the lead immediately raised his eyebrows, but he did not dare to make a move on the spot because the opponent's formation was too terrifying. Just the golden divine Ho alone made him extremely fearful. At this moment, Jiang Yifei said, "Take them all down." Several knights heard him and stepped forward at the same time. The elder shouted, "Let's go." He was the first to soar into the sky, riding a rainbow to escape. He could already see that these people had great backgrounds and were not people they could deal with. The others also rushed in all directions, shooting up into the sky one after another. The wild beasts roared and the sky shook. Several strange beasts carrying the knights rushed in different directions and instantly caught up. Screams came one after another. Then, the knights quickly turned around and captured everyone like dragging dead dogs. Everyone, including the elder, had terrible wounds on their bodies. On the side, Yifan was very shocked. The clan of the ancients was indeed a colossus. These knights were too terrifying. Jiang Yifei pointed out 2 knights and asked them to stay behind to deal with the Li family. At the same time, he warned them not to kill the innocent and only to kill a few evil leaders. "Let's go to the mist cave." Jiang Yifei personally helped Uncle Jiang onto the golden divine Ho and rode with him. Jiang Kaixian carried little Tingting onto the divine Ho and sat in front of her. Meanwhile, Yifan rode with another knight and soared into the sky. "There's no need to go to the mist cave. Those 2 bastards are already dead, and the great hatred has been avenged." When Uncle Jiang learned that his son was killed, he couldn't help but shed tears. On the other side, little Tingting also began to cry. "Go, we must go. Our Jiang family members are not people who can be killed just because they want to." Jiang Yifei's expression was calm, but his words were very powerful. Yifan sighed in his heart. He still had a long way to go. Compared to a colossus like the clan of the ancients, he was really too insignificant. The people in the small town were dumbfounded. After a long time, they burst into cheers. The malignant tumor of the town had finally been removed. In the face of life and death, the few captives of the mist cave had no choice but to yield and lead the way. More than a dozen strange beasts rode on the clouds and ran in the sky, making rumbling sounds as if thousands of horses were galloping and as if a tsunami was surging across the sky. At this moment, Yifan felt that someone was peeping at him. When he turned around, he found that it was the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen. Seeing him looking at him, Jiang Yichen looked away and sneered. Yifan's heart suddenly moved. Why did he act like this? Could it be that he found out something? Soon, the crowd arrived at the mist cave. In front of them, there were green peaks and green valleys. The mist was misty, and the glow was faintly discernible. It was indeed in line with its name. "Who dares to break into the important place of our sect?" A loud shout came from the front. Bang, bang, bang. The captured captives were all thrown out. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the front. A great enemy is coming. The mist cave was in chaos. In an instant, the mist soared into the sky. The Taoist patterns carved on the mountains and rivers exerted their power. Rays of blazing divine light rushed out and blocked the way of the crowd. It's just SOSO. Let me break it. At this time, the arrogant young man, Xianxia, suddenly made a move. A purple gold gourd flew out of his body. It shone with purple light and quickly enlarged in the sky. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked all the mist into the gourd's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Taoist patterns was suppressed. Then, the purple gold gourd pressed forward like a small mountain, flowing with a misty purple mist. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. Many figures flew upside down and were sucked into the purple gold gourd. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the purple gold gourd to be so powerful. It easily broke the mountain-protecting Taoist patterns of the mist cave and sucked in many cultivators. It was really a bit scary. The heritage of the clan of the ancients is too strong. This is only a young man of 16 or 17 years old, but he has bestowed such a terrible treasure. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. There's no need to do this. Uncle Jiang kept trying to dissuade him. Jiang Yifei shook his head and said, Tingting's parents did not do evil, but they were persecuted. They want an explanation. Our Jiang family has never been afraid of trouble. Bang! At this time, a powerful wave shook in all directions in the mist cave. It shook away the purple gold gourd, and an old voice came. It turns out to be the people of the clan of the ancients. I wonder how the mist cave has offended you. Inside the mist cave, a grey fog rushed up and shook the purple gold gourd away, imprisoning it there so that it could not continue to swallow cultivators. A grey shadow rushed over quickly. It was an old man whose age was hard to tell. His hair and beard were all white, but his face was very ruddy. He said, Everyone, please calm down. He directly pushed the purple gold gourd over. Jiang Yichen snorted coldly and put away his treasure. Who are you? Jiang Yifei asked. I am the master of the mist cave. No wonder you have such strength to be able to suppress the purple gold gourd. Jiang Yifei nodded and said, But I'm afraid it will still be difficult for you to stop us. Yes, I understand. The leader of the Mist Wonderland admitted it calmly. He then continued, I don't know what the Mist Wonderland has done to make you all gather so many people. If it is a great crime, I am willing to disband the Mist Wonderland and let you deal with it. The old man in grey was very frank. In fact, he was forced to do so. If he really went against the clan of the remote antiquity, the mist cave would quickly be destroyed. The two were not on the same level at all. Once they became enemies, there was no suspense. Seeing that you are so open and aboveboard, I don't want to make a scene. Jiang Yifei was only 24 or 25 years old. The old man did not feel that it was rude to speak to the master of the mist cave in such a tone. Everything was because of the strength. Young master is wise. Please tell me why you are here to denounce me. 2 years ago, did a disciple with the surname Jiang die in the mist cave? The master of the mist cave nodded and said, If it was someone else, I might not remember, but this extraordinary young man left a deep impression on me. He was a disciple of the Jiang family, but he was killed by the people of the mist cave. Jiang Yifei said calmly. What, he was killed by someone? The master of the mist cave was shocked and said, Who is so bold? Now you understand why I am here. The master of the mist cave suddenly had a headache. How could a disciple of the Jiang family enter the mist cave and be killed by someone? This was indeed a very troublesome matter for him. You don't have to worry too much. I'm not here to cause trouble for no reason. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I will definitely punish the culprit severely. I will not tolerate it. The main culprit has been brought to justice, but I feel that their teacher is suspected of conniving. In addition, the person who provided them with the drug must be found. Young Master Jiang, please move into the hazy heavenly grotto. This old man will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Jiang Yifei nodded and said, The most important thing is to satisfy this old lady and this child. At this moment, Uncle Jiang and little Tingting's eyes were already blurred with tears. I understand. Jiang Yifei ordered Jiang Yichen to take out the purple gold gourd and release all the people who were trapped in it. Then, he brought Uncle Jiang, Little Tingting, and the old sect master into the misty paradise. The others didn't follow. They landed on the ground and waited outside. At this moment, Yifan felt that he was being watched again. He found that it was still the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen. What was going on? He didn't think he had offended this young man from the remote antiquity family, so he didn't understand why he was being watched. Jiang Kaixian walked over gracefully and said with a smile, "Little brother Yi, after this matter, Tingting will go back to the Jiang family with us. If you want, you can also go with us." This? At first, Yifan did have such an idea. The Jiang family was an ancient family that had been passed down from the antiquity age. Maybe he could find the secret of the divine body. However, after careful consideration, he hesitated. What if his secret was found out? The green copper piece in his body caused great chaos in the eastern wilderness. If the powerful masters of the Jiang family found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In addition, the Taoist scripture was enough to cause a lot of trouble. Once it was leaked, he would be in a worrying situation. What's wrong? You still don't want to? Jiang Kaixian was somewhat surprised. Many cultivators tried their best to enter the Jiang family but failed. She invited a young man like this, but he was still pondering and hesitating. Yifan declined and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Jiang. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. But I'm used to being lazy. I'm afraid I'll make mistakes after entering the Jiang family. I'd better travel outside. If one day I'm poor and want to go to the Jiang family, please take me in." At this time, Jiang Yichen sneered and said, "What do you think the Jiang family is? An inn? The Jiang family is not a place where anyone can come and go freely. If you want to join, don't talk nonsense now." Jiang Yichen, shut up. Jiang Kaixian scolded Jiang Yichen, then turned around and said with a smile, "Little brother Yi, don't mind him. He's always like this, spoiled. Don't worry, the Jiang family will always open the door for you. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to the Jiang family to find me." "Thank you, Miss Jiang." Yifan thanked her and felt strange at the same time. He didn't provoke this young master of the Jiang family, so why did he do this? Yifan became more and more determined that he couldn't enter the Jiang family now. The holy body, the Taoist scripture, and the mysterious green copper were all taboos. He didn't want to take risks. "Boy, you should know that there are many people who want to join our Jiang family. If you give up this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Jiang Yichen looked at him and sneered. Yifan's heart trembled, and at the same time, he was even more surprised. This young master of the Jiang family seemed to want him to join the Jiang family immediately. What was going on? Jiang Kaixian reprimanded Jiang Yichen a few more times, and he didn't say anything more. He just stood not far away and looked at Yifan from time to time. Is this bastard a dead rabbit? Damn it. Yifan muttered in his heart. After a while, Jiang Yichen finally stopped looking at him and began to wander around the mist cave, which made Yifan feel a little relieved. Soon, he thought of his classmates. There should be 2 people in the mist cave, but he didn't know who they were. After waiting for a full hour, Jiang Yifei walked out with Uncle Jiang and Little Tingting. The head of the mist cave and a group of important people saw them out in person. The eyes of the old man and the little girl were red and swollen. It was obvious that they had cried. "Old head, please go back. There is no need to see us off. Our Jiang family is not unreasonable. This matter has been settled. You don't have to worry anymore." The old leader of the mist cave abode heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, anyone would tremble in fear when facing a behemoth like the Jiang family. In the eastern barren territory, not many big forces dared to compete with them. The people of the mist cave watched them go away until they disappeared, and then they returned to the sect. Jiang Yifei and his group returned directly to the Qingfeng town just to satisfy the old man's wish to see the town again. Uncle Jiang decided to join the Jiang family for Little Tingting's future. He didn't want his granddaughter to be wronged again. "Big brother, come with us." Little Tingting looked up and begged. Yifan scratched her little nose and said, "Big brother can't help much anymore. The Jiang family is full of powerful people. I am not even a soldier there. Tingting will have a good life there. Big brother, I really don't want to be separated from you. Come with us, or Tingting will miss you every day. Little Tingting was about to cry. I still have other things to do. I really can't go now. I promise you, I will visit you in the future. Yi Fan comforted her softly. No, if Big Brother doesn't go, I won't go either. Little Tingting actually made such a decision. You are still young and don't understand some things. You will understand when you grow up. Go to the Jiang family happily. Don't play around there. Learn cultivation from them. Maybe I will need Tingting's help in the future. Uncle Jiang also couldn't understand. He really hoped that Yi Fan would go with them, but in the end, he couldn't force him. When they parted outside Qingfeng town, little Tingting burst into tears. She hugged Yi Fan's leg and refused to let go. Her tears rolled down in pairs. Yi Fan wiped her tears and said, "Don't cry. Tingting, remember what I said just now. We will meet again in the future." In the end, little Tingting was reluctant and cried, "I will definitely learn cultivation and find Big Brother in the future. If anyone bullies Big Brother, Tingting will beat them away." Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, "Go quickly. They are all waiting for you." At this moment, Yi Fan noticed that when Jiang Yichen, the young master of the Jiang family, looked at him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This made his heart skip a beat. "Jiang Yichen, the way I look at you doesn't seem right," Jiang Kaixian suddenly said. "Sister Xian, why do you say that?" Jiang Yichen was shocked. "Don't do immoral things. Don't be evil. It seems that Grandpa has really spoiled you." Jiang Kaixian said coldly, "I have noticed you for a long time. You seem to want to fight little brother Yi. Did he offend you?" Jiang Yifei looked back at them and said, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Jiang Yichen was a little guilty. "Speak." Although Jiang Yifei looked elegant, he seemed to be very prestigious. Jiang Yichen, who was from the same clan, was very afraid of him. "I speak." Jiang Yichen had to tell the truth. He said, "That boy has a precious treasure, and it is not an ordinary one. You all know that my mount's most peculiar aspect isn't its fighting prowess, but rather that it has a psychic jade horn that can sense divine objects. Today, it continuously flickered with 5-colored radiance, exceptionally bright and resplendent. His mount was a cyan beast that looked like a lion or tiger. The cyan beast's fur was very long and very clean. There was a jade horn on its head, which was crystal clear and emitted 5-colored light. It could sense the existence of rare treasures. I may be in trouble." Yi Fan saw the 3 people in the distance looking over. "What's wrong with the child?" Uncle Jiang asked. Little Tingting also wiped away her tears and said, "Big Brother is in trouble. I will ask Sister Kaixian to help you." Yi Fan smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Yichen was walking over with a sneer. Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixian also followed. "I am really curious. What kind of precious treasure do you have?" Yi Fan was suddenly shocked. He never thought that Jiang Yichen would say such a thing. "Did he really find out something?" Jiang Yifei said with a smile, "Little brother Yi, don't worry. We mean no harm. The Jiang family has many precious treasures. We will not covet your treasures." Jiang Kaixian reminded him, "Little brother Yi, you must be careful in the future." After listening to her explanation, Yi Fan understood the magic of the 5-colored beast. It could actually sense spirit treasures. This made him break out in a cold sweat. If the green copper piece and the scripture were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Fortunately, I did not agree to join the Jiang family," he said to himself. "Well, let's part ways here. Don't worry, I have already warned Jiang Yichen. He will not have any evil ideas again." Jiang Kaixian smiled. In the end, the group of people rode the beast and rose into the sky. Little Tingting was crying very sadly. She kept waving her little hands until she disappeared into the sky. Yi Fan had a strong sense of crisis. He did not return to the town. Instead, he ran directly into the deep mountains. He felt that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Qingfeng town was surrounded by mountains, towering ancient trees, and primitive forests. There were many strange beasts in the deep mountains, so ordinary people didn't dare to go deep. After living in Qingfeng town for a period of time, Yi Fan found out that this endless mountain range was the outer region of the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. The Yan Kingdom was 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. The forbidden area of the ancient desolation was located in the center of the country, surrounded by endless mountains. This primitive area had a circumference of more than 800 miles. The Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, the Mist Grotto Heaven, and the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven all surrounded this primitive area. At this moment, Yi Fan plunged into the deep mountains and kept running in the dense forest. He couldn't wait to rush into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. He felt that his life was in danger, so he wanted to get away from the town behind him. I hope my premonition is wrong. After running for more than 2 hours and crossing countless mountains, he finally stopped to catch his breath in a mountainous area. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a wild beast. It was so loud that it was deafening. It was like a thunderclap piercing through the sky and surging over. It's from the direction of Qingfeng town. Yi Fan was like a spiritual ape. He quickly climbed up a cliff, lifted the vines, and entered a secret stone cave. He held his breath and suppressed his life force to the lowest. His body was cold and lifeless. Soon, he saw a strange beast covered in green scales in the sky through the vines. It carried a Jiang family knight and rushed over. They really came after me. Yi Fan's pupils shrank, and his heart was cold. He had seen how terrifying the Jiang family's knight was. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. After a while, the powerful knight rode the strange beast and rushed back. It kept circling around the mountain range and this area. He has locked this area. Did he discover me? Yi Fan's body was cold, and he felt that death was very close. At the same time, he was extremely angry. The other party must have come for the treasures on him. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. However, he didn't dare to be too excited. He didn't dare to move, and his life force fell to the freezing point. He hid in the stone cave like a piece of dead wood. After a full 4 hours, the green beast in the sky gradually disappeared into the horizon. However, Yi Fan did not dare to move. Only when the sky turned completely dark did he nimbly climb out of the cave and quickly rush towards another mountain range. Jiang family. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. That night, Yi Fan did not light a fire. He only picked some wild fruits to appease his hunger, and then hid in the flourishing brambles. In the night, the roars of unknown beasts rose and fell one after another. It was exceptionally restless. The moon and stars were dim, and Yin-Chi pervaded the air. The trees in the wilderness swayed, as if evil spirits were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Suddenly, the roars of the wild beasts in the area disappeared, and the forest became quiet. Yi Fan's heart instantly tightened. His body was almost completely still, and he didn't dare to move. It was unknown when a strange beast had appeared in the sky. It was carrying a person as it circled in the sky, causing the beasts below to feel a sense of danger. It was not until late at night that the knight disappeared from the area. Yi Fan felt cold sweat all over his body. This was not a solution, and he was afraid that he would be found sooner or later. I'll definitely die if I fight him head-on. How can I get rid of him? Yi Fan realized that he had no other choice but to escape first. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan constantly traversed and hid in the mountain range. There were a few times when he was almost discovered by the other party. It could be said that he was constantly brushing shoulders with death. On the 3rd day, he encountered his greatest crisis. The other party seemed to have sensed that he might be hiding in this area and attacked ruthlessly. He took out a psychic weapon and split apart several stone cliffs, shattering a large part of the forest and destroying a large area of thistles and thorns, leaving the mountainous area bare. Yi Fan hid in the swamp not far away, not daring to move. His entire body was wrapped in mud and rotten leaves. He held his breath and quietly waited for the night to leave. However, the other party did not even let the swamp go. That psychic weapon was like a blue bolt of lightning, streaking across the swamp. Huge ravines appeared, completely splitting the swamp. Puff! Suddenly, the psychic weapon, like a blue bolt of lightning, streaked across 1 meter away and split the mud. Although it did not cut Yifan's body, a bit of blue light grazed his abdomen. Yifan felt a sharp pain, but he did not dare to move. If it were not for his super strong physique, the terrible blue light just now was enough to cut him in half at the waist. It was not until half an hour later that everything finally calmed down. Yifan gritted his teeth and struggled out of the mud. His abdomen was gurgling with blood, staining the mud bright red. Xianxia, I will kill you sooner or later. Even the remote antiquity families can't protect you. Yifan felt dizzy. He had lost too much blood, and his abdomen was almost completely cut open. If it were not for the mud blocking the outside, he would have died of blood exhaustion after staying motionless for such a long time. He hurriedly found a mountain spring to clean the wound, and then took off his muddy coat. He tore the clean clothes inside into strips and wrapped them around his wound. However, the wound on his abdomen was so serious that his intestines could almost be seen, and the bleeding could not be stopped. After losing too much blood, Yifan felt weak all over. His hands were covered in blood. He tore off all of his clean clothes and used them to block the terrifying wound. However, the bleeding was still difficult to stop. His lower body was stained red, and his skin looked a little pale. Yifan blocked his wound with his hands, and blood kept flowing between his fingers. He bit his lips, trying to keep himself awake and not pass out. He silently ran Taoist scripture, mobilized the vitality of his whole body, and tried to stabilize the injury. The way of heaven takes away the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. Just at the moment when he was about to pass out, such a voice suddenly came from the deepest part of his mind. Hundreds of ancient characters flowed in his heart like a trickle, gradually waking him up from his trance. Yifan gradually calmed down and regained his consciousness. At the same time, Taoist scripture was running silently, and the vital energy kept flowing to the wound. In the end, strands of blue light gushed out from the horrifying wound. The terrifying killing intent that had penetrated his body was forced out. His life essence circulated, and the bleeding finally stopped. Yifan was very weak, but he gritted his teeth and stood up. He staggered toward the forest. He had to find a secret place to hide. His injury was very serious, and he couldn't run anymore. Originally, Yifan wanted to escape into the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Only in this way could he make the knight hesitate and not dare to go deeper. However, he didn't have the strength. After thinking carefully for a moment, he staggered back the way he came. Finally, he stopped in a stone forest that had been destroyed by the knight, and hid in a stone peak. This area had already been searched. Yifan tried to figure out the knight's thoughts, and he felt that this place would be a blind spot for a short period of time. Yifan didn't eat or drink, and hid in this stone peak for 2 days and 2 nights. Only then did his injury get under control, but it was still difficult for him to do any strenuous exercise. During these 2 days, the knight kept circling above the deep mountains, and many forests were completely destroyed by him. On this night, Yifan crawled out of the stone crack, picked a lot of wild fruits, and changed to another place to hide. The new area had just been ravaged by the knight. The trees were broken, and the rocks were cracked. The ground was a mess. I'll follow you slowly. Wherever you search, I'll hide. In this dangerous situation, his life could be at risk at any time. Yifan could only think carefully and choose to hide in the knight's blind spot. Just like this, 5 or 6 days passed before he gradually recovered. It could be said that this was a kind of torture. After a few days, due to the lack of food and the pain of the illness, he lost a lot of weight. If it weren't for my physique being far superior to ordinary cultivators, I'm afraid that blue light would have already killed me. Yifan looked at the horizon and said to himself, I must escape this disaster. I can't die here. Jiang family. Yifan clenched his teeth. Right now, he didn't have enough strength. Right now, the only way to get rid of the knight was to risk his life and hide in the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. After Yifan's body recovered, he began to take a detour to get closer to the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. I have eaten the holy fruit. Maybe I can resist the curse there. Entering the forbidden area of life might be a kind of opportunity for me. A long time ago, Yifan once had the thought of returning to the forbidden grounds of the primordial desolate realm in order to obtain a great opportunity. Neither human beings nor powerful creatures of other races dared to go deep into the forbidden area of life. There were flourishing plants and endless elixirs. After the baptism of long years, many elixirs had almost become divine medicines. The forbidden area was a priceless divine land. Yifan had taken the holy fruit and the holy spring. He felt that he could probably survive in that forbidden area for a while. He wanted to return to the forbidden area of life after reaching a certain level. My strength is still very low now. It's really not suitable for me to go there at this moment, but I have been forced to this point. He had no choice but to go forward at the risk of death. Roar, in the depths of the mountains, the roar of the wild beast shook the sky like thunder, and the leaves in the forest swirled in the air. Yifan's expression changed. He was still far from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, but there were already extremely horrible exotic beasts in the outer area. It seemed that it would be very difficult to go through. However, if he didn't go forward, how could he get rid of the knight's pursuit? This put Yifan in a dilemma. Xianxia, just you wait. Even if you are a disciple of the Jiang family, I will kill you in the future. Yifan had never hated a person so much. The other party coveted his treasures, was cruel and ruthless, and wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Yifan felt danger. The night seemed to be approaching again, so he hurriedly hid. A green figure appeared in the sky. The powerful knight of the Jiang family appeared once again. However, the strange beast he was riding on suddenly seemed to have been frightened. It rushed down desperately and landed on the ground, trembling. Not far away, Yifan saw all this clearly. He couldn't help but be surprised. How could such a powerful exotic beast be so scared? The knight was also very shocked. He turned into a wisp of light and hid in a pile of rocks. At this moment, the entire forest suddenly darkened. A violent gust of wind blew past, snapping many plants and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In the sky, a giant bird that blotted out the sun flew across the sky. Its entire body was shining with a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Its body was so huge that it left people dumbfounded. It was like a golden cloud that rushed past, blocking out the sun and the sky. Golden-winged pung. Yifan was deeply shocked. The legendary Pang's oppressive might made the entire mountain range quiet down in an instant. All of the beast roars disappeared, and only after it had gone far away did the forest return to normal. The knight from the Jiang family sat on the strange beast again and soared into the sky. Even someone as powerful as him could only dodge. Yifan was worried. If he continued to advance on foot, he did not know how many ferocious birds and beasts he would encounter. Could he really walk into the forbidden zone of life? There are 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era. They are linked together to form an endless abyss. According to legend, each sacred mountain has a kind of sacred fruit and divine spring, and they are all different. Yifan used such words to motivate himself. I've only eaten a type of holy fruit and drunk a type of divine spring, and I've already undergone a complete transformation. If I were to ascend the other 8 sacred mountains. Although he was constantly encouraging himself, he still felt apprehensive in his heart. He felt that if he continued to advance, he would most likely be doomed. Only a day had passed, and Yifan's thoughts were shattered. He found 3 powerful knights in a row. They had already sealed off the path ahead, and they were circling above the primitive mountain range. They really want to kill me. They actually sent so many powerful knights. Roar, in the distance, a deafening roar of a beast could be heard. The 3 powerful knights in the sky instantly fled. Following that, Yifan discovered a wild beast with 9 snake heads soaring through the clouds, appearing high up in the sky. It was as big as a small mountain, and it gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. It was surrounded by a lot of black fog, and its huge body was faintly discernible. It looked like a qilin, but it had 9 huge snake heads, and it looked especially ferocious. With a loud roar, it directly scared away the 3 powerful knights of the Jiang family. The vague pressure it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. Yifan's heart immediately sank. He had not even gotten close to the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era, and all kinds of terrifying strange beasts had already appeared one after another. He did not know what he would encounter if he continued to advance. If he could not fly, it was simply impossible to pass through this primitive mountain range on foot. No wonder the Jiang family's knights only sealed off the path in certain areas. Yi Fan sneaked carefully for another day and found that the relatively safe areas were all sealed off by the three powerful knights. It was impossible to pass through. I am guessing their thoughts, and they are also thinking about my escape route. They are sure that I will get close to the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era to get rid of them. Yi Fan hid in a dense forest. After careful consideration, he felt that he could not go any further, or he would die. If I can't fly, I can't get close to the forbidden zone of life. Yi Fan went far away without looking back. He returned along the original road. He wanted to escape from this primitive mountain forest and hide in the vast crowd while the knights did not react. When Yi Fan escaped to the edge of the mountain range, he suddenly found a powerful knight riding a beast with shiny black scales hovering over the mountain forest. The fifth powerful knight. Yi Fan looked at the sky in a daze and said to himself, are they all sent by Jiang Yichen? They brought a total of more than a dozen knights, and now they sent 5 of them at once. Did Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaishan not notice? It is impossible that they did not notice. Could it be that they acquiesced? Or should I say, the 2 of them also sent people? Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Jiang Yifei, dressed in snow-white clothes, was elegant and elegant. He was as handsome as jade and could be described as otherworldly. Jiang Kaishan was graceful and beautiful. Although she seemed a little arrogant, she was very sympathetic to little Tingting, which left a good impression on Yi Fan. But now, Yi Fan couldn't tell. He didn't know what role the 2 of them played in this matter. He did not know if it was as bad as he guessed. Human nature was very complicated and difficult to explain. I hope it has nothing to do with them. Otherwise, I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for little Tingting to live in such a complicated family. Yi Fan was a little worried about little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. On this night, Yi Fan secretly returned to Uncle Jiang's small restaurant. At this moment, he could even see 2 strange beasts circling in the mountains outside the town. However, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. He relaxed and rested peacefully for the night. It was not until the second night arrived that Yi Fan sneaked out of the town and fled into the distance. 3 days later, when Yi Fan was camping in the wilderness, he saw a strange beast carrying a Jiang family knight rush past him and fly into the distance. This shocked him. The other party had caught up so quickly, which made it difficult for him to understand. How did they find the clues? The clan of the ancients is too scary. If I can't enter that forbidden zone, how can I get rid of them? Yi Fan was worried. In the end, Yi Fan entered a huge city in the Yan kingdom. He felt that perhaps only the vast sea of people could hide him. This was the second largest city in the Yan kingdom apart from the capital. It had a population of more than 1 million, and it was extremely prosperous. The streets were wide and filled with endless streams of people. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of people hawking their wares could be heard. Yi Fan had been on the run for the past few days and was extremely exhausted. He only let out a sigh of relief when he entered the city. The Jiang family couldn't possibly appear on the streets riding strange beasts, could they? It was already noon, and Yi Fan's stomach was rumbling with hunger. However, when he reached into his chest pocket, he let out a bitter laugh. There was not even a single coin. This great life and death escape really left him in a sorry state, fatigued to this extent. I need to find a way to fill my stomach first. I can't let my body suffer. I still need to accumulate energy to escape. Yi Fan was not in the mood to tour the bustling city at all. He was looking for a place to eat. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He saw a familiar figure. It was Li Xiaoman. She did not look old and had already regained her youth. She was 170 centimeters tall and slender. Her pure white dress fluttered in the wind, and she had an otherworldly temperament. Be it in the past or present, Li Xiaoman was extremely beautiful. She had a clear and elegant appearance. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, but her skin shone with a sparkling luster. It was snow-white and delicate like fine jade. Li Xiaoman's white dress and black hair fluttered naturally, making her skin look even more sparkling. Her eyes were very big and her eyelashes were very long, making her look very spirited. Her neck was as elegant as a white swan, and her waist was small. Her legs were long and slender, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was very perfect. Compared to the past, she was less ostentatious and more spirited. She was like a goddess of the moon who had descended to the mortal world, and she had an extra temperament. Yi Fan had never thought that he would see her here. Naturally, he couldn't help but think of many things in the past. There were sweet scenes, but also heartless and bitter memories. He turned around, not wanting to meet her in this kind of situation. Li Xiaoman obviously did not see Yi Fan. She was like a crane among chickens, elegant and spirited. Her otherworldly beauty attracted many people to look back. Naturally, she would not notice the haggard and exhausted youth in the distance. Yi Fan turned around and wanted to leave, but he did not want to bump into someone in his haste. "Little beggar, why are you walking? The street is so wide, but you just had to bump into me." There were a few young men and women in front of him. Among them, there was a beautiful girl with an unhappy expression. Yi Fan had accidentally bumped into her just now. "I'm sorry." Yi Fan hurriedly apologized. "Junior sister, look and see if you've lost anything. Nowadays, some beggars specialize in stealing like this." A young man reminded and stopped Yi Fan from leaving. Yi Fan had been on the run for several days. His clothes were dirty and torn, and his face was full of dirt. He indeed looked like a little beggar. "Senior brother, senior sister." At this moment, Li Xiaoman walked over. Although there were many people on the street, everyone saw that she was so beautiful and couldn't help but open a path for her. She quickly came close. "Let him go. I didn't lose anything." The girl who was bumped into just now frowned. Yi Fan wanted to turn around and leave, but Li Xiaoman was already in front of him and happened to see him. "It's you." Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He did not expect to meet her in the end. "Junior sister, you know this little beggar?" The young men and women at the side all revealed surprised expressions. At this moment, Yi Fan's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in dust. He looked haggard and extremely tired. After running for several days, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. In addition to his tattered clothes, he looked like someone at the bottom of society. Usually, Li Xiaoman was elegant and beautiful. She was always calm and collected, but at this moment, she showed a shocked expression, which made the young men and women beside her curious. One of them couldn't help but ask again, "Junior sister, do you know this little beggar?" Li Xiaoman quickly regained her composure and nodded, "I do." "Sisterly, how do you know him?" One of the girls was puzzled. Yi Fan's clothes were ragged and his body was haggard. No matter how you looked at him, he was at the bottom of society. He was from a completely different world from them. "I came from the same place as him. We used to be neighbors." Li Xiaoman looked indifferent. When Yi Fan heard the word neighbor, he smiled faintly and only said hello. He didn't say anything else. "So it's an old acquaintance. Your little neighbor is really impatient. The street is so wide but he still accidentally bumped into me. Brother Yang thought he was going to steal something. But this young man is really pitiful. He has been reduced to a beggar at such a young age. Beggars nowadays steal while begging. Sisterly, you have to tell him not to take the wrong path." Cultivators and mortals were people of two different worlds. Especially the people at the bottom of the mortal world, beggars, it was even more difficult to have any interaction with them. When the young men and women talked, they didn't care that Yi Fan was next to them. "Brothers and sisters, do you have money on you? Lend me some." Li Xiaoman took some money from the young men and women and gave it to Yi Fan. "Go change your clothes. Don't be a beggar. I believe you can support yourself. Sisterly is so kind." Yes, Sisterly is really compassionate. He is just a neighbor, but she gave him so much money. "Little beggar, you have to walk the right path in the future. Don't steal. Otherwise, you will be sorry." To Sisterly, the young men and women next to them all spoke. Yi Fan's eyes were clear. He quietly looked at Li Xiaoman and didn't reach out to take the money. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need this." A young man at the side immediately frowned and said, "I say, little beggar, what's wrong with you? Junior sisterly gave you clean money, but you don't want it. Do you really want to live by stealing?" Li Xiaoman's expression was tranquil, and her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake. She handed the coin to Yifan and said, "Take it, and be a normal person." Yifan ignored the people around him and pushed the coin back. "Don't worry, I can survive. I wish you a smooth journey on the path of cultivation." This little beggar really wants to save face and suffer. He's already reduced to begging, yet he's still so virtuous. Don't be so virtuous now. Just turn around and steal. The young men and women next to him were very dissatisfied. Li Xiaoman stared at Yifan and said in a calm voice, "These are helpful to you now, so don't reject them. Hurry up and accept them. Don't tell me you really want to beg for a living?" Yifan still did not take the coin. "Congratulations on regaining your youth." He sensed that Li Xiaoman was only at the bitter sea stage, and could not be compared to him. But he did not know why she had regained her vitality. "Thank you, I was just lucky." Li Xiaoman did not insist and took the coin back. One of the young women smiled. This little beggar really knows a lot of things. He even knows that junior sister Li had lost her youthful vitality. It seems he really is an old acquaintance. He and I are just neighbors, we don't know each other very well. Perhaps after more than 10 years, it will be difficult to recognize him when we meet again. Li Xiaoman was very calm from beginning to end. She said indifferently, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Although Yifan's face was covered with dirt, his smile was still very bright, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Yes, memories will always fade. Some people and things will eventually fade with the passage of time. This little beggar is not old, but he is quite a character. A girl at the side looked at Yifan before looking at Li Xiaoman. She said, "It's a pity that you don't know him very well, junior sister. Otherwise, you could bring him back to Xiang Grotto Heaven and make him do odd jobs in the sect. It's better than him begging on the streets." A man nodded when he heard this. The sect is very strict when it comes to choosing people, you must know them thoroughly. Li Xiaoman was as calm as an ancient well, her expression incomparably calm. She said to Yifan, "Don't walk on the wrong path. Be an ordinary person, that is not necessarily a kind of happiness." Yifan smiled and did not say anything. He waved his hand and left in large strides. This little beggar gives people a very special feeling. The young men and women next to him unanimously evaluated. Yifan left in large strides, blending into the endless stream of people. After a quarter of an hour, he appeared in an antique shop, constantly bargaining with the boss. "What? It's only 50 copper coins. One must be honest and not too greedy." "Young man, don't be so greedy. It's just a wooden box. How can it be worth 10 gold coins? This is a red sandalwood box. If you don't want it, I'll go to another shop." With that, Yifan turned and left. "Don't be in such a hurry, the price can be negotiated." The antique shop boss hurriedly stopped Yifan. Finally, Yifan was satisfied and left with 10 gold coins. It was already noon. He was hungry, but he did not want to eat and dash. In the end, he sold the red sandalwood box that contained the source and used another ordinary wooden box that was only worth 1 copper coin to store the source. The Jiang family's night. When Yifan raised his head to look at the sky, he was immediately shocked. There was a strange beast circling in the sky above the huge city. Not long after, it flew into the distance. He felt very puzzled. He did not know how the other party could always find him. Yifan went up to a restaurant, ordered a table of dishes, and ate to his heart's content. He had not eaten a hot meal in the past few days of fleeing, so naturally, he was ravenous at this moment. After an hour, he finally stood up with satisfaction. The waiter had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that he was dressed in shabby clothes, like a beggar asking for food, he was afraid that he would quietly slip away after eating. Naturally, Yifan would not bicker with him. He threw down the money and turned to go downstairs. As soon as he arrived on the street, he was shocked. The Jiang family's knight had entered the city, riding on this strange beast, and just happened to disappear around the corner of the street. "What's going on?" Why can they always chase me? Although they can't lock onto me, they seem to be able to track the general direction. A trace of worry appeared on Yifan's face. He felt that things were not good. He could not stay in this city any longer, or something would definitely happen. He did not stop at all and directly left the city. Then, he flew away and plunged into the distant mountain forest. They are really persistent. How can I completely shake them off? Yifan traversed the mountains and passed through the endless mountain range. He only stopped when the sky turned dark. Just at this moment, Yifan felt that the spiritual energy in the depths of the mountain range was dense. It seemed to be many times denser than in other regions. When he traveled another few dozen kilometers, he revealed a shocked expression. He saw a large limestone with 4 ancient words carved on it, Purple Yang Cave Heaven. How did I end up here? Yifan discovered that he had actually arrived at the Purple Yang Cave Heaven. This was the sect that Li Xiaoman was in. This blessed land was not very far from the city he had just been in. It was necessary to mention here that this book would definitely have a love story, and there would definitely be descriptions of different female characters. Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. He finally understood that it was not a coincidence that he met Li Xiaoman and the others. Their sect was nearby. Yifan turned around and wanted to leave. He did not want to be associated with Li Xiaoman's sect. Today, they met, but Li Xiaoman was calm. Her calmness was almost cold. Although she gave him money, she gave him the feeling of being high and mighty, as if she was giving him charity. You wanted me to be a normal person and not stray from the right path. Am I really that unbearable? He laughed at himself. He was not sad, nor did he have any hatred. Everything was gone without a trace. Yifan felt that if they met again, he would just laugh it off. There was no need to remember anything. Sometimes, a gentle brush was a better choice. Yifan had already walked dozens of meters when he suddenly stopped. He had been thinking about how to escape the pursuit of the Jiang family's knights. At this moment, he suddenly thought of using Purple Sun Grotto Heaven to resolve the crisis. Now, he was not strong enough. It was impossible for him to fight them head-on. He could only think carefully. He muttered to himself, there must be a reason why I can't escape from them. No matter how strong they are, they can't have such sharp spiritual senses to keep tracking the clues. Yifan felt that Purple Sun Grotto Heaven was one of the 6 grotto heavens in the country of Yen. The surrounding mountains and rivers must have been engraved with Tao patterns, condensing a mysterious power to form a world of its own. If he entered deep, he might be able to cut off contact with the outside world. Not bad, I can make use of this place. After thinking carefully, Yifan walked into the depths of the mountain range. What dense spiritual qi! As expected of a grotto heaven. At this moment, the sky was already dark. However, one could still see purple gas lingering between the mountains. Purple Sun Grotto Heaven lived up to its name. Purple mist surged in the area where it was located. Occasionally, there would be blazing sunlight streaking across the sky. Even in the outside world, one could feel that it was extraordinary. The mountains were green, the valleys were green, the springs were clear, and the vegetation was lush. Many of the plants seemed to be sentient. Their leaves shone with light. Yifan approached Purple Sun Grotto Heaven and observed it carefully to see if he could sneak in. However, he found it difficult to do so. Not only were there people patrolling the mountain gate, but there were also wild beasts guarding it. The 2 strange beasts were bumpy. They looked like giant crocodiles but had a pair of wings. They were like 2 small mountains lying there. Their basin-sized eyes flashed with light. There are a few youths kneeling there. What's going on? Yifan was surprised to find a few 16 or 17 years old kneeling in front. A patrolling cultivator passed by and said, "You guys should leave. Your aptitudes are too ordinary. No matter how hard you try, it won't work. Immortal Master, give us one more chance." The cultivator sighed and said, "You've been kneeling for days. I'm not a heartless person, but your talents are too mediocre. You really can't pass the test. Hurry up and go down the mountain." "Alright, I will give you one more chance. In half a month, there will be a reselection of disciples. Whether or not you can grasp the opportunity to stay is up to you." "Alright, I'll give you one more chance." Half a month from now, we'll be selecting new disciples again. Whether or not you can grasp the opportunity to stay is up to you. Thank you, Immortal Master. The youths knelt down together. Thank you, Immortal Master. The youths knelt together. Who is it? The cultivator turned his head. Immortal Master, I am here to be your disciple, shouted Yi Fan. It will start in half a month. You are too early. My house is too far away. I walked here for half a year. I was afraid of being delayed. Please take pity on me, Immortal Master. Yi Fan observed him for a while and felt that this cultivator was not very hard-hearted. He would most likely make an exception. This is against the rules. With a sincere expression, Yi Fan explained how he collected money and even begged. He traveled thousands of kilometers and walked for more than half a year before finally finding this place with great difficulty. This so-called Immortal Master was not very old, only around 27 or 28 years old. He was indeed very soft-hearted. After seeing Yi Fan's tattered clothes and dirty face, he finally sighed and nodded. He said, "You can go in with them." Yi Fan hurriedly thanked him and entered Xiang Grotto Heaven with the youths. All the immortal mountains were shrouded in purple mist and looked hazy. Palaces sat on the mountain peaks. They looked very ethereal and had the charm of an immortal realm. This Xiang Grotto Heaven is even denser than the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Yi Fan muttered to himself and nodded. This place was indeed extraordinary. Walking into the depths of the immortal mountains, there was lush vegetation and many spirit herbs. A clear aura rushed over. This was a very beautiful and peaceful grotto heaven. Yi Fan and the youth settled down near a bamboo forest. There were some wooden houses here that were specially reserved for odd job workers. Cultivating disciples rarely came here. After arriving here, Yi Fan gradually calmed down. If he could still be found like this, then he could only fight to the death. There was no other way. Most likely there is something on me that they can sense and track. Yi Fan first eliminated the green copper block. This was a mysterious treasure of the sect. Many cultivators in the past could not recognize it when they held it in their hands, let alone now that it was silent in his golden sea of bitterness. Was it the Tao scripture? That was not very possible. As long as he did not use any mysterious techniques, his golden sea of bitterness would be silent like divine iron. It was difficult for outsiders to sense it. Could it be that this source revealed my whereabouts? That should not be the case. Yi Fan could not figure it out. He muttered to himself, let's not care about that for now. Let's refine this source first. In the next few days, the bamboo forest was very peaceful. No outsiders came to disturb him. It was a very suitable place for cultivation. The powerful knights of the Jiang family did not come looking for him. Yi Fan began to refine the source. Every time, he held it firmly in his palm and smelted it carefully. He only melted a little bit every day. He was afraid that if he was too fierce, the huge life essence in the source would all rush out, causing a wave of source power and being discovered. On the 6th day, the bright moon was in the sky. Yi Fan refined a small amount of the source. At this moment, the golden sea of bitterness suddenly sent out waves of tsunamis. The momentum was terrifying. He hurriedly stopped and hid the source. How troublesome. His special physique made him feel a little helpless. He thought he could control it, but in the end, there was still a terrifying sound when he broke through. The strange phenomenon of the sea of bitterness was too shocking. If it was discovered, it would definitely cause an uproar. It seems that this source can't be completely refined. I can only continue when I leave here. However, his harvest was not small. At this moment, the golden sea of bitterness had become bigger. There were 8 more divine patterns inside, lingering in the sky above the sea of bitterness. Yi Fan smelted it into the divine metal lump from before. He constantly hammered it on the green copper piece and repeatedly imitated the Tao pattern. The next day, the silence was broken. A few young cultivators came and found Yi Fan. It's you, that little beggar. The few people were shocked. They were the disciples of the Purple Yang Cave that he met a few days ago. However, Li Xiaoman was not among them. Yesterday, Yi Fan caused a huge commotion. Some cultivators had come to investigate, but they did not find anything at night. Out of curiosity, these people came to take a look in the morning. Why did you come to our Purple Yang cave? Are you here to find Junior Sisterly? Those people were very surprised. They did not expect to see Yifan here. Your Purple Yang cave sect master coincidentally met me. He said that I have extraordinary talent and insisted on taking me in as a disciple. Yifan casually made up a story. The few people naturally did not believe him. They all had unfriendly expressions. One of the women said in a deep voice, "Little beggar, your skin is really thick." At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the bamboo forest. He circled around the area a few times before stopping. He said, "I feel the aura of the source." "Greetings, Uncle Master." The few young disciples hurriedly bowed. Yifan was immediately shocked. This person's spiritual perception was too sharp. He had already sealed the source, but he still sensed it. No need to be so polite. This middle-aged man's face was ruddy and his hair was jet black. However, his eyes were very old. It did not match his age. This person's true age is probably over 70 or 80 years old. Yifan secretly speculated. He felt that this was a terrifying expert. "It's on you." He stared at Yifan. "Greetings, Senior." Yifan bowed. "You are not a disciple of my Xiang cave?" "No." The middle-aged man did not move. He appeared in front of Yifan in an instant. It was as if he had traveled through space. He grabbed Yifan's wrist. "Senior, you are..." Yifan was shocked. He thought that he was going to attack. "Your physique." The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. He then shook his head and sighed. It was obvious that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He made a judgment in an instant. At that moment, Yifan was extremely nervous. Fortunately, his sea of bitterness was dead silent. Darkness had frozen the golden sea of bitterness. It was as if it had turned into a land of death. When the middle-aged man explored there, he did not find anything unusual. This surprised Yifan. Even when he tried to hide his strength, he was still fooled by such an expert's personal probing. "Do you have a piece of source on you?" the middle-aged man asked. Seeing that he could not hide it, Yifan took out the small wooden box and said, "I don't know if this is the source. It's something passed down in my family." The middle-aged man opened the wooden box and took a look. He said, "Yes, it is the source. Although it is not pure, it is still very rare. I wonder if you are willing to part with it. This, you can't cultivate, so this source is useless to you. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss. If you are willing to exchange it, you will have wealth that you will not be able to spend in 10 lifetimes. But I don't want to exchange it." Yifan looked troubled. Although he had temporarily gotten rid of the Jian family's knights after entering the Spirit Ruin cave, he did not expect to expose the source. This made him feel helpless, but there was nothing he could do. "You really don't want to exchange it?" the middle-aged man asked calmly. He did not use his power to pressure Yifan. Forget it. If that is the case, I will not force you. It is only a piece of source, it is not essential to me." Having said that, he turned around and left. After taking only a few steps, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely an expert. "Little beggar, I didn't expect you to have a source. Even an impure piece of source is more precious than a spirit medicine." The young men and women all revealed strange expressions. They did not expect Yifan to have a spirit item, so some of them could not help but covet it. "Little beggar, you really don't know how to grasp an opportunity. Do you know who that person was? He is the second strongest expert of the Xiang cave. He is only cultivated for a little more than 100 years, but he is even stronger than the ancestors. If you had given the source to him, you would be able to form a good relationship with such a person, and the benefits would be endless." The young men and women all stated their conditions, wanting to obtain this source, but Yifan could not agree. After they left, Yifan muttered to himself, "Although I have temporarily escaped from the Jian family's knights, I have exposed the source. I wonder if there will be trouble." An hour later, Li Xiaoman appeared in the bamboo forest, accompanied by the young men and women who had just left. Li Xiaoman did not ask why Yi Fan was here. She calmly said, Yi Fan, you cannot cultivate, so it is useless to have this source. Why don't you exchange it for 10 lifetimes of fortune? Yi Fan directly shook his head and refused, I am not exchanging. This was a quiet place. Normally, no disciples would come here to train. There were a few small wooden houses in the middle of the bamboo forest, all for the servants to live in. A gentle breeze blew, swaying the entire bamboo forest. The green bamboo leaves made a rustling sound, and the fresh air blew against one's face. Li Xiaoman's white robe fluttered in the wind, making her look elegant and out of this world. Her hair was black and thick, her skin was like jade, and her eyes were like water. She stared at Yi Fan and said, You are immortal, the origin is useless in your hands. Even though I am just a mortal, I know the value of this thing. You are all cultivators, and you all value it so much, how could you say that it is useless to me? Yi Fan weighed the origin in his hand and smiled, it contains a large amount of life essence. I think for a mortal, it shouldn't be a problem to extend their lifespan. You, a mortal using the origin to extend their lifespan, what a waste. The young men and women next to him all showed a look of displeasure. If you want to increase your lifespan and strengthen your body, there are actually many ways. You can use this origin to trade for some 100 herbs liquid. That's right, if you are willing to give up this origin, we will definitely satisfy you. The young men and women all said this. This origin was too tempting for them, and they all wanted to trade for it. I'm sorry, I don't want to trade. I'm not interested in what you are talking about. Yi Fan, no matter what, would not trade the origin, so he directly refused. The young men and women all changed their expressions. To them, the origin was extremely important. For it to be in the hands of a mortal was like a pearl covered in dust. It was truly a waste, so they all wanted to take it for themselves. Li Xiaoman stood there quietly, her white robe fluttering in the wind. You don't know what it means for a mortal to have an origin. It is not wealth, it will only bring you disaster. You are only a mortal, you cannot keep it. Are you trying to steal it from me? Yi Fan put away the origin and looked at the people in front of him. Other than Li Xiaoman who looked indifferent, the others all looked unfriendly, staring at Yi Fan without blinking. Earlier, the Purple Yang Paradise's second-ranked expert did not use his aura to suppress us. Could it be that you want to snatch it forcefully? Li Xiaoman's voice did not waver in the slightest. She said, It's no secret that you have an origin. Once the news gets out, even if you're safe for now, it's hard to say whether you'll be safe in the future. Are you saying that I can only choose to exchange? Li Xiaoman nodded and said, If you exchange it with a cultivator, you'll be able to benefit from it for the rest of your life. You won't have to run around anymore, and you can be a wealthy man with peace of mind, living a life of luxury and splendor. You guys aren't very strong. I'm afraid. The life essence contained in this origin isn't something you can refine. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to have loosened his stance, the people around him spoke up one after another. Even though we can't refine it directly, we can hand it over to the elders in the sect. Just now, that senior's cultivation is profound and is the second-ranked expert of our Purple Yang Paradise. He once helped Junior Sister Li recover her youth. Today, if Junior Sister Li can hand over this origin to him, you will definitely be appreciated. We can also get close to that senior and listen to his teachings. Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. He looked at Li Xiaoman. That's right. I do want to give this origin to that senior. Li Xiaoman's expression was calm. She gently combed the hair in front of her forehead and looked quietly at Yi Fan. She said, I won't owe you anything. I will make you satisfied. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled calmly. He said, just like you in the past, Li Xiaoman did not refute. She took a few steps forward and stared at Yi Fan. She said, I know you are very competent and have the ability. You are not satisfied with being immortal, but the truth is like this. Your constitution cannot cultivate and you can only be an ordinary person. I hope you can be at ease and be an ordinary person. Don't think too much. Be clear-headed and let go of those unrealistic fantasies. This origin is really useless to you. Accepting reality and being an ordinary person is not necessarily a type of happiness. It seems that we don't really understand each other. Yi Fan did not say anything else. People always strive to improve. Li Xiaoman paused slightly. She said, the immortal and the ordinary are two different worlds. The immortal and the ordinary are two different worlds? Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently, who knows what will happen in the future. Maybe I will also appear on your path. At that time, don't be careless and let an ordinary person like me surpass you. On the side, the young disciples of Purple Yang Paradise revealed strange expressions. They felt that the conversation between these two people was a bit special. They were not as simple as neighbors. Especially Yi Fan, he did not seem like an 11 or 12-year-old child at all. No matter what, I will not give up this origin. Please go back. Yi Fan extended his hand and made a gesture to send them off. The expressions of the Purple Yang Paradise disciples did not look good. Before Li Xiaoman turned to leave, she looked at Yi Fan and said, accept reality quickly and be an ordinary person. Suddenly, there was chaos outside Purple Yang Paradise. There were shouts and cries. Then, a scarlet light streaked across the sky. There were cultivators fighting in the distance. Let's go and take a look. A few young disciples rushed out from the bamboo forest. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Someone was crushing the mountain gate. He immediately thought of the Jiang family's night. He decided to hide in the crowd and take a look so that he could be prepared. At this moment, there was chaos in Purple Yang Paradise. Many cultivators rushed towards the mountain gate. When Yi Fan arrived, he discovered that there were already several people who were heavily injured and had to be carried back. Who was so bold to sneak into my Purple Yang Paradise and fight after being discovered? It is a powerful knight riding on a terrifying mutated beast. He defeated 5 experts of our Purple Yang Paradise and almost broke out of the encirclement. Now, he is stopped by our martial granduncle. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Yi Fan was almost certain that the Jiang family's knight had found his way here. What a lingering ghost. This made him frown. Just at this moment, there was a cheer in front. Someone shouted, Martial Granduncle is indeed powerful. He captured that terrifying knight. A 36 or 37-year-old middle-aged man walked through the void, calmly walking back. He was the second expert of Purple Yang Paradise. Yi Fan had seen him not long ago. At this moment, he was carrying a savage beast and an unconscious knight back. He threw them heavily on the ground and said, lock him up in the stone prison first. It is time to leave. Purple Yang Paradise has helped me greatly. It is best to lock up this hot potato for a few more days. Yi Fan could imagine that when the people of Purple Yang Paradise learned of the knight's identity, it would be too late for regrets. Yi Fan walked out of Purple Yang Paradise's mountain gate and quickly rushed out of the mountains. However, at this moment, a few people noticed his departure. They looked at each other and chased after him. If I can avoid this calamity, I need to find a quiet place to properly cultivate. Yi Fan had encountered a series of events and was eager to become stronger. He desired unparalleled power. After running for dozens of miles, Yi Fan gradually felt that something was wrong. Someone was following him at a speed no slower than his and was about to catch up. His heart trembling, he charged into a forest of rubble and hid behind a boulder, sizing up the area behind him. It's him. The person was about 26 or 27 years old. He was one of Li Xiaoman's senior brothers. Not long ago, he was still thinking about his source. He was very fast and entered the stone forest in the blink of an eye. I see you. Come out. Leave your source behind and I will give you a way out. As expected, he wants to steal my source. Yi Fan hid behind the huge rock and did not move recklessly. This person was not weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch up to him. Even if he obtains the source, he will definitely not let me go. In that case, I might as well strike first. Yi Fan made a decision. If you don't come out and I find out, don't blame me for not giving you a way out. This person was very cautious. He felt that Yi Fan's speed was too fast and almost got rid of him. As a mortal, this was clearly not normal. When this person turned near the huge boulder, a golden light suddenly rushed up and cut through the void in an instant. With a schwa sound, it spun and slashed past. Pooh! Blood splattered and a head rolled down. The headless corpse's blood sprayed more than 2 meters high. Then, it fell to the ground with a plop. Yi Fan kept the golden book. At this moment, his expression changed. A few figures appeared behind him and were quickly approaching. He hurriedly glanced at them and then flew away. He did not know if Li Xiaoman was among them. The mountains were lush with vegetation and it was difficult to see clearly. I hope you are not behind me. Yi Fan did not look back and left. Yi Fan ran quickly, crossing the mountains and ridges. He was as vigorous as an ape and as swift as a cheetah. The mountains rapidly passed by. However, he could not completely shake off the people behind him. Several figures were still closely following him. It could be imagined that the cultivation of these people was not weak. They were most likely at the late bitter sea stage. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. In front of him was a large canyon. Two figures appeared and blocked his way. Not only were there pursuers behind him, there were also two people who had surrounded him in advance. At this moment, it was too late to turn around and retreat. He stopped and said, "You two, we were just chatting together not long ago. Why are you blocking my way now?" In front of him, there was a man and a woman blocking the exit of the canyon. They seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. There was a sneer on the woman's lips. "You were doing well in the purple young wonderland. Why did you escape? Did you do something shameful?" The man took a few big steps forward, staring intently at Yi Fan. "Could it be that you stole something? Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to escape?" As expected, beggars do not change their nature. Even in our purple young wonderland, their hands and feet are not clean. I think that the origin source on you is not from a proper source. Perhaps it was stolen from our purple young wonderland. Otherwise, how could a little beggar like you have such a valuable thing? The woman approached. And in this process, Yi Fan was also constantly moving forward. He appeared very natural and did not look like he wanted to rush over. His body was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. These two people clearly wanted to snatch his origin source, but they still wanted to frame him with groundless charges. How can you ridicule me like this? This origin source is clearly my family heirloom. You can't smear my name like this. As he spoke, Yi Fan had already approached the two. And at this moment, the people behind saw the two approaching and shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late. Yi Fan made his move decisively. He leaped up, and his movements were extremely swift. His hands shot out as fast as lightning, slamming their heads together. The two of them immediately fainted. The two cultivators could never have imagined that an 11 or 12-year-old beggar would have such terrifying skills. They were completely unprepared and in the blink of an eye, they fell to the ground unconscious. Yi Fan did not use the golden book, mainly because there were two people blocking his way, and he was not confident that he could kill them in an instant. Moreover, he wanted to give the people behind him the wrong impression that he had used this method to kill the first person, and that he did not know the cultivation method. At this moment, Yi Fan pulled out a small scimitar from the woman's body and was about to slash the two of them when a shout came from behind him. Yi Fan did not slash down. He revealed a cold smile and said, "I hope I can mislead you." He pretended to be flustered and continued to run forward. Indeed, a hateful voice came from behind him. Someone said, "This little bastard is very crafty and has a strong physique. Senior brother Yang must have been killed by him in the stone forest like this. Fortunately, we followed closely. Otherwise, senior brother Wang and junior sister Zhang would have met with misfortune." Yi Fan muttered to himself, "It's fine if you can't catch up. If you really keep pestering me, I will give you a pleasant surprise." He did not have enough strength. If he exposed his trump card too early and got surrounded, the consequences would be dire. Now that he had successfully misled them, it was equivalent to having a protective talisman. After running for another 5 kilometers, 3 figures finally surrounded him. The woman in the middle sneered and said, "After all, he is not a disciple of Xiang Cave Heaven. Although he ran very fast, he took many detours and was intercepted by us in the end." The other 2 male disciples had extremely gloomy expressions. One of them said with a cold voice, "Poor senior brother Yang, he was killed by a little beggar. He fell for this little bastard's trick. How hateful. If we did not arrive in time, I'm afraid senior brother Wang and junior sister Zhang would have met with misfortune as well." They were actually successfully ambushed by this little beggar. The other male disciple also had a cold expression. Yi Fan pretended to be afraid and revealed the expression of an 11 or 12-year-old youth. He stammered, "You guys, you can't blame me for this. They wanted to kill me, to steal my origin. I had no choice, to knock them out when they were unprepared." The woman in the middle had a cold expression as she said in a cold voice, "Senior brother Yang was killed by you. I thought I knocked him out. I didn't expect him to not faint. After falling to the ground, he grabbed my leg. I was afraid, so I pulled out my saber and accidentally slashed his neck." Yi Fan revealed the fear that a child should have. Accidentally? The woman's expression was gloomy. Her pretty face was covered in frost as she said in a cold voice, "Accidentally killed senior brother Yang. Is this a joke or sarcasm? There is nothing more to say. Take away the origin and kill him to avenge senior brother Yang. Directly killing him is too easy." The eyes of the two male disciples flickered with cold light as they revealed dense killing intent. At this moment, Yi Fan kept moving his feet. He looked like he was trembling with fear, but he was actually adjusting his direction. He was standing in the same line as the two male disciples. Chi. At this moment, a blazing golden light flew out from Yi Fan's body. It was like a golden bolt of lightning, causing the sun in the sky to lose its splendor. The golden book was dazzling, crossing the sky in the blink of an eye. Pft! Pft! Two soft sounds were heard. The two men died with their eyes wide open. They were cut in half at the waist, and blood spurted high into the air. The upper half of their bodies fell to the ground with blood gushing out. The lower half of their bodies froze for a second before collapsing into a pool of blood. "You." The woman was shocked, but she reacted quickly. She took out a purple net and threw it at Yi Fan. Clang, clang. The golden book was like a golden sun with a golden flame burning on it. It rushed towards the purple net, and the two created a series of clanging noises. The purple net cracked inch by inch and fell to the ground. The golden book rushed over and with a swoosh sound, the woman's head rolled to the ground. Yi Fan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If he hadn't hidden his trump card and successfully misled them, he would have been the one lying in a pool of blood. "You want to kill me to steal my source, your deaths won't make me feel any guilt." After dealing with things here, Yi Fan flew away, not daring to waste a single moment. He had only run for 100 meters when he heard shouts coming from behind. There were still a few people who were catching up. Yi Fan hurriedly glanced back, and his expression instantly froze. Because he saw Li Xiaoman, he didn't know what kind of feeling he was having. After all, they had a relationship in the past. Even though it had ended a long time ago, this scene was still out of his expectations. They could be cold to each other, they could be strangers, but this was the scene. Are they chasing me or following her senior brothers and sisters to stop me? I hope it's the latter. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Even though he had already let go of that relationship and wouldn't be able to cause any ripples in him, if it was the former, it would be too bloody. Yi Fan ran between the mountain ridges as if he was running on flat ground. He was extremely fast. Suddenly, a series of bell chimes came from behind, echoing through the mountains. "This is from Xiang Cave Heaven." When Yi Fan looked back, he realized that the few figures stopped after hearing the bell chimes and quickly ran back. The bell chimes can be heard for dozens of miles. They retreated after hearing the bell chimes. Could it be that Xiang Cave Heaven is summoning all the disciples to return to the mountain? Yi Fan's thoughts turned very quickly. In an instant, he thought of a possibility. Something unusual must have happened in Xiang Cave Heaven. The most likely possibility was that they knew the identity of the Jiang family knight. Not good. He flew far away. When he passed by a river, he took out the origin and threw it into the river bottom. The second expert of Xiang Cave Heaven can sense the aura of the origin. The other experts must be able to sense it as well. I can't bring it with me. I'll come back to get it in the future. Yi Fan was afraid that the experts of Xiang Cave Heaven would also chase after him and help the Jiang family knight. If that happened, it would be very troublesome. I can't run out of the mountains. I have to think in a reverse direction and catch them off guard. Yi Fan quickly ran back and came before a huge waterfall. He rushed in and stuck to the stone wall, allowing the water to continuously batter his body. Although his current cultivation level wasn't very high, he could still hold his breath for a long time. When he really couldn't hold on any longer, he could stick his head out to take a breath of fresh air. Just like that, Yifan hid for a full 3 days. During this period, people flew past him, but they didn't notice the waterfall below. After that, Yifan changed a few places to hide. He hid in the deep mountains for a full half a month without being discovered. That night, Yifan quietly left the mountain range where Xiang Cave Heaven was and walked out of the mountainous region. Several days later, he appeared 500 kilometers away, completely far away from that place. Thinking back to his experience in Xiang Cave Heaven, the thing that left the deepest impression on Yifan was Li Xiaoman's indifferent expression. She had advised him not to be unrealistic and to accept reality and be an ordinary mortal, giving people the feeling that she was superior. I should be able to shake off the Jiang family night. I need to find a place to cultivate in peace as soon as possible. However, what Yifan never expected was that just 3 days later, he would see the Jiang family night in an ancient city when he looked up into the sky. What a haunting ghost. The problem actually doesn't lie in that source. Yifan took out all the things he had. The white jade pendant was given to him by Wu Qingfeng, so it should not be a problem. There was also a broken piece of jade that was like a rotten stone, which was given to him by the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda, so it should not be a problem either. Then, he took out a Bodhi seed the size of a walnut and said to himself, is it because of this? It would be a pity to lose this Bodhi seed because it could help people to understand the Tao. Yifan had never regarded it as a treasure. He had always regarded it as the seed of the sacred tree. Now that he thought about it carefully, he found that the problem might be here. Maybe the treasure that Jiang Yichen sensed is this Bodhi seed. Soon after, Yifan went to a restaurant and ordered some food to eat. It's really a small world. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Yifan's ears. A skinny old man with white hair covered his face came to him like a ghost. Elder Han. Yifan was so surprised that he almost overturned the table. It was really unexpected to meet Elder Han at such a critical moment. It seems that we are fated. I was looking for you. Elder Han from the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven sat across the table. Elder Han, why are you looking for me? Elder Han was like a withered firewood. His flesh was shriveled, and only a layer of old skin wrapped around his bones. With his white hair covering his face, he looked very scary. He said gloomily, I have prepared endless elixirs for you, but I can't find you. I don't want to meet you here. Prepared a lot of elixirs for me? You are the main elixir, and the other elixirs are complementary, Elder Han said unhurriedly. Damn it, you old man. Yifan directly hit the table. It was useless to endure until now. Elder Han did not get angry and was extremely calm. He poured himself a cup of tea and lifted the white hair on his face to take a sip. At this moment, Yifan felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Han's fingers were like iron rods, each of them dry and withered, only a layer of old skin wrapped around the finger bones. After the white hair covering his face was lifted, his lower jaw was revealed, giving people goosebumps. It was like a ball of waste paper that had been kneaded out of shape, extremely wrinkled and dull. The most hair-raising thing was that the gums and teeth that were exposed within his shriveled lips were all jet black, without the slightest trace of blood or vitality. Even his tongue was shriveled. Let's go. Elder Han took a sip of tea and gently put down the teacup. There was no vitality in his voice. Yifan really wanted to take out the golden book, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He knew very well that the difference in strength between cultivators of different realms was too great. Elder Han, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens by doing this? Refining a living person as medicine, even your fellow disciples won't tolerate you. Yifan said as he tried to come up with a countermeasure. If he were to fall into the other party's hands, it would be a fate worse than death. I'm prepared. No one will know about this. Elder Han was like a piece of dead wood, quietly sitting on the opposite side of the table. The calmer he was, the more frightening he appeared. Yifan took out the jade pendant that Elder Wu Qingfeng gave him and said, if you kill me, Elder Wu Qingfeng will know. Elder Han lightly pointed his finger, and a gloomy aura pressed down. The jade pendant shattered with a pum sound, and the bone-chilling coldness lingered for a long time. This place is over 1,000 miles away from the spirit ruins utopia. Wu Qingfeng won't sense anything even if I shatter the jade pendant. Elder Han said indifferently. At this point, he smiled sinisterly and said, speaking of which, you're quite vigilant. That day in the ruins, I patted you lightly and secretly left a mark. Originally, I wanted to go back and capture you. Who would have thought that you would be one step ahead of me and escape from my sensing range? I only found you today. You old fart, we should be on our way. Elder Han stood up. The people in the building made way for him as if they were avoiding a ghost. Yifan was as agile as a cheetah and wanted to escape through the window. Why do you need to do these useless things? Elder Han stretched out his withered hand and pulled him back. Then, he used a great force to pull him down the stairs. Different realms were like a chasm that could not be crossed at all. Yifan's heart instantly sank. The other party had imprisoned him, and he could not use any strength at all. Outside the city, Elder Han muttered to himself, I'll go visit an old friend first. He promised to help me collect some kind of spirit herb. It's about time. Now that I've found the main ingredient, I can start refining it. Yifan looked at the sky calmly. He was looking for the Jiang family's knight. He would rather be killed by the Jiang family than be refined to death. After half a day, when the sun was about to set, Elder Han and Yifan appeared in a mountain range. They were about to reach their destination. Why hasn't the Jiang family's knight appeared yet? Yifan was a little anxious. An old friend has come to visit. Elder Han transmitted his voice to a valley in front of him. The sound waves surged and echoed in the mountains. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky and rushed over quickly. The Jiang family's knight had been searching in the surrounding area. Attracted by the sound, he finally appeared. That knight was very powerful. He emitted a terrifying killing intent and battle intent. He was covered in a full body armor. When he swooped down on the wild beast, a strong gust of wind broke the surrounding grass and trees. Who is it? Elder Han pulled Yifan back. At the same time, a white-haired, sinister-looking old man walked out of the valley. He did not look like a good person at first glance. Leave this young man here. The Jiang family's knight's voice was very cold. He glanced at Elder Han and the old man who walked out of the valley. Elder Han could feel the opponent's strength. However, he would never give up on Yifan. He shouted to the old man at the entrance of the valley, "Come and help me." Chi. The Jiang family's knight made a decisive move. A bloody light cut across the sky. It was a bloody iron spear. It was emitting a bloody light. God knew how many cultivators' blood it had drunk. It emitted a horrifying energy wave. Clang! Elder Han took out a green wooden ruler. Green light flickered as he faced it head-on. However, he was immediately sent flying. His entire body trembled, and he pulled Yifan as he quickly retreated, rushing towards the entrance of the valley. At this moment, the old man at the entrance of the valley also made a move. He took out a bronze mirror and shone it forward. A bright light rushed out from the mirror and shot towards the Jiang family's knight. Chi! 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 At the same time, Elder Han took out 12 green wooden swords. They drew a mysterious trajectory and sealed the surroundings, trapping the knight. Child's play. The knight showed no fear. He urged the strange beast he was riding on to soar into the sky. He dodged the bronze mirror's light and the bloody iron spear swept away the 12 green wooden swords. This person is too powerful. Don't hold back. Think of a way to eliminate him. Elder Han shouted anxiously. At the same time, he sealed Yifan and threw him into the valley. Bang! Yifan fell to the ground. He didn't dare to waste a second. He quickly used the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture to attack the restriction. Fortunately, Elder Han acted in a hurry and didn't know Yifan's background. His sealing method was really simple. The Tao scripture's mysterious method was soon activated and completely broke the restriction. You guys fight to the death. It's best if both sides suffer. Yifan came to the deepest part of the valley. He climbed the cliff and left this place. He quickly rushed out of the mountain range. When he saw a surging river, he didn't have any hesitation and directly dived in. After sinking into the river, he didn't know how many miles he rushed out. Only when the sky was filled with stars did Yifan come ashore. There were no signs of human habitation in the wilderness. He rested for a moment and then strode far away. An hour later, the front was brightly lit. He wasn't too far away from a town. Heh heh heh. Suddenly, a creepy laughter came from behind. Yifan was shocked. He didn't look back and directly flew forward. However, the creepy laughter was near and far. It was like a night owl crying and lingered around him. "Old man, you are really lucky." Yifan stopped. He realized that he couldn't escape at all. In the darkness, Elder Han's skinny figure appeared like a ghost. His left arm was chopped off. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked like a malicious spirit in the night. Yifan felt a chill from head to toe. This old thing wasn't killed by the Jiang family's knight. Now he was in a desperate situation. My poor old friend was chopped into meat paste. I tried my best to escape. Elder Han's voice was extremely cold. He sounded like a malicious spirit clenching his teeth. He didn't kill you. What a pity. Yifan mocked. Elder Han's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold lightning. He floated forward silently. His skinny body was emitting an aura of death. Yifan wanted to wait until he was close enough to take out the golden book and attack with all his might. However, he didn't have the chance. A green light lit up the night sky and enveloped him like a ghost fire, sealing him. In the darkness, Elder Han's skinny body approached Yifan. His white hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his skinny face. He looked very ferocious and scary. His 2 eye sockets were glowing with eerie light. I like fresh life. Your body is full of vitality. I think your blood must be sweet. Elder Han grabbed Yifan's arm and flew into the sky with him. Yifan's heart turned cold. He had tried so hard to escape for so many days, but in the end, he still couldn't escape death. I've left a mark on you. You can't escape. A green light rushed out of Elder Han's body and wrapped around Yifan. They disappeared into the sky in an instant. He did not return to the spiritual ruin grotto heaven. Instead, he brought Yifan to a barren mountain in the Yen kingdom. They entered a cave on a cliff and went deep into the mountain. Don't be afraid. Death is not painful. Elder Han's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The cave in the mountain was very deep. There were pearls along the way, so it was not dark at all. Elder Han quickly brought Yifan to a spacious stone room. The smell of herbs wafted through the air. There were more than 10 cauldrons in the room. They were all more than 1 meter tall and had complicated carvings on them. They looked very simple. I've finally gathered all the spiritual herbs. Ha ha ha. Elder Han laughed. His voice was very unpleasant to the ears. It sounded like a ghost crying, making one's scalp go numb. Apart from the cauldrons, there were more than 10 medicine cabinets in the stone room. Elder Han opened them one by one. Immediately, waves of medicinal fragrance filled the air. Look at what I prepared for you. These are all spiritual herbs that have a price but no market. He opened a wooden box and immediately revealed a lotus seed the size of a pigeon egg. It was black and translucent, as if it was carved out of black jade. A strong fragrance wafted over and drilled into one's bones. Do you know what this is? This is the seed of the black jade divine lotus. It only produces 1 seed every 500 years. Its value is unimaginable. It contains endless life essence. Elder Han put down the wooden box and opened a simple and unadorned jade box. Immediately, a bright green light flowed out. It was a green fruit the size of an egg. It looked like it was carved out of jade. It had a gentle light flowing around it, sparkling and translucent. Do you know what this is? This is the fruit of the legendary green jade snow lotus. It grows on a snowy mountain that is tens of thousands of meters high. It doesn't see the sun for thousands of years and is surrounded by powerful monsters. It took me 8 years to get one. These things all contained extremely strong life essence. If Yifan consumed them, he would definitely be able to expand the bitter sea. Elder Han continued to walk forward and picked up another wooden box. After opening it, a faint red light immediately shot out. It was a 9-leaved strange grass that looked as if it was carved out of red jade. It was sparkling and had a special herbal fragrance wafting out. Do you know what this is? The legendary 9-leaved phoenix herb. Elder Han was very excited and said, according to legend, only land that has been stained with the blood of phoenixes can grow this kind of divine herb. I've spent more than 10 years traveling far from the Yen lands and traversing countless ancient lands and ruins to find this priceless and rare spiritual item. Elder Han kept opening the boxes and took out more than 10 spiritual herbs. Every one of them was extremely precious and rare. Their value was immeasurable. Within the abode, the light was brilliant. Various spirit herbs flowed with different colored lights and emitted waves of fragrance that refreshed the heart. Even in this situation, Yi Fan was dazzled. These rare spiritual herbs were too precious. If he could consume them, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Elder Han smiled bitterly, don't be jealous. When the time comes, I will put you all in the same cauldron. They will be with you. You have collected so many spiritual herbs. If you want to prolong your life, it is enough. Why did you capture me? If it was just to make the Yongdan, it would be enough. But since I know you have consumed the legendary holy fruit and heavenly spring, my requirements are higher. What pill do you want to refine? Yi Fan wanted to buy as much time as possible. He did not want to give up even at this moment. Of course it's an immortal pill that can help me cross the sea of suffering, cross the divine bridge, and reach the other shore. Elder Han seemed to have read his mind and sneered, there's no need to waste time. No one will come to save you. Just be at ease and prepare to be refined as the main ingredient. Aren't you afraid that the night will appear again? Yi Fan didn't panic or feel fear, instead extremely calm as he said, perhaps you still don't know that person's identity. Elder Han's expression did not change as he asked, what identity does he have? He comes from the clan of the ancients, the Jiang clan. Yi Fan sighed and continued, you've caused a great disaster for the spirit ruin wonderland. Perhaps you still don't know my true identity. I have some ties with the Jiang clan, and that night came to find me. Yi Fan said it like it was a serious matter and continued to speak. Elder Han's expression did not change as he listened quietly. In the end, he coldly said, how could you possibly be friends with the Jiang clan? I once saved the young daughter of the Jiang family who was stranded outside and formed a great bond with them. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Mist Wonderland and see if I'm lying. Not long ago, I entered the Mist Wonderland with the Jiang clan. This? Elder Han's expression immediately changed. The Spirit Ruin Wonderland was one of the 6 major sects of the Yen land, so it was natural that they knew about the Jiang clan's invasion. Elder Han gritted his teeth, no matter what you say, you won't be able to live. Yi Fan said with a serious expression, Elder Han, you have to think about the consequences of offending the clan of the ancients. Don't think that you can do it without anyone knowing. You already fought with the Jiang clan knight today, so they will definitely be able to find some clues. Little brat, you're quite cunning even though you're still young. Do you think you can fool me like this? You're underestimating me. Elder Han suddenly laughed eerily, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. I finally understand what happened. That knight is indeed from the Jiang family. Not long ago, he barged into the Purple Yang Cave Heaven. He must be chasing after you. Elder Han had lived for so many years, but even his eyelashes were blank. When he thought about what had happened recently, he could almost immediately guess what had happened. Yi Fan's heart went completely cold, and he said, old bastard Han, you think too highly of yourself. Just wait for disaster to descend upon you. Little brat, you sure are calm. Even now, you are still trying to deceive me. Just you wait, I will properly torture you. Elder Han laughed eerily. He picked up Yi Fan and said, don't worry. No one will disturb us. I have carved countless Dao patterns here. After I step into the cave, this place will be isolated from the outside world. No one will be able to find us. The knights of Jiang family were chasing after Yi Fan, which confused Elder Han a lot. At the same time, he was worried about Yi Fan. After all, he had robbed the so-called meat. Elder Han searched Yi Fan from head to toe. There are only useless things on your body. He first picked up the broken jade and looked at it over and over again. Finally, he threw it on the ground. Yifan cursed the unscrupulous Daoist in his heart. That damn fatty had sworn that this jade pendant could save his life at a crucial moment. In the end, it had been useless. Duanda. Duanda. Damn you. You are so wicked. What is this? Elder Han held the Bodhi seed and carefully observed the Buddha diagram on it. He said, a diagram formed by natural patterns. Why does this baldi look so familiar? There seems to be such baldis outside the eastern wilderness. Baldi. Yifan was speechless. Elder Han put away the Bodhi seed and faced Yifan. He said, all right, it is time to send you into the cauldron. Elder Han, I don't have long to live. Can you give me a full meal? Don't waste your time. So what if you can stall for time? Just hurry up and go in. Elder Han carried Yifan to the cauldrons. He said, pick one. This is your only right. Yifan knew he didn't have a chance and started cursing. Old man Han, I'm going to curse you, I'm going to curse your ancestors, I'm going to kiss your 18 generations of female relatives. Elder Han was as calm as an ancient well. He turned a deaf ear and threw Yifan into the cauldron. Then, he walked to a corner of the stone room and moved a few large porcelain jars over. He poured a strange liquid into the cauldron. What is this? Yifan felt waves of fragrance rush into his nose. This is a liquid extracted from all kinds of herbs. It is essential for making medicine. If you continue to purify it, you will be able to get the 100 herbs potion. As he spoke, Elder Han poured all the liquid from the jars into the cauldron. Then, Elder Han moved all the rare spiritual medicines in front of him and said, finally, I have gathered all the spiritual medicines. I hope I can successfully make the spiritual medicine I need. At this point, he first took out the seed of the black jade divine lotus. The seed was as big as a pigeon's egg. It was black and translucent, sparkling and translucent. It released rays of black light, and its fragrance directly rushed into one's internal organs. Just this fragrance alone was enough to make one feel refreshed. Little bastard, do you want to swallow it? Elder Han stared at Yifan and snickered, don't have unrealistic fantasies. At this point, he placed the lotus seed into the cauldron and pulled out a dagger. With a pu sound, he stabbed Yifan's left arm. The moment the dagger was pulled out, blood flowed out. You, alchemy, alchemy. You are the main ingredient and the essence is in your flesh. Of course, I have to let your blood flow out and sacrifice it to the cauldron. Elder Han displayed his cruel side at this moment. He caressed his broken arm and said, to find you, I lost an arm today. Of course, I have to refine you well. I can only succeed, I cannot fail. Ugh, blood splattered everywhere. Elder Han's dagger pierced through Yifan's right arm. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the cauldron red. Elder Han revealed his ferocious nature and was no longer lifeless. 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes and pierced through Yifan's legs as well. Yifan felt excruciating pain in his limbs and his face paled. Don't dream of a miracle. After Elder Han said this, he directly stabbed the dagger into Yifan's chest and said coldly, I won't hurt your heart, so you won't die immediately. Soak in this 100 grass serum and you should be able to live for a long time. I want you to stay awake and slowly refine the medicine I need. Elder Han, like a ghost, stuck out his dry tongue and licked the blood on the dagger. He appeared extremely ferocious and said, such a sweet taste. I can't wait for the moment when the Dan is formed. You old bastard. Yifan clenched his teeth in anger. He felt pain all over his body and his life was slowly slipping away. At this time, Elder Han opened a simple and unadorned jade box and took out the green jade snow lotus's fruit. He placed it into the medicine cauldron, and the green godly essence made the liquid inside shine brilliantly. Little brat, you should be content. To be able to fuse with so many spiritual herbs is the fortune you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Fortune my ass, I greet all the females in your family. Yifan cursed. He wanted nothing more than to skin Elder Han alive. His blood kept flowing and he felt his life was draining away. At this time, Elder Han picked up a 9-leaved grass that looked like a red jade. His hand was shining with red light. Legend has it that only pure lands that have been tainted with the blood of the phoenix can grow this rare spiritual medicine. After putting the 9-leaf divine phoenix grass into the cauldron, he suddenly frowned and muttered to himself, "No, it's too risky to put all these spirit herbs in. If it fails, then it'll be like drawing water with a bamboo basket." He hesitated and said, "Why don't I first brew the main ingredient, and if it succeeds, then add the other spirit herbs?" He only put in 3 kinds of rare spiritual medicines and stopped. The medicine cabinet was shining brightly and fragrant. Spiritual medicines of different colors were all surrounded by red light. None of them were weaker than the 3 spiritual medicines he just put into the cauldron. "First, I will refine these 3 spiritual medicines together with the main ingredient and see what happens." Elder Han made up his mind and put away all the other spiritual medicines. "Little bastard, do you have any last words?" Elder Han mocked. He took the cauldron lid and was about to close it. Yifan was extremely weak and said, "Old man, can you hit your head on this cauldron and die?" Bang! Elder Han put the lid on the cauldron and started to refine the medicine. A normal fire couldn't make a spiritual Dan. He drew out the fire fiend from underground. The milky white light flickered and jumped up and down under the cauldron. The reason why he opened a secret cave here was because of the fire fiend underground. It was the strongest flame he could control at his level. "Little bastard, to find you, I lost my left arm. I will refine you for 7 days and 7 nights. I will torture you and turn you into a Dan." Elder Han caressed his broken arm and said coldly. Silver flames flickered and endlessly surged out from the ground, emitting a gentle glow. There was a fluctuation of spirit energy, and the holy brilliance continuously entered the medicine cauldron. The entire stone room was surrounded by a pure white light, like a faint mist. It looked hazy, like an immortal's cave, filled with dense spirit energy. This kind of fire fiend was not ordinary. In addition to having a suitable temperature, the most important thing was that it could provide a special spirit energy to melt the herbs, condense the essence of life, and sacrifice it into a spirit pill. The silver flames danced, and the bronze medicine cauldron was shrouded in milky white spirit energy. It looked like it was alive, and the patterns on it seemed to have come alive. Elder Han quietly sat to the side with his eyes closed, guarding the medicine cauldron. His withered body did not have any signs of life. At this moment, inside the sealed medicine cauldron, Yifan only felt one thing, and that was pain. His limbs were pierced, and his chest was also pierced. Blood flowed out, and all 5 wounds were very serious. He felt extremely weak. However, just like Elder Han said, his life was not in danger for a short period of time. His body was soaked in the dark green medicinal liquid, and after the wounds were moisturized, the bleeding had already stopped. At this time, the inside of the cauldron became hotter and hotter. Many bubbles appeared in the medicinal liquid, and the temperature continued to rise. The medicinal liquid reached Yifan's chin. He wanted to struggle, but his body was sealed by Elder Han, and he could not move at all. "This way of dying is too depressing, I really don't want to." Gulp, gulp. Yifan began to drink the medicinal liquid in large gulps. Right now, he could only move his mouth. If he could move his hands, he would definitely grab the 9-leaf phoenix grass not far away and swallow it. Because he had lost too much blood, Yifan's consciousness was a bit blurry. He bit his lips and said, "I can't die." He had lost a lot of blood. If it was someone else, they would have died a long time ago. Although his wounds were no longer bleeding under the nourishment of the medicinal liquid, he still could not hold on and fell into a semi-conscious state. "I can't lose consciousness completely, or else I'll die." Yifan was groggy. He was half awake and half confused, but he was trying his best to hold on. In this trance-like state, many familiar people and scenes appeared in his mind one by one. His gray-haired parents were calling him to come home, his cousin who got married after giving birth told him to attend the wedding, his 18-year-old cousin who was admitted to her ideal school smiled and stretched out her hand to ask for a gift, his good friends were blaming him for disappearing for such a long time. His family and friends from his hometown all appeared in Yifan's mind. Many people were shouting and reaching out to him, trying to pull him over. He kept running forward, but he couldn't get close to those people. Then, the people and things in this world appeared in his mind one by one. Pang Bo, who had a strong demonic aura, was struggling bitterly. Little Tingting, who was in the Jiang family with tears in her eyes, Elder Han, who had a ferocious and cold smile, even Li Xiaoman's figure flashed by. From looking at each other across the sea to forgetting each other, and then to facing each other coldly in the end, she told him that immortals and mortals were two different worlds, and that he shouldn't have any unrealistic fantasies. He should just be a normal person. I can't die. I want to go home, there are still so many family and friends waiting for me. Yi Fan's consciousness was blurry, and he let out a sleep-talking voice. Elder Han, who was beside the medicine cauldron, opened his eyes and said, "Slowly savor the taste of death." At this moment, more spiritual power leaked out from the fire spirit under the medicine cauldron. The holy silver flame danced and actually enveloped the bronze medicine cauldron gradually. Inside the medicine cauldron, countless bubbles appeared in the green liquid and surrounded Yi Fan. Moreover, there was a silver brilliance flowing around. That was the unique spiritual power of the fire spirit. Just as Yi Fan was about to lose consciousness, a trickle of water appeared in his heart. Hundreds of ancient characters slowly flowed past and stabilized his mind, allowing him to slowly wake up. Yi Fan gradually woke up, and he was shocked. Last time, the Jiang family's knights heavily injured him, and when he fell into a coma, it was the ancient scripture that woke him up. It was the same this time. At this moment, the temperature in the medicine cauldron was getting higher and higher, and the green liquid was about to boil. Yi Fan had no other choice but to silently recite the ancient scripture and endure it. Just at this moment, he felt a strange change. Silver brilliance rushed into his body and kept swimming around his flesh and blood. It was very lively. That was the spiritual power contained in the fire spirit. It could melt herbs, condense life essence, and refine spiritual pills. At this moment, it completely treated Yi Fan as a spiritual medicine. After rushing into his sealed body, it kept swimming around. As a result, the imprisoned life essence became active, and the power of the seal that Elder Han left behind was slowly loosening. Finally, Yi Fan was surprised and overjoyed. He found that he could actually move and break free from the seal. Elder Han would never have thought that the special spiritual power of the fire spirit would be able to break his seal. At this moment, the liquid in the medicine cauldron was already boiling. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain as if his flesh was being torn apart. He hurriedly used the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture, and a large amount of life essence overflowed from his sea of bitterness, flowing to his limbs and bones. The surface of his body flickered with light, blocking the boiling medicinal liquid. Yi Fan was silent and didn't move. He quietly sat there and constantly used the mysterious technique of the Tao scripture, gathering a large amount of life essence from the medicine cauldron for him to use and heal his wounded body. An hour later, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and two cold lightnings suddenly appeared in the medicine cauldron. He reached out his hand and grabbed the lotus seed that the black jade divine lotus produced. The lotus seed was huge and shaped like a pigeon's egg. Its entire body was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of black jade. It flickered with brilliance, and a misty brilliance flowed out, illuminating Yi Fan's palm. This kind of rare spirit herb could not be melted in a short time. Otherwise, Elder Han wouldn't have said that it would take 7 days and 7 nights to refine it. Yi Fan put the lotus seed in his mouth, slowly chewing and swallowing. His mouth seemed to have countless pieces of jade sparkling, and the strong life essence overflowed. His mouth seemed to contain a divine object, which was incomparably dazzling. Next to the bronze medicine cauldron, Elder Han seemed to have heard a little noise. He sat there motionlessly, revealing a ruthless sneer on the corner of his mouth. Can't hold it anymore? Soaking in the life original fluid, even if the temperature rises. And the flesh is torn, you will suffer a lot. You won't be able to breathe in a short time. Elder Han didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. He closed his eyes and became silent again. In the bronze medicine cauldron, Yi Fan's face was expressionless. His mouth was full of energy, and a black light flashed up. The lotus seed was crushed and swallowed. Then, he closed his eyes and started to operate the mysterious technique recorded in the scripture of Tao. His body suddenly sparkled with a crystal luster. After 2 hours, Yi Fan's bitter sea suddenly emitted a golden light. His blood and qi were all restored, and his essence chi was surging. At the same time, the golden bitter sea surged up violently, as if a tsunami was about to happen. A terrible vision appeared. Yifan used his great willpower to suppress and stop the bitter sea from expanding. At the same time, he purposely made some noises to attract Elder Han's attention. When the cauldron's lid was opened, he would take out the golden book and launch a thunderous strike. What's that noise? Why does it sound like the surging waves? Elder Han opened his eyes and revealed a strange look. He said to himself, the supreme-grade spirit pellets will have a vision when they are out of the cauldron. Could it be that not only will my pellets succeed, but it will also be a supreme-grade pellet? Yifan clenched his teeth. He desperately wanted Elder Han to open the cauldron's lid, but after hearing such words, he could only withdraw some of his power. The faint sound of waves came out of the bronze cauldron. It really is the sound of waves. Elder Han revealed a hint of excitement. When someone before me was refining pellets, this kind of vision appeared before. Legend has it that when the sound is the loudest, it will be deafening. It is as if you are facing a surging sea. Could it be that I am about to make a supreme pellet? Damn you! Yifan wanted to curse out loud. Elder Han had no intention of opening the cauldron's lid, so he couldn't use his ultimate attack. Rumble. At this time, Yifan made the sound even louder. Waves of waves surged, and his body shone with a golden light. The bitter sea was slowly opening. The ancients did not deceive me. Next to the bronze cauldron, Elder Han exclaimed, I have been refining pellets all my life, but I have never encountered such a vision. This must be a supreme pellet. Yifan could no longer hold on. He could not suppress the violent essence energy inside the bitter sea. At this moment, the golden bitter sea surged and the terrifying tsunami completely erupted. In an instant, the divine light blazed, and the waves reached the sky. It was deafening. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping, and it was as if countless meteorites were crashing into the earth. In the midst of the terrifying tsunami, there was also the rumbling of thunder. Lightning tore through the sky and intertwined above the golden bitter sea. At this moment, Yifan was extremely nervous. The golden book flashed, ready to be released at any time to kill the enemy. However, Elder Han was already excited beyond belief. He said, the ancients did not deceive me, the legend is actually true. He stood up and paced around the bronze medicine cauldron, practically dancing with joy. There is the sound of tsunami and thunder. It is exactly the same as what is recorded in the ancient books. Legend has it that this is the sign of a supreme pellet before it is refined. Yifan didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. He carefully prepared to kill in one blow, but Elder Han refused to open the cauldron's lid and even found such a convincing reason. Damn you! Yifan cursed under his breath. He calmed down and began to concentrate on opening the golden bitter sea. The ancients did not deceive me. Elder Han was so excited that he kept dancing. Elder Han had never been as happy as he was today. The wrinkles on his old face had all melted away. He was so excited that he danced and laughed. At this moment, Yifan was like an ancient well without any ripples. He focused on opening the sea of bitterness and calmed his heart to cultivate. The sound of waves did not stop, the tsunami shook the sky, and there were even lightning and thunder. The loud sound echoed in the stone room. Elder Han's heart was filled with desire. He hoped that the 7 days would pass quickly. The bronze medicine cauldron was enveloped by the silver flame, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy. The holy light overflowed in all directions, and the entire stone room was hazy. This continued for more than 4 hours before the sound of the waves slowly subsided. The deafening thunder also gradually disappeared. The bronze medicine cauldron calmed down, and only the silver flame was burning. Elder Han was not worried. It would take 7 days and 7 nights to open the lid of the cauldron. The strange phenomenon could not be accompanied forever. He had already determined that this was a cauldron of supreme-grade spiritual pills, because it was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. Just like this, a full day and night passed. The medicine cauldron was still very calm. Only the fire spirit was jumping, and the milky white light flickered continuously. Inside the bronze medicine cauldron, Yifan fell into an ethereal state. Only now did he gradually wake up. The golden sea of bitterness was opened up again, and it was much bigger. It was as big as an unpeeled lychee. It was golden, like a bright star in the universe had been plucked and fixed in his body. There were suddenly 27 divine marks. They were like divine chains, and also like bolts of lightning, lying across the sky of the Sea of Bitterness. And the most peculiar change was that there were actually ripples in the Sea of Bitterness. Bubbles constantly surged out from the center, and after they burst, they formed a misty fog that shrouded the golden Sea of Bitterness. Yifan opened his eyes and clearly felt the changes in the Sea of Bitterness. There was a vigorous life force appearing in his body. His eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. He was not satisfied with this, and he reached out to grab the green jade snow lotus fruit. This egg-sized green fruit had a trace of green flowing around it. It was intoxicating. It seemed to be polished from the green jade spirit marrow. It flowed with a gentle light, crystal clear, and flashed with a green splendor. The green jade snow lotus fruit was extremely rare. The mother plant grew on a snowy mountain tens of thousands of meters high, and it could only grow after 1,000 years without sunlight. It was surrounded by powerful monsters. It took Elder Han 8 years to pick one by luck. After the fruit entered his hand, Yifan felt a bone-chilling coldness. The boiling medicinal liquid did not melt the green jade snow lotus fruit. He carefully tasted it, like biting an apple. Of course, he was very careful this time and did not make a single sound. Everything was carried out in silence. After all, a day and a night had passed. According to common sense, he should have been cooked thoroughly by now. The green jade-like fruit tasted sweet and refreshing, but it was as cold as ice. It made Yifan's body shiver uncontrollably. The vigorous life force quickly spread to his limbs and meridians. Finally, beams of green light shrouded Yifan. His skin was green like jade, shining with a strange luster. The temperature in the medicine cauldron kept dropping, and the medicinal liquid was no longer boiling. An hour later, the sound of a tsunami came from the bronze medicine cauldron again. This time, the momentum was even greater. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the big cauldron was gently shaking. The entire stone room was rumbling, making Elder Han feel like he was facing a vast and boundless sea of anger. His emotions fluctuated as he muttered to himself, "Another strange phenomenon, the treasure dam will be formed." Elder Han seemed to become more than 10 years younger. He laughed heartily, and his heart was full of expectation. He could not wait for the 7 days to pass immediately. There were tens of thousands of deafening waves. Lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder shook the vault of heaven, causing the stone room to constantly tremble. The day the dam is formed will be the day I break through. Elder Han was in high spirits and was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He felt that with such a great dam in hand, breaking through the bottleneck and going up a few steps wouldn't be a problem. Inside the bronze medicine cauldron, loud noises shook the sky and strange phenomena appeared. However, only sounds could be heard from the outside. Elder Han could not calm down and continued to walk around the cauldron. This time, the tsunami and thunder lasted for 6 hours before it gradually calmed down. The stone room slowly returned to its peaceful state. After the medicine cauldron is sealed, it cannot be opened again. I can only wait for 7 days. Elder Han's only regret was that he was too cautious and didn't put all the other rare spiritual medicines inside. Otherwise, more strange phenomena would have appeared, and the auspicious rainbow mentioned in the ancient books might have come true. Even so, Elder Han was still confident. He believed that he had firmly grasped onto this great fortune and nothing could change it. After another day and night, Yifan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with divine splendor and his body was full of vitality. The wounds on his limbs and chest had completely disappeared. Not even a scar was left. Yifan's golden sea of bitterness changed again. It expanded by a whole circle. At the center, the ripples were even more violent. Bubbles were like a spring that constantly rushed out. After they burst, they formed a misty mist that completely shrouded that area. This made the Sea of Bitterness extremely mysterious. At this moment, Yifan was just like Elder Han. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Their feelings right now were exactly the same. He could not be satisfied with this. He extended his hand and grabbed the divine phoenix grass. It was hot and made people feel waves of divine energy. Legend had it that only pure lands that had been tainted with the divine phoenix's blood could grow such a divine grass. Elder Han had spent more than 10 years traveling through countless ancient lands and ruins to find this one. It could be said that it was priceless. The 9-leaf divine phoenix grass was as dazzling as red agate. There was a strange fragrance wafting around it. It was refreshing and intoxicating. Yi Fan put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, the divine grass turned into a dazzling red glow and rushed into his body. Immediately, his body was shrouded in a mysterious red halo as if there was a red flame burning. If it was a normal person's body, they would have turned into ashes by now. However, Yi Fan's physique was extremely special. The sea of bitterness was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. All the dazzling red glow was like thousands of streams returning to the sea. In the end, it was all absorbed. At this moment, his flesh, organs, and bones were incomparably crystal clear. There was no dust or dirt. It was like a beautiful work of art. His skin was also shining with a crystal luster. The power of life was slowly circulating. When the tsunami and thunder occurred, Elder Han stood up again in shock. He walked around the bronze cauldron and said, "I am indeed blessed by the heavens." When Yi Fan woke up again, he found that the golden sea of bitterness had grown, but it had not expanded too much. Because, the further one cultivated, the more difficult it was. The effects of the 3 types of spirit medicines were similar, so the first one was the largest. After the 3 rare spirit medicines were refined, Yi Fan's sea of bitterness underwent an astonishing change. At the very center, there was a colorful mist rising, and there were countless divine markings. It was as if there was a volcano reviving under the sea of bitterness. Bubbles were gushing out, and there were constantly rays of light rushing out of the sea. Yi Fan understood this, and did not feel confused. The cultivators of the bitter sea stage had to go through several processes. At first, there was only a small amount of life essence lingering over the sea of bitterness. Over time, the essence would accumulate and condense into divine markings, like a divine iron chain hanging over the sea of bitterness. As the sea of bitterness continued to expand and the cultivation base deepened, there would be bubbles gushing out, and when they burst, they would form clouds. Until later, the bubbles under the sea of bitterness were like a spring, like a volcano reviving, clouds rising and diffusing, dazzling. One day, when the volcano under the sea of bitterness was completely revived, the dazzling clouds would gradually turn into liquid, and at that moment, one could attempt to break through to the life spring stage. If successful, there would be a divine spring gushing out from the crater. The cultivators of the bitter sea stage must go through these 3 processes in order to break through to the life spring stage. Yi Fan had experienced the second process today. At the center of the golden sea of bitterness, it was almost boiling, chi was gushing out like a spring, clouds were rising, like a volcano was reviving, constantly erupting, extremely dazzling. If I refine all the rare spirit medicines that Elder Han collected, find a place to cultivate, and carefully comprehend the Tao scriptures, maybe I can break through to the life spring stage in 1 or 2 years. Yi Fan said to himself. He faintly had a kind of expectation. However, he must first get rid of the danger in front of him and save his own life, otherwise everything was just a dream. After Yi Fan completely refined the 3 spirit medicines, he did not act rashly. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity. 3 days had already passed, and he still had to wait for 4 more days before he could open the cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron could be used to extract the 100 grass liquid. There was half a cauldron, and although it could not compare to the 9-leaf phoenix divine grass and other spirit medicines, it still contained a large amount of life essence. It was still early, and Yi Fan naturally would not let it go. He quietly meditated, absorbing the essence into his body. 2 days later, Elder Han felt a little strange, because there was no more strange phenomenon, and the fragrance from the cauldron became fainter and fainter. In the end, there was almost no fragrance at all. What's going on? He was somewhat suspicious, and finally seemed to have thought of something. He said to himself, could it be that the precious Dan has just formed, and the essence is restrained? That's right, it must be like this. Legend has it that when a precious Dan is about to form, all the essence is restrained, and not a shred of fragrance will leak out. Not a single medicinal effect will be wasted. Elder Han was very excited, and he said, "Now I can be sure that I have successfully refined the legendary precious Dan." In these 2 days, Yi Fan had completely absorbed the essence within the medicinal liquid. His sea of bitterness surged like a spring, and clouds rose like an awakened volcano. It could be said that he was surrounded by multicolored light, dense spiritual energy, and a misty colorful mist. Calculating the time, there were still 2 more days before he could open the cauldron. Yi Fan was very calm, and he quietly waited for an opportunity. He began to refine the spiritual energy contained within the evil fire. Specks of silver light continuously rushed into his body. Time passed very quickly, and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Elder Han could not stop laughing, and he was about to open the cauldron to take out the precious Dan. "Little bastard, you can only blame yourself for eating the legendary holy fruit and heavenly spring. In your next life, go to a good family. In this life, you are destined to help me." Yi Fan's heart was very calm. He adjusted himself to his peak state and was ready to attack at any time. The golden book inside his sea of bitterness was flickering with a strange light. Elder Han thought he was blessed by the heavens and was very excited. He reached out his trembling right hand and grabbed the lid of the cauldron. He used all his strength to lift it up. In his mind, a great cauldron of treasured dawn was about to appear. Sure enough, the golden light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. It flew towards Elder Han in an instant. At first, he thought the dawn were intelligent and rushed out of the cauldron on their own. However, his soul suddenly left his body. He felt like he had fallen from heaven straight into hell. Where was there any precious pill? It was clearly a piece of dazzling divine metal that was quickly slicing towards his neck. In addition, there was a youth with delicate features sitting cross-legged within the bronze medicinal cauldron. He was completely unharmed, and he hadn't been refined into a pill at all. He was currently staring unblinkingly at him. Not good. Elder Han's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he screamed in fear. He wanted to fly away, but it was already too late. The golden light arrived like lightning and cut open his throat. Blood spurted out and the pain made Elder Han dizzy. His vision turned black and he fell backward, landing heavily in a pool of blood. The golden paper was extremely sharp and cut open Elder Han's neck. Only a layer of old skin was left and blood was gushing out. However, Elder Han was still a powerful cultivator. Even though he looked old and could die at any moment, his body contained a large amount of heavenly energy. Even though his neck was cut open, he did not die immediately. He reached out his right hand and pressed on his head, wanting to reconnect it. At the same time, his sea of bitterness flickered with a blinding brilliance. The heavenly spring surged and provided him with a powerful vitality. At the same time, several green wooden swords rushed out and flew towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Between different realms, there was indeed a chasm that could not be crossed. If he had not been careful and patiently attacked at the last moment, he would not have had any hope of killing Elder Han. He was as agile as a cheetah. He leaped up and hid behind the bronze cauldron, controlling the resplendent golden book to slash forward. After all, Elder Han had suffered serious injuries, and it was hard to say whether he would survive or not. The green wooden swords were still very resplendent when they first rushed out. The sword chi was swift and fierce, and green radiance shot out in all directions. However, the radiance quickly dimmed, and the green wooden swords swayed back and forth, as if they were about to fall. Clang clang clang, the golden paper was even sharper than divine metal. The brilliant divine splendor was as dazzling as a scorching sun, as if it was burning. In that instant, it intercepted the green wooden swords, and as it spun around, it released a wave of sonorous sounds as it sliced through all of them. Yi Fan did not dare to be careless. The golden book turned into a divine rainbow that tore through the dark sky like a bright moon. It exploded out with a terrifying energy ripple and rushed towards Elder Han's abdomen. In the dazzling radiance, blood splattered. With a pu sound, Elder Han's bitter sea instantly collapsed. His body was sent flying, heavily slamming into the wall of the stone chamber, leaving behind a human-shaped blood-red mark, and slowly slid to the bottom of the wall. Golden rays of light shone, thousands of auspicious lights. The golden book turned into a dazzling ray of light, rushing back into Yi Fan's body. Elder Han had not completely died. He used his right arm to firmly press down on his head, preventing it from rolling off his neck. One could imagine how terrifying a cultivator that surpassed the bitter sea stage was. It was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Yifan secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. If he had not quietly endured for 7 days and did not act rashly, it would have been impossible to kill Elder Han. At this moment, Elder Han's eyes were spitting fire. He could not accept this fact. He did not see a peerless treasure pill, but instead waited for the scythe of the Grim Reaper. This was simply unbelievable. He had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. This uncomfortable feeling made him go crazy. Goo. Elder Han's throat that had been cut open was dripping with blood, and at the same time blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. It was difficult for him to speak. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Yifan. Why? Why? In the end, Elder Han spat out some unclear words with difficulty. He seemed to be unable to swallow his last breath, and did not want to die like this. Do you really think I'm a monkey? Yifan was not careless. He very calmly looked at Elder Han. Unfortunately, you're not a Grand Elder. Elder Han's wound was overflowing with blood. He opened his mouth with difficulty. I hate. Pooh. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. There was a great grievance in his heart. Everything had been perfect, but the final result was so cruel that he couldn't accept it even if he died. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch however you want? You dared to refine me like a divine medicine. A cruel person like you deserves this ending. Yifan stood not far from him and mercilessly attacked. Your death was not unjust at all. I endured for 7 days and 7 nights before finally using this fatal attack. Be a good person in your next life, or else you will not have a good ending. Elder Han's heart was filled with anger. His neck was almost broken, but he still did not want to swallow his last breath. Blood continued to spurt out from his mouth as he gritted his teeth. His words were unclear as he said, I can't. You deserve to die. Yifan looked at Elder Han and opened the medicine cabinets next to him. Immediately, waves of fragrance assailed his nostrils. He took out more than 10 rare spirit medicines that were not any weaker than the divine phoenix grass. Old man, I can see that you're very hardworking. You've worked hard your whole life, comparable to an old ox. You've collected so many rare spirit medicines that normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. Truly admirable. Here, I can only say, thank you. I'll accept them. You. Elder Han was so angry that he coughed up more blood. His eyes were spitting fire. If he could move, he would want to swallow Yifan alive. Don't worry, I won't let your hard work go to waste. I'll make good use of these rare treasures and try to break through to the Life Spring realm in 2 years. You, mother asterisk cur. When these 3 words came out of Elder Han's mouth, it was unavoidably shocking, but it truly expressed his greatest indignation. You have to be calm when you're in trouble. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Yifan had a faint smile on his lips as he mocked, the ancients did not deceive me. When he heard the words the ancients did not deceive me, Elder Han completely went crazy. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a mountain spring. He spat out the last few words, the ancients. I hate. Elder Han was angered to death. His right hand drooped down and his head rolled to the ground. He died a violent death. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. In your next life, find a good family. Yifan said the exact same words as Elder Han. It was easy to imagine that when the two said these words, their feelings were exactly the same, but the result was completely different. If Elder Han knew this, he would definitely spit out 3 liters of blood and struggle to get up. Yifan strode to a corner of the stone room, grabbed his Bodhi seed from the stone table, and put it into his bosom. This mysterious Bodhi seed could help people understand the Tao. Its value was immeasurable. If this news were to spread, all the cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory would come to steal it. Moreover, it could be predicted that the more powerful the cultivator, the more they would value this mysterious seed. Because the further they went, the harder it would be to cultivate. Every time they were enlightened, it would be an unimaginable opportunity. Yifan's cultivation level was still low, so it was hard for him to experience it. He didn't know how difficult it was to understand the Tao in the later stages of cultivation. At that time, all treasures and medicines would be useless. The true peak cultivators needed to understand to break through. When everything was settled and Elder Han was taken care of, Yifan calmed down and sat on the stone chair. He started to think about what to do next. The Jiang family's knights were chasing after him. He didn't have enough power and couldn't fight them at all. It was not good for him to show his face. The best choice was to hide and increase his cultivation. Without a doubt, this cave dwelling that was built in the belly of the mountain was a very good hiding place. Elder Han once said that there were many Tao patterns carved on the mountain rocks, and outsiders would not be able to sense and discover this place. Alright, I'll cultivate here. After Yifan made his decision, he started to clean up the stone room. First, he put Elder Han's body into the medicine cauldron and closed the lid. You've been refining medicine all your life. Use this cauldron as a coffin and rest in peace in your cave abode. This cave abode was very spacious like a maze. Yifan carefully made some marks and moved forward. He carried the medicine cauldron to the deepest part of the mountain and sealed it in a stone cave. After returning to the stone room, Yifan continued to clean up. He put the medicine cabinets back where they were and put the rare spirit herbs back into them. It was the best place to store them. Other than the medicine cabinets, there were also a dozen bronze medicine cauldrons, a few stone tables, and a few stone chairs. On a stone table, there were 2 ancient books made of animal skin. They looked very old, at least a few hundred years old. It was obvious that Elder Han often flipped through it. The stone table and the stone chair were very smooth from the friction. There was an open book with Elder Han's notes on it. Eh? Yifan revealed a shocked expression. There were only a few pieces of beast skin that had been flipped open. There were many strange patterns engraved on them, and there were almost no words. They looked like scribbles that could not be recognized. If Elder Han didn't leave some notes, Yifan really couldn't understand the meaning of those strange patterns. It's Tao patterns. He was shocked. Although it was only a few pages, it was a precious ancient book that recorded Tao patterns. It was said that the Tao pattern was something that the almighty figures of ancient times had comprehended the nature of heaven and earth. After obtaining something, they had copied it down, and some of it had been passed down through the generations. In a sense, Tao patterns were imitations of the ancient almighty figures. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they liked to study the Tao patterns that were passed down in the world. Yifan looked carefully. From the limited ancient words, he knew that this was just an ordinary Tao pattern ancient book with the word basic on it. However, an ordinary Tao pattern ancient book was also very difficult for Elder Han. He wrote many notes, and there were many parts that he couldn't understand. It seems that Tao patterns are indeed profound. Only powerful cultivators can't study it. Even Elder Han is only at the doorstep. Yifan instantly realized that the Tao patterns outside this cave abode were most likely carved by Elder Han according to this book. Although I can't understand this book, I have to carefully study the things it marked. Otherwise, it is very likely that I won't be able to leave this cave abode. Yifan opened another animal skin ancient book. It was also only a few pages. It was just a book that recorded some ancient Dan recipes. After refining, it would be of great benefit to cultivators. However, Yifan's understanding of spirit medicine was limited. Even if the herbs mentioned in the book were placed in front of him, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize them, let alone start the furnace to refine the Dan. The animal skin ancient book had a clear record that if one could find a sacred medicine that could transform one's body, they could refine a strange Dan. Not only could it increase the cultivator's lifespan, but it could also greatly increase the cultivator's cultivation. It was of great benefit to cultivators of any realm. No wonder this old man wanted to catch me. Later, Yifan found a mountain spring in the cave abode and a lot of food that Elder Han had stored. This immediately solved his worries and he could completely cultivate here with peace of mind. In the next few days, he carefully studied the annotations of Elder Han on the ancient book of Taoist patterns. Finally, he saw some clues and successfully walked out of the cave abode. After that, Yifan lived in seclusion. Occasionally, he went out to pick some berries and wild vegetables. Most of the time, he was cultivating and comprehending the Taoist scriptures. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Yifan had taken all the spirit medicine. The golden sea of bitterness had been expanded to the size of half a fist. It was dazzling, and the essence was endless. In the center of the sea of bitterness, the clouds were rolling like smoke, rushing straight up. It was no longer diffuse and lingering, but like an active volcano erupting. Yifan's golden sea of bitterness could not stay calm. It was gushing all the time, as if it was going to communicate with the wheel of life and release the holy spring. Every time he fell into the ethereal state, there would be waves in the sea of bitterness. There was a faint sound of waves coming out of his body, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of sacred light. There would even be some strange phenomena in the sea of bitterness. The center would constantly erupt, like an underwater volcano, and there would often be lightning flashing across the sky. When he operated the mysterious method recorded in the Taoist scriptures, his body would suddenly produce a strong wave of life. The golden sea of bitterness was like a brilliant sun. The essence chi was endless. His limbs and bones were all being nourished, and his flesh shell had become abnormally strong. Compared to before, it was much stronger. The life spring realm is really difficult to break through. Yifan was a little regretful. He had tried to break through the life spring realm 5 times, but he had not succeeded. In the past year or so, he had been earnestly comprehending the Tao scripture and constantly refining his own weapon. That piece of godly metal had been repeatedly smelted and constantly imitated the Tao patterns on the green copper. It had already begun to take on an extraordinary aura and actually had a hint of simplicity and nature to it. After such a long time, Yifan believed that the knights of the Jiang family should have left long ago, and it was impossible for them to persist in tracking him down. On this day, he left the cave residence and tried to control the divine power in the barren mountain. The waves in the sea of bitterness rushed to the sky, and a blazing divine light rushed out of his body, surrounding him, and actually carried him 3 feet off the ground, flying forward. Plop! Unfortunately, he only flew 30 meters before falling to the ground. Without entering the life spring realm, it is difficult to fly for a long time. I need an endless source of divine power to fly. Although he could not rush to the sky, this kind of short-distance flight was still very novel to Yifan. After continuous practice, he found that he could at most fly more than 100 meters. Compared to when he ran, his speed was much faster. He could step on the grass and trees without touching the ground, like a light breeze. Before reaching the life spring realm, Yifan did not want to leave the cave residence. He felt that his strength was too low, and it would be very dangerous to go out. Moreover, the evil fire in the belly of the mountain could also help him cultivate. The special spiritual power, although not very dense, was superior in that it was endless. I should make a trip to the Xiang cave and find that piece of origin. Although he felt that it was not suitable for a long journey, he still left. His physique was too special, like a bottomless pit, and he needed a large amount of spiritual power to speed up his cultivation. On the way, Yifan heard that the knights of the Jiang family had indeed left, and would not be a threat to him. The land of Yan was very peaceful now. Coming to the mountain where the Xiang cave was, Yifan was especially cautious, to avoid meeting people from this sect. Not long after, he came to the front of a river and plunged into it. After a quarter of an hour, the water splashed, and Yifan floated out of the water, holding a piece of shining origin in his hand. Fortunately, it is still here. At first, when he came here, his heart was still beating like a drum, afraid that someone would take away the origin. In reality, this place was very secluded. Unless the top experts of the Xiang cave passed by, no one would be able to sense the aura of the origin. Yifan did not want to stay here for long, so he walked back along the path he came from. It's her. Yifan suddenly stopped. He saw a few young figures, and one of them was Li Xiaoman. Yifan did not stop, and quickly left until he disappeared into the mountains. Half a month later, in the cave that Elder Han had opened up, there was a rumbling sound, followed by the sound of a huge tsunami that shook the heavens and earth, and deafening waves of thunder. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura burst out, and the entire cave was shaking. Yifan's body was full of spiritual energy, and the golden divine fire was burning outside his body. The divine light in his eyes was clear, like two bolts of lightning shooting out, especially bright in the cave. Yifan stood up, and at this moment, he had a majestic aura. The aura he released caused the entire stone room to shake violently, and huge cracks appeared. I've finally reached the Life Spring realm. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out of the cave. Then, a blazing divine rainbow covered him, and he slowly rose into the air. At this moment, in the center of Yifan's sea of bitterness, a spring appeared, connecting to the wheel of life. The spring was gurgling, surrounded by a misty, colorful mist. This was a new experience. Yifan stood high in the sky, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The mountains and rivers were under his feet, and a feeling of being in control of everything surged into his heart. His field of vision was broad, and he looked into the distance. This was an unprecedented feeling. With his own strength, he rushed into the sky and looked down at the world he used to live in. It was full of shock. The magnificent mountains and rivers, the boundless earth, everything was in his eyes, causing one's heart to be at ease and have lofty aspirations. Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, were all in the depths of his heart, causing him to involuntarily have a lofty aspiration that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Is this the Life Spring realm? I can feel a strong power. Yifan stood in the air, his body pure and clean. His entire body was sparkling, like a beautiful work of art. It made him feel as if he had been reborn. At this point, he finally understood how big the gap was between different realms. His flesh was flawless, almost perfect. If he encountered a bitter sea realm cultivator, he felt that he could turn the opponent into ashes with just a lift of his hand. It was not blind confidence, but there was indeed a strong power in his body. Yifan rode on a rainbow, traversing between heaven and earth. The bright rainbow cut through the sky, sometimes like a comet hitting the earth, and sometimes like a bright moon rising from the sea, or a dragon rising into the sky. It was not until half an hour later that he completely calmed down. He stood on the top of the mountain, letting the breeze blow on his face. His black hair fluttered gently, and his eyes were like two stars, shining brightly. Yifan was silent. His powerful and fierce aura was completely restrained, and there was a peaceful and tranquil aura around him. He was flawless, and his clothes fluttered about. He was like an immortal that had descended into the world of mortals, ethereal and graceful, giving others an otherworldly and natural feeling. At this moment, in his body, the bitter sea, which was the size of half a fist, had completely calmed down. There were no violent volcanoes, no turbulent waves, and no smoke. The golden bitter sea was very quiet. In the center, there was a spring gurgling, exuding a strong breath of life. That was the source of divine power flowing. The wheel of life, which covered the bitter sea, was connected, and endless life power gushed out. This was the root of a cultivator's strength. Little ripples spread out in all directions of the bitter sea, turning into gentle waves, adding a sense of spirituality and nature. The golden sea rippled, and the divine spring gurgled. The two combined, the divine power was endless, and the life was exuberant. At this moment, the mysterious green copper changed its position, fixed in the spring at the bottom of the sea, constantly receiving the baptism of the divine spring of life, while the golden book was still squeezed at the edge, unable to get close to the spring. The cauldron that Yifan wanted to refine only had a vague outline, and it was still not formed. It was the size, and was still not formed. According to common sense, the bitter sea, life spring, divine bridge and Purmitha realms, each realm could refine a tool. But right now, Yifan had already reached the second realm, but he had yet to refine a single tool. This made him frown. The cauldron was indeed the hardest to refine. However, he was not too worried. It was clearly recorded in the Tao scripture that the more mysterious and complicated a cauldron was, the more difficult it was to be formed. They contained the principles of heaven and earth. According to the Tao scripture, one could refine one cauldron, and the most powerful cauldron was formed by combining the 4 levels. In other words, in order to obtain the most powerful cauldron, the bitter sea, the divine spring, the divine bridge, and the nirvana, one had to refine one cauldron instead of 4. This was the so-called great talents mature slowly. Once one succeeded, one could break all the rules with one cauldron. In the entire eastern wilderness, there were only a few ancient scriptures that recorded the profound secret method of refining one cauldron in. 4 levels. Ordinary cultivators did not have the opportunity to touch it at all. However, even the disciples of the sanctums and the remotes who had these ancient scriptures rarely dared to take such a risk. This was because opportunities always coexisted with risks. If one wanted to get more, the price to pay might be unbearable. Using 4 levels to refine one cauldron, since ancient times, the vast majority of people did not succeed in refining one cauldron and wasted their time. Without their own cauldron, they could not control objects and were no different from a cripple. Therefore, very few disciples of the sanctums and the remotes would make such a choice. When he was in the bitter sea stage, Yifan did not need to make a decision. He only needed to focus on refining the cauldron. But now that he had broken into the life spring stage and the cauldron had not been formed, he had no choice but to make a decision. Although it is full of danger and I may not succeed in my life, I have no other way out. The reason I chose to refine the cauldron is because I want to obtain the most powerful cauldron. One day, it may give birth to the principles of heaven and earth. Using 4 levels to refine one cauldron is not contrary to my choice. In fact, it is very consistent. I have no reason to retreat. Yifan was not worried that others would have more cauldrons and he would not have enough cauldrons. He believed in the words one cauldron breaks all the rules with one cauldron recorded in the Tao scripture. I hope that a great cauldron will mature slowly and not waste his life away. After reaching the life spring stage, he could fly in the sky. Yifan began to consider going to the forbidden area of the remotes. But he had to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be buried there. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to stay and consolidate his cultivation. After breaking through to the next level, he needed time to adapt. In the following period of time, Yifan dug the cave until it was beyond recognition. In order to obtain the spiritual energy from the fire fiend, he dug deep into the ground and almost caused the fire vein to erupt. Time passed quickly, and Yifan cultivated for nearly another year. The entire fire vein was almost dried up by him. His cultivation level was completely stabilized, and it steadily increased by quite a bit. The gurgling divine spring was even more vigorous. Of course, this was not the biggest gain. What made him most satisfied and excited was that the rough embryo of the cauldron had been refined. With the help of the strange spiritual energy of the fire fiend, after millions of times of tempering, the 3-legged round cauldron was finally formed and came to this world. It seems that in order to successfully refine a cauldron, I need a strange spiritual energy. Without a doubt, the various kinds of divine flames are the most effective. Just like forging weapons in the real world, you need to smelt the fire source in order to forge a divine weapon. It is the same to forge a cauldron inside my body. Above Yifan's sea of bitterness, there was a small cauldron's rough embryo. It was as big as a cherry, and its brilliance was completely restrained. It looked simple and natural. In the past year, after millions of times of tempering and repeatedly carving the patterns on the green copper, the small cauldron already had an extraordinary aura. It gave people a feeling that the Tao was naturally formed. With a thought from Yifan, the small cauldron immediately rushed out of his body. Without a sound, it easily penetrated the stone wall that was more than 10 meters thick. It directly rushed out of the cave and floated in the sky. 1 cauldron, 2 ears, 3 feet. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things bear in and embrace yang. Good. 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 Yifan was very satisfied. The simple and natural cauldron gave him a feeling that the Tao was natural, as if it had really given birth to the Tao and truth of the world, appearing mysterious and abstruse. I look forward to the moment when the cauldron breaks all laws. When the small cauldron was first formed, it was already a powerful weapon. It could both attack and defend, and it was invincible. The mysterious patterns on the green copper had endowed it with a strange power, allowing it to constantly transform. Yifan had already been in this world for 3 years. He had lived in the Cave of Spirit Ruins for a year and cultivated in this cave for nearly 2 years. His body had grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 170 centimeters. However, he still looked very young, like a 14-year-old child. Back then, his short hair was now 2 feet long. It was black and thick, naturally draped over his chest and back, gently fluttering in the wind. He looked very delicate and handsome. No one would have thought that such a young man was already a Life Spring realm cultivator. It's time to leave. Yifan looked back at the cave behind him, then flew close to the forest and rushed out of the mountain. Yifan dragged a water deer into a small town. After exchanging it for some coins, he first chose a suitable set of clothes for himself. In the past 2 years, he had grown quite a bit taller. His original clothes had long since become tattered and ragged. When he entered the town, people pointed at him and talked about him. To cultivate in this world, the first thing to do is to integrate into the world of mortals. Yifan found a place to eat and chose a seat by the window. At the table next to him, there were a few people with extraordinary temperaments, different from ordinary people. True cultivators did not interact with mortals, and normally, they would not show their extraordinariness in front of the world. Even if they met face to face, ordinary people would not know. Obviously, these people were all cultivators. Adhering to the same principle, they did not want to disturb the mortals around them. They were talking in low voices. Unless one's spirit sense was especially sharp, ordinary people would not be able to hear what they were saying. That tomb of the demon emperor is too evil. Countless cultivators have died in the past 2 years, but no one can open it. The entire Eastern Barren territory has been alarmed. All the major sects have sent their masters to the ruins, but there is no way to open the Yin tomb. The main reason is that the real peerless masters have scruples and do not dare to act rashly. That Yin tomb is very evil and has long been close to having a spirit. Unless there is a supreme treasure of the Eastern Barren territory, even if there is a peerless master who can break the sure-kill situation, there is no way to stop the Yin tomb. It will rush into the Eastern Barren territory, like a dragon returning to the sea, and there will be no trace of it. Rumor has it that 3 important figures have died. Is that true? Of course it is true. Countless cultivators have died in the past 2 years. That deep pool is almost filled with corpses. Even several important figures have fallen, and it is said that there are still a few important figures whose lives are on the line. Yifan was very surprised. He did not think that after 2 years, the tomb of the demon emperor was still not opened. The sure-kill situation in the Yin tomb had taken away the lives of many cultivators. He listened quietly as he ate. He did not have the slightest change in expression because he did not want to be discovered by those cultivators. That deep pool is surrounded by mountains of corpses. It has completely become a demonic land. Just looking at it from afar, it makes people's hair stand on end. The resentment there is so strong that every inch of the land is stained with the blood of cultivators. Since that deep pool has become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, why are there still countless cultivators coming one after the other to go there? If there are no benefits, who would be so reckless? That is the tomb of the great emperor who unified the eastern wilderness demon race. There must be countless treasures buried inside. That's right. Even those important figures have been alarmed. It is said that the demon emperor Yin tomb has the treasure of the eastern wilderness humans, the Tower of Desolation. Is it the legendary Tower of Desolation that can kill immortals? Of course it is. Otherwise, why would those important figures disregard the danger of dying and risk their lives to go there? It has been 2 years. The disciples of the various sects have long been scared and are afraid of being transferred to the ruins. However, the sects are not willing to stop. If this continues, who knows how? Many people will die. You may not know, but it is said that even the people of the Central Plains have been alarmed. Recently, some mysterious figures have rushed to the eastern wilderness. Could it be that they want to snatch the treasure of the eastern wilderness, the Tower of Desolation? That's not it. They will not stretch their hands so far. Even though the strength of the cultivators of the Central Plains is unparalleled and surpasses the other 4 regions, they do not dare to make the entire eastern wilderness their enemy. Once such a war breaks out, it is hard to imagine how many people will die. It is said that they seem to be searching for a treasure of the Central Plains. Not far away, Yifan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He did not need to think to know that the important figures of the Central Plains must have come for the mysterious green copper. Yifan was not too worried. The mysterious green copper piece lay dormant in a sea of bitterness. Even now, no one knew about it. No one would come looking for trouble with him for it. Perhaps the Central Plains will cooperate with the Eastern Desolate region. After all, both sides have lost their treasures in the Yin tomb. Legend has it that the ancient Desolate Tower can kill immortals. If it appears, it will be enough to seal the Fiend Emperor tomb. The ancient Desolate Tower is in the Fiend Emperor Yin tomb. If you say that, there is no way to open the tomb. What is the treasure of the Central Plains? How could it be lost in our Eastern Desolate region? The Central Plains is ancient and mysterious. It is said that their treasure exists with the world. It is not something people of our level can know about. The one lost in the Eastern Desolate region seems to be a fragment. As for what it is, no one knows. The cultivators discussed as they ate, allowing Yi Fan to obtain a lot of useful information. It has been more than 2 years. That ruin is like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Who knows when there will be a result? Who knows how many people will die? Now that I think about it, loose cultivators like us have freedom. Otherwise, if we were in a large sect, we might be sent there as well. As long as we get close to the deep pool, we will most likely die. The various sects seem to have listened to the suggestion of some major character. They want to use countless lives as a blood sacrifice to forcefully open the deep pool. I have a feeling that if we do not get the ancient Desolate Tower out, the Eastern Desolate region will not be peaceful. That place is destined to become a bloodstained demonic land. The Fiend Race Emperor is too terrifying. He probably predicted this result back then. This is truly a disaster that will last for 10,000 years. Indeed, the various holy lands and ancient noble families are determined to obtain the ancient Desolate Tower. It is impossible for them to give up so easily. Yi Fan felt very relaxed. After obtaining the green copper piece in the Central Plains, he did not have any thoughts about the ancient Desolate Tower. It was not something he could obtain. Having the mysterious green copper piece was enough. What he needed to consider now was how to enter the ancient Desolate Forbidden Land. He would not participate in the fight for the treasure. He would hide as far away as he could. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Fan heard an important piece of news. He remained calm and sat back down. A few major characters from the Holy Lands and ancient noble families are on the verge of death. I heard that they have designs on the ancient Desolate Forbidden Land. Impossible. Someone dares to barge in? Since ancient times, countless people had explored this place, but without any accidents, almost all of them had been annihilated. Back then, when a certain immortal sect reached its most prosperous period in history, they sent out all their strength and gathered tens of thousands of powerful cultivators to kill their way there. Didn't they still turn into ashes? That place was simply a living purgatory. The Holy Land that was annihilated was destroyed because they were too conceited. They wanted to invade the abyss and fight their way to the deepest part. This time, some of the sacred lands and clans of the clan of the ancients were forced to do so. Some of their important figures are on the verge of death, so they want to harvest the divine medicines on the 9 sacred mountains to save their lives. They don't want to enter the abyss. I'm guessing that everyone who enters will be completely annihilated. That forbidden zone is definitely more terrifying than the demonic Fiarka's tomb. That's not necessarily true. Since ancient times, there have been a few people who have successfully gathered the panacea. Of course, no one knows what price they paid. Those sacred lands and clans of the clan of the ancients have deep foundations. Since they intend to gather the panacea, they must have made thorough preparations. The chances of success are still very high. This is also a major event that will shake the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The Forbidden Zone is one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory. After so many years, finally, there are people heading there again. When will those sacred lands and clans of the clan of the ancients make their move? Why don't we join in the fun as well? They'll climb the 9 sacred mountains and gather panacea, while we'll just gather some ordinary panacea in the periphery. I don't think there will be any big problems. We might have to wait for a while. Right now, the Forbidden Zone is at its most dangerous period. In the end, Yi Fan left the small town. He thought about the words of those wandering cultivators and felt that he needed to think about it seriously. That Forbidden Zone is far more dangerous than I thought. I was only able to survive back then because of the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Yi Fan did not fly. Instead, he walked forward and passed by the Yan capital on the way. The city was very majestic. It covered a large area, and the city walls were like the Great Wall. Yendu was a bustling place, and Yifan couldn't help but sigh at the sight of all the people on the streets. For the past 2 years, he had been cultivating alone in the mountains, and the quiet and tranquil city was like the polar opposite of the hustle and bustle he was seeing. He faced the mountains, cliffs, and streams every day. Suddenly returning to a bustling city like this made him feel very close. Golden dates, big and sweet. Crispy chicken wings, free if they're not delicious. Zhang soup dumplings, thin skin, big stuffing, juicy, and delicious. Come and have a taste. Candied haws, only 1 copper coin per skewer. All kinds of people were shouting and hawking. There were also all kinds of jugglers at the corners of the streets. Many adults and children had gathered there. And in front of every shop, there were enthusiastic workers soliciting customers, saying a lot of nice words. Cultivation is too hard, and the world of mortals is too charming. Yifan could not help but feel a little emotional. He felt that all of this was very lively and intimate. Compared to the hard cultivation, this kind of simple life made him yearn for it. However, he could not shake the foundation of cultivation because he wanted to go home, to the place where he was born and raised. Yifan had been in this world for 3 years. Now that his hard cultivation was over and he had returned to the world of mortals, he couldn't help but think of everything about his hometown. Time flies. It's been 3 years. I wonder how my other classmates are. Yifan first thought of Peng Bo and was very worried for him. Then he thought of Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, and others. Maybe, before entering the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, I should go see my former classmates. He wanted to see Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling. After being separated for 3 years, he wanted to know how they were doing. Big brother. I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I'm begging you. I'm very hungry. At this moment, Yifan saw a dirty and pitiful little girl blinking her big eyes and looking up at him. Her clothes were tattered and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were very clear. Yifan could not bear to see such a scene. Every time he saw it, he would feel bitter. He bought a few steaming hot soup buns from a nearby bun shop, wrapped them in oil paper, and gave them to the pitiful little girl. Then, he took out all the money he had on him and stuffed it into her arms when passers-by were not paying attention. Even when he had already disappeared into the street, the little girl was still in a daze. Yifan strode out of the city and found that the closest place to the Jade Tripod Grotto was only 400 miles away. He remembered that Lu Yi had become a disciple of the Jade Tripod Grotto, so he decided to go there first. The country of Yen spanned 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. The forbidden ancient land was located in the middle of the country, surrounded by endless mountains. The 6 sects, including the Spirit Ruins Grotto and the Jade Tripod Grotto, surrounded the periphery of this primitive area. The Jade Tripod Grotto was surrounded by immortal mountains and shrouded in clouds. From afar, it looked very ethereal, as though it was a paradise. When Yifan arrived at the mountain gate, he felt a natural and peaceful aura. There were green mountains and green valleys, flowing springs and waterfalls, lush vegetation, and intelligent birds and beasts. It was like a world in a painting. At the gate of the Jade Tripod Grotto, there was a strange beast guarding it. It had the body of a bull and the head of a qilin. Its body was 8 to 9 meters long. It lay in a pool and stared at Yifan with its huge eyes slightly opened. Who are you? Why have you come to the Jade Tripod Grotto? At this moment, the disciple guarding the gate also noticed him. I came to the Jade Tripod Grotto to visit a friend. When Yifan mentioned Lu Yi's name, the disciple guarding the gate's expression softened a lot. He said, wait a moment, I'll get someone to inform her. Half an hour later, Lu Yi did not appear. Instead, a young man with white hair walked over. When he saw Yifan, he immediately shouted, Yifan, it's really you. Yifan was stunned and then revealed a look of joy. He said, so you're also cultivating in the Jade Tripod Grotto. The person who came was his former classmate, Zhang Wenchang. Be it when he was in school or after graduation, he had always been very ordinary. He had a dull nature and did not like to talk. If there were many people gathering, it was easy for people to forget his existence. Yi Fan went forward and punched him with a smile. You've regained your youth. Congratulations. Zhang Wenchang smiled bitterly and said, it's just that my skin is no longer wrinkled. Look, my hair is still white. It's much better than when we parted. Back then, you were old and clumsy. Now, you look like a young man with white hair. I'm so envious of you. You've experienced your youth all over again. The dull Zhang Wenchang also learned to tease. The two looked at each other and laughed. They were genuinely happy to meet old friends. Back then, the 6 grotto heavens each chose 2 people and divided Peng Bo and the rest equally. Only Yi Fan was an exception. Zhang Wenchang and Lu Yi were chosen by the Jade Tripod Grotto and had been cultivating here for 3 years. Yi is the favorite of the elders in the sect and has great potential. She's now in seclusion. It's said that it's very likely that she will advance to the Life Spring realm within half a year or a year. This cultivation speed is very terrifying. You're not bad yourself. Your complexion looks good. I can't compare to Yi. I'm only below average in the sect. My appearance has recovered to this state because of Yi's request to a supreme elder. Zhang Wenchang led Yi Fan into the Jade Tripod Grotto. It was very beautiful inside. There were many green immortal mountains that looked like green jade. They shone brightly and were surrounded by immortal mist. There was even a waterfall that looked like it was condensed from starlight. On many of the misty mountain peaks, one could vaguely see some palaces and pavilions. It was very ethereal and had the charm of a fairyland. The most surprising thing was that there was a snow-white mountain in the middle of the mountains. It was completely jade-like and had not a single blade of grass growing on it. It shone brightly and looked like a round cauldron. We've been separated for 3 years. Today, we must get drunk. Zhang Wenchang seemed very excited and happy. Does your cultivation sect have wine and meat? When Yi Fan was in the Spirit Ruin Grotto, he and Peng Bo were vegetarian every day. Those days were a kind of torture. Don't worry. There's wine and meat. Now that I've officially stepped onto the path of cultivation, I don't need to be vegetarian like the new disciples. The Jade Tripod Grotto was very vast. After passing through a few mountains, Zhang Wenchang brought Yi Fan to a peach blossom forest. There were many small taverns next to it. It looked very picturesque. Cultivators are also human. They need to relax. Zhang Wenchang explained with a smile, of course, it's impossible to be like the mortal world. Here, we can only drink a little and enjoy some delicious food. That's not bad. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. Otherwise, I'd really think that all cultivators have to cut off their emotions and desires. The two found a small tavern and sat down. There was a pear-wood square table and peach-wood 4-legged chairs. It looked antique and was placed on the side of the road facing the peach blossom forest. It looked very artistic. The other taverns were the same. The tables and chairs were placed outside. They ordered some dishes and started drinking. Coming to this strange world and meeting their old classmates again, the two were very emotional and had endless things to say. After coming to this strange world, I couldn't sleep for a long time. Even in my dreams, I want to go back. I miss my parents and friends. Zhang Wenchang, who had a dull nature, spoke a lot today. He revealed his true feelings as though he had seen his family. Li Xiaoman's coldness and Zhang Wenchang's passion made Yi Fan feel emotional. Perhaps we can go back in the future, said Yi Fan. Go back. I don't have such a fantasy anymore. Zhang Wenchang shook his head bitterly. How have you been for the past 3 years? Have you been living in the Spirit Ruin Grotto or in the mortal world? Why did I hear that Peng Bo has disappeared? Seeing his old classmate, Yi Fan wanted to tell the truth, but he held it in. His experience was complicated, and it would bring trouble to both of them if he told the truth. He could only nod his head. Peng Bo has indeed disappeared, and I'm very worried. I've already left the Spirit Ruin Grotto and am now traveling around. Sigh, it's not easy for us. It's not easy for mortals. Cultivation is not as beautiful as you think it is. It's very boring, and we might have to face all kinds of life and death tribulations in the future. You have to be careful. It's best if you cultivate more and go out less. Yi Fan reminded him. Zhang Wenchang nodded and smiled bitterly. I can see that no matter where I go, I won't stand out. It was like this in the past, and it's still like this. I can only live a mediocre life. Perhaps one day, I'll leave this place and go to the mortal world. I'll open a small tavern and live the rest of my life in peace. Don't be so pessimistic. Yi Fan comforted. You don't know, but the world of cultivators is very cruel. If I don't leave, I'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll die silently like an ordinary wave in a river. No one will know, and no one will cry for me. Only I will know that I'm no longer in this world. Yi Fan's heart was moved after hearing this. He had yet to truly step into the world of cultivators, and now it seemed that it was really cruel. Zhang Wenchang sighed. I heard that Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman are all highly regarded by their sections. It seems that some people can shine no matter where they go. The two of them drank and chatted, talking about many things of the past and their current predicament. In the end, Zhang Wenchang was completely drunk. He laid his head on the table and started crying. I really want to go back. I don't want to stay in this strange world. When I left, my wife was already pregnant. Our child was about to be born. When she needed me the most, I disappeared and came here. He couldn't control his emotions. Like a child, he cried bitterly. I really want to go back. My child should be 3 years old now. Even in my dreams, I want to see him, hug him, and kiss him. Seeing Zhang Wenchang in so much pain and crying loudly, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He kept trying to comfort him. I was wondering who was crying. So it's that useless old man. A few sneers came from not far away. A few young men walked over with undisguised disdain. His hair is all white. A half-cripple still has the face to cry. What a joke. They looked to be in their 20s. They were all mercilessly mocking him. Yi Fan sighed. He finally knew that Zhang Wenchang's life in the Jade Tripod Paradise was not going his way. His eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he stared at the people in front of him. You guys better watch your words. Who are you? You should know your place before meddling in other people's business. You really think you're a Life Spring Realm cultivator? What a joke. What kind of expert can a half-crippled old man's friend be? Don't say that. If that Louis finds out, she might complain again. It's you. Just at this moment, the youngest among them, an 18 or 19-year-old youth, widened his eyes and revealed a furious expression as he glared at Yi Fan. Junior brother Han, do you know him? The other young people asked. The young man's eyes were spewing fire as he gritted his teeth and said, Of course I know him. He's not from your Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven. He used to stay in our Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He felt that the world was really small. He didn't expect to meet Han Feiyu here. Is that so? So he's a good-for-nothing. Birds of a feather flock together. The half-crippled old man's friend is really a good-for-nothing. The other young people laughed unscrupulously. Zhang Wenchang, who was lying on the table, raised his head and hastily used his sleeve to wipe away the tears on his face, concealing his sorrow. He forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, I drank too much and thought of some things in the past. My emotions were a little out of control. Yi Fan let out a sigh in his heart. This old classmate of his was very unhappy. He was ashamed of his wife and missed the child he had never seen before. He couldn't control himself and burst into tears. After being ridiculed by these people, he had to hide his sorrow and apologize to them. What kind of feeling was this? At this time, Zhang Wenchang's temples were white, his eyes were swollen, and the tears had not dried yet. The sorrow hidden in the bottom of his heart could be completely felt by others. This made Yi Fan's heart fiercely twitch. This old classmate was really not easy to endure. A very simple and honest man had actually fallen to such a state. Half-crippled old man, we can't be bothered to lower ourselves to your level. Even if you cry to death, it's none of our business. However, your friend's words are very blunt. We want to get to know him. Those people came near the table with ridicule on their faces. They looked down at Yi Fan and Zhang Wenchang from above. Han Feiyu revealed a cold smile as he stared at Yi Fan and said, "It's really a small world. I always thought you died in those ruins. I didn't expect to meet you here. 2 years have passed, and there's not a time when I don't want to get close to you." Yi Fan calmly sat there and poured himself a cup of wine. He was very casual and calm. He picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. He said, "It's a small world." I actually heard these words again. The last person not only failed to harm others but also harmed himself. I wonder what will happen this time. He thought of Elder Han. At this moment, when he heard Han Feiyu say the same words, he felt very strange in his heart. You are very calm. Don't pretend to be calm. Today, no one can save you. I will skin you alive. At this point, Han Feiyu's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were frightening, and his expression was extremely sinister. He could not forget the scene of him being beaten up. It was like a thorn in his heart. Junior Marshal Brother Han, does he have a grudge against you? Leave it to us. We'll beat him until he's crippled. There's no need to worry about anything here. That trash's words were very blunt. Even if he hadn't provoked Junior Brother Han, we still wouldn't have let him off. The few of them sneered and were about to attack. Zhang Wenchang hurriedly stood up and said, "Brothers, don't be like this. He's just an ordinary person. Don't mess around. Half-crippled old man, go away. This has nothing to do with you." One of them had a look of disdain on his face and was extremely impatient. He pushed Zhang Wenchang so hard that he staggered and almost fell. When you first joined the sect, Elder Ma Yun treated you like a treasure, but what happened in the end? You were just lucky enough to resolve the sea of bitterness first. What's the use? After a long time, you'll be completely beaten back to your original state. Half-crippled old man, don't be a hindrance. If it wasn't for Louis protecting you everywhere. Heh. The person who spoke laughed coldly. Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone knew what he meant. Guys, I apologize. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Don't make things difficult for this friend of yours. Zhang Wenchang stretched out his hand to stop the few of them, blocking Yi Fan behind him. Half-crippled old man, do you really think you're someone important? Think about it. Who do you think you are? One of them was very dissatisfied. He glanced at him with disdain and pushed him away. He shouted, "Get out of the way." Yi Fan supported Zhang Wenchang and glanced at the few of them. And who do you think you are? Yi Fan, don't be like this. Zhang Wenchang hurriedly stopped Yi Fan and didn't let him continue. He then stepped forward again and said, "Guys, I'm really sorry. My friend is just an ordinary mortal. Don't take it to heart. If you're angry, come at me. Don't make things difficult for him." The young man in the lead had lost his patience since a long time ago, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He grabbed Zhang Wenchang by the collar and said, "Do you really think that Louis can support you? Fuck off if you don't want to die. Let him go." Yi Fan still sat there. He didn't get up. He picked up a cup of wine and directly splashed it on that person's face. "You're courting death." The face of the man in the lead was gloomy to the extreme. He pushed Zhang Wenchang away and raised his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan sat there without moving. He reached out and grabbed the hand that was swung over. He forcefully twisted it. With a kacha sound, the man's wrist was directly broken and turned into the shape of a fish hook. Then, he raised his hand and heavily slapped the man's face. Pa! It was a very loud slap. One could clearly see that the man's face was deformed. Then, his teeth fell out and blood spurted out. His whole body was like a puppet that flew 7 or 8 meters away and fell heavily on the ground. No one expected such an outcome. The man struggled a few times on the ground, but he couldn't get up. His ears were ringing and his head was dizzy. He shouted, "Kill him for me." Han Feiyu knew Yi Fan better. He immediately retreated and reminded the others at the same time, "Be careful, this trash has a special physique and extraordinary strength. Don't get caught by him. Attack him from afar. Directly take out your weapons and chop him into meat paste." His words were a bit too late. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He directly grabbed a man and slapped him twice, making him dizzy. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was holding a scarecrow and directly swung him like a weapon. Bang, bang. Yi Fan's strength and speed were very terrifying. The man in the middle of swinging his hand smashed 3 cultivators that were pouncing on him. They screamed and flew away. Everyone present heard the sound of bones breaking. Quickly retreat, don't get close to him. Han Feiyu yelled. At this point, no one needed his reminder. That delicate-looking youngster was simply a savage beast in human form. He was simply too wild. He carried a living person as if he was holding a toothpick, and smashed the others until they rolled all over the ground. Junior brother Han, didn't you say he's trash? How does this trash have such divine strength? The remaining people had lingering fear in their hearts. They questioned Han Feiyu with an unkind expression. He really is trash. He can't cultivate, he only has great strength. As long as we don't get close to him, killing him is easy. Han Feiyu's face revealed a sinister sneer. Everyone took out their respective weapons. Suddenly there was a flash of brilliance. The greenwood seal, cold iron ruler, scarlet blood spear and so on were all suspended in the air, aimed at Yi Fan. If you want him to die, take out your weapons. I don't mind using him as a human shield. Yi Fan waved the human-shaped weapon in his hand and said indifferently. To deal with these bitter sea-stage cultivators, he did not need to reveal his strength at all. Don't, everyone calm down. Zhang Wenchang came forward, an anxious expression on his face. He stood in front of Yi Fan and shouted to those people, he is not only my friend, but also Louis's friend. You can't treat him like this. Half-crippled old man, get out of my way. It doesn't matter who you bring out now. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. The man that was first sent flying by Yi Fan covered his swollen cheek as he crawled up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Is Louis that great? If she dares to come and denounce us, there will naturally be people who will deal with her. Looking at this old classmate who was very unhappy, Yi Fan let out a light sigh, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Step back, they can't do anything to me." After saying these words, Yi Fan grabbed Zhang Wenchang's arm and threw him away. What are you still standing there for? Skin him alive, the man in the lead said angrily. Chi chi chi. The sound of breaking air was incessant. The greenwood seal, the cold iron ruler, the scarlet blood spear and other weapons were rapidly striking down. Yi Fan was calm and composed, waving the human-shaped weapon in his hand, constantly blocking. Ah. You are slashing at me. The man that was grabbed by Yi Fan was a little more clear-headed at this time. He screamed again and again, cursing in anger. If not for the fact that those people had quickly retracted their attacks, this cultivator would have already been cut into several pieces. Attack together, I want to see if he can block all of us. I must skin him alive. The man in the lead had a gloomy expression, ordering the surrounding people to attack again. Chen Feng, you can't be like this, I'll be killed by you. The cultivator that was grabbed by Yi Fan screamed in fear, but then fainted after being smashed by the greenwood seal. The surrounding people obeyed the words of the man called Chen Feng. They all brandished their weapons and slashed forward. Although they were very careful, but from time to time there would be a bloody wound on the body of the human shield. Yi Fan did not want to waste time with them. When one's cultivation had reached the life spring stage, killing a bitter sea stage cultivator was indeed as simple as crushing an ant. He carried the man in front of him, his body transforming into a flash of light, directly rushing in front of the man called Chen Feng. Before he could react, he had already grabbed him in his hands. Ah! The man called Chen Feng screamed again and again. He was also used as a human shield, and there were several wounds on his body. The surrounding people suddenly had a feeling that they were afraid of hurting the innocent. Yi Fan was like a bolt of lightning, quickly moving around. The sounds of pung 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 were constantly heard, and everyone was slapped to the ground. Only Han Feiyu struggled. He once again took out the greenwood seal, and smashed it towards Yi Fan, wanting to kill him. But at this time, he was horrified to find that the greenwood seal that had just changed to the size of a millstone was firmly grasped in Yi Fan's hands, and could not be moved. Bang! Han Feiyu was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His greenwood seal was easily grasped by Yi Fan, and then slapped down with a backhand. It was as easy as waving a fly swatter. Yes, at this moment, he felt like he was a fly. Gotcha. It was unknown how many of Han Feiyu's ribs were broken. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and was directly slapped to the ground, unable to move again. In front of the small wine shop, there was a group of people lying on the ground, all of them groaning in pain. Not a single one of them could get up. Not far away, Zhang Wenchang almost couldn't believe his eyes, and said, "This." Yi Fan picked up these people, threw them to the side, and then slapped them one by one, and said, "You want to bully people with just you? I, a trash who can't cultivate, can still beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." Pa, 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 Yi Fan's hands moved continuously, and slapped them again and again. The slaps made these people's mouths splatter, blood splatter, and teeth fall out. Everyone screamed again and again, constantly begging for mercy. Of course, Yi Fan paid special attention to Han Feiyu and Chen Feng. As if he was carrying a dead dog, he placed them side by side, and slapped them again and again. The crisp sound of slaps lingered in the ears. You. Blood flowed out of Han Feiyu's mouth and nose, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Pa. Yi Fan slapped him, and then pulled him up, and said, "It's really a small world." When Han Feiyu heard that, he was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he almost died. Yi Fan did not have the slightest mercy for Han Feiyu. He did not know how many times he had slapped Han Feiyu until his hands were sore. In the end, he threw Han Feiyu to the ground, stood up, and walked towards the others. Screams of agony rose and fell. "Yi Fan, don't hit him anymore, someone is going to die." Zhang Wenchang's expression was very nervous. "Don't worry, their lives are very tough." Only after another quarter of an hour did the place become completely quiet. Everyone had fainted. Yi Fan looked at the lifeless old man in the small pub, then looked at the other pubs in the distance. Only then did he stop and asked in a low voice, "The old man in the pub?" Zhang Wenchang sighed. "The people who run the tavern here are the same kind of people as me. They have no talent and have wasted half of their lives. They don't have any achievements even when they're old, but they don't want to leave." Yi Fan nodded, then said in a low voice, "Tell me about the situation of these people and see if I can completely solve the problem for you." "You, don't do this, you really don't need to do this." Zhang Wenchang shook his head in shock. Looking at this simple and honest old classmate, Yi Fan sighed and lightly patted his shoulder. "I won't mess around. Tell me in detail, or else how will we deal with the aftermath?" After listening carefully, Yi Fan sneered, "Isn't it just a life spring realm, sister? How dare you be so arrogant and bully your own sect?" Zhang Wenchang sighed and said, "Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is white, there is black. It is the same everywhere. Not everyone can be good, and not everyone can be evil. The good and the bad are intermingled. Even if you can't stand it, you can only endure." Yi Fan's state of mind was not calm at all. He said, "I'll take care of all of them, and then I'll kill Chen Feng's sister. I can't feel at ease seeing you being bullied by them." Hearing these words, Zhang Wenchang was both moved and afraid. He stopped him from continuing, looked to the left and said, "Don't cause any trouble. You don't know how to cultivate, it's only because you ate the holy fruit that your physique far exceeds that of an ordinary person that you can defeat these people. But you can't imagine how terrifying a life-spring cultivator is." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't mess around here." Zhang Wenchang's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Leave quickly. Otherwise, once they wake up and invite that woman over, we'll be in huge trouble. Even he can't stop it if she comes out of closed-door cultivation. If I leave like this, won't they vent their anger on your head? It's okay, they won't dare to kill me. Killing a fellow disciple for no reason means paying with their life. You don't need to worry about me, leave quickly." Zhang Wenchang anxiously pushed Yi Fan, urging him to leave quickly. At this time, Yi Fan felt that Han Feiyu and Chen Feng on the ground had woken up. He immediately shouted, "Okay, if that's the case, I'll leave immediately." After saying these words, he heavily stepped on Han Feiyu and Chen Feng's faces. The two on the ground endured the pain and did not cry out. They pretended to be unconscious, and were ready to hire people to kill Yi Fan after he left. Leave quickly. Zhang Wenchang nervously and anxiously urged, there's a river outside the mountain gate. I remember that you're a good swimmer. After you leave, directly jump into the river and swim. Try to hide under the water. Otherwise, that woman can fly, and she'll quickly find you. Okay, I understand. Yi Fan loudly said, then turned around and left, with Zhang Wenchang following behind to send him off. As soon as the two left, Chen Feng suddenly sat up and gnashed his teeth. You want to leave? Not so easy. I'll grind your bones to dust. At the same time, Han Feiyu also endured the pain of his broken bones and crawled up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Chen, quickly ask your sister to chase after him. We must capture him. If we don't skin him alive, we won't be able to vent our hatred. After arriving at the mountain gate, Yi Fan turned around and said to Zhang Wenchang, don't worry, nothing will happen. Quickly go back. Go quickly, you must take care. Zhang Wenchang urged, his face full of anxiety. Okay, goodbye. Yi Fan turned around and strode away. The river in front of the Jade Tripod Grotto was very wide and rapid. Yi Fan walked along the river downstream. He did not escape. On the contrary, he walked very slowly. He was waiting for his pursuers. Now, he was most confident in his speed. Every time he used all his strength to fly, the golden sea of bitterness would surge into the sky. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, his body would be drowned in the golden light and lightning. Wind and thunder roared, and his speed was incredible. Even if I really can't beat them, I can still escape. Only a quarter of an hour had passed, and there was a sound of breaking through the air from the upper reaches of the river. Several figures rushed over on rainbows. Want to leave? Not so easy. A woman in blue shouted softly, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She landed in front of Yi Fan, blocking his way. Then, the other three people also flew over, cutting off Yi Fan's escape route, and surrounded him in the center. These four people were all Lifespring Realm cultivators, 2 men and 2 women, all 28 or 29 years old. Their expressions were not friendly, and they did not see Yi Fan as a living person at all. Yi Fan stared at the beautiful woman in blue in front of him and asked, are you Chen Feng's sister? Yes. The woman in blue's face was as calm as water. She looked coldly at Yi Fan and said, you are so vicious at such a young age. When you grow up, I don't know how many people will suffer. Today, I will eradicate you, the scourge. Yi Fan was not angry and said, what a joke. Who is vicious and who is the scourge, I think you know very well in your heart. The woman in blue condescendingly looked down at him and said, what do you mean? Is it reasonable to injure someone? Don't you know what kind of person your brother is? He is domineering, bullies people from the same sect, and even threatened to cripple me. His skills are not as good as others, and after being taught a lesson, he sent you to kill me. You really are his good sister. You are indeed born from the same mother, even your character is the same. You are courting death. The woman in blue did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to her like this, and her expression was very ugly. The 3 people next to her did not see Yi Fan as a threat. One of the men said indifferently, Qin Yu, you invited us all here, but you are making a big fuss over a small matter. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Isn't he just an ordinary mortal? What difference is there between him and an ant? Just kill him, there is no need to waste time talking to him. Finish him quickly, there is no need to waste time. I will go back first. To deal with a mortal like this, I can kill him with one finger. There is no need for us to come here. The other 2 were even more direct. They had long since taken Yi Fan to be a dead man, and they did not even look him in the eye. Don't kill him for now, leave him for me. A shout came from upstream and Chen Feng was running over quickly. Han Feiyu held his chest with his hand, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He rushed over while gnashing his teeth and shouted, we cannot let him die easily. Do you really take me to be a dead man? Yi Fan looked at the 4 people approaching him, then looked at Chen Feng and Han Feiyu who were not far away, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. A man at the side sneered and said, do you think you can leave alive? The other woman had a look of disdain on her face as she said, you don't know the difference between life and death. For a mortal like you, a single spit from me is enough to take your life. Killing you is no different from killing a bug. Don't be so reckless in your next life. Or else you will end up like today. You won't even know how you died. Another man mocked. Xianyu's blue robe fluttered in the wind, and the murderous intent on his face slowly disappeared. Killing him is dirtying my hands. Let's leave him for that Han brat to kill so the people in the sect won't gossip. Seeing that Chen Feng and Han Feiyu were about to arrive, Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. He then sighed, they really are fighting to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly attacked. He pounced at a man 3 meters away and slapped him. A mortal suddenly attacked, and no one was prepared for it. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived before the man in an instant and slapped him away. The sound of the slap was so loud that everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Slap, the power of this slap was unimaginable, the man's head split open. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Even in death, he didn't understand how a mortal could be so terrifying. He was slapped to death while he was still alive. During this process, the other woman also let out a blood-curdling scream. The golden book that Yi Fan took out was like a sun shrouded in golden flames. It rushed over and directly cut off her head. Blood spurted out and her corpse fell to the ground. This happened in an instant. Yi Fan directly dealt with 2 Life Spring Realm cultivators. Xianxia and the other man quickly retreated and took out their own weapons to block in front of them. This is. The 2 of them felt a chill. They never thought that the handsome young man in front of them would be so terrifying. He killed 2 of their companions with a raise of his hand. What you said is also suitable for you. Yi Fan shook his head, you don't even know how you died. Xianxia and the other man's faces were extremely ugly. They didn't say anything and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. Not far away, Chen Feng and Han Feiyu were completely stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. 2 Life Spring Realm cultivators died in an instant. This made their hearts tremble. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan's golden book rushed into his body. A small golden cauldron flew out in an instant and chased after the man like a golden bolt of lightning. Clang! Clang! 2 metallic sounds were heard. The man's 2 spirit treasures were both destroyed. The small golden cauldron pierced through his head and his corpse directly fell to the ground. The small golden cauldron didn't stop and quickly chased after Xianxia. The golden light was dazzling and indestructible. It crushed 3 of Xianxu's spirit treasures into powder. No! Xianxia screamed in horror. She displayed her divine ability. A dazzling flame flew out from her palm and rushed towards the small golden cauldron. At the same time, she moved in the air and several lightning bolts struck down. The sky was filled with brilliance. However, none of this could stop the small cauldron. It was extremely dazzling and indestructible. It immediately pierced through Xianxu's forehead, leaving a thumb-sized bloody hole. His corpse fell to the ground. The small cauldron shone brightly and flew back. It was very eye-catching and seemed to have a natural Taoist rhyme. I'm looking forward to the moment when one artifact breaks all laws. With a flash of brilliance, the small cauldron entered Yi Fan's body and disappeared. My golden bitter sea is different. The divine power it contains is many times that of an ordinary person. It didn't disappoint me. Yi Fan didn't feel too emotional about this battle. When he saw the 4 people, he knew that he would definitely be able to kill them. Not far away, Chen Feng and Han Feiyu's faces were pale. They turned around and fled. Their legs were trembling, and they swayed as they ran. The 2 of them were scared out of their wits. Since you're already here, don't go back. Yi Fan arrived in front of them in a few steps. He stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Chen Feng died on the spot and fell heavily into the dust. Han Feiyu screamed in horror, don't kill me. It doesn't matter who you are. Your granduncle was killed because of me. What? You? Han Feiyu's face was ashen as he shouted in despair, no. Elder Han is waiting for you down there. Yi Fan was very decisive. He pointed his finger and killed Han Feiyu completely. After cleaning up the scene, just as Yi Fan stood up, the sound of something slicing through the air came from the sky. An old man with white hair and a youthful complexion flew over with Zhang Wencheng and quickly landed. "Thank God you're safe and sound." Zhang Wencheng was very excited. He quickly ran over and said, "I've invited Elder Ma Yun. He'll send you off." Yi Fan was very touched. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm very tough." "You." At that moment, Elder Ma Yun's expression suddenly changed. He smelled blood and stared at Yi Fan. "You killed them all?" "They wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to fight back," Yi Fan answered calmly. This old man was no stranger to Yi Fan. 3 years ago, he was the one who brought Lu Yi and Zhang Wencheng back to the Jade Tripod Cave. He was also the one who first noticed Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients. "You." Although Elder Ma Yun looked like an otherworldly immortal, he revealed a murderous intent at that moment. "Elder Ma Yun, I've always respected you. From the first time we met, I felt that you were a kind elder. I hope you won't let me down. I believe you know the truth and what's right and wrong." At that point, Yi Fan slowly rose into the air. The golden divine fire burned around his body, making him look like a god who had descended to the mortal world. He continued, "With my speed, you won't be able to stop me." You can actually cultivate?" Elder Ma Yun's face was full of shock. He mumbled to himself, "You're a sacred body of the ancients. You obviously can't cultivate, but you've already reached the life spring realm. Could the sacred fruit from the primordial forbidden grounds have such magical effects? This cultivation speed is terrifying. I was just lucky. Are you willing to join the Jade Tripod Grotto?" Elder Ma Yun's face was full of hope. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I'm not suited to join any sect." Elder Ma Yun looked very regretful and sighed. "We made a mistake that day. I can't believe we rejected you, Elder Ma. How are you going to handle today's matter?" Yi Fan asked calmly. Below, Zhang Wencheng was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yi Fan, who was shrouded in daze by the dazzling golden light. He found it hard to believe. "I know those people's characters." Elder Ma Yun pondered for a while before saying, "You should leave." "Thank you, Elder." Yi Fan continued, "I want to take Wencheng with me." "Are you worried about him?" Elder Ma Yun shook his head. "Back then, I was the one who brought Wencheng and Yi back to the sect. I didn't take enough care of them. Today, I'll take Wencheng as my disciple. From now on, no one will dare to humiliate him. Then I'm relieved." "Thank you, Elder Ma." Below, Zhang Wencheng felt like he was in a dream. Everything felt unreal. "Elder, please don't tell anyone about me." Elder Ma Yun nodded. "I understand." Yi Fan landed on the ground and approached Zhang Wencheng. "Goodbye. I'll come back to see you in the future." Even after Yi Fan had left for a long time, Zhang Wencheng was still silently watching him leave. "Even though you're a bit slow, you're kind. Being kind is a blessing." Elder Ma Yun walked over and patted Zhang Wencheng's shoulder. He then looked in the direction Yi Fan left with a blank expression. No one knew what he was thinking. 2 days later, Yi Fan heard that the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground had teamed up and were about to enter the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. That terrifying forbidden area was located in the center of the Yan kingdom. People could go there from any direction. However, since the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground had decided on the route, almost all the cultivators who heard the news chose that direction. Several days had passed. The cultivators from the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground were staying in a small town outside the mountain. They still had no intention of leaving. The other cultivators could only wander around the mountain. Yi Fan originally wanted to go in alone, but after learning about the situation, he broke out in a cold sweat. He decided to follow the Yaoguang sacred ground and the Jiang clan. Let them face the danger first. I'll fish in troubled waters. The divine medicine was too tempting for him. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to get his hands on it. His biggest advantage was that he had eaten a divine fruit that could resist the curse of the forbidden area. Outside the mountain, many unfamiliar faces could be seen every day. More and more cultivators from the eastern barren territory were coming. In the past few days, Yifan had been wandering around the vicinity and obtained a lot of valuable information. Years ago, a celestial sect attacked the forbidden area of the barren antiquity, but it was completely annihilated. Since then, the forbidden area of the barren antiquity had become even more terrifying. It had a great influence on cultivators. It could restrict all supernatural powers, and even reduce powerful cultivators to mortals. This might be an opportunity for me. Yifan was not afraid. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. Another half a month passed. The Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground still hadn't moved. They seemed to be waiting for something. On this day, Yifan saw Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Li Xiaoman from afar. They were protected by many cultivators from the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground as they walked into the small town. Yifan frowned. He knew that the two clans must have known that these people had entered the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. They probably wanted to know more about the situation and even let them go with them. Dead, dead, everyone is dead. A white-haired old madman was crying and laughing outside the mountain. He kept repeating some words. Yifan walked up to him and asked, "Old man, what are you talking about?" "Dead, dead, everyone is dead. As long as we enter the forbidden land, no one will be able to survive." He was crying and laughing at the same time. He was completely deranged as he said, "I can already see rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, you." Yifan looked at him in bewilderment. "Turn back, or you will die too." The old madman cried and laughed. He said, "Endless bones, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood, it is here again." Yifan was confused and could not understand what was going on. At this moment, an old woman silently appeared not far away. She stared blankly at the old madman and muttered to herself, "Could it be him? 6,000 years ago, didn't all the cultivators of the celestial sect die in the forbidden area of the barren antiquity? Why am I seeing him again?" When Yifan heard these words, he immediately felt a headache. "Endless bones, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood, it is here again." The white-haired old madman cried and laughed as he walked back and forth outside the mountain. The white-haired old madman cried and made a fuss, running back and forth in the mountains. His clothes were shabby and looked very old, not like the clothes of this era at all. Not far away, Yifan's face was full of disbelief. Was he really a figure from 6,000 years ago? Wasn't this too shocking? Monstrous waves surged in his heart. Yifan had lived in the Spirit Ruins grotto for a period of time, so he had a certain understanding of the faction. The oldest highest elder was only a few hundred years old, and he could be regarded as the only remaining famous figure. If this old madman in front of him was a figure from 6,000 years ago, it would be too shocking. What was the concept of such a long time? Spanning the long years of history, passing through many bright and dark eras, it was completely a living history book. It was truly unimaginable. On the other side, the old woman was also shocking. Since she could recognize this old madman, she was most likely a figure from the same era. She looked no different from an ordinary old woman in the village, but her age made people dizzy. It was a shocking and strange feeling. Yifan was in a daze, but he was suddenly stunned. That old woman disappeared without a sound. He didn't see her move at all, but she just disappeared into thin air, as if she had never been there. Dead, all dead. The old madman also gradually went away. At this moment, many people rushed to the small town outside the mountains. They were all scrambling to be the first. Yifan didn't know what was going on, so he followed those people to see what was going on. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family are finally going to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. From the people's discussion, Yifan learned that the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family were going to enter the mountain, and they were now recruiting people. If people were willing to join them, they could get the magic medicine that could resist the curse. A large number of cultivators had gathered outside the small town, all of them waiting for the two super forces to distribute the spirit herbs. After a full hour, a rumbling sound came from the small town, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Hundreds of horsemen were sitting on all kinds of magical beasts, full of murderous intent and high fighting spirit. They rushed out of the small town. All the strange beasts were shining with divine lights and thick scales. Their feet didn't touch the ground, and they were 3 feet above the ground. They galloped in the sky like a tsunami. A boundless pressure shook the surroundings. Several hundred knights were covered in godly metal armor, with only their eyes exposed. They rode on their savage beasts and gradually rose into the sky, getting higher and higher from the ground. Both the sky and the earth were trembling, and an austere aura enveloped the entire town and the surrounding area. Rumble. 50 bronze chariots appeared behind the several hundred powerful knights. The chariots were stained with black blood and covered in blade marks and sword holes. They were a record of their glory and emitted an ancient and desolate aura. 50 ancient bronze chariots rolled across the sky, emitting a deafening sound like a tsunami. The cultivators on the chariots were even more terrifying than the knights. The sky seemed to be about to be crushed by them. The wheels rolled and the ancient chariots rose into the sky. Behind the chariots, dozens of divine lights soared into the sky. These people's cultivation was obviously higher, and they were guarding 2 special chariots. The cries of phoenixes resounded through the horizon. The feathers of the 9 birds were extremely dazzling, flickering with streaks of divine splendor. They had 5-colored bodies, and all of them were more than 10 meters long. They looked extremely like the legendary divine birds of phoenixes. They pulled a 5-colored divine chariot into the sky. The 9 birds definitely have the phoenix blood in their bodies. They are the descendants of the divine bird. It is the Yaoguang Holy Land's 9 Phoenix Sun chariot. It is said that only the extremely powerful elders can ride this chariot. I am afraid that an elder like this can destroy the 6 blessed paradises of the Yen Kingdom by himself. The practitioners outside the small town were all discussing, and they all looked surprised. Such a powerful lineup was really shocking. Suddenly, the roars of savage beasts shook the heavens, causing everyone's ears to buzz, and even their souls to tremble. 9 strange beasts shaped like golden gods pulled a jade chariot that flickered with divine light. They rode on the clouds and emitted waves of thunderclaps as they rose from the small town into the sky. This is the Jiang clan's divine chariot. Only the direct descendants of the Jiang clan can ride it. It must be an elder. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan had obviously put in a lot of effort. They were determined to get the sacred medicine from the barren forbidden lands. At this time an elder rode a rainbow and arrived in the sky above the small town. He looked down at the crowd and said, "We have limited spiritual medicines. We can't give them out as we wish. If you want to take them, you must listen to our orders." The people below were in an uproar. These conditions were a bit harsh. Many people were worried that they would be used as cannon fodder and would leave immediately. This is too much. I will never take them. I am afraid that I will die before I know how. Leave them for them. This kind of spiritual medicine is too hot. I don't dare to take it. Some cultivators stayed, intending to fish in troubled waters. They would leave immediately after taking the spiritual medicines. They wouldn't listen to the orders. The elder in the sky continued to talk, and the sound waves shook the sky. He said, "We will not use anyone as cannon fodder. You just need to stay with us." Many people didn't believe him and questioned him. The elder in the sky explained patiently. In the end, many people stayed, but most of them chose to watch and didn't participate. An hour later, the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan started to move into the depths of the mountain. A large number of cultivators followed them. They didn't want to take the sacred medicine, they just wanted to pick some spiritual medicines. In fact, not many people wanted to enter the barren forbidden lands. They just wanted to search the outer area. Nobody would bet their lives for the spiritual medicines. Even though the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan were very ostentatious in the small town, after entering the depths of the mountain, all of them restrained their powerful auras. They were as low-key as they could be. Before, they just wanted to frighten other cultivators. There are many powerful beasts around the barren forbidden lands. Even the powerful cultivators of the Holy Land might not be able to defeat them. We need to divide into 7 groups and enter the Forbidden Land from different routes. Nobody expected that the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan would make such a decision in the depths of the mountain. The cultivators behind them looked at each other and didn't know which group to follow. An energetic cultivator smiled and said, "Do we even need to think about it? Wherever the sunrise chariot of the 9 Phoenix and the royal carriage go, we will follow. However, everyone who had such an idea was disappointed. The sunrise chariot of the 9 Phoenix and the royal carriage disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ancient desolation forbidden grounds are mysterious and unpredictable. Any powerful cultivator who enters will be reduced to a mortal. The 2 elders won't go too deep. They will be waiting for us on the outskirts to help us get rid of the dangerous beasts. When they heard this explanation, everyone was very disappointed. Entering the forbidden land will only lead to death. Let's just watch from afar and not join in the fun. Immediately, many cultivators retreated. They stopped and didn't move forward anymore. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan quickly divided into 7 groups. They flew into the sky and moved forward from different directions. Yifan looked around and decided to follow the group in the middle. He didn't fly in the sky. Instead, he moved forward in the forest on the ground. Even though many people retreated, many cultivators still followed. Yifan walked very slowly. He didn't follow them until everyone was far away. Endless dry bones, mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. It's here again. Just then, the white-haired crazy old man suddenly appeared. He was not far away from Yifan. He also followed them. Old man, are you sure? Everyone will die. He murmured to himself in a daze. Why did the crazy old man always say that? It was really creepy. However, thinking that the old man was not in his right mind, Yifan relaxed again. He couldn't back down because of a few words. He had to collect the sacred medicine, which was related to his future. Yifan continued on his way, leaving the crazy old man far behind. Most of the cultivators in front of him were flying, so they were very fast. After 2 hours, they arrived at the mountain that was more than 100 miles away from the forbidden land of remote antiquity. In this primitive area, there were many wild beasts. However, there were many cultivators, so the strange beasts all chose to retreat and made way for them. It was a smooth journey. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan are probably less than 100 miles away from the Forbidden Land. There is no danger at all. Maybe they can really collect the sacred medicine. Should we also go to the edge of the Forbidden Land of remote antiquity? Many cultivators in front of them were discussing. They didn't meet any danger along the way, so they couldn't help but feel relaxed. Roar! All of a sudden, a horrible roar came from the depths of the primitive mountain. In the distance, there were shouts of horror. Many cultivators quickly ran back. Let's go. The group of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan is all finished. Many cultivators ran back on their rainbows. Their faces were full of horror. They didn't want to stay for a second and ran out of the mountain. What happened? The cultivators behind asked in confusion. A powerful strange beast appeared in front of us. It swallowed more than half of the knights of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan. It smashed 7 or 8 ancient bronze chariots into powder with one claw. It roared 9 times and killed everyone in a radius of 1 mile. So scary. No one from the middle team of the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land escaped. They are all dead. Hearing what the people who escaped said, many people felt their hearts tremble. What kind of savage beast was this? It was simply too terrifying, it actually killed everyone. Yifan felt something was wrong. According to the common people, although there were many powerful strange beasts outside the forbidden land of remote antiquity, they wouldn't specially target cultivators. It shouldn't be so tragic. Suddenly, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations spread out from the distant mountain range. Not long after that, wretched cries of many cultivators rang out and a high number of cultivators fled in terror. What happened? An extraordinary strange beast appeared and tore everyone in the front into pieces. No one from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan made it back alive. They are all dead. The cultivators behind were all frightened. Another team was destroyed, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Yifan felt more and more uneasy. They hadn't even entered the forbidden land of remote antiquity, but 2 teams had already been killed. This was not a good sign. He couldn't help but think of the crazy old man. Suddenly, phoenix cries resounded in the sky. The feathers of the 9 strange birds were extremely gorgeous. They were shining brightly like burning fire. They were pulling a 5-colored magical chariot across the sky. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land finally made his move. We don't need to run anymore. He will definitely kill the beasts in front of us. Everyone thought so. However, in an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Because the 9-phoenix rising sun chariot was actually fleeing. Oh my god, that is the legendary rock. In the horizon, a giant bird covered the sky and covered the earth. When its wings were spread out, they were several hundred meters in length. Its entire body was resplendent and dazzling, releasing dazzling divine splendor as if it was cast from gold. Its entire body was golden like a golden cloud as it quickly rushed over. It was currently chasing after the 9-phoenix sunrise chariot. Seeing this, Yifan ran back without any hesitation. The depths of the mountains were definitely not normal. All kinds of powerful strange beasts had appeared. Even the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had to run for his life. This was too abnormal. Is the crazy old man's words going to come true? Yifan was a bit scared. He was flying in the forest on a rainbow. He didn't fly up because he was afraid that he would be discovered by the strange beasts. Suddenly, horrified screams came from the front. A large number of cultivators were running toward the depths of the mountains like tides. There are wild beasts blocking the way. Run. It's too tragic. Hundreds of people were smashed into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Yifan was immediately distressed. Even the way back was cut off by strange beasts. This was not good news at all. The only thing he was glad about was that he didn't rush up to the sky just now. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. This primitive mountain range was in chaos. Terrifying wild beasts blocked the way in front and behind. Many cultivators began to fly horizontally, trying to break out. Suddenly, waves of sorrowful cries came. The 9-phoenix solar chariot was blocked for the 7th time. The giant rock was extremely swift and fierce. Its whole body shone with golden light, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It had already torn 2 phoenix-like strange beasts alive. An angry roar came. An old man rushed out of the chariot. A crimson seal flew out of his body and quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a mountain and pressed down on the rock. Dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. The rock's body erupted with dazzling light. Its golden wings slashed down. With a loud clang, the bloody seal was sent flying. At the same time, a golden vortex appeared in front of the rock. Like a giant eye of the sea, it quickly swallowed the 9-phoenix solar chariot and the old man. The giant golden vortex caused the mountains below to shake. It was as if it was going to be uprooted and devoured all tangible things in the surroundings. Miserable cries could be heard as the phoenix-like beasts were all swallowed up by the golden vortex. One could clearly see that the 5-colored birds were shattered into a large expanse of blood mist and completely turned into ashes. The 5-colored divine chariot that was shrouded in multicolored light also turned into powder on the spot. The old man's hair and beard were all standing on end. Countless rays of light rushed out of his body. They were all kinds of spirit treasures that slashed at the golden-winged rock. But the rock was too powerful. The millions of golden feathers on its body all bloomed with divine splendor, shooting out rays of sword-like golden light. The spirit treasures that filled the sky were all blocked, and many were even shattered. Exterminate! Exterminate! Kill! The 3 words were like thunder. The entire ancient mountain range was rumbling. The 3 words that came out of the old man's mouth seemed to have a strange magic. Power that made the rock shake. A vertical eye opened on his forehead and shot out 3 rays of purple light. Together with the 3 words he shouted, they pierced 3 bloody holes on the golden rock's body. Bird cries split the sky. The golden rock spread its wings and flew high, sprinkling golden blood. But in an instant, the wound stopped. It quickly swooped down. The old man's body quickly grew. In an instant, he became a giant taller than a mountain. He reached out his hand to grab the rock, wanting to tear it apart. The crimson seal that had been knocked away earlier also flew back and pressed down. At the same time, his vertical eye suddenly turned into a giant purple sword and slashed down. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land used all kinds of great techniques to suppress the rock. However, at this moment, he was completely desperate. The golden rock turned into a golden sun, burning fiercely. Golden light flooded the sky and the earth. The giant purple sword collapsed without a sound, and the crimson seal was quickly decomposed. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned into a mist and turned into a bloody light. Finally, he turned into ashes and disappeared completely. In the ancient mountain range, many cultivators were terrified. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had both his body and soul destroyed. This was so surprising and shocking. The dignified elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned into ashes. This rock is so scary. Yi Fan said to himself. The rock is like a fairy. It does not belong to the mortal world. It is its descendant. Hearing this, Yi Fan hurried to turn around and found that it was the crazy old man who had appeared not far away. Ah! Screams rose and fell, coming from time to time. People who had just fled to the side all retreated again. Horrible strange beasts appeared in all directions and killed many cultivators. The divine burial chariot of the Jiang family. Someone shouted. In the sky, 9 strange beasts were all covered with golden scales and surrounded by brilliant divine halos. They were pulling a chariot and rushing over. The jade chariot was glittering and full of auspicious lights. It was extraordinary. The elder of the Jiang family is also running. What on earth is going on? Why is it like this? Everyone was dumbfounded. The 9 golden divine Ho fled like stray dogs, pulling the chariot as it rumbled through the sky. An old man covered in blood stood on the jade chariot, doing his best to resist the pursuit of the savage beast behind him. However, it was all in vain. A huge beast claw like a small mountain smashed the chariot and crushed the 9 golden rock into a bloody mist. The old man was also shattered. This shocking scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. This was simply too crazy. Even the elders of the clan of the ancients were unable to withstand a single blow from that savage beast. Just how powerful was that beast? The deafening roar caused people's souls to tremble. The black fog rolled over, and that terrifying beast revealed its true form. It was incomparably malevolent, standing high up in the sky. The bitter baleful aura it emitted caused people to shiver. It was as large as a mountain and gave off a terrifying pressure. There was a lot of black fog around it, and its huge body was faintly discernible. It looked like a qilin, but it had 9 huge snake heads, making it look especially sinister. At the same time, more than 10 strange beasts appeared in all directions. They were all different but all extremely horrible. Some breathed out demonic clouds that covered the sky and were as big as a mountain. Some were dazzling and brilliant, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. All of them were extremely magical. They were surrounded in all directions. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family's group of 7 were all killed. A large number of cultivators who wanted to fish in troubled waters were all surrounded. No one escaped. Yi Fan's heart sank. Crazy Ol's prophecy seemed to be coming true. The oppressive pressure broke out in an instant. Countless beams of evil light fell from the sky. The horrible waves made the mountains tremble. All the strange beasts joined hands to kill the cultivators. Screams shook the sky and the forest. Lives were dying. Blood dyed the ground red. Countless corpses fell on the ground. More than 10 horrible wild beasts could kill the elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family. It was a piece of cake for them to kill the remaining cultivators. In just a moment, the forest turned into a bloody world. The screams became less and less and the forest was dyed red by the bloody mist. Seeing that the crazy old man was still not far away, Yi Fan rushed to him and grabbed his arm. You are really a living ancestor. He didn't know if he could survive. He held the crazy old man tightly. Maybe only this old man could take him out of here alive. Crazy Ol's prophecy came true. Blood-red mist drifted in the air, filling the forest with a pungent smell. Corpses lay in the thorns, under the ancient branches, and among the rocks. Their bodies were either pierced through or torn apart. All of them died with their eyes wide open. The vast forest was dead silent. Crazy Ol's prediction had come true. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Everyone was dead. Blood dyed the ground red. Dead, all dead, it's here again. Crazy Ol murmured to himself as he looked up at the sky. You're wrong. At least the two of us survived. Yifan still had a lingering fear. Not long ago, he saw with his own eyes a dozen monsters slaughtering cultivators. It was a brutal massacre. No one could stop them. At that moment, Yifan thought he would die as well. Even the powerful elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family couldn't withstand a single blow from those monsters. However, to his surprise, Crazy Ol stood in the forest, smiling foolishly, and the beasts all avoided him. Sob, sob, sob. Crazy Ol burst into tears. Tears flowed down from his cloudy eyes. He tore at his messy white hair. Old man, don't let it go. After 6,000 years, there's nothing you can't let go of, Crazy Ol cried to the sky, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Then, he began to wander in the forest like a ghost. He didn't look at Yifan once. He was completely immersed in his own world. Yifan followed closely beside him, afraid that those strange beasts would descend again. Crazy Ol was in a daze. Finally, he climbed up a stone mountain and looked in the direction of the forbidden area of barren antiquity. He didn't move for a long time like a fossil. In the end, he stood there for a whole night. His cloudy eyes never blinked. He didn't come back to his senses until the first ray of sunlight shone into his eyes. The music is over. Let's go. I'll come back to see you later. Crazy Ol cried and walked down the mountain with a silly smile. When the deranged old man took large strides, Yifan was shocked to find that each step he took was several li. If it wasn't for Yifan supporting him and holding on to his arm, he would have long since disappeared without a trace. Dao pattern. At this moment, Yifan was astonished. Every step of Crazy Ol was unusual. There were mysterious patterns interwoven on each step, and a Dao pattern. His heart was truly shocked to the extreme. This old lunatic's achievements were unimaginable. He could condense Dao presence with just a wave of his hand, and he could leave behind Dao patterns at will. There was no way to estimate his realm. Legend has it that the Dao pattern was carved by the Almighty in the ancient times after they comprehended the nature. It was their spiritual inheritance. Crazy Ol could create the Dao pattern with just a simple movement. It's terrifying, comparable to the legendary Almighty in the ancient times. No wonder those strange beasts that could easily kill the elders of the Holy Land avoided him like a plague. Yifan was shocked. He concentrated on memorizing the patterns on the ground. He was almost hanging on Crazy Ol's body, staring at each footprint with full concentration. The Dao patterns flashed and disappeared automatically after a moment. But they were all the same. Every footprint was the same. Yifan memorized them until they were far away from the corpse-strewn forest. Many practitioners were looking into the depths of the ancient mountains, but no one dared to explore. They were cautious and sensed that something terrible had happened in the forest. They didn't follow Crazy Ol yesterday and chose to stop outside the forest. Otherwise, there would be more corpses in the forest. Yifan looked behind him. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Only he and Crazy Ol made it out alive. No one would be able to calm down. Crazy Ol waved his tattered sleeve and threw Yifan a few meters away. Obviously, he was going to leave. Elder, please wait. I'm willing to follow you and listen to your teachings. Yifan hurried to catch up. Crazy Ol seemed to wake up a little. He looked at him in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" I shouldn't even exist in this world. Are you going to turn into dust with me?" With that, Crazy Ol flicked his sleeves and disappeared. Yifan stood on the spot for a while. Then he took a detour and left the mountain. When he came back, Yifan saw Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman, and Wang Ziwen. They were with their elders and did not go deep into the mountains. Soon, the news spread and shocked the whole eastern barren territory. Near the forbidden area of the barren antiquity, a powerful figure of the demon clan is going to come out. Countless horrifying beasts are guarding there. Trespassers won't be able to survive. That place is even more horrible than the tomb of the Demon King. It's like a slaughterhouse of death. This news spread all over the world, making all the human practitioners in the Eastern Barren Territory restless. Someone pointed out that the heart that flew out of the tomb 2 years ago was inherited by a powerful figure of the demon clan. A new demon king was about to appear in the Eastern Barren Territory. Half a month later, the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family both sent powerful cultivators to the mountain. It was said that a great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and a brother of the Jiang family master came together. The real big shots were here. The small town became a gathering place again. Yifan didn't leave. He stayed outside the mountain. He didn't want to give up. He wanted to wait for things to calm down and then find a way to go deeper. In the next 10 days, powerful cultivators went deep into the mountain every day, but none of them came back. It wasn't until the great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the big shots of the Jiang family came in person that people thought the truth might come to light. After a day and a night, the two of them finally came back with pale faces. And even more shocking news spread across the eastern wasteland. The two of them forcibly opened their immortal eyes and gazed into the distance for hundreds of miles. They saw a shocking scene. A bronze coffin appeared above the abyss of the desolate antiquity Forbidden Land. Those powerful beasts seemed to want to break into the forbidden area and take the coffin away. They temporarily blocked the outside area. When Yifan heard the news, he was shocked. Others didn't know what was going on with the bronze coffin, but he knew it clearly. Didn't it fall into the abyss? Why did it appear again? Half a month later, more news came. Those powerful beasts finally took action, but they failed miserably. 7 beasts went in, but none came out alive. In the end, those powerful beasts stopped surrounding the forbidden area and left. The Eastern Barren Territory was in an uproar. A bronze coffin appeared in the forbidden area, which affected all the big shots. However, none of the holy lands or clans of the clan of the ancients acted rashly. Those powerful beasts all returned in failure, which alerted them. 1 month later, the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Jiang family, and the Ji family joined hands to enter the forbidden area again. This time, many cultivators came, but most of them were here to watch the fun. Few wanted to go in. All the clans were just watching. Yifan, it's you. Outside the mountain, an extremely beautiful woman showed a surprised expression. She was tall and slender with wonderful curves. She had the body of a devil and the face of a fairy. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, which were slightly slanted. She had an extremely charming temperament and was extremely seductive. Linjia. Yifan was also surprised. He didn't expect to be discovered by Linjia. In fact, he already knew that Linjia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman were in the small town up ahead. This time, the 3 parties joined hands to summon them again. They were most likely here to ask them something. Not far away, a few powerful knights heard the noise and immediately rushed over on their mounts. He is my friend. Don't misunderstand, Linjia hurriedly shouted. The knights immediately stopped in the distance. They are? Yifan asked. They are from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, and I want to come out. There is always someone guarding us. Linjia shook her head and said, these are all matters of the world of cultivators. You won't understand even if I tell you. Right now, the world of cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory is very chaotic. She glanced at Yifan and said, why are you here? How have you been in the past 3 years? Yifan smiled and said, I am very good. Everything is going well. If you have any problems, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. There are no problems for now. Here, I congratulate Granny Lin for regaining her youth and becoming as beautiful as a flower. Are you asking for a beating? Linjia rolled her eyes at him, then smiled charmingly and said, it seems that these 3 years have been good for you. It is different from what I imagined. She sighed and said, time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. I really miss the past. Maybe one day we can go back. The chances are almost 0. Linjia seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, if you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Mist Cave. Leave now. What's wrong? I have no choice but to return to the forbidden area of the ancient barren territory. If those people know that you have eaten the holy fruit, you will also be in trouble. You should leave this place as soon as possible. Yifan didn't say much. He nodded and said, take care. However, trouble still came. After only a quarter of an hour, Yi Fan was silently surrounded by more than 10 knights in the mountain. The elderly knight who led the group made Yi Fan very afraid. He didn't try to break out of the encirclement because he could feel a terrifying wave of energy coming from the elderly man. If he acted rashly, the elderly man might explode in an instant. I understand why you are here. Alright, I will go with you. Yi Fan was very calm. In the end, Yi Fan was brought back to the small town, but he didn't see Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, or Wang Ziwen. The people from the Yaoguang Holy Land knew that he had eaten the holy fruit and disguised him as a knight. They wanted to use him to harvest the holy fruit at a critical moment. With your physique, you will definitely be able to resist the power of the curse. If you manage to harvest the holy fruit, the Holy Land will not mistreat you. The elderly knight warned, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I understand. Yi Fan nodded, but he was sneering in his heart. He didn't know who would be using whom when they entered the ancient forbidden ground. 5 days later, the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Jiang family, and the Ji family once again set out for the deep mountain. From afar, Yi Fan saw Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Zhang Xiling, and Lu Yi. They had all been brought here. However, at this moment, Yi Fan was riding on a wild beast and wearing the godly iron armor. Those people couldn't recognize him. This time, there were no horrifying wild beasts blocking their way. The 3 parties smoothly arrived at the boundary monument of the ancient forbidden ground. A few carriages flickering with divine multicolored light floated in the sky, no longer advancing. A few great figures were preparing to receive reinforcements from outside. They did not dare to take the risk themselves, because the ancient desolate forbidden land had the greatest effect on supreme experts. It could even reduce them to mere mortals. Entering the ancient forbidden ground once again, Yi Fan was a little excited. Maybe the opportunity that belonged to him was about to come. At the same time, he thought of the huge bronze coffin. He didn't know why it had escaped from the abyss and appeared on the holy mountain. We must harvest the holy fruit. The few influential figures transmitted their voices in the sky. The carriages were glowing with divine light. Inside the barren antiquity forbidden ground, the branches of ancient trees stretched out in all directions like dragons. Every single tree was like a small mountain that pierced into the sky. Old vines as thick as a water tank were like giant snakes that coiled around the mountains. Every single one of them could wrap around a mountain. If one didn't know the details and saw the flourishing plants and the vibrant vitality, one would think this place was a pure land. However, if one observed carefully, one would soon notice the abnormality. In this vast forbidden ground, one couldn't hear the cries of birds or the roars of beasts. There was no trace of insects or ants. It was so quiet that it was almost dead silent. This time, the 3 clans joined hands and carefully selected cultivators. They didn't bring many cultivators, there were only about 80 people in total. In the deepest part of this forbidden ground, there are 9 sacred mountains. We should separate and go forward. Each of us climbs a sacred mountain. This way, we don't have to divide the medicinal plants evenly. Su Daoling, the old knight from the Yaoguang Holy Land, suggested. There were more than 30 people from the Yaoguang Holy Land. All of them were tall and strong. They were all riding on strange beasts that had huge bodies and great strength. Because no matter if it was a cultivator or a beast, once they entered this place, their source of divine energy would be sealed and it would be difficult for them to use their techniques. The stronger the physical body, the more advantageous it would be. The people from the Jiang clan and the Ji clan also rode gifted wild beasts for the same reason. The Jiang clan brought more than 20 powerhouses. The leader, Jiang Hanzhong, was sitting on a demonic elephant with black scales. He smiled and said, "Brother Su, you are wrong. This place is full of unknown dangers. It is better for us to move forward together. I think even if we only climb one sacred mountain, the medicinal plants we get will be enough for our 3 clans to divide. For so many years, no one has ever succeeded. We cannot split up." Then, Jiang Hanzhong glanced at Yi Fan inadvertently. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was very sensitive to the people from the Jiang clan. 2 years ago, the knights from this clan chased him to the ends of the earth. The old knight of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Su Daoling, shook his head and said, I think the most horrible thing in the Forbidden Land is the power of the curse. Even if we all gather together, it will be useless. It is better to move forward separately. Maybe we can find our own opportunities. The elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Hanzhong, revealed a playful smile and glanced at Yi Fan. Then, he said, our Jiang family only has over 20 people here. We are understaffed and a little weak. We would like to borrow a few people from Brother Su. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in godly metal armor. Even his head was completely covered by the helmet. Only his eyes could be seen. At this moment, he knew that the Jiang family had recognized him. One of the knights who had pursued him back then must be among them. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Su Daoling, knew that Yi Fan had eaten the divine fruit and was more capable of resisting the curse than the others. He wanted to use Yi Fan to pick the divine medicine in the Forbidden Land. At this moment, he realized that the Jiang family also wanted to take advantage of Yi Fan, so he refused on the spot. The elder of the Ji family, Ji Yunfeng, looked on with cold eyes. He noticed that the two people in front of him were hiding something. He remained calm and said, "It is still too early to talk about this. It will not be too late to make a decision after we reach the depths of the Forbidden Land." The other two clans listened to his suggestion and continued forward. At first, no one felt anything. However, after moving forward for more than 10 miles, everyone felt that something was wrong. The divine power in my body is no longer flowing. It is about to disappear. A cultivator of the Jiang family was the first to scream. My saint spring is closed. There is no longer any divine power flowing out. An expert of the Yaoguang Holy Land was also shocked. Everyone's expression became very unsightly. There was no more life essence in their bodies. Even their sea of bitterness was slowly drying up. What are you panicking for? This is something that we have already expected. Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family, shouted coldly. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family, also said, "It doesn't matter if the divine power source is drying up. We don't need magic here. We just need to be able to resist the power of the curse." At this moment, Yi Fan felt that the vitality of the Saint Spring had weakened a little. However, it did not dry up. It was still flowing. Although the golden sea of bitterness was a little dim, it did not dry up. Could it be that after the potential of the sacred body of the ancients is drawn out, it can resist the evil power in this place? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He could not calm down. At the moment, he had a strong enough trump card. It was definitely a trump card. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, Zhang Xiling, and Lu Yi were also sitting on the strange beasts and following the team. Several knights were responsible for protecting them. After advancing for more than 20 miles, many of the monsters began to roar. They were very uneasy. One of the weakest Biao began to tremble. Its body was like a sieve, and it lay on the ground, unwilling to move forward. The terrain ahead was flat. Ancient trees towered into the sky. The branches were like the arms of giants, stretching into the sky. It was lush, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Everyone moved forward carefully. No one said a word. They were all holding spears and swords in their hands, ready to charge at any time. They could not use magic, so this was the only way. After advancing for more than 200 meters, they went around several ancient trees with a diameter of more than 20 meters. The dozens of mounts at the front all stood up and overturned the cultivators on them. Behind one of the ancient trees, a snow-white skeleton stood upright. It faced the crowd and exuded a demonic aura. All the knights retreated and held their spears and swords tightly, pointing them forward. There are no signs of life, no fluctuation of divine power. It's just a skeleton. The few knights who were overturned by the mounts walked over with large strides. They brandished the long swords in their hands and chopped the skeleton into pieces. However, something frightening happened. The instant their skeletons shattered, the knights all cried out miserably. The divine metal armors on their bodies were originally shining brilliantly, impervious to blades and swords, but at this moment, they were rapidly dimming, emitting kacha-kacha sounds as they continuously cracked. In the end, like the decaying bark of an old tree, they quickly fell off. The eyes of those knights were sunken, and their flesh and blood were withered. They fell down like dust. It was as if they had traveled through history and experienced thousands of years of time. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ashes, leaving behind only a white skeleton that fell heavily to the ground. Retreat! Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family, shouted, "Everyone, don't come close." Everyone felt a demonic power and quickly retreated. Those mounts were even more uneasy and roaring. The scene just now was really frightening. 7 fresh lives turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing. This kind of death made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. There was only silence in front of them. Nothing else happened. Only 7 white skeletons were left behind. Even the divine iron armors on their bodies were shattered. Ji family's elder, Ji Yunfeng, shouted, "Circle around from afar. If you find any abnormalities, no one is to act rashly." After passing through this ancient forest, a knight suddenly cried out in fear, "My hand." He was originally a young cultivator, but at this moment, his palm was incomparably rough, wrinkled, and completely lost its luster. He quickly took off his helmet and touched his face with trembling hands. He then screamed miserably on the spot. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, this knight's face was full of wrinkles, his hair was white, and his body was crooked. His life force was declining sharply, and he was about to die of old age. On the side, the other knights all released aged voices and cried out in fear. The same thing happened to their bodies as well. Every single one of their eyes became muddy, and their lives were about to be forfeit. Why? One of the knights' bodies was crooked, and his body was trembling. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and then with a putong sound, he fell off his mount, completely dying of old age. A moment later, the other aged knights also lost their lives, falling onto the ground. They died with remaining grievances. Meanwhile, their mounts were all quickly aging as well, no longer robust and powerful. They were all emaciated, as if they had contracted a serious illness. However, these strange beasts' lifespans were longer than humans, so they didn't die of old age. Yi Fan noticed that the ones who died were all those who got close to the white skeletons not long ago. Their mounts were startled, and they were overturned. This made him shiver inwardly. The Yaoguang Holy Land's old knight Su Daoling reminded with a heavy voice, "The life-restricted region's terror is evident from this. Everyone, do not be careless, and absolutely cannot act rashly." This journey was extremely depressing. No one spoke, and everyone's minds were restless. They couldn't predict whether they would live or die. Yi Fan sat on top of the savage beast and carefully observed the vegetation in the mountain region. He found it hard to calm down, because he actually discovered many spiritual medicines. They were all medicinal herbs that had grown for who knew how many years. A stalk of dragon's tongue flickered with green light, as if it was carved out of jade. It almost couldn't be called a grass, and was about to grow into a green tree. It was 2 meters tall, and the heart of the grass was like a dark green little dragon sticking out its tongue. Meanwhile, in a lake not far away, there was a jade lotus that was even more brilliant. Within the huge lotus seed pod were 9 lotus seeds that were as large as chicken eggs. They were sparkling and translucent, dark green like jade. A refreshing fragrance could be smelled even from far away. However, the crowd didn't stop at all, because they didn't have extra time to squander. Otherwise, even if they could successfully climb up the holy mountain and pick the divine medicine, their vitality would be exhausted and they wouldn't be able to walk out of this forbidden area. A knight of the Jiang family rode on a savage beast that was flickering with red light, and arrived in front of Yi Fan. He rode side by side with him, and said in an extremely weak voice, "Why aren't you running away anymore? 2 years ago, weren't you running very fast? You were as anxious as a stray dog." Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "I think you are more like a loyal dog. More than 2 years have passed, but you can still smell my scent. You are quite stubborn. I don't know if you still dare to say that when I slowly butcher you." The knight sneered indifferently and said, "I heard that you can't cultivate at all. You are really stupid and bold. When the time comes, you won't even know how you die. Are you so sure that you will eat me and let me die without a burial place?" Yi Fan was very calm, without a trace of anger. "You want the Yaoguang Holy Land to protect you? Stop daydreaming. When the time comes, obediently go and pick the divine medicine for us. Maybe you will have a whole corpse." I think you know very well that we can't let you leave here alive. The knight named Jiang Feng revealed his murderous intent and said, of course, I can give you a quick death. As long as you hand over the treasure of our holy land, I will let you die painlessly. Don't you think it's too early to say that? Yi Fan glanced at him indifferently and said, in this forbidden area, it's hard to say who will live and who will die until the very last moment. Maybe I will break your neck. The knight named Jiang Feng glanced at him with disdain and said, even though my source of divine energy is temporarily dried up, killing you is no different than stepping on an ant. It won't take any effort. You are quite confident. Yi Fan revealed a cold smile and didn't say anything else. Jiang Feng's face had a cruel smile and he opened his mouth eerily and said, 3 of the 5 knights who chased after you are here. We really want to hunt you down again. Of course, the result this time will be different. Hundreds of miles into the forbidden area, the 9 holy mountains finally appeared in their vision. They weren't very tall, but they were majestic and gave people endless pressure. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were in front of them. That is, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They felt their scalps go numb. Within the endless abyss formed by the 9 sacred mountains, countless white skeletons climbed up. They were densely packed together, forming a snow-white expanse. How could this be? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They are most likely people from 6,000 years ago. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji clan, had a serious expression. The old knight of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Su Daoling, nodded and said in a deep voice, yes, it should be them. Back then, countless masters from that holy land fell in the abyss of the ancient desolation. It should be them. Yi Fan also felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he thought of the crazy old man. The skeletons on the mountain should be his old friends from the same sect. More than 6,000 years ago, during its golden age, a sacred ground of immortals gathered tens of thousands of cultivators to attack the desolate abyss. In the end, almost all of them were annihilated, which gave this place its unparalleled reputation. Those skeletons have no signs of life, why did they climb up from the abyss? While everyone was shocked, they were also puzzled. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Countless white skeletons struggled at the entrance of the abyss. There was one place where the skeletons were the densest. There were over 1,000 skeletons piled up there, forming a small bone mountain. The bronze coffin, Yi Fan's eyes shot out 2 bright rays of light. He saw a corner of the coffin that was not completely covered by thousands of skeletons. This gave him an indescribable feeling. All of this was because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. At this time, the elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Hanzhong, also saw the bronze coffin. His expression froze for a second and he said, the desolate forbidden grounds underwent an indescribable change. Thousands of skeletons crawled out. Could it be because of that coffin? What is its origin? Why would it appear there? The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land also frowned and mumbled to himself, legend has it that there is a certain item buried in the abyss. That extremely powerful sacred ground of immortals attacked this place because of that mysterious item. Could it be because of this bronze coffin? The desolate forbidden grounds is one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since the ancient times, no one has been able to break through it. No cultivator has ever been able to enter it. The item buried in the abyss must have a great origin. The elder of the Ji clan, Ji Yunfeng, squinted his eyes as he looked at the bronze coffin. Then, everyone had a headache. Not long ago, they encountered a skeleton that turned more than 10 cultivators into ashes. Now, the 9 sacred mountains were densely packed with thousands of skeletons. How were they going to pick the medicine? Which sacred mountain did you climb? Jiang Hanzhong asked Zhou and Lin Jia. Zhou wore a white robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His temperament was calm and elegant. He answered calmly, the mountain with the coffin. Jiang Hanzhong nodded and said to everyone, that sacred mountain has the most skeletons, and the medicine has been picked before. Let's avoid it and climb another sacred mountain. At the side, a knight sighed and whispered, there are so many bones on the mountain, how do we go up? There's no chance at all. If you want to go up, you'll definitely die. Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, said, we can always think of a way. Let's go closer and have a look. Not long after, everyone arrived at the foot of the 9 sacred mountains. Looking at it from a close distance, the sacred mountains were lush with vegetation, and the scenery was beautiful. Coupled with the vigorous atmosphere, it could be said to be magnificent. Are our 3 families going to separate, or are we going to join forces and climb the sacred mountain together? Ji Yunfeng, an elder of the Ji family, asked with a smile that was not a smile. Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang clan, stepped forward and said, "Brother Su, there's no need to hide anything. That little knight had once consumed the divine medicine that grew here, so it should be able to resist the power of the curse. Let's work together and help him ascend the sacred mountain to harvest the divine medicine. We can satisfy the needs of the 3 clans at the same time." Su Daoling, the old knight of the Yaoguang Holy Land, had no choice but to call Yi Fan over. When Yi Fan took off his helmet and revealed his delicate appearance, Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Wang Ziwen, who were not far away, were all shocked. "Let's think about it and see if there's any feasible way to harvest the divine medicine." A few elders gathered the knights together and began to discuss. Yi Fan and the others were left to the side, and no one paid attention to them for the time being. Yi Fan. Lu Yi was the first to run over. They had not seen each other for 3 years, but she did not change much. She was still the same as before, looking very weak. Her big eyes were filled with extreme shock as she said in a low voice, "It's very dangerous here. Why did you come?" Zhang Xiling also quickly rushed over and grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder. He shook him excitedly and said, "Where have you been these past 2 years? I once went to the Spirit Ruins Grotto with the elders of my sect to visit you and Pangbo, but in the end, I found out that both of you had disappeared. It's a long story." Yi Fan had experienced many things, but he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would definitely bring trouble to them. Lin Jia was extremely beautiful, and she was born with a pair of phoenix eyes. In this kind of situation where life and death were unknown, it was difficult for her to smile, but she still looked very charming. It was completely due to her natural temperament. She had seen Yi Fan not long ago, but she did not point it out. She stretched out her slender hand and touched Yi Fan's head, saying, "You've finally grown taller." Wang Ziwen also quickly walked up and said, "I didn't think we would meet again here. I really don't know if we should celebrate or be sad." Zhou Yi also frowned and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that we will not be able to survive today. We have to think of a way to save ourselves. These people definitely won't care about our lives." Li Xiaoman was dressed in white, and her expression was calm. She nodded at Yi Fan and did not say anything. At this moment, the people in front finished their discussion and looked over. Jiang Hanzhong pointed at Wang Ziwen and said, "You, come here. What orders do you have for me, senior?" Wang Ziwen was as gentle as before. "Go up the mountain immediately and find a way to pluck the sacred medicine. If you succeed, I will accept you as my disciple and let you become an official disciple of the clan of the ancients." Hearing Jiang Hanzhong's words, Wang Ziwen's expression immediately changed. He was obviously being used as cannon fodder to test the waters and see what the result would be. "I am too weak. I'm afraid that before I can reach the mountain, I will be drowned by those white bones and turn into dust." Wang Ziwen looked gentle, but he was not a coward. His eyes were bright as he looked at the Jiang elder and said, "Please show mercy, senior. I told you to go up, so go up. What's with all this nonsense?" A knight was very dissatisfied and loudly rebuked. "Then just kill me. Otherwise, I won't obey even if I die." Wang Ziwen said straightforwardly. "Then I'll just kill you." One of the knights pulled out a sharp sword that gleamed with a cold light. Even if the divine power spring had dried up, the physique of a cultivator was still far superior to that of an ordinary person. Wang Ziwen suddenly leaped up and landed on his own strange beast. He pulled out his dagger and stabbed it with all his might. The mount immediately raised its hooves and galloped away. Almost at the same time, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and Lin Jia did the same action. They quickly leaped up and flew onto their mounts. They fiercely slapped their mounts and charged into the distance. On the side, Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling grabbed onto one of Yi Fan's arms at the same time, wanting to lift him up and escape. However, it was already too late. They were blocked by a few knights wielding spears. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling pulled out their sharp swords and confronted the knights. Even though they knew that their chances were not high, they did not want to wait helplessly for death. Do you really think you can escape? Although you're clever, you can't escape from my palm. Jiang Hanzhong did not pay attention to Yi Fan and the others. He whistled, and the 4 wild beasts that were running into the distance immediately turned around and returned. Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and Li Xiaoman were very decisive. They immediately jumped off their mounts and ran into the distance. However, the 4 strange beasts were in hot pursuit, quickly intercepting them. These strange beasts have already gained sentience. They're only temporarily lent to you. Do you really think you can control them? In the end, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia were all escorted back by the knights. You want me to throw my life away? And let you find out the truth? Impossible. I'd rather die like this. Wang Ziwen did not beg for mercy. Lin Jia also coldly said, although I know that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, I did not expect that you so-called holy lands and ancient aristocratic families to be so despicable. Jiang Hanzhong shook his head and said, there's no such thing as true black and white in this world. It's fine as long as we treat the vast majority of the people in this world well. Occasionally sacrificing 3 to 5 unrelated people is nothing. Then make your move. To the side, a knight shook his head and looked at Lin Jia and Li Xiaoman. You two can be considered outstanding beauties. If it was any other day, no one would have the heart to make a move against you. But today, if you don't comply, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yi Fan looked at Jiang Hanzhong and said, what you're doing is too cruel. You could have used the wild beasts to test the waters. Why send people to their deaths? Jiang Hanzhong's expression was calm. He shook his head and said, in this forbidden zone, these strange beasts are very important to us. We cannot afford to lose them. In your eyes, are we not even comparable to these mounts? Yi Fan asked coldly. The knight who chased after Yi Fan 2 years ago, Jiang Feng, stepped forward. His lips curled into a mocking smile and said, are there some things that need to be clarified? He patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, don't worry. You will definitely live longer than them. Most people will cooperate with you and help you ascend the sacred mountain to collect the divine medicine for us. Yi Fan looked at the old knight Su Daoling of the Yaoguang Holy Land, then at the elder Ji Yunfeng of the Ji clan, and said, do you also have the same attitude? Neither side responded. Their expressions were indifferent, and they didn't say anything. Jiang Feng laughed and glanced at Yi Fan in disdain. He patted his shoulder and said mockingly, one must know one's limits. Do you think you can talk to us like this? Even if the heads of the 6 sects of the Yan kingdom came in person, they wouldn't have the weight. The 3 elders won't say much to you. You're too arrogant and despotic. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He asked, for someone as arrogant as you, what realm have you reached? The Celestial Bridge realm. Jiang Feng looked down at him with a disdainful sneer, your level is too low, you will never understand. If it wasn't for the fact that I still need you, I would have killed you long ago for daring to talk to me like this. Yi Fan was indeed shocked. He didn't think that Jiang Feng had reached the Celestial Bridge realm, which was a whole realm higher than him. If the two of them met under normal circumstances, he would die without a doubt. As if he saw Yi Fan's shock, Jiang Feng sneered. You are a frog at the bottom of a well. How can you know how big the world is? You cultivators of the Yan kingdom are only limited to the sea of reincarnation. You are just a mortal and don't know how to cultivate. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan turned around to gaze at Su Daoling, Ji Yunfeng, and Jiang Hanzhong, and he said, if you want me to help all of you harvest divine herbs, then you have to satisfy me first. When he spoke up to here, he pointed at Jiang Feng and said, we must kill him first. Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family, shook his head. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mortal and don't have the right to threaten us. There are many ways to make you submit. After saying that, he pointed at Zhang Xiling and coldly ordered a knight to step forward and said, kill him. The elder of the Jiang family was very calm, as if killing one person was nothing to him. The knight drew his sword and was about to step forward. If killing one is not enough, you can kill them one by one. The elder of the Jiang family said coldly. You dare to force me to submit like this? A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. At this time, Jiang Feng stepped forward and glanced at him. One must know their own limits. You, a piece of trash who can't cultivate, want to control us and take my life? You don't know what's good for you. There are many ways to control you. If worst comes to worst, I can control your mind. Jiang Feng stretched out his hand and lightly slapped Yi Fan's face. He was extremely humiliating as he sneered, to us, you only have some value. It would be good enough if we could leave your corpse intact after this. Yi Fan grabbed his hand and didn't let it fall. From the beginning to the end, you are all high and mighty with a strong sense of superiority. Is a divine bridge realm cultivator that amazing? Slap! Suddenly, Yi Fan swung his palm and slapped Jiang Feng's face, sending him flying several meters away. He sneered, as a mortal, it's really comfortable to hit the face of a divine bridge realm cultivator. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, and Lin Jia all revealed shocked expressions. The knights around them were even more shocked. Jiang Feng was sent flying 8 to 9 meters away, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. He let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot, a few of the protruding rubble almost breaking his ribs. If it wasn't for his physique far exceeding that of a normal person, his bones would most likely have been broken. A clear bloody palm print appeared on his face, red and swollen. He struggled to get up, his eyes cold as he glared at Yi Fan, saying, You. As a divine bridge realm cultivator, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Being sent flying by a mortal, and being seen by so many people, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. So what if you're a divine bridge realm cultivator? You were still smacked down by a mortal like me, there's nothing special about you. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face as he spoke, rubbing his palms, mocking mercilessly, You're also a bit different, your skin is especially thick, even my palms hurt. Doesn't your face hurt? This kind of naked humiliation made Jiang Feng's lungs almost explode from anger, feeling extremely sullen. Divine bridge realm cultivators were high above, and to mortals, they were like gods above the clouds. He couldn't accept what happened today, it was practically a lifetime of humiliation. He said coldly, You're courting death. At the side, all the cultivators almost couldn't believe their eyes. Even if their godly power source was exhausted, and they couldn't use mystical abilities or secret arts, divine bridge realm cultivators were still not something mortals could shake. Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen looked at each other, feeling that this was a bit unreal. Yi Fan, who didn't know the method of cultivation, had actually slapped away a cultivator who was high above them like a fly. It really shocked and puzzled them. Lin Jia's beautiful eyes were also wide open, filled with shock, looking like she couldn't believe it. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling were dumbfounded, then revealed anxious and worried expressions, very worried for Yi Fan. With so many knights present, they didn't think that Yi Fan could escape. Li Xiaoman was in a daze, feeling that everything was a bit unbelievable. Looking at the divine bridge realm cultivator, and then at Yi Fan who was not far away, she found it hard to calm down. Thump, 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 the ground trembled. Even though Jiang Feng couldn't use any divine arts, his physical body was still extremely strong. He was like a humanoid beast as he closed in, his eyes shooting out terrifying beams of light. Yi Fan looked at the bloody fingerprints on his face and smiled brilliantly. Expert, are you looking down on me? Can't you be a little more superior, a little more arrogant, and then fiercely smash the other half of your face into my palm? Go to hell. Jiang Feng's killing intent was revealed. He used his right hand to chop fiercely at Yi Fan's neck, while his left hand formed a dragon claw and grabbed at Yi Fan's chest, wanting to tear it apart. As expected of an expert. Against a mortal like me, every move is fatal. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. His hand stretched forward and in an instant, firmly grasped the palm blade and the dragon claw. With a forceful twist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Jiang Feng's expression was miserable. The pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. The feet of the two also quickly collided a few times, giving off dull sounds. Jiang Feng was astonished. He felt that both of his knees were broken and could no longer stand. With a putong sound, he knelt on the ground. This was an unbearable feeling of defeat. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. A cultivator of the divine bridge realm actually didn't have the physique of a mortal. He found it hard to believe. A man's knees are worth gold. You. Kneeling before me like this really makes me feel ashamed. You better get up. Yi Fan took a step back and fiercely waved his palm, heavily slapping the other side of his face and leaving a clear bloody fingerprint. Jiang Feng spat out a string of blood from his mouth and instantly flipped backwards. He once again fell into a pile of rubble and could no longer stand up. He gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Yi Fan, saying, "Little bastard, do you think I have humiliated you? What does this count for? 2 years ago, you all wanted to take my life and chased me until there was no road to heaven and no door to hell. What does this little bit of humiliation count for?" Yi Fan strode forward and said, "It is time to fulfill our promise. When you threatened to kill me, I also made the decision to take your life." 7 to 8 tall figures quickly rushed forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. Just now, there were people who wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Jiang Hanzhong. He wanted to see how strong Yi Fan's physique was. Yi Fan didn't retreat and continued forward. When the first person made a move against him, he dodged like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand. With a kacha sound, he broke that person's wrist and snatched that snow-white longsword. He slashed with the back of his hand and the sword light swept out. With a pu sound, blood splattered and a head instantly rolled off. "Those who block me shall die." Yi Fan held his sword and swept his gaze over everyone. He strode forward, his eyes incomparably sharp. Swoosh, 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 several figures surrounded him. Some were holding spears, and some were holding sharp swords. All of them attacked Yi Fan together. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan was as fast as a meteor and possessed the power of a flood dragon. The sharp sword in his hand flickered with a dazzling brilliance and knocked away all the weapons in the hands of others. The long sword slashed vertically and with a pu sound, a horseman was chopped into 2 halves. Blood flowed freely. Chi. With a backhand slash, the sharp sword that was dripping with blood quickly slashed backward and cut off a cultivator's head on the spot. His head flew out for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. The headless corpse spurted out blood and heavily fell into the dust. Who dares to stop me? Yi Fan swept his gaze over those people and quickly took a few steps forward. The divine sword that was dripping with blood slashed diagonally and the charging cultivator was immediately cut in half at the shoulder. With a pu sound, he fell into a pool of blood. Everyone's expressions froze. Yi Fan's physical body was just too tyrannical, his strength ferocious. That long sword that was dripping with blood seemed to weigh more than 10,000 jin in his hands, impossible to move at all. It simply didn't seem like a sword, but more like a mountain. Bang! Yi Fan's sword shook and directly shattered the cultivator in front of him. The powerful force directly destroyed the body of the horseman. His body was torn into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. He took a step into the pile of rocks and slashed forward with his sword. Dang! The elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Hanzhong, personally made a move and used a spear to knock away the sharp sword in Yi Fan's hand. He grabbed Jiang Feng and retreated for more than 10 meters. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old man was very terrifying. Even though he could not use any divine arts, the strength of his physical body was not any weaker than Yi Fan's. This was truly shocking. One had to know that Yi Fan had eaten the holy fruit and reached the life spring realm. The medicinal effects gradually spread out and his physical body became extremely powerful. Who would have thought? Jiang Hanzhong's expression was cold as he stared at Yi Fan and said, "A mortal can actually become this powerful after eating the holy medicine. The holy medicine is indeed worthy of its name. No wonder it has been circulating in the Eastern Barrens since ancient times. You guys also came from the mortal world. The moment you open your mouth, you talk about how mortals are, and the moment you close your mouth, you are full of contempt. Do you really think you are gods?" Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. The divine sword in his hand was dripping with blood as it dragged on the ground. He stared at the elder of the Jiang clan. And said, "You guys see me as an ant and want me to go die to pick the divine medicine for you. Do you really think you can control everything in this world? Very good." A strange light shot out from Jiang Hanzhong's eyes. He was not angry at all. Instead, he revealed a faint smile and said, "The stronger your physical body is, the more medicinal effects you have absorbed. You should be able to block the power of the ancient abyss curse. Picking the divine medicine is equivalent to having a higher chance of success. You think you can control me? You are too arrogant. Yi Fan pounced forward with lightning speed. Jiang Hanzhong flicked his hand and threw Jiang Feng away. The other cultivators caught Jiang Feng. Holding the long spear, he pierced towards Yi Fan fiercely as if he wanted to shatter the void. The tip of the spear exploded with a bright light. Clang! Yi Fan blocked with the long sword in his hand. An ear-piercing sound of metal rang out. It was as if two iron mountains had collided together, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The long sword was like a rainbow. Yi Fan slashed horizontally and vertically. It was as if he was swinging a huge mountain with an unstoppable force. The long spear in Jiang Hanzhong's hand seemed to be able to fling away mountains. It was vigorous and violent, like a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc in the void. Shua, suddenly, Yi Fan was like a bolt of lightning. He rushed out and directly pounced into the crowd. His target was Jiang Feng. Several knights tried to stop him. All of them felt very sullen. They had divine arts but could not use them. They could only use the most ancient combat arts to fight. They felt that if they could use divine arts, they would be able to turn Yi Fan into ashes with a raise of their hand. Pooh! Yi Fan was incomparably cold. His divine sword was like lightning, directly beheading a cultivator. Pooh! The long sword shone with cold light. Yi Fan chopped down, cutting another cultivator in half. Pooh! The sharp sword dripped with blood. It pierced through a cultivator's heart, causing blood to spurt out. Yi Fan's method was simple and direct. As long as he blocked, he would kill anyone. Blood splattered everywhere. No one could resist. Bang! He grabbed Jiang Feng and rushed out of the crowd like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Hanzhong's long spear pierced through his afterimage and struck the void. It didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Today, I will collect the debt from 2 years ago. After Yi Fan finished speaking, with a gotcha sound, he very straightforwardly twisted Jiang Feng's neck and threw him to the ground. Jiang Feng died with everlasting regret. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were wide open. A dignified divine bridge realm cultivator was actually killed by a mortal twisting his neck. He stopped breathing with humiliation and despair. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others were all incomparably shocked. They never thought that Yi Fan would be so powerful. They all revealed expressions of astonishment. At this moment, Yaoguang Holy Land's old knight Su Daoling, Ji Clan's elder Ji Yunfeng, and Jiang Clan's elder Jiang Hanzhong pressed forward at the same time, blocking him in the middle. Yi Fan was very calm. His divine spring continued to gush and didn't dry up. With such a trump card, he didn't fear anyone. Ji Clan's elder Ji Yunfeng's voice was cold as he said, "Such a powerful physique is truly rare. It is truly a pity to kill him like this. Go up the mountain. If you can pluck the divine medicine, I will leave your corpse intact and let you die a happy death. There is nothing to feel pity about. Destroy his consciousness and leave his physical body behind. It can still be used." Jiang Hanzhong's lips curled into a cold smile. Yaoguang Holy Land's elder Su Daoling shook his head and said, "What a pity that the divine medicine was wasted by him. If we consumed it, our strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds." "Do you really think you can kill me?" Yi Fan sneered. Jiang Hanzhong took out a brocade box and said indifferently, "Actually, killing you doesn't require much effort at all. I can easily turn you into ashes." Yi Fan's heart instantly jumped. He felt a dangerous aura. That box was extremely unusual. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't rashly use his trump card. That would be his final trump card. "Alright, you guys help me clear away those white skeletons and I will go up the mountain to pluck the divine medicine for you." Yi Fan's thoughts spun like lightning. He wanted to borrow the power of these people to help him clear away the dangers on the mountain and use them to pluck the divine medicine. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Ancient trees towered into the sky and strange rocks rose abruptly. It could be called a magnificent sight. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Fan looked at Jiang Hanzhong and said, "I only have one condition. Let all 6 of them go." Here, he pointed at Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, and the others. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling revealed anxious and worried expressions. They signaled Yi Fan to leave as soon as possible. But they couldn't express it with words because they were surrounded by knights. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and Wang Ziwen didn't expect that Yi Fan would first think of sending them away at this moment. Li Xiaoman was also startled. She stared at Yi Fan, who was not far away. They can't help at all. There's no point in staying. Yi Fan stared at Jiang Hanzhong and said, "You just want to use them to test the skeletons on the mountain. There's no need to sacrifice innocent people. You are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with us." Jiang Hanzhong indifferently glanced at the people not far away. He didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't plan to let them go. Not far away, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others all changed their expressions. They could naturally guess what the Jiang elder was thinking. He would definitely kill them and not let them leave alive. Yi Fan picked up a mountain rock that weighed more than 10 kilograms. He weighed it in his hand a few times. Then, he swung his arm and threw it towards the mountain. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. The mountain rock drew a beautiful trajectory and directly rushed from the foot of the mountain to the summit. It heavily smashed into the pile of skeletons. "What are you doing?" Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family, was enraged. "Don't you want to test the skeletons on the sacred mountain? I'll do it for you. There's no need for living people to go up." Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, immediately darkened his face and said, "Who allowed you to act rashly?" Jiang Hanzhong also revealed his killing intent. He held the brocade box in his hand. Specks of light flickered on it. It seemed to be made of wood but not wood. It seemed to be made of jade but not jade. It was not gorgeous. It was overflowing with an ancient aura. There was no terrifying energy fluctuation, but it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Fan had the illusion that it was like a world and not a box. It seemed to be able to contain everything, including the mountains, rivers, and earth. Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor came from the sacred mountain. It was as if some huge monster had been angered. Countless rocks tumbled down, breaking many trees. "The bones are going down the mountain." Many knights cried out in alarm. They saw countless white bones crawling down from the sacred mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast. The vast expanse of whiteness made people's scalps go numb. "Look what you've done." Jiang Hanzhong was furious. He glared at Yi Fan with undisguised killing intent. "You'll get the same result if you send someone up. Hurry up and make a decision. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue harvesting the divine medicine?" Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, had an ugly expression. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji clan, had a solemn expression. He said, "There's no need to hide anymore. Take out all of our forbidden treasures and force our way forward. We must climb up the sacred mountain and harvest the divine medicine." The Jiang family's elder's face was pale. He glared at Yi Fan and said while holding the box in his hand, "This forbidden artifact can let my divine power spring flow 9 times and recover my cultivation instantly. I have 9 chances to attack." Yi Fan was startled after hearing this. He sighed in his heart. This old man could actually use divine abilities. If he had really risked his life just now, he would have died without a doubt. A strange stone the size of a fist appeared in the hand of the Jiang clan's elder. It was completely black, and there were countless patterns carved on it. It had a natural rhythm to it. "This is a forbidden treasure personally refined by a supreme elder of the Ji clan. It is imprinted with countless patterns and can temporarily condense the power of the heavens. It will allow me to attack 9 times." Yi Fan was shocked. The clan of the ancients had such a profound foundation that they could use such a treasure to temporarily recover their divine energy in the forbidden area. The elder of the Yaoguang sacred land held a green jade leaf the size of a palm. It was also full of mysterious and complicated patterns. They were very smooth, just like the natural texture of a leaf. In order to come to the forbidden area to harvest the divine medicine, a supreme elder of the Yaoguang sacred land personally refined this treasure. It will allow me to attack 3 times. Jiang Hanzhong did not believe it at all. He sneered and said, "Impossible. The Yaoguang sacred land is not weaker than the clan of the ancients. How could they be so careless and use such a defective forbidden treasure to enter the forbidden area? The elder of the Ji clan also looked cold. He said, Brother Su, there's no need to hide now. Although I only have 3 chances to attack, this forbidden treasure contains the divine energy of a supreme elder of the Yaoguang sacred land. It can be used twice. When Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This dark green leaf could be called a precious treasure. The 3 elders gathered together and had a short discussion. Yi Fan listened on the side and understood that the so-called forbidden treasure was a great treasure specially refined for entering the forbidden area. These sacred lands and the clan of the ancients were powerful and had profound foundation. He could not help but ask, why don't you prepare more forbidden treasures? What do mortals like you know? Jiang Hanzhong's expression was not very good. He had the urge to kill. Because of Yi Fan's reckless actions, the bones on the sacred mountain were all climbing down. Su Daoling glanced at him and said, to refine such a forbidden treasure, the materials needed are unimaginable. It can definitely be refined into a powerful great treasure. There's no time to waste. Let's go now. The elder of the Ji clan, Ji Yunfeng, urged. Yi Fan was forced to walk at the front. The 3 elders followed closely behind him. Behind them were the cultivators and Li Xiaoman's group. The sacred mountain was lush with vegetation and strange rocks. It could be considered beautiful, but no one would pay attention to these things. In this life and death situation, everyone was sweating profusely. Just when they were halfway up the mountain and still far from the peak, they felt an evil aura. All the wild beasts roared. I'm getting old, a rider shouted in fear. At this moment, many people aged as if they had gone through 10 years of time. Many middle-aged people had white hair on their temples. If we go any further, we will die, someone shouted. Many people were shaken. What are you panicking for? Jiang Hanzhong turned around and shouted, if we succeed, all of you will have a great fortune. At this moment, Yi Fan's appearance did not change. The 3 elders also did not show any signs of abnormality. The forbidden treasures in their hands emitted a strange aura to protect them. Other than that, Zhou Yi, Lu Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman who were at the back also did not show any changes. Why are they not affected? Jiang Hanzhong's eyes were filled with surprise. Yi Fan immediately thought of many things. That day when they appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain, nothing terrible happened. It was only when they walked out of the forbidden area that many people began to age. Could it be related to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Below, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others were also discussing in low voices. It's most likely related to the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin. Perhaps in the process of crossing the star field, our bodies were contaminated with their aura. The evil in the abyss can't do anything to the bronze coffin. Didn't we see with our own eyes a creature bound by iron chains roaring angrily in the middle of the night? The youngest rider in the group could not bear the loss of his youth. He shouted in fear, Elder, we can't go any further, useless thing, what's the use of keeping you? Jiang Hanzhong held the spear in one hand and pierced through him. Blood splattered everywhere as he was flung dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. The others kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. Through the luxuriant vegetation, they could already vaguely see the peak of the mountain. And it was also at this time that the skeletons on the mountain arrived in front of them and were about to collide with them. Elder, quickly use the forbidden weapon, or else we won't be able to hold on. At this moment, everyone had aged a few years again. Some of the savage beasts were already weak. The mountain was covered in snow and countless skeletons. All the skeletons were crawling, making people's scalps go numb. A demonic aura blew down along with the mountain wind, causing many people to let out miserable screams. Something horrifying happened. Many of the riders' flesh and blood began to wither. Many of them aged 20 years in an instant. There was now a group of white-haired old people at the scene. I'll make the first move. Ji Yunfeng took out the strange black stone and held it in his palm. In an instant, black light spread out. Boom! An extremely powerful and terrifying fluctuation spread out from Ji Yunfeng's body. It was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, rolling out in all directions. This was his true strength. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Ji clan's elder was too powerful. He felt that he was like a duckweed while the other party was like a vast ocean. There was no way to compare them. Is this his true strength? If they met under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The difference in strength was too great. A casual attack from the other party was enough to turn him into dust. A heaven luo umbrella rushed out from Ji Yunfeng's body, stirring up gusts of violent wind. The trees and rocks were shaken into ashes. The densely packed white bones in front of him were also turned into dust in an instant. Quickly charge up! Ji Yunfeng shouted. He rushed to the front. The heaven luo umbrella shook violently, opening up 100 meters of pure land. All the white bones were crushed and blown far away by the astral wind. With a flash of light, the heaven luo umbrella flew back. Ji Yunfeng's body trembled. His divine power source had dried up. The strange black stone in his hand had an additional crack, indicating that he had already used up one chance. He could still attack 8 more times. Hurry up! Jiang Hanzhong and Su Daoling both shouted. Time was too tight. They had to seize the opportunity and advance quickly. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quickly rushed down the mountain. Several white-haired knights were no longer agile and could not stop them. Yi Fan. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling shouted towards the top of the mountain. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Yi Fan saw the two hesitating and bellowed down. Zhang Xiling clenched his teeth and suddenly turned around. He pulled Lu Yi's hand and left without looking back. Several white-haired knights hurled their spears, which almost pierced through the two of them. The spears brushed past them and stuck into the ground, trembling. I'll chase after them. Some knights were about to ride their beasts down the mountain. Jiang Hanzhong shouted, don't pay attention to them. Hurry up and rush up the mountain. We can't waste this opportunity created by using the divine power source. At this point, his eyes emitted 2 sharp rays of light. He stared at Yi Fan and said, you better behave yourself. If you dare to try to escape, I'll turn you into ashes immediately. At this moment, Li Xiaoman was at the forefront, closely followed by Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia. The 4 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Zhang Xiling and Lu Yi also disappeared into the forest, disappearing without a trace. They grasped this rare opportunity. It was impossible for the people on the mountain to pursue them at this critical moment. The 6 of them finally broke free from the control and escaped down the mountain. Ji family's elder Ji Yunfeng sneered, it's not that easy to survive. The moment you walk out of the forbidden zone, almost everyone will die of old age and turn into ashes. White bones were everywhere on the mountain. Countless skeletons struggled to climb down the mountain. This time, it was Jiang Hanzhong's turn. He held the brocade box in his palm and a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The energy fluctuation he emitted was extremely frightening. It was as if 1,000,000 mountains were pressing down at the same time, causing people's hearts to tremble. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. To him, existences of this level were like gods in the clouds. They were difficult to fathom and simply couldn't be measured. Just like this, Jiang Hanzhong, Ji Yunfeng, and Su Daoling took turns to attack. Finally, they approached the peak of the sacred mountain. They were less than 200 meters away from the summit. At this time, miserable screams came from behind. People fell down one after another. After approaching the summit, many knights' life force rapidly disappeared. Many of them died of old age. This won't do. We can't hold on any longer. At this moment, although Jiang Hanzhong, Ji Yunfeng, and Su Daoling had the forbidden weapons in their hands, their appearances had already aged a lot. Their bodies were a little crooked. If this continues, we will die for sure. We won't be able to approach the summit. Retreat, all of you retreat. Su Daoling shouted, making those knights retreat. The original plan couldn't be carried out anymore. The people they brought with them couldn't be of any use at all. Jiang Hanzhong stared coldly at Yi Fan. He held the brocade box in his hand, and his whole body shone with divine light. A vast ocean-like power surged out and imprisoned Yi Fan in an instant. Afterward, he took out a sealed jade bottle and broke the restriction on the spot. A black light instantly entered Yi Fan's body. Puppet brand? Ji Yunfeng asked. That's right. I'm not at ease with this brat. If he destroys the divine medicine after reaching the summit, or if he swallows it himself regardless of everything, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Jiang Hanzhong patted Yi Fan and said, let's go. Then, he turned to the other two and said, now, we will cooperate with him with all our strength and send him to the summit. We must pick the divine medicine. Okay. Su Dowling nodded. Ji Yunfeng said, we can still attack 9 times in total. We can take the risk of being annihilated and advance another 100 meters. We should be able to sweep away all the dried bones and send him to the summit. The closer they got to the summit, the denser the demonic aura became. Even though the white bones had been cleared, the 3 elders were still aging rapidly. Even Yi Fan couldn't resist it and turned from a teenager to a young man. At this moment, several hundred ancient characters were vibrating in Yi Fan's heart. They reverberated like a great bell, shattering the black light that rushed into his mind and thoroughly expelling it. The puppet brand didn't have any effect on him at all. Yi Fan was drenched in cold sweat. He was almost crippled at the last moment. The Jiang family's elders were too sinister. There were no signs at all. At that time, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist at all. Now, he pretended to be controlled and listened to the 3 people's words. He walked with large strides toward the summit. Take this with you. Su Dowling tossed over a pristine jade bottle and said, this bottle can hold a large mountain and has its own space inside. After picking the divine medicine, use it to collect the divine spring. When they were still several dozen meters away from the summit, the 3 elders cleared away all the dried bones and stopped. They didn't dare to take another step forward. At this point, they were in danger of being annihilated at any time and had long since aged beyond recognition. Yi Fan could feel his life slipping away. By the time he reached the top of the mountain, his hair was as white as snow, and he looked incredibly old. That's... At this moment, his expression stiffened. There was a peerless beauty standing quietly on the sacred mountain. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and looked at him. The woman had bright eyes, white teeth, and a slender neck. She looked like a lotus out of the water. She stood on the cliff, and if she took another step, she would fall into the endless abyss. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy who would ride the wind. Yi Fan could not find a single flaw on her. The woman was so beautiful that she did not look like a real person at all. She gave off a dreamy feeling. She had the wisdom of heaven and earth, transcending the vulgarity of the mortal world. Her skin was like ice, and her bones were like jade. She was almost perfect. Among all the women he had seen, only one could compare to her in terms of appearance. That was the perfect woman he met in front of the tomb of the Monster King. How can there be such a beautiful woman in such a dangerous place? Yi Fan was alarmed and took a few steps back. He had the sacred body of the ancients, and his body had aged. However, the woman in front of him did not change at all. She was not affected by the forbidden ancient place at all. It was hard to imagine where she came from. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick the medicine! Jiang Hanzhong shouted from below. The 3 people below could see Yi Fan at the edge of the mountain, but they could not see the woman who was close to the cliff. On the cliff, a demonic aura was surging. The woman, who looked like she had walked out of a painting, walked gracefully toward Yi Fan. Oh no! Yi Fan felt his body aging a little faster. A mysterious aura hit him in the face, and he quickly retreated down the mountain. The woman was not simple. To be exact, she was terrifying. She had the unique power of the ancient abyss, which made it difficult for Yi Fan to bear. If it were not for the golden sea of bitterness that had not dried up, he would have died of old age and turned into ashes. She can't be the legendary Desolation, right? Yi Fan was shocked. He had long heard that there was an unknown thing under the ancient abyss. He did not know whether it was a creature or some kind of power, but it was called Desolation. Thinking of this, Yi Fan quickly retreated down the mountain. He wanted to leave this peerless beauty for Jiang Hanzhong and the others to deal with. Why did you come back? Jiang Hanzhong shouted. Not good, why is there another girl? Ji Yunfeng's expression abruptly changed. He saw the white-clothed woman first, and he immediately felt his life flow away a little faster. That is. Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, seemed to have found something incredible. He showed an extremely shocked expression and took a few steps back. His face was extremely pale and full of fear. Seeing him like this, Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng were shocked. They quickly retreated with him and asked, "What's wrong? What's the background of that woman? It's unbelievable, too unbelievable." Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, said with a pale face, "I've seen her portrait before." Ji Yunfeng whispered, "Is her portrait very special? I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. That portrait is an antique from 6,000 years ago." When Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A person from 6,000 years ago was really shocking. Even in their powerful clans, there didn't seem to be anyone who had lived for so long. "She's not a living person," Su Daoling said with a pale face. "What?" Ji Yunfeng and Jiang Hanzhong's expressions changed as they instantly thought of something. 6,000 years ago, she was known as the first saintess of the Eastern Barren Territory. She was flawless and flawless. In ancient history, several famous figures in the Eastern Barren Territory used to follow her. When Su Daoling said this, Ji Yunfeng and Jiang Hanzhong gradually guessed the identity of the woman on the mountain peak. They said at the same time in a trembling voice, 6,000 years ago, that extremely prosperous celestial sect was destroyed here. Which sect was she from? Yes, she was the heavenly jade saintess from 6,000 years ago. When Su Daoling said this, he felt a headache coming on. He had never thought that he would meet a figure from ancient history. In the past, the Holy Land that was destroyed here was called Heavenly Jade. Just like the Yaoguang Holy Land, it was named after one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In our Yaoguang Holy Land, an important figure once felt sad for her. He left her portrait in our ancient vault. Yi Fan's divine spring of life hadn't dried up yet, so his spiritual senses were still sharp. He heard their words clearly and was extremely shocked. This perfect woman was the former first saintess of the Eastern Barren Territory. She came from that destroyed celestial sect and was from the same sect as Crazy Ol. Crazy Ol was in a daze. He had once gazed at the forbidden ancient barren territory for an entire night. If he saw the undying body of the saintess, who knew what he would think? She died 6,000 years ago. Now that she has appeared again, there is only one possibility. She might have become a desolate slave, Jiang Hanzhong said. In the distant past, several peerless figures entered the forbidden ancient barren territory in their later years and ventured into the endless abyss alone. In the end, they all became desolate slaves. Only peerless figures can become desolate slaves. Although she died 6,000 years ago, I'm afraid she is still very terrifying. Ji Yunfeng said in a low voice, "What should we do? Are we going to retreat? I feel that the flame of life will be extinguished at any moment. She has an extremely dense desolate aura. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore." Su Daoling broke out in a cold sweat. That peerless beauty was like a ghost. She floated down silently, passing by Yi Fan and flying towards the 3 of them. Yi Fan groaned inwardly. He felt that they might die here. Now that he thought about it, the first time he appeared on the holy mountain, it could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. There had been no danger, and he had easily picked the holy herb. I understand now. Everything happened because the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin fell from the sky. They intimidated the desolate slaves in the endless abyss, so they did not dare to appear. Let's do it. At this moment, Jiang Hanzhong made his move. He held the brocade box in his hand, and his body shone brightly. A purple bronze mirror rushed out of his body. The back of the mirror was engraved with the 8 trigrams, and the front of the mirror was like a full moon, shining with dazzling light. A huge beam of light as thick as a house shot towards the heavenly jade saintess. The entire peak of the holy mountain shook. The beam of light was like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. It made people feel endless pressure. Yi Fan was shocked. Jiang Hanzhong's power was as deep as the sea, and he could not see the end. It was something that a life-spring realm cultivator like him could not imagine. If such a terrifying beam of light hit him, he would instantly turn into ashes. This should be beyond the Nirvana realm. He knew that the human body had other secret realms besides the Sea of Reincarnation. Chi. Something shocking happened. The beam of light that could make the sun, moon, and stars lose their color turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in front of the heavenly jade saintess. It did not hurt her at all. Clang. A metallic sound was heard. The 8 trigrams mirror fell to the ground. Jiang Hanzhong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. His divine power source had dried up again. Hua. Ji Yunfeng made his move. He held the strange black stone in his hand, and a Tianluo umbrella rushed out of his body. It covered the sky and the sun, and surged toward the saintess. The astral wind blew, and the sun and moon lost their light. Bang! The saintess gently pointed her finger, and the huge umbrella in the sky was pierced on the spot. Its brilliance dimmed, and it fell to the ground. Ji Yunfeng's face was pale without a trace of blood. His aged body was hunched over as he staggered backward and sat on the ground. Brother Su, quickly use your forbidden weapon. Isn't it sealed with the divine power of the Supreme Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land? It can be used twice, so it should be enough to fight against her, Ji Yunfeng urged anxiously. A palm-sized green leaf appeared in Su Daoling's hand. It looked like a green jade, and it shone with a sparkling luster. It was densely covered with Dao patterns. He held it with both hands, and suddenly, there was endless dazzling divine light that turned into a sky full of green light. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was submerged, including the saintess. This terrifying energy was incomparably vast. It was as if the stars in the sky had turned into green light and fell down, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. This lasted for a full 15 minutes before the green light gradually dissipated. Not far away, Yi Fan gasped. The saintess did not move a single step. She quietly stood in front of them, and even her white dress did not flutter. She was so terrifying that it was almost demonic. The 3 elders were deathly pale as they exchanged a glance. Then, without prior agreement, they gripped their forbidden items and attacked at the same time, unleashing their most powerful divine abilities. Boundless light filled the air, and divine power flooded the area, completely submerging the heavenly jade holy maiden. However, after the divine abilities were used and the brilliance faded, the saintess was still standing there unscathed. She was not affected in the slightest. Crack! The forbidden weapons in Ji Yunfeng's and Su Daoling's hands were almost broken and could no longer be used. Their faces were gray, and wrinkles piled up. They had aged dozens of years in an instant, and their vitality had almost dried up. Jiang Hanzhong was also extremely old. The brocade box in his hand had 9 cracks. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I can only use this. The brocade box shattered, and an ancient pagoda appeared in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, and it looked dull and ordinary. However, in just a moment, a terrifying aura shook the area. It was many times more violent than all the energy fluctuations from before. It was like a world of its own, not a small pagoda. It seemed to be able to contain everything, including the mountains and rivers. This is... Su Daoling's murky eyes flickered with a strange light. He said in a trembling voice, I heard that the Jiang clan has been trying to replicate the Eastern Wasteland's treasure, the ancient desolate tower. Did you succeed? How could we succeed? The ancient desolate tower is unique. It coexists with the world and cannot be replicated. This is just one of the few defective replicas. Jiang Hanzhong did not do anything. The replica of the ancient desolate tower soared into the sky on its own. It quickly enlarged and pressed down on the heavenly jade holy girl. This? Ji Yunfeng inhaled sharply and said, even a replica is so horrifying. It was not sealed in the ancient desolate forbidden land. The true ancient desolate tower is unimaginable. Jiang Hanzhong shook his head and said, unfortunately, it only has 1 attack. Hopefully, it can suppress her temporarily and buy us some time. The replica of the ancient desolate tower pressed down in the blink of an eye. The world trembled. The body of the tower was simple and natural, and the Tao flowed around it, condensing the power of the world. The heavenly jade holy girl quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. However, the ancient tower followed her like a shadow and suppressed her. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the sacred mountain trembled. The replica of the ancient desolate tower quickly shrank to the size of a palm and fell to the ground. Good. Su Daoling shouted, the ancient desolate tower truly lives up to its reputation. Even a replica of the ancient desolate tower has such a horrifying might. In the Forbidden Land, it can suppress its enemies without being restricted. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The accumulations of these ancient desolate noble clans were too deep. They even managed to create a replica of the ancient desolate tower, suppressing a horrifying desolate slave like the heavenly jade holy girl. This shocked him greatly. Quick, let's leave this place quickly. The ancient desolate tower can only hold her for one attack. It can only suppress her for a moment. Soon, it will collapse on its own, Jiang Hanzhong shouted anxiously. It really is, a replica. Ji Yunfeng felt like cold water had been poured on him. What are you standing there for? Quickly go and pick the divine herb. After that, come down the mountain and meet up with us, Su Daoling shouted at Yi Fan. Damn it. Do you really think you can control me? You. The three elders' expressions changed. They had not expected the puppet imprint to be ineffective. Boom. Just at this moment, the replica ancient desolate tower suddenly collapsed. The heavenly jade holy girl appeared dispirited and listless. It's over. Jiang Hanzhong smiled bitterly. In that instant, his body withered and turned to dust. Following that, Ji Yunfeng and Su Daoling turned to dust as well. It was like they had experienced tens of thousands of years. At the same time, at the foot of the holy mountain, the old knights and the weak savage beasts all withered and turned into white bones. Yi Fan's mind trembled. His body aged rapidly. The golden sea of bitterness surged into the sky. The divine spring gurgled, releasing a steady stream of life force, preventing him from dying. Is the ancient desolate forbidden land going to be my burial ground? Yi Fan felt extremely weak. He quickly rushed up the holy mountain. Right now, only the sage herb and the divine spring could save him. Just as he rushed up the mountain peak, he found the heavenly jade holy girl blocking his way. Her white clothes fluttered, and her eyes were like water. She looked ethereal and intelligent, as if she was alive. So the ancient desolate forbidden land is this terrifying. We were just lucky to survive the last time. Yi Fan wanted to take out his cauldron, but he found that he did not have enough divine power. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the golden book. With a flash of golden light, it slashed at the heavenly jade holy girl. Clang! The heavenly jade holy girl gently flicked her finger, and the golden book immediately fell to the ground. She was deeply attracted by the golden paper, and she grabbed it. Then, the heavenly jade holy girl silently approached Yi Fan, exuding a cold aura. She stretched out a slender hand and reached for Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. You. Yi Fan retreated, but he couldn't dodge at all. That jade-like, flawless hand entered his body in an instant. Yi Fan rapidly aged, and in the blink of an eye, he was all skin and bones. He was almost a skeleton. But at that moment, the heavenly jade holy girl let out an extremely painful scream. The green copper piece in Yi Fan's sea of bitterness trembled slightly, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The golden book fell to the ground, and she was sent flying, falling into the depths of the ancient desolate abyss. The replica of the ancient desolate tower cannot suppress you, but my green copper piece is comparable to the real ancient desolate tower. If you want to touch it. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. His life force was almost exhausted, and his body was shriveled. His wounds were not bleeding, and he was about to die. But he persisted, and he staggered forward. In a trance, he smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. There were a few strange small trees growing in front of him. He seemed to see a bubbling spring, and then he fell into it with a plop. End of chapter 108. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.